Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 46 Preaching to America, Part 1. Although Śrīla Prabhupāda had said he would stay in Los Angeles, he soon decided to follow his original travel plans. Feeling compelled to see to the welfare of his disciples around the country, he left on a tour of 13 ISKCON centers in the US and Canada. About half a dozen of his sannyasi disciples traveled with him. Denver, June 27, 1975. Śrīla Prabhupāda was pleasantly surprised to see the brick church building that was now a Krishna temple. The temple hall was spacious, and afternoon sunshine streamed into the room. He beheld the small golden forms of Radha and Krishna on the altar and then walked to the rear of the hall, where he sat on the Vyasasana, allowing the devotees to bathe his feet. These devotees, unaccustomed to being with their spiritual master, were awkward in performing the standard formalities. But they were enthusiastic and happy. Sitting on the floor before Śrīla Prabhupāda, Dāsa began singing O Vaisnava Thakura, accompanying himself on the harmonium. Śrīla Prabhupāda liked his singing and, when the song was finished, asked, "You know the meaning?" Dāsa replied, "O Venerable Vaisnava, O Ocean of Mercy, please be merciful unto your servant." Another devotee added, "I pray for the shade of your lotus feet." "Yes," Prabhupada acknowledged, and he began to speak about the song's author, Nautama Dāsa Thakura. He then quoted another song by Nautama Dāsa, Chadya Vaisnava Savanistara Paishkaba. "This Krishna consciousness movement is for Nistara," he said. Nistara means to be liberated from the capture of Maya. When we hear songs by the Vaisnavas, that is called liberation. Although the devotees had heard before of Nautama Dāsa Thakura and of liberation, they listened especially attentively now. Here was the Vaisnava Thakura in person, come to teach them to control their passions, to impart to them the strength to carry out the Sankirtana movement, and to bless them, as Nautama Dāsa Thakura described, with one drop of faith with which to attain the great treasure of the holy name. "So I am very glad to see this temple," Śrīla Prabhupada said to the group of about 40 devotees. "You have purchased it? That's nice. Very good space. And the devotees here are very nice. So, our process is very simple, that we dedicate our life to the service of the Vaisnava, and according to his direction, we engage in Sravanam Kirtanam, hearing and chanting of Vishnu, and refrain from the sinful activities. Then life is successful. We do not require to be very learned or a very rich man or to take birth in very high family." For driving Śrīla Prabhupada to the park, a friend of the Denver temple had lent his Lincoln Continental, formerly Richard Nixon's presidential limousine. Brahmananda Swami pointed out the car's luxurious features to Prabhupada, including bulletproof glass windows. "So bullet is expected also?" Prabhupada laughed. Brahmananda remarked that the world leaders were always in anxiety. Prabhupada agreed, in the material world there was danger at every step. He began talking of Indian politics, Indira Gandhi and Jaya Prakash Narayan in bitter disagreement. "Both of them are in distressed position," Prabhupada said. "I am thinking of writing them on the basis of our Bhagavad Gita. Do you think it is advised?" When Śrīla Prabhupada mentioned that Indira Gandhi occasionally went to see her guru, Anandamayi, Brahmananda remarked that her guru had commented favorably about the chanting of Hare Krishna. "So, what do you think?" Prabhupada asked his sannyasis, Tamala Krishna, Bhavananda, and Satsvarūpa. "Shall I write?" "I have made a draft of a letter this night. So you come and see. Let us take a chance. We want good for everyone, and this is the only medicine, Hare Krishna, for all wrongs. Paradukkadukkhi. People are suffering." The devotees agreed the letters would be a good idea, although they doubted whether the politicians would take the advice or even read such letters. Prabhupada then asked about the public's response to Krishna consciousness in Denver. "They get nice attendance on Sundays," Satsvarūpa answered. "Many people come. There is good hope," Prabhupada affirmed. "Good book distribution here, too." Prabhupada nodded. "That is the most successful. Wherever book distribution is going on nicely, that is successful. Because people are in gross ignorance, they are taking this temporary life as everything. Very horrible condition. We are trying to explain what is the actual life." They arrived at the park, which was filled with tall old pines, maples, and oaks. Getting out of the car, Prabhupada stood facing a pond. In the distance he could see the Denver skyline and the Rocky Mountains. He could hear the quacking of ducks and geese from the pond. A second carload of devotees arrived, and Prabhupada and his followers began walking along a paved path beside the lake. "Very nice park," Prabhupada remarked, and not far away. They soon came upon a large modern building, the Museum of Natural History. "That means Darwin's theory, that's all," said Prabhupada. Their whole civilization is based on this Darwin's theory. How long you shall keep history? Do you know what is the history of the sun, when it was created, when it came into appearance? Can Darwin give us the history of the sun, or the moon, or the sky? Where is the history? There is history, but where is your history? You simply imagine, there was a chunk, and it became manifested as the sun, moon. And I am also this. What do you actually know? How has this cosmic manifestation come into existence? The sun rose with dazzling, golden rays and quickly warmed the air. The devotees offered Prabhupada information about Denver, the mile-high city. It was good for health, they said. Prabhupada said the climate was as in Punjab, the upcountry in India. He also heard how Colorado was known as cow country because its main industry was slaughter. Prabhupada walked past a zoo and down a hill. He passed a Civil War cannon and saw many colorful flower beds, expansive lawns, and everywhere the tall pines. Although the air seemed chilly for July, the brightness of the rising sun was unusual, and the natural scenery of the park stood out sharply. Śrīla Prabhupada also appeared bathed in golden light as he walked briskly, wrapped in his grey kadara, talking from time to time with his disciples. Prabhupada mentioned Gopal Agarwal, the man at whose home he had first stayed after arriving in America in 1965. Gopal's father, he said, was a very rich man in Mathura, and Gopal had come to America to be an electrical engineer. He was not doing as well as he would have by staying in India, Prabhupada said. Gopal's wife, Sally, used to say, "My husband is a lost child of his parents." People are working so hard day and night for these temporary years, Prabhupada said, although by laboring less than that, they can go back to Godhead. Just to get a nice car, a nice wife and a few children by working so hard. And by the same labor, if he devotes himself to Krishna consciousness, then he goes back home, back to Godhead. And what is wrong there? We have got so many Krishna conscious devotees. What is wrong there, compared to these ordinary karmas? Are you unhappy? What do you think? All their efforts will be finished, and after death they will become a cat or a dog or a tree. Devotee, sometimes, Śrīla Prabhupada, even if we explain this and the people seem to understand, still they won't do anything about it. Prabhupada, so you have to constantly poke them. Just like when a man is sleeping, you have to call him constantly, Mr. John. Mr. John. Wake up, you rascal. Why are you sleeping? You have got this opportunity of human form of life. Now get up. Take to Krishna consciousness and solve all your problems. Devotee, some people say that if we want to do this it's alright, but we shouldn't preach and insist to them. Everyone has his own way. Śrīla Prabhupada, but you are a human being. You rascal, you are sleeping. And we are just trying to awaken you. Suppose a child was going off to one side where there is danger. We are human beings, so we shall say, no, no, go to the right. We shall try to save him. That is our business, to do good to others. That is the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Not that, this man is going to hell, so let him go to hell. But at least I am happy. That is not humane. Devotee, a lot of times, Śrīla Prabhupada, they feel we're just escaping material life. They say we don't have jobs and that we should work for a living. Prabhupada, addressing an imaginary challenger, you rascal. You have no money, you work. But we are rich men. We are Krishna's sons. So why shall I work like you, an ass? An ass will work unnecessarily. We are not asses. Bhagavad Gita, Prabhupada said, establishes Lord Krishna as the proprietor of everything. The servants of Krishna, therefore, should not be expected to work hard like asses. Asses work hard, not human beings. This was also the instruction of Risabhadeva in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Risabhadeva told his sons that human life is not meant for working hard simply for food and sex enjoyment. That was the business of hogs. Prabhupada, tell them they are working like hogs, and we are living like human beings. That is the difference. If somebody does not work hard like a hog, does that mean he is escaping? Śrīla Prabhupada continued to vigorously develop his theme. He argued very seriously and yet in a delightful way, showing the fortune of one who becomes a servant of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The devotees could not refrain from smiling and laughing as they hurried to keep up with his pace and with his Krishna-conscious logic. Prabhupada, I was a student of economics. There we learn Marshall's theory. He says that human nature is such that unless a person has obligation, he will not work. That is the beginning of economics. If one already has something sufficient to eat, then he will not work. So if we have sufficient to eat, why shall we work? What is the answer? This is not escaping, it is coming to the light. To not work and yet get our necessities is comfort. But to work hard just to get the bare necessities of life, that is for the hogs and dogs. Devotee, they have no faith or trust that this can be done. Prabhupada, see us, you rascal. See. Open your eyes. See that we have no business. We have no food stock. Still we are not worried. We do not know what we shall eat in the evening, but still we are not worried. I came to your country without any subsistence. Prabhupada argued that man's economic necessities could be easily settled by keeping cows and land. He said that men have made an unnecessary, complex arrangement just for maintaining the body, thereby forgetting the purpose of human life. When a devotee contended that not everyone had the opportunity to get land, Prabhupada said that this was simply mismanagement. There was plenty of land in America. Devotee, Śrīla Prabhupada, they accuse us of being parasites. Śrīla Prabhupada, no. A parasite means if he takes others' property and tries to enjoy it. But we are not enjoying others' property. We are enjoying our Father's property. Isavasiyam idam sarvam. Krishna is the proprietor. Why do you say parasite? We are good children of Krishna, and Krishna says, don't work. I shall give you everything. Actually Krishna says that, why are you working so hard? Just surrender to me and I will give you protection, whatever you want. So we are giving everything. Why say parasite? The devotees were well aware that Śrīla Prabhupada did work, traveling constantly, managing his worldwide Krishna-conscious society, rising in the middle of the night to translate Srimad Bhagavatam. And his disciples also worked hard. But they did not work like animals and animal-like persons for things that would be destroyed in time, and they did not work at horrible enterprises that ruin the best part of human nature. They did not work like asses and claim they had no time left in the day to chant the holy name of God. Prabhupada, now this is a nice park, but nobody is coming here. We Krishna-conscious people, we are taking advantage. So they are escaping or we are escaping? Just see how foolish they are. They work so hard, but they are not taking advantage. But we are taking. So our policy is that you work hard, and we go and take from you. This is not escaping, this is intelligence. Śrīla Prabhupada's example was a delightful revelation to the devotees, and they laughed at the obvious truth. Here they were, walking so pleasantly with their spiritual master, and yet no one else was coming to enjoy the park. Prabhupada, but as soon as we ask, you also come and join, they will not. They say, no, we shall work like this. We are asking everyone, come here, but they will not come. That is their enviousness. Therefore they say we are escaping and living at the cost of others. They see that we have got so many cars and the devotees' faces are bright. We are eating nicely and have no problems. But if we ask them to come, then it is very difficult. If we ask them to chant Hare Krishna and dance, oh, it is a very big, heavy task for them. As soon as they will come, they will know that there is no tea, no liquor, no meat, no cigarette. So you can say that we are escaping these things. But we are not escaping happiness. They are escaping happiness. When Śrīla Prabhupada did not have a specific engagement in Denver, a few of his men sometimes gathered in his room. Occasionally he would provoke some of them into a mock debate with him. Śrīla Prabhupada, everything must come from something. No one can deny that. Now we give our challenge, do you know what that absolute truth is? Brahmananda, we know there is an absolute truth, but at this time we cannot directly say what it is. Prabhupada immediately replied that if a person admits not knowing the absolute truth, then that person has no grounds for rejecting the Vedic explanation of the absolute. That person cannot deny Krishna is the absolute truth. If you don't know the philosophy, Prabhupada said, then you must agree to hear from an authority who does. Satsvarūpa, yes, that argument is logical, and we should at least listen to you. But we have heard so many versions of the truth. Why should we accept your version? Prabhupada, that is like saying, I have come across so many counterfeit coins. Why should I think there are real coins? There are counterfeit coins, and there must also be genuine coins. It is our misfortune if we are unable to distinguish the real coins from the counterfeit coins. Another sannyasi challenged that the Krishna-conscious version was dogmatic, since there were many truths and many gods. But the absolute truth is one, Śrīla Prabhupada replied, because God is one. God has no competitors. If a person does not accept Krishna as God, then he has to present someone who is more fully God than Krishna. But if someone does not know who is God, then that person cannot deny Krishna. If you speak that way, Prabhupada continued, then you are being dogmatic. You do not know what God is, yet dogmatically you are saying that Krishna is not God. Prabhupada compared those who deny the supremacy of Krishna to owls who do not open their eyes to see the sunlight. Such persons demand to see God, But when God comes before them personally or when he sends his pure representative, they will not see. On another morning walk in Denver, Tamala Krishna Goswami told Prabhupada that some of the devotees were reading books about health diets and were avoiding the prasadam offered to the deity in the temple. Śrīla Prabhupada immediately replied that this was not good. Fasting, he acknowledged, was good for health, but the devotees should not become weak. They should take prasadam and do their work. When one of the devotees told Prabhupada he got drowsy after eating heavily of grains and therefore preferred fruit, Prabhupada said that was all right, fruit was offered to the deity. When Yadubra said that in Los Angeles the families often cooked in their own homes instead of taking the prasadam of the deity, Bhavananda Goswami testified how wonderful it was at the Mayapur festival when hundreds of devotees sat down and took prasadam together. Prabhupada, yes, what is the difficulty? Kapatas, rice, they are innocent foods. What is the difficulty? Harikesa, a lot of devotees are quoting you. They say there is no need to eat grains and that you said that grains were for the animals. Prabhupada, but I am eating grains. Harikesa, I tell them that. Prabhupada, they say, Prabhupada says. Then you believe that. Prabhupada said that devotees should not listen to health advice if it resulted in their refusing to honor the Lord's prasadam. Prabhupada, therefore, follow taking prasadam. Let whatever may happen. Tamala Krishna, let us die eating prasadam. Prabhupada, yes. Laughter, that is devotee. But we must prepare very first-class foodstuffs. And then, where is the complaint, if it is first class? Returning from the walk, Śrīla Prabhupada continued to discuss the topic in Srimad Bhagavatam class. I was hearing that we are not taking prasadam, especially the gazas. No. That is not good. You should take prasadam. Prabhupada described how bhakti yoga begins with controlling the tongue, by chanting and by eating Krishna prasadam. So in our branches, he continued, all the devotees take prasadam together. That is nice. Why we should not be liking to take prasadam in the temple? What is the fault? No, this is not good. Everyone should take prasadam. It is called prasada seva, service, not prasadam enjoyment. Prasadam means giving service. Prasadam is as good as Krishna and should be respected as good as Krishna. So one must have faith that it is not material. Those who are attached to the Krishna consciousness movement and are attached to the service, they should take prasadam, first-class prasadam. Everyone likes the taste of prasadam. July 2, 1975. On the plane from Denver to Chicago, Prabhupada scanned a Time magazine essay on crime, a cover story entitled, Crime, Why and What to Do. Landing at O'Hare Airport, he was greeted by hundreds of cheering devotees and the press. Your Divine Grace, Sri Govinda, the Chicago Temple president, said, pushing forward, this is Ms. Jones from NBC Television. How do you do? Smiled Ms. Jones, and several other reporters held microphones before Prabhupada. I would like to know what the occasion is. Why are you visiting Chicago? Just now I have seen one article in Time magazine, Śrīla Prabhupada replied. He raised his right hand in an instructing gesture and leaned against the cane he held in his left hand. It was 4 or 5 pages. He continued, crime, why and how to solve it. If you are serious, then you can take our method and suggestions. Then you can stop this crime. You have a way to stop the crime? Oh, yes, I have. Can you explain a little bit more how you do it? Śrīla Prabhupada nodded. That we have to suggest. The social, political, educational, cultural, everything has to be changed. So if you come, we can give you in details how it can be done. Ms. Jones dropped the issue and asked Prabhupada how he felt about his welcome. She seemed unnerved by the devotees crowding around to see and hear Śrīla Prabhupada. By God's grace, Śrīla Prabhupada said, wherever I go they welcome me like that. Ms. Jones, are you used to anything a bit more serene? Serene? Prabhupada thoughtfully considered the word as they all stood together in the midst of the noisy, heavily trafficked airport. Of course, our whole propaganda is serene, he said. Yes. We are distributing God consciousness. It is the most serene movement. People have to learn it very nicely. Thank you, said Ms. Jones. She had gotten enough. But Prabhupada added a last word. My message is to stop the crimes of your country. This is my sum and substance. You have read the article in Time magazine, Crime and How to Stop It? So if you take my advice, that can be stopped. The world is simply full of criminals, Prabhupada continued, seated in the back seat of the car as they pulled away from the airport's entrance. Crime means papi, sinful. To Śrīla Prabhupada it seemed to make no difference that he was sitting in a car with a few disciples and not speaking with the press. If simply by law you want to suppress them, it will not be successful. Deliver them. Then you also come along with them. Not that these criminals only should be delivered, and you will go on continuing with criminal activities, slaughterhouse and killing the child in the womb. You are criminal yourself. The whole state. Srila Prabhupada sat waiting for his massage to begin. His regular daily schedule was to take a massage at 11:30 a.m., before bathing and taking prasadam. But today, because of his plane travel, his routine was interrupted. Nevertheless, he wanted to follow his general program as far as possible. Upendra was getting mustard oil and the mat for Srila Prabhupada to sit on. So we can solve this, Prabhupada said to the few disciples with him. Why not invite them to hear us, how we can solve? We can arrange big meetings on this point. Crime, why and what to do. A very suitable headline it is. Prabhupada continued to develop a Krishna-conscious analysis of crime. As long as society violates the laws of nature, he said, there must be crime. He thought it significant that, according to the Time article, the leaders of the country were actually wondering what to do about the increasing crime rate and that they were admitting they didn't know the solution. Now, he said, our business is to give the solution to these leaders. If they actually want the welfare of the country, all the problems could be solved by Krishna consciousness, Srila Prabhupada had often said, and now he was eager to tackle the particular problem of crime. America's leaders were admitting their bewilderment, and if they were actually sincere, then they might accept the Krishna-conscious solution. Prabhupada was keen to preach to the government leaders. Krishna consciousness was meant especially for them. Bhagavad Gita stated that the Rajarsas, or saintly kings, should disseminate the teachings of the Gita to the citizens. But were the leaders actually serious? Srila Prabhupada wondered. He was serious, and he anticipated the special opportunity that might arise here in Chicago to preach to the leaders about ending crime. While sitting with a group of disciples in his room, Srila Prabhupada asked for a particular Bhagavatam verse to be read, and he gave the opening Sanskrit, Kamasya Nendriya Prish. Harikesa read, a completely bewildered material civilization is wrongly directed toward the fulfillment of desires and sense gratification. In such civilization, in all spheres of life, the ultimate end is sense gratification. In politics, social service, altruism, philanthropy and, ultimately in religion or even in salvation, the very same tint of sense gratification is ever increasingly predominant. In the political field, leaders of men fight with one another to fulfill their personal sense gratification. Srila Prabhupada interrupted, now in India this is happening. All these things are foreseen. I have already discussed all this in the purport. Then, Harikesa continued reading, the voters adore the so-called leaders only when they promise sense gratification. As soon as the voters are dissatisfied in their own sense satisfaction, they dethrone the leaders. The leaders must always dissatisfy the voters by not satisfying their senses. Again Prabhupada interrupted. There are protest meetings and processions, but nobody will be able to satisfy them, because they do not know how to keep the mass of people satisfied. These rascals, they do not know. I have always said they are rascals. Now they ask, what to do? They will face so many problems. What to do? This is the beginning. The whole world will be in chaos if they do not take to Krishna consciousness. So many what to do? Will come. Just tell them that here is the remedy. Now it is the time for preaching. They are thinking. They are sleeping, but now they are thinking what to do. They are blindly following sense gratification, and now it has come to the stage of what to do. This is the opportunity for preaching. We are the only persons who can give solution. There is no other group or any man in the world. We are only. So let them take advantage of our knowledge and apply. Now all the sannyasis have got the good opportunity to preach. The ISKCON temple was in the Chicago suburb of Evanston, and on July 4, the day after Prabhupada's arrival, Edgar Vaiman Jr., the mayor of Evanston, came to visit Prabhupada in his apartment. Immediately Prabhupada referred to the Time news article on crime. The remedy, he said, is to train first-class men. He told the mayor briefly of the Vedic society's 4 natural divisions, pointing out that society had become so degraded that everyone is in the 4th class, the lowest class, and sinking. The only hope was to train some first-class and second-class men. We certainly need a new approach, admitted Mayor Vaiman, because we're not being successful now. After less than half an hour's conversation, Srila Prabhupada was ready to make a bold request. Previously Jagadiza, the GBC secretary for Chicago, had mentioned that a very large municipally owned building across the street was vacant. Srila Prabhupada decided to ask the mayor to donate it. Already he had explained to the mayor that Krishna consciousness could stop crime and drug addiction, and he now asked Harikesa to read a letter by Dr. Stilson Judah, author of Hare Krishna and the Counterculture. In the letter, Dr. Judah appreciated Krishna consciousness for transforming lives from drug-addicted hippies to loving servants of Krishna and humanity. So we can stop this, provided we are given the facility to work on, said Prabhupada. When the mayor replied yes, Śrīla Prabhupada made his request. So I was thinking, Prabhupada said, just in front of here there is a very nice house, Marywood, a big house. You have knowledge about this house? The mayor replied that this building was to be the new City Hall of Evanston. Śrīla Prabhupada had not been told about this, and he hesitated, while the mayor spoke of how the city's offices, scattered for so long in 9 different locations, could now all be together in this one building. But this is more important, Prabhupada said. City service is going on, but criminals are increasing. So why not give us a little opportunity? Mayor Vainman explained politely that he would have to talk with the city manager, tactfully excusing himself from commitment. If we get a good place, Prabhupada continued, with the cooperation of the authorities, then our simple program is, as Professor Judah has remarked, to turn drug-addicted hippies into devotees. We shall invite everyone to come and chant Hare Krishna mantra and take prasadam. I began this movement in New York, alone. And these boys gradually came to me. But my process was this, chanting and giving them prasadam. Everyone will be glad to accept it. They will read these books. These devotees here are practical examples. I am a poor Indian. I did not bribe them, neither have I any money. Prabhupada laughed. So now they have dedicated their lives for this purpose. So I want to do it on a large scale. But there were practical alternatives. Perhaps, Prabhupada suggested, the Krishna consciousness movement could use part of the building for a year. He continued describing the efficacy of Krishna consciousness. But the mayor had little else to say. Prabhupada had prasadam brought in and asked his guest if he had any further inquiry. No, I really don't think I do, Mayor Vainman replied, but I think I'd like to learn more about your movement. And I have enjoyed talking and listening to you, and I appreciate it. After the mayor left, one of Prabhupada's disciples questioned why they would want such a big building. The Chicago temple was large and not at all crowded. My idea is, Prabhupada said, I want to draw the attention of the authorities. If they cooperate, then we can push on our movement more vigorously. But with our present location here, we cannot? A devotee asked. We are doing it on a small scale, Prabhupada explained. It is going on. But if we get support from the authorities, we can push on in a larger scale. Lieutenant David Mazzi, public relations representative of the Chicago Police Department, was interested in Śrīla Prabhupada's idea for stopping crime, and Śrīla Prabhupada offered his simple proposal. The government should give ISKCON a large building, where the devotees could regularly hold mass kirtanas and distribute prasadam, and gradually people would become purified. Lieutenant Mazzi, like Mayor Vainman, was respectful and interested. Unless you clean the heart, Śrīla Prabhupada said, you cannot stop criminality simply by laws. The laws are already known by the thief and murderer, but still they commit, because the heart is unclean. And our process is to cleanse the heart. A very difficult task, sir, said Lieutenant Mazzi. Prabhupada replied that it wasn't difficult, he was already doing it on a small scale. They are faced with the problem why crime and what to do? He said, and we are giving the answer. So you take advantage of it. Why crime? We are saying because they are godless. And what to do? Chant Hare Krishna and take prasadam. Now if you like you can take. Otherwise we are doing our own business. Just like a poor medical man, he is also giving medicine. But if he is given facility, he can open a big hospital. That is our proposition. We are already doing that business, but if we get facility from the authorities then we can open a big place, a big hospital. And the problem is already big. Otherwise, why are they saying, what to do? Illinois State Assemblyman John Porter, who came with his wife, also asked about the solution to crime, but he had a more direct, personal interest in spiritual life. Was it possible, he asked, to make spiritual advancement without living in the temple? Śrīla Prabhupada told him yes, if he chanted Hare Krishna, which he could do anywhere. And he should read the standard books of the Krishna consciousness movement. Mr. Porter also inquired about the Krishna conscious understanding of certain Christian theological points, such as original sin and salvation. Śrīla Prabhupada, however, did not indulge in discussing theoretical or comparative religion but emphasized the necessity of strictly following the instructions given by God or his representative. The main business, Prabhupada said, is to understand God. Mr. Porter seemed unlikely to help the devotees get a large building, but he had inquired humbly about spiritual life. Prabhupada's unstinting deliverance of Krishna consciousness was not conditional. If anyone sincerely inquired, be he assemblyman or criminal, Srila Prabhupada was always eager to give him the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. Srila Prabhupada's Chicago visit included several important functions at the temple. Tamala Krishna Goswami and Visnuyana Swami had come to Chicago to see Srila Prabhupada and to recommend for initiation 75 new men who had joined their Radha Damodara traveling Sankirtana party. And at the end of the week Prabhupada would be attending a Ratha Yatra procession in downtown Chicago. Each morning he lectured in the large hall at the Evanston Temple before several hundred devotees, speaking about the life of Ajamala. Each day he would tell more of the history of the sinner Ajamala, who was saved at the time of death by calling out the name of God, Narayana. On the fourth morning Prabhupada was explaining how Ajamala had named one of his sons Narayana. So the idea is that by God's grace, in the beginning of his life Ajamala engaged himself to be Krishna conscious and was initiated. Then years later Krishna gave him the advice, alright, you keep this youngest son's name Narayana. Because he'll be naturally attached to this body, and you will call him, Narayana, Narayana, please come here. Narayana, take your food. Narayana, take your drink. So you will chant Narayana. Srila Prabhupada suddenly became stunned, unable to speak. Such a thing had happened before, but rarely. He remained in trance, while a pregnant silence held the room. The devotees could see that Prabhupada was experiencing a powerful spiritual emotion. Many of them felt that when he had called out Narayana, he had come face to face with Narayana, he was seeing Krishna, who was showing how very pleased he was with his pure devotee. Surely Krishna was very pleased with Prabhupada, and although Prabhupada was fully engaged with the details of his movement within the material world, Krishna was with him, giving him assurance from the spiritual world. For the devotees this moment confirmed the existence of the spiritual world and confirmed that Prabhupada belonged to that world and was only visiting the material world to give Krishna consciousness. Most of the devotees were neophytes, still attached to the material and having little vision of the spiritual. But now they could see the spiritual world through Srila Prabhupada's ecstatic trance. After about a minute, Srila Prabhupada returned to external consciousness. Alright, he said. And then, with the same words he used to end all his lectures, he said, thank you very much. Then devotees began arousing, melodic kirtana. It had been a special moment, and they kept it in their hearts. Srila Prabhupada held a press conference at the Sheraton Chicago, and the turnout by TV and the press was good. Sitting on a cushion on a platform, surrounded by his sannyasis, Prabhupada lectured to a group of media people, who sat patiently. He introduced his topic as talking about the spiritual existence of the living being, and described the unavoidable miseries of the material world and how to transcend them by learning to love God and thus return to the eternal, spiritual world. Those persons endeavoring to attain this spiritual goal are first-class men, he said, and he described the four natural social divisions. On concluding, he called for questions. A reporter challenged that the four divisions of society were contrary to everything in American tradition, but Srila Prabhupada replied that only training was required. America was training doctors, engineers, lawyers, and America could train some first-class men. Woman reporter, where do women fit into this social structure? You keep referring to a man. Prabhupada replied that a woman was a man's, her husband's, assistant. If a woman was faithful to a first-class man, a brahmana, then she also became first-class. If she was married to a second-class man, a kshatriya, then she would be considered second-class. If she was married to a third-class man, a vaisya, then she was third-class. According to the status of her husband, she became first, second, third, or fourth. Woman reporter, you mean she's not qualified as first, second, or third class until she's married? Srila Prabhupada, yes, a woman requires protection. In childhood she should be protected by the father, in youth by the husband, and in old age by the elderly sons. The same reporter asked if Prabhupada thought Indira Gandhi was having political trouble because she was a woman and therefore incapable. Why are you trying to put me in the emergency law? Prabhupada laughed. He then quoted Kanakya Pandita, never trust a woman or a politician. Prabhupada had created a sensation, and within a few hours Chicago's radio and TV stations were talking of the news conference, concentrating almost entirely on his comments about women. A woman alderman, scheduled to visit Prabhupada, phoned to say that she was cancelling because of Srila Prabhupada's expressed attitudes toward women. A TV station phoned and requested to come over that evening to do an interview. While the Chicago news reporters wrote their stories for the evening and morning editions, Prabhupada's comments were further picked up by United Press International and Associated Press wire services. Srila Prabhupada had wanted to reach the public with his Krishna-conscious message, and therefore he had arrived in Chicago with the specific idea of broadcasting his solution to crime, but now he had hit on a topic that was attracting far more attention. He had the boldness to assert, in the midst of America's predominant mood of women's liberation, women's real place in society. The devotees were excited by the controversy and were eager to understand the Krishna consciousness philosophy more deeply and to present it exactly. They complained that none of the reporters had delved deeply or allowed Prabhupada to express his ideas of spiritual equality, yet when Prabhupada heard that evening that he had touched off so much media response, he was amused. He was ready to tell them more. Why only the woman should become pregnant? He said, reiterating his point before the small group of devotees in his room. The man goes away, and she has to take care of the children and beg from the government. Is that independence? Devotee, then the independence has become contraception. They say, I do not want to have the child. Prabhupada, that means you commit another sinful activity. You'll be punished. Devotee, Śrīla Prabhupada, the whole civilization, American Western civilization, is now bewildered by this theory of women's liberation. Prabhupada, but how they will be liberated? On this point first of all let me know. Anyway, I am not speaking of my experience. When we speak from the Sastra. Women's dependence is described in Manu Samhita. Just like Queen Kunti, she is not an ordinary woman. She was learned and exalted. Brahmananda Swami, this is one point. In our devotional line there are spiritual leaders who have been women, such as Kunti. Prabhupada, therefore I say that Kunti remained dependent on her sons. That is my proposition. Her sons were banished. But when they went to the forest she followed, because she thought, I am a widow. I am dependent on my sons. So wherever they remain, I shall remain. Similarly Sita, the wife of Lord Ramacandra. Lord Ramacandra was requested by his father to go to the forest, not Sita. But she preferred to go with her husband. When her husband said, you are not banished. You stay at home, she said, no. I am dependent on you. Wherever you shall go, I must go. This is Vedic culture. Devotee, her chastity was her great virtue. But nowadays that is no longer true. Prabhupada, nowadays may be different, but I am speaking the Vedic idea. That's all. In all circumstances, unless her husband is crazy or something like that, mad, in every case, the wife is faithful and subservient to the husband. Even the husband goes out of home, vanaprastha, the wife also goes with him. When he takes sannyasa, at that time there is no accompanying of wife. Otherwise, in Gaza life and even vanaprastha life, the wife is the constant companion and subservient. Gandhari, her husband was blind. So when the marriage settlement was done, she was not blind, but she voluntarily became blind by wrapping cloth over her eyes. There are instances in the Vedic literature. The wife remains always faithful and subservient to the husband. That is her perfection. The Americans may not like this idea, but that is a different thing. A 5-person TV crew arrived at Prabhupada's apartment, 4 women and a male assistant. Obviously they were making a point. While the crew set up their lights and equipment, Prabhupada sat serenely behind his low desk, a few of his disciples sitting before him on the floor. The interviewer first asked Prabhupada about his solutions to America's problems. Comparing society to the human body, Prabhupada replied that while all parts of the body were important, the head was the most important. Without a properly functioning head, the person, or society, was mad. There was need, therefore, for training first-class men. Where do women fit into these 4 classes? The newswoman asked. Srila Prabhupada duly repeated that woman, being subordinate to man, had her position according to the position of her husband. And so it went. The questions were challenges. Do you think I'm inferior to you? The interviewer was out to make Prabhupada appear prejudiced, but he spoke only pure philosophy. Spiritually they are all one, Prabhupada said. Yet he emphasized a distinction, materially, between man and woman. For example, he said, women can bear children, but the man cannot. Is it possible for the man to become pregnant? Interviewer, what happens when women are not subordinate to men? Prabhupada, then there is disruption, social disruption. Therefore in the Western countries there are so many divorce cases, because the woman does not agree to become subordinate to man. Interviewer, what advice do you have to women who do not want to become subordinate to men? Prabhupada, it is not my advice, but it is the advice of the Vedic knowledge that woman should be chaste and faithful to man. Srila Prabhupada returned to the point that women bear children but men cannot. By nature's way, he said, as soon as you get children you require support from the husband. Otherwise you are in difficulty. Interviewer: many women have children and have no support from their husbands. They have no husband, Prabhupada, then they have to take support from others. You cannot deny that. The government is giving you support. But the government is embarrassed. If the husband supports the wife and children, the government is relieved of so much welfare contribution. So that is a problem. Man and woman unite. The woman becomes pregnant, and the husband goes away. Then the poor woman is embarrassed with the child. She has to beg from the government. So do you think it is a very nice thing? The Vedic idea is that woman should be married to a man and the man should take charge of the woman and the children so that they do not become a burden to the government or to the public. Interviewer: what about women who do not have children? Prabhupada: well, that is another unnatural thing. Sometimes they use contraceptives. They kill children, abortion. That is also not very good. These are all sinful activities. One has to suffer for them. It was a heated interview. The feminist interviewer set on disparaging Prabhupada for his outrageous remarks. Yet he remained strong and uncompromising, arguing in such a way as to point out many anomalies of materialistic civilization. Prabhupada didn't discriminate against women as a class and in fact gave women in his Krishna consciousness movement the same opportunity as men. Although the reporter misunderstood him, labeling him as a male chauvinist, actually he was compassionate. According to the Vedic view, women should be protected from exploitative men. Prabhupada was aware that his words were not being appreciated, but he continued, hopeful that the truth would prevail and that intelligent people would understand. The important point was liberation, not temporary social or sexist stances. After the TV crew left, Prabhupada continued the discussion. He said that their becoming angry showed their defeat. They were unwilling to accept logic. Prabhupada: this women's liberation is not successful. It has caused disaster. When the women become dependent on the welfare gift of the government, then the government has to raise taxes heavily for this purpose. If they think it is not a problem, then what can be said? By nature's way, if the husband takes care of the wife and children, this problem is solved immediately. But the man takes advantage and goes away after making the woman pregnant. And the woman is embarrassed, and the government is embarrassed. Devotee: and the child grows up to be a criminal. Prabhupada: yes, that is another problem. So they are not far-seeing. Therefore we have to take advice from Krishna. We are spreading this knowledge that you take your counsel from Krishna, then you will be happy. Satsvarūpa, Śrīla Prabhupada: if we speak these things on television and the newspapers and people become angry, if all the people become angry like she just did, is it still good propaganda for us? Prabhupada: no. Then we chant Hare Krishna. But in the Bhagavad Gita everything is discussed, Varna Sankara and the first-class man, the second-class man. If you have to push on the Krishna consciousness movement, then we have to discuss. But if they do not like, better to chant Hare Krishna. Don't discuss anything. If you are not agreeable to hear from Bhagavad Gita, then let us chant together Hare Krishna, that's all. But these things are discussed in the Bhagavad Gita. There it is said that when there is unwanted population and it is increased, then it becomes hell. So if you want to increase the hellish persons, then don't discuss. But if you think it is a problem, then discuss. Satsvarūpa: as Brahmanas we have to be truthful. In Hong Kong they asked you what you thought of that guru who says he is God. You said you could not help yourself, and you spoke out. Prabhupada: yes, I said he is a great cheat. What can I say? And now it has been proven. As I said in my book Easy Journey to Other Planets, this moon excursion is childish, and that has also been proven now. Now they don't talk about the moon excursion. Because they are a failure. The next morning Śrīla Prabhupada rode to Loyola Park for his morning walk. On the way, one of the devotees read aloud the news article from that morning's edition of the Chicago Tribune. Forgive me if this story is not well written, the article began. I am a woman. The article continued, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, the 77-year-old founder of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, said so Wednesday. The society is dedicated to peace in the world through love of God and relinquishment of all things material. The Swami spoke seated cross-legged on an expensive-looking cushion, surrounded by fresh flowers, microphones, and burning incense in the conference room he rented at the Sheraton Chicago Hotel. He is in town for a Krishna parade at 1:30 p.m. Saturday down State Street in which he will ride on a flower-bedecked float. Then he will fly to Philadelphia for more celebration and philosophical chats. He looked occasionally at his gold watch as he explained his life philosophy. His adoring disciples, 5 men, knelt at his side. The article continued, implying that Śrīla Prabhupada was a male chauvinist. He said women do not figure in his class system except as daughters or wives. An unmarried woman is presumably classless. Srila Prabhupada chuckled in the back seat of the car and remarked, "That is a fact. She is prostitute, that's all. If you classify, then she is prostitute. There is no other way." The devotee continued reading. The Swami now lives in Los Angeles, and he trains his followers there. Their income is from sales of his books, magazines, and incense. He says he has about 10,000 followers. "We do not have so many," he said. "It is hard to find a first-class man. It's a pity, half the population are women." "So it is not bad," said Prabhupada. And he offered his own positive proposal for women in Krishna consciousness. "Our policy should be that at Dallas Gurukula we shall create first-class men. And we shall teach the girls two things, how to become chaste and faithful to their husband and how to cook nicely. If they have these two qualifications, then I will take a guarantee to get them a good husband. So try to do that." At the park Prabhupada was joined by several carloads of devotees. Followed closely by a dozen eager disciples, he proceeded down a path that ran among many tall shade trees along the shore of Lake Michigan. Since the walkway was wide enough for only a few devotees to walk abreast, most of the devotees fanned out onto the grass, trying to keep within hearing distance of Srila Prabhupada. "Ordinary education is sufficient," Prabhupada was saying, ABCD. "This is nonsense, big education and then later on become a prostitute. To make them prostitute doesn't require education. So in Dallas Gurukula there is no problem. Educate the girls how to become faithful, chaste wife, how to cook nicely. Let them learn varieties of cooking. Is it very difficult? These two qualifications. There are many stories such as of Damayanti, Parvati, Sita, great women in the history. Our girls should read their lives. And by 15 and 16 years they should be married. If they are qualified, it will not be difficult to find out a nice husband. If a woman is chaste, even though she is not very beautiful, she will be liked by her husband. So train them in that way." Before starting back, Srila Prabhupada stopped and suggested they all sit together on the grass. A disciple volunteered his Wulkadera as a seat for Prabhupada, and the devotees all sat down, facing their spiritual master. Special, unexpected occasions like this made them blissful, and the opinions of a TV news reporter or the Chicago Tribune seemed remote and unimportant. The devotees often wished such persons could be present at times like these to see that Srila Prabhupada was not at all like they thought. Srila Prabhupada began discussing the proper relations between men and women. "Women and men should live separately," he said. "That is also essential. Butter and fire must be kept apart. Otherwise the butter will melt. You cannot stop it." Devotee, Srila Prabhupada, in a purport in the Srimad Bhagavatam you say that even 50 years ago in India the householders had separate quarters in the apartment for men and women, and the husband would not see his wife during the day. Is this the standard we should develop in our movement? Prabhupada: Yes, that is good. The example is that butter and fire should be kept as far apart as possible. Otherwise the butter will melt. The man is butter, and the woman is fire. So this is restricted, even if the man happens to be father, brother, or son. Matras Vajradaitrava. One may say that people will not think of sex impulse in the presence of a daughter, mother, or sister. But the Sastra says no, there is possibility. So they should not sit together. People may say this is only advice for the 10th class rascal. But the next line of the Sastra says no, Vivamsam api karsati. It is not the question of the 10th class rascal, but even first class, learned, he may be attracted. Balavan Indriya Grama Vidvamsam api karsati. The senses are so strong that they can mislead even the most learned scholar. Lord Brahma was attracted to his daughter. Just see, there is the example. Lord Shiva was attracted by the Mohini Murti. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Even if I see a wooden woman, I become attracted." Prabhupada laughed. He is giving this information to teach us that it is possible. So, shall we go now? Returning in the car, Prabhupada asked for news of Indira Gandhi in India. Some of her policies had become highly controversial, and political opposition to her was mounting. The latest news was of her emergency rule. If Indira Gandhi takes my advice, Prabhupada said, then I can keep her on the post, and she can do greater service to India. Immediately the whole public will give her support. What would your advice to her be? Asked Brahmananda Swami. My first step, said Prabhupada, will be to capture all the hoarders and distribute the grains free. Immediately the public will be obliged to her. There are immense amounts of food grains, and they are simply hoarded. They are not selling without good price. This is going on. Immediately she can win the public. Some of the hoarders should be hanged, so that in the future nobody will hoard. People are hungry, and she says she has got some program to drive away the poverty. This is the point. If she can supply all consumer goods free to the poor for the time being, then immediately the whole population will like her. And the hoarders should be exemplarily punished. Then nobody will hoard. But to remain the leader she requires spiritual knowledge, otherwise it will be another disaster. If she wants to remain leader, then she must be a spiritual person. She must become a Vaisnavi. Philadelphia, July 11, 1975. Prabhupada's receptions were usually large, spontaneous turnouts. The temple population would increase greatly just before his arrival in a city, as devotees from other centers converged. Except for a handful of disciples, the woman preparing Prabhupada's meal, the men laying down the last tiles in his room or working on the Ratha Yatra cart, everyone would go to the airport to greet him. At the airport, Śrīla Prabhupāda was accustomed to much fanfare, the rhythmic crash of hand cymbals, the beating of mridangas, and the chanting chorus of 100 or more happy devotees. Only if they became wild or disruptive would he object. Otherwise, as Krishna's representative, he would be pleased to see an enthusiastic reception, as he collected flowers and obeisances, like a viceroy accepting tribute on behalf of the king. By his grace, the praise and worship was going directly to Krishna. Thus in Philadelphia, as at almost every airport reception, Śrīla Prabhupada felt satisfied. With loving glances he acknowledged the familiar faces of his spiritual sons and daughters. Devotees stepped forward to place flower garlands around his neck, and the reporters also stepped forward, with cameras, microphones, and notepads. They had not come to offer Prabhupada devotional praise, and yet they also appeared to be serving him by offering him the opportunity to preach. A woman reporter asked, "It has been said that the Krishna conscious movement is what some people consider sexist or racist, because certain propensities for women and for blacks have been defined either by the devotees or the Vedic scriptures. I wonder if you would comment on that." She had spoken rapidly, and Brahmananda Swami repeated for Śrīla Prabhupada, "She says you give inferior roles to women and Negroes. Prabhupada, we give equal roles spiritually. Materially, one man is servant, one man is master. How can you avoid this? Do you think everyone will be master, no one will be servant? Materially? Materially one is father, one is son, one is master, one is servant, one is man, one is woman. How can you stop this? But spiritually they are all equal." Here was the same news theme that had begun in Chicago, and here came the same challenges. Reporter, "So what is happening materially is unimportant." Prabhupada, "Materially there is distinction. But when you come to the spiritual platform, then when you discern the spirit soul within everything, that is equal. Like you are differently dressed in a red shirt, and I am differently dressed. This difference must be there. There are so many men and women, and they are differently dressed. You cannot say they are all equal by the dress. But within the dress, the living entities, they are the same. We make this distinction materially, but not spiritually." "I would like to ask one question," said another reporter. "What is it that you are offering that has resulted in such an emotional response from all the people here?" Prabhupada, "Because they are being spiritually educated. We are above the material platform. Therefore we have no distinction that one is American, one is Indian, one is black, one is white. There is no such distinction. Everyone is servant of God. Is that all right?" Another reporter mentioned that there were many gurus and asked why Prabhupada thought his teaching was the truth. Prabhupada, "Because we speak the truth. We don't give bluff, saying, 'I am God.' We know the actual position, that God is great and we are all servants." The question had been asked in the typical reporter's attitude of irreverent interrogation, but Prabhupada was replying soberly, reflecting on his own position in relation to Krishna. "How can I say I am God?" he asked. And he lowered his head. "No, we do not give bluff. We say the real truth. Therefore it appeals. If I say something humbug, it may act for some time, but it will not endure." Reporter, "Your celebration is tomorrow. Of what will that celebration consist?" Prabhupada, "Celebration? It is remembering Krishna, or the Lord. He with his brother and sister visited Kurukshetra, a place in India. So in memory of that visit, we observe this Ratha Yatra." Śrīla Prabhupada got into the rented Cadillac limousine, along with Kirtanananda Swami, Brahmananda Swami, and Ravindra Svarupa, the Philadelphia temple president. "So again the same question was raised," said Prabhupada. "So reply was all right?" "Yes," said Brahmananda, "it was very nice." Prabhupada, "Materially there is distinction. You are differently dressed, I am differently dressed. But spiritually there is no distinction." The chauffeur glanced to the back seat. "If you want any more air in the back, There is a control over there. We can put on the air conditioner, Śrīla Prabhupāda, said Brahmananda. Oh, all right, said Prabhupada. But sky condition is better. They opened the windows. Prabhupada recalled that he had been to Philadelphia twice before. In 1969 he had come from New York City with some devotees to lecture at Temple University. And back in 1965, after leaving Butler, Pennsylvania, he had come to the University of Pennsylvania for a meeting with Professor Norman Brown. Ravindra told how he had been a student at Temple University and had enrolled in Swami Nikhilananda's class a year after Śrīla Prabhupada had spoken there. Ravindra, the students remembered you. They told me you had asked Swami Nikhilananda, so you are studying Vedanta. But what is Vedanta? And no one knew. Then you said that Veda means knowledge and Anta means end, so Vedanta means the end of knowledge, and that is Krishna. They had never heard that before, even though they had so many hours of courses in Vedanta. Prabhupada, that is the difficulty. Those who are foolish people are taking the leading part. One who has no knowledge is taking the part of a teacher. Just like this, one does not know what is Vedanta, and he is reading Vedanta. It is a very simple truth. Veda means knowledge and Anta means end. There must be some ultimate goal. But the modern process is that we go on unlimitedly, but we never come to the end. Is it not like that? What do you think? Ravindra, yes, it's a fact. No conclusion. They passed a large junkyard filled with scrapped automobiles. Motorcar, Prabhupada said. Kirtanananda, that is the end of their knowledge, a pile of junk. Prabhupada, yes. Their time is spent in breaking and building, that's all. They do not inquire, why breaking and building? Why not permanent? That question does not arise. And they cannot solve it. They think this breaking and building is the nature. But we are giving information of another nature, where there is no breaking and building, permanent, but they cannot believe that there is such a thing. We are giving that information, how you can keep yourself eternal. This is the greatest gift to the human society. He wants to live eternally, but he doesn't know how to live eternally. His energy is being spoiled by the skyscraper building construction. But he is not very serious to construct his body eternal. We are speaking this in our meetings everywhere, but they have no brain to understand. They rode around the sharply winding curves alongside the Schuylkill River. Passing Fairmount Park, the devotees pointed out to Prabhupada that it contained 1,000 acres of forest land. Prabhupada asked Kirtanananda Swami how far it was to New Vrindavan, and they began talking. When Prabhupada asked about the gazas there, Kirtanananda replied, "We are developing very nice householder couples at New Vrindavan. Very good families. That is essential," said Prabhupada. The peaceful life of householders, that is required. The ISKCON center was a converted two-story house. The temple room was packed with devotees, and others filled the hallway, straining to see Prabhupada as he entered. "Thank you very much for your kind reception," said Śrīla Prabhupada from his seat in the temple room. "The press reporters were asking me that why do we make distinction between man and woman and black and white? But we make distinction not in that way." Śrīla Prabhupada explained that the attempt to make everyone equal materially would be a failure always, just as the United Nations attempt at unity was a failure. Bhagavad Gita states that one with equal vision recognizes the differences between the bodies, but sees all beings as one spiritually. Śrīla Prabhupada continued, "If we make unfair distinction between man and woman or black and white, then how in our temple are we all enjoying together? Because we are actually equal on the spiritual platform. We do not say that you are a woman, so you cannot become my disciple. Or you are black, therefore you cannot become my disciple. No, we welcome everyone. So that people may not misunderstand, you can just issue one statement that we say if you want to see everyone equally, treat everyone equally, then you have to come to the spiritual platform, Krishna consciousness. Materially it is not possible. But the aim should be one. If artificially you do not make distinction, that will not stay. Just like in your country, the blacks and whites, they have equal rights. But why they fight sometimes, racial fight? Because it is on a material platform. Our point is that you come to the spiritual platform and then this equality will be possible. Practically you can see. Here while you are chanting, dancing, the boy is dancing, the father is dancing, the black is dancing, the white is dancing, the young is dancing, the old is dancing. You can see practically, everyone dancing. And they are not artificially dancing like dog, but by spiritual ecstasy. After his talk, Prabhupada called for questions. Ravindra, what is the best way to deal with skepticism? Prabhupada, skepticism, rascalism. Devotees laugh, we are not going to deal with rascalism. We are going to deal with sense. Skepticism, they do not believe in anything, everything is false. They are so disappointed, they think everything is false. We are not going to deal with such men. What is the use? Is not that skepticism? What is that skepticism? Ravindra-svarupa, disappointment, that's all. Prabhupada, so why should one be disappointed? We say that you should come to the spiritual platform and you will be happy. We want to deliver him from the platform of his disappointment. Sometimes one being very disappointed commits suicide. We say, why are you disappointed? You come to the spiritual platform and you will be happy. So we are not going to accept his philosophy, skepticism, but we want to deliver him from his fallen condition. That is our mission. The living entity, the spirit soul, is by nature happy. There is no question of disappointment. You see Krishna's picture anywhere. How happy they are. The gopas are happy, the cowherd boys are happy, Krishna is happy. Simply happiness. Where is disappointment? So you come to that platform, and then you will also be happy. Come to Krishna, come and dance with Krishna, eat with Krishna. That is information we are giving. What is the question of disappointment? Come to Krishna. Krishna therefore personally comes to show how happy he is in Vrindavana. And he is inviting, come to me. Prabhupada continued his ecstatic description of happiness in Krishna consciousness and then concluded, is that all right? Many voices together answered, yes. There was no disappointment or skepticism in Śrīla Prabhupada's presence. Śrīla Prabhupada had come to Philadelphia primarily for the Ratha Yatra. Since 1970, the devotees had been holding Ratha Yatra in Philadelphia, although the early festivals had been small. For the first festival the devotees had taken small deities on procession on a decorated cigar box. They had placed the deities on an altar on the bank of the Schuylkill River and had held kirtana while people picnicked and lay around in the sunshine. The next year's festival had been a little bigger, with foot-high deities riding on a palanquin. It was still not a very ambitious festival, but Śrīla Prabhupada had written in appreciation. I am so glad to hear how nicely you performed Ratha Yatra festival. Next year you can perform the regular ceremony with the cart as we are doing in San Francisco and London. That will be very nice. It doesn't matter if you construct a small one, but you can hold a festival. Ravindra-svarupa had become temple president just after Prabhupada's letter had arrived, and he had resolved to have a real Ratha Yatra cart for 1972. So the devotees had done it, a small cart, but a cart, pulled in procession down to Washington Square Park. By 1973 they had made a large cart, and devotees from other cities had come to help with the festival. Again Śrīla Prabhupada responded, at Ratha Yatra there must be either 1 or 3 carts. It is very good news to hear that one television station is interested to do a special program on the Ratha Yatra festival. These festivals are good for showing to the people in general that Krishna consciousness is real enjoyment. Everything else is simply artificial. Your plans for Ratha Yatra festival are very nice. In the summer of 1974 Ravindra-svarupa had written to Prabhupada about the preaching activities in Philadelphia and had sent photos of their Jagannath deities. Śrīla Prabhupada had been moved by the pictures. I want to thank you 100 times for the excellent way you are worshipping the deity there, as I can see from the color photographs you have sent. From my childhood I was also worshipping Lord Jagannath. When I was 6 years old my father gave me a Ratha and I was performing the Ratha Yatra in my neighborhood. Now in the Western world you are worshipping Lord Jagannath so gorgeously and it pleases me very much. Thank you again for the way you are conducting the deity worship in the Philadelphia temple. As for the Ratha Yatra ceremony, you should go on with it, and I shall attend there next year. But you go on holding a splendid ceremony for the people of the city. I am sure that it will be a success. In 1975 Śrīla Prabhupada had written from Denver, assuring the Philadelphia devotees, yes, I am coming to your city on Friday morning, July 11, 1975, from Chicago. I look forward to meeting the professors. Therefore, when the devotees in Chicago had tried to convince Prabhupada to stay and attend their festival, scheduled at the same time as Philadelphia's, he had declined. Shortly after Śrīla Prabhupada's arrival it began to rain, all day Friday and all day Saturday. When time came for Prabhupada's morning walk and rain was still pouring, he said, so today I will take my walk by riding. Getting into his car along with some of his sannyasis and GBC men, he set off in the rain for a ride through Fairmount Park. The rain continued on Saturday right up until the time for the Ratha Yatra parade. The parade was to start at Independence Mall, head down Walnut Street to Broad, Circle City Hall, and end on the grassy slope behind the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Prabhupada rode into the city, where he was to meet the Ratha Yatra cart halfway through the procession. The rain had stopped, but dark clouds still hung ominously overhead. Majestically the large 40-foot-high cart moved down Walnut Street. By the time it reached 11th Street, Śrīla Prabhupāda had gotten out of his car 2 blocks away and was walking toward Lord Jagannath. A large group of devotees surrounded Prabhupada, and the devotees on the cart could see him approaching. The 2 groups joined, and the kirtana swelled. Standing before the cart now, Śrīla Prabhupada got down on his hands and knees and touched his head to the road in obeisance to Lord Jagannath. This cart was the best yet, Prabhupada said. He especially liked the large, strong wheels, ornately decorated with small round and diamond-shaped mirrors. Mounting the cart, he took his seat beneath the deities, and for the first time in days, the clouds parted and the sun shone through. Now people started pouring out of offices and stores. They lined the sidewalks and came out into the road to join the procession. As the cart circled City Hall, the sound of the devotees singing became magnified, echoing off the tall buildings. The crowd was the largest ever at any Philadelphia Ratha Yatra. Hecklers, Christian fundamentalists with big banners reading "Get Smart, Get Saved," and "Repent or Burn," were ineffectual amid the large crowd and the uproarious kirtana. At one point, when Śrīla Prabhupada appeared particularly satisfied, a devotee on the cart leaned over and asked Śrīla Prabhupada what he thought of the festival. Prabhupada replied that he was thinking the American Vaisnavas were now permanently in the West. The park behind the art museum was crowded with people waiting. Śrīla Prabhupada took his seat on stage and began lecturing over the public address system. "Ladies and gentlemen, first of all I wish to thank you, the inhabitants of this great city, Philadelphia. You are so kind and enthusiastic in taking part in this movement. So I am very much obliged to you. I am especially obliged to the American boys and girls who are helping me so much in spreading this Krishna consciousness movement in the Western countries." Prabhupada explained how all living entities are eternal but, having taken material bodies, are subject to the tribulations of birth, death, disease, and old age. In the human form, the soul can choose to go back to the spiritual world or to suffer birth after birth in the material world. But why should we remain in this material body and undergo repetition, change of body? Prabhupada asked. Let us have our original, spiritual body. That is wanted. That is intelligent. Prabhupada explained the science of chanting Hare Krishna and invited everyone to try it. We don't charge anything for this Hare Krishna mantra, he said. We are chanting everywhere, as you saw in this Ratha Yatra. Our only means is chanting Hare Krishna. And these thousands of men are following, simply by chanting Hare Krishna mantra. So you can understand what is the potency of this Hare Krishna mantra. We did not pay you ladies and gentlemen anything to follow us, but we simply chant Hare Krishna. So it is very potent. You will never feel tired chanting Hare Krishna. You see, practically, you can go on chanting 24 hours, you will never feel tired. Therefore it is said, Galakara Prima Dana. This chanting vibration is coming from the spiritual world. Śrīla Prabhupada talked about the inner meaning of Ratha Yatra, Radharani's meeting Krishna at Kurukshetra and trying to bring him back to Vrindavana. It is a very ecstatic feeling, he said. Those who are advanced devotees, they can enjoy. Concluding his address, he invited everyone to look at the Krishna-conscious literature and try to understand. The devotees had prepared 1,200 pounds of halava and large quantities of vegetables, sweets, and fruit punch, which they very efficiently served to the crowd. Prabhupada was satisfied with everything and returned to his house, while the devotees continued until sunset, feasting, chanting, and hosting thousands of festival-goers. The day after Ratha Yatra, Śrīla Prabhupada met with a room full of people, including 2 reporters and several parents of his disciples. The reporters were Ms. Sandy Nixon, a freelance writer, and from the Philadelphia Inquirer Miss Jones, the same woman who had spoken with Śrīla Prabhupada at the airport. Seeing japa beads around Ms. Nixon's neck, Prabhupada said, "She is a devotee." She was chanting. Ms. Nixon said she was writing a book on the popular gurus and had about 15 questions to ask Śrīla Prabhupada. "I am going to ask you questions," she said, "and most of the time I might be able to answer them myself." Śrīla Prabhupada seemed to like her, if only because she wore the japa beads, but some of the devotees flinched at her remark about already knowing the answers to the questions she was about to ask. How did Krishna consciousness develop? Ms. Nixon asked. Krishna consciousness is already there in everyone's core of heart, replied Śrīla Prabhupada. You have seen how during the whole procession they were chanting and dancing in ecstasy. So do you think that is artificial? No. Artificially nobody can chant and dance for hours together. That means the awakening of Krishna consciousness. Śrīla Prabhupada patiently and carefully answered each question, about Christ, about gurus, about the daily lives of the devotees. While discussing the evils of a godless society, He mentioned the slaughter of cows. "It is an innocent animal," he said. "It is simply eating grass given by God and supplying milk. And from milk we can live. And the gratefulness is, cut her throat. Is that civilization? What do you say?" "I agree 100%, Ms. Nixon replied. "I want you to say these things instead of me. I am asking the questions for others, of course, who do not understand Krishna consciousness." Again, the devotees flinched. That Prabhupada did not always respond to a person's attitude or nuance did not mean that he was imperceptive. He sometimes chose not to relate to a certain idiom or react to a certain foolishness, like Ms. Nixon's claims to be an expert on Krishna consciousness. And often he simply ignored a person's trivial conversation or mundane philosophy. But he was always in touch with whomever he talked to, addressing that person's true self-interest. He knew Ms. Nixon didn't know the answers to the questions she asked, and he understood that she was, despite her temporarily done japa beads, not inquiring as a submissive disciple. Nevertheless, he was compassionate, answering to enlighten both her and her readers. Ms. Nixon plunged onward. "How do you feel about women's lib?" Prabhupada remained silent, and a devotee repeated, "She wants to know about the women's liberation." "What is your feeling about women's liberation?" "That I don't want to discuss," said Śrīla Prabhupada, because Śrīla Prabhupada's serious expression slowly changed to a smile, and then he laughed. Everyone laughed. His Chicago remarks were famous. On the one hand, he didn't want to start another controversy, but he did want to clear up the issue. He continued, "As you have asked, so I may explain how the foolish women are being cheated by the intelligent men. In your country they have given you liberty. Liberty means equal rights. Is it not? Man and woman have equal rights. Ms. Nixon, they are trying in this country." Prabhupada, "All right, trying. But you women, you cannot see that this so-called equal rights means cheating the women. Now I say more clearly that a woman and man meet, now they become lovers, then they have sex, and the woman becomes pregnant, and the man goes away. The simple woman, she has to take charge of the child and beg for government alms, 'Please give me money.' This is your independence. So you admit this is independence? Or she tries to kill the child. Do you think it is very good independence? What is your answer?" Śrīla Prabhupada looked challengingly at both women. They had asked their questions, now he was asking. "Ms. Jones, what is my answer to whether or not I was going to kill a child? Is that the question?" Prabhupada, "Yes, they are killing now, abortion." "Ms. Jones, well, she has made the choice." Prabhupada, "You have made your choice to kill your child. Is that a very good choice?" "Ms. Nixon, it's the worst crime you could make." Śrīla Prabhupada, to Ms. Jones, "Do you think it is very good business?" Ms. Jones, "I think it is a very complicated question." Prabhupada, "Therefore I say they are cheating you in the name of independence. That you do not understand. They are cheating you, and you are thinking you are independent." Ms. Nixon, "They forget the responsibility that comes with freedom." Prabhupada, "Yes, they, the men, do not take the responsibility. They go away. They enjoy and go away. And the woman has to take the responsibility. Either kill the child or maintain begging. Do you think begging is very good? In India, although they are poverty-stricken, still they do not become independent. They remain under the care of the husband, and he takes all responsibility. She has neither to kill the child nor to beg for maintaining the child. So which is independence? To maintain under a husband is independence, or to become free to be enjoyed by everyone? There is no freedom, but still they think they have freedom. That means under some plea the men are cheating the women, that's all. So in the name of independence they have agreed to be cheated by another class. That is the situation. Prabhupada explained that the Krishna consciousness movement had the highest regard for women. But to protect them from this exploitation by man, he said, "We teach that you do like this, you do like that. You be married, be settled up. Don't wander independently. We teach them like that. But so far Krishna consciousness is concerned, we equally distribute. There is no such thing that you are a woman, less intelligent or more intelligent, therefore you cannot come. We don't say that. We welcome woman, man, poor, rich, everyone. Because on that platform there is equality. That is equality." Next Ms. Jones began to question. Ever since Śrīla Prabhupada's arrival in Chicago, she had been noting what she thought was Prabhupada's excessive material opulence. "You have said that you are very small," she began, "and that you are not God. Yet it appears to me, as an outsider, that the devotees treat you as if you were God." Prabhupada, "Yes, that is devotee's duty. Just like a government officer. Personally he is not very important, but so long as he executes the government order, He should be respected as the government. That is the way. Even if an ordinary policeman comes, you have to respect him, because he is government man. But that does not mean he is respected. If that man thinks, I have become government, people are respecting me, then he is foolish. But the etiquette is that when the government man comes, you should give him respect as the government. Ms. Jones, I wonder about the many beautiful material things that the devotees bring to you. For instance, when you left the airport you left in a big, beautiful, fancy car. I wonder about this. Prabhupada, that is teaching them how to respect. If you respect a government man as government, then you must treat him like that. If you respect the spiritual master as God, then you must offer him the facilities of God. Otherwise, how should he treat me as God, simply in his mind? No. In action also. Ms. Jones, I am sorry, what was that you said? Prabhupada, if the spiritual master is treated as God, so the devotee must practically show how he is treating him as God. God travels by a golden car, so if a spiritual master is offered an ordinary motor car, still it is not sufficient, because he has to be treated like God. What is this motor car for God? The devotees laughed at Prabhupada's bold logic. They had never thought of it quite like that. If the Guru is God's representative, then why quibble if he is offered a mere Cadillac of this material world? Prabhupada, they are still deficient. If God comes to your home, will you bring him an ordinary motor car, or would you arrange for a golden car? So your point is that they offer me a nice motor car, but I say it is not sufficient. They are still lacking to treat him as God. Be practical. Ms. Jones didn't think it was funny. She had another question. Her questions became more challenging. Prabhupada explained to her how she must have spiritual vision to see things in their proper perspective. But if you have no eyes, therefore you are envious because they have offered me a nice motor car. So you have to make your eyes to see. A blind man cannot see. The eyes are to be treated, how to see. Ms. Jones had one more question. One of the most difficult things to understand in Krishna consciousness, she said, was the deities. How could someone brought up in the West accept that the deities represented God? Śrīla Prabhupāda first explained that the spiritual soul within the body was the real self. Therefore, he said, as you cannot see the spirit, so you cannot see the Supreme Spirit, or God. But to show his kindness upon you he has appeared just like wood and stone, so that you can see. The two reporters were finished with their questions, and they thanked Prabhupada, who then turned his attention to others in the room. When a father of one of the devotees mentioned that he himself professed no religion, Śrīla Prabhupāda replied indirectly that the father was therefore a fool. The man admitted it. The mother, however, was more spiritually inclined, and Prabhupada praised her, stating that the son takes on the traits of the mother. Another guest spoke. I would like to ask, Swami, would you pray for me? I am praying for everyone, Prabhupada replied softly. That is my business. Otherwise, why have I come here? A woman addressed Prabhupada, as a mother, I too wish to thank you. My daughter Joy has found Krishna consciousness. She has been recommended for initiation tomorrow. Prabhupada, so we recommend everyone. Every American should be initiated. That is our recommendation. The sooner you accept this proposal, it is good for you. To know God and love Him. Is there any difficulty? Some have become interested, why not others? Prabhupada again glanced at the father who claimed to have no religion. Your son is interested, he said. Why the father is not interested? What is the reason? Thus the evening darsana continued, until after a few hours Prabhupada ended it and distributed prasadam. When the last guest had left, several of the women devotees asked Prabhupada about the actual position of his women disciples. He smiled. When a woman becomes Krishna conscious, he said, her brain is automatically bigger. The devotees laughed. As he smiled, his devotees understood him perfectly. Whoever became a devotee, man or woman, became more intelligent. Being transcendental to the issue of men's or women's rights, Prabhupada saw beyond the designation of the body. He saw that the criterion for intelligence wasn't material, one's sex, race, or nationality, but was one's desire for spiritual life. A woman devotee asked Prabhupada a further question about the position of women, and he replied, of course you are not a woman. You are a devotee. Śrīla Prabhupada agreed to see several professors, acquaintances of Ravindra Svarupa's. Having received his B.A. in philosophy from the University of Pennsylvania and his M.A. from Temple University, Ravindra Svarupa was now pursuing a Ph.D. from Temple. He had once given up academics as part of the world of Maya and had fully engaged in Krishna consciousness, but Prabhupada had encouraged him to return for a further degree. While in Philadelphia, Śrīla Prabhupada had spoken out against the process of inductive reasoning. On one morning walk Ravindra Svarupa had said, Prabhupada, the same criticism that you just made of induction was also made by John Stuart Mill and Bertrand Russell, but they became skeptics. They say, therefore, there is no knowledge at all. That is another nonsense, Śrīla Prabhupada had replied. That is also speculation. Because I have failed, therefore there is no knowledge. Dr. Yogesh Patel, a Western-educated, Indian-born scholar of Buddhism and Mayavada Hinduism, taught in the religion department at Temple University. Accompanied by 2 graduate students, Dr. Patel dropped by one afternoon while Śrīla Prabhupada was talking in his room with several of his disciples. Ravindra Svarupa made the introductions. Prabhupada, so you are teaching Hinduism? Dr. Patel, yes. Prabhupada, what is that Hinduism? Dr. Patel, I don't know. You tell me what Hinduism is. Prabhupada, you don't know? You are teaching Hinduism but you don't know what it is? This is our Dr. Svarupa Damodara. He is also a PhD. Let us get his opinion on this. Turning to Svarupa Damodara, what do you think of that? He is teaching, but he does not know. Svarupa Damodara, cheater, Śrīla Prabhupada. That is called cheater. Prabhupada, so you have heard his judgment that you are a cheater? Dr. Patel became angry and raised his voice at Śrīla Prabhupada. The professor and Śrīla Prabhupada were immediately into a battle. Dr. Patel, you teach me. If I say I don't know what is religion, then you teach me. Prabhupada, a spiritual master is not your servant. First you become shaven-headed like my students, then I will teach you. You have to offer your obeisances and surrender to the spiritual master. Then he will reveal the truth. Dr. Patel replied that he did offer his obeisances to Prabhupada when he first entered the room. Prabhupada, then my first instruction to you is to stop this cheating. By now both Śrīla Prabhupada and Dr. Patel were speaking with raised voices. Most of the devotees were shocked speechless. Some of them, like Brahmananda Swami, felt compelled to somehow end the meeting. Prabhupada, you ask me what is religion. My reply is, Sarvadharman Parityajya. Krishna says religion means Saranam Vraya, fully surrender. Dr. Patel, what do you mean by surrender? Prabhupada, you don't know the meaning of surrender? Give me a dictionary. Let us see. Dr. Patel, yelling, no. I want the Sanskrit etymological meaning of surrender. Prabhupada, you don't want a spiritual master. You want a Sanskrit teacher. We cannot waste our time anymore. Brahmananda Swami saw this as his cue. He leaned over to Dr. Patel and asked him to leave, before you get offensive. Dr. Patel and Brahmananda Swami then rose and left the room together. Śrīla Prabhupada remained shaking with anger. The senior devotees looked over at Ravindra Svarupa reproachfully. How could he bring such a man to see Prabhupada? Ravindra Svarupa was appalled and frightened. Never before had anyone seen Prabhupada explode with such anger. After staying up all night, Ravindra Svarupa approached Prabhupada the next morning with a prepared apology. Śrīla Prabhupada, he began, I am really sorry that I brought that professor to see you last night. I had no idea he was such a rascal. Śrīla Prabhupada looked up in surprise. Oh, he said, that is all right. He paused, and then added with quiet satisfaction, at least he was chastised. Dr. Thomas Hopkins, another teacher of Hinduism, came to see Prabhupada, but in a much different mood. From the beginning they experienced an immediate rapport. Dr. Hopkins asked Prabhupada the relationship of Bhagavad Gita to Srimad Bhagavatam, and Prabhupada replied that the Bhagavatam was like the graduate study of the Gita, beginning where the Gita left off. Dr. Hopkins, if someone was going to collect a very small section of your work, say 1 or 2 verses, what would you want them to collect? That is stated in 2 verses, Prabhupada replied. Dharmasaya Apavargasaya. And he had the translation read, all occupational engagements, dharmas, are certainly meant for ultimate liberation. They should never be performed for material gain. Furthermore, one who is engaged in the ultimate occupational service, dharma, should never use material gain to cultivate sense gratification. Prabhupada had the purport read, and he expanded on it further, explaining how people are only after material gain, neglecting the real purpose of life. Dr. Hopkins, do you think, then, that this message is the most important message that you have to convey? Prabhupada, that is the most important message, because you are not this material body. Suppose you have got this shirt. So if you simply try to maintain this shirt, is that a very good intelligence? Without taking care of your person? Similarly, we are spirit soul, and the body is just like dress. So in the whole material world everyone is engaged to take care of the body. Nobody knows what is spirit soul, what is his need. Dr. Hopkins seemed pleased to hear such a broad explanation of Vaishnavism. When he asked about Shiva, Prabhupada explained that although Lord Shiva should not be considered equal to Lord Vishnu, he was the best Vaisnava, the chief devotee of Vishnu, and he could be worshipped as such. And Lord Rama? Śrīla Prabhupada explained that Rama was an incarnation of Krishna. Professor Hopkins was pleased to hear this. Prabhupada explained that Madhva, Ramanuja, and Vishnu Swami were all big Acharyas. Dr. Hopkins then asked about Tukarama, the saint of Maharashtra. Prabhupada: yes, Tukarama accepted Vishnu as supreme. He accepted the process of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sankirtana. And he accepted Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as his guru. So there is no difference between Tukarama and Chaitanya. Dr. Hopkins: so Lord Vithala and Krishna are the same? Prabhupada: Lord Vithala is Vishnu. Dr. Hopkins: and the Alvars of Tamil Nadu, Adivasi, you accept their teachings also? So the real question is between Vaisnava and others. Prabhupada: yes, that is the question, Vaisnava and non-Vaisnava. The actual difference is personalist and impersonalist. Dr. Hopkins: you would see the worshippers of Shiva as impersonalists? Prabhupada: yes, impersonalists. Satsvarūpa said that ultimately the absolute truth is impersonal, and one can imagine a personal form for the benefit of the worshipper. When Dr. Hopkins pointed out that some of the Shiva worshippers seem to be personalists, Prabhupada explained the real mentality of the Saivites, according to Sankara. Now I am a devotee, said Prabhupada, but as soon as I become perfect, I become one. That is their theory. In the preliminary state, when I am not perfect, I am worshipping some imaginary form of God. But when I become perfect, there is no need of worshipping. I become one. As a scholar, Dr. Hopkins was visibly pleased to hear the authentic philosophy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. When Prabhupada mentioned the Smarta Brahmanas as also being impersonalists, Dr. Hopkins was surprised. It would be very difficult to pick them out, said Prabhupada. Most of the so-called Vaisnavas are impersonalists. Dr. Hopkins: so the deciding test as to whether one is a serious devotee or not is not only whether one is devoted now, but that he sees the goal as perpetual devotion. Prabhupada: yes, he is nitya-yukta. That means perpetually. Dr. Hopkins, considering this criterion, inquired about the position of Sri Aurobindo, who seemed to be beyond impersonalism. Prabhupada agreed. He says that above the Mayavada philosophy there is something else. Prabhupada explained. That is bhakti. But Aurobindo could not understand, because he did not take education from realized persons. He wanted to realize by himself. Dr. Hopkins: so his problem was the effort to do this on his own? Prabhupada: yes. He did not go through the Guru Parampara. Therefore it will take a long time. Dr. Hopkins finally had to leave and thanked Prabhupada for his time and wisdom. Why don't you join us also? Asked Prabhupada. The whole human society should join us. Dr. Hopkins replied that he had been a friend of the devotees for many years and suspected that in the end he might end up as a sannyasi. Prabhupada pointed out that sannyasa didn't mean a change of dress but rather giving everything to Krishna. July 15, I-975 Śrīla Prabhupada had a direct flight from Philadelphia to San Francisco. He and Upendra sat in the first-class section, while Brahmananda Swami, Harikesa, and Pradyumna traveled economy class. Visakhadevi Dāsa had also come to photograph Śrīla Prabhupada. After the plane had reached cruising altitude, a uniformed gentleman emerged from the cabin. Immediately he caught sight of Śrīla Prabhupada sitting by the window and walked over. When he leaned over and asked Prabhupada how he was, Prabhupada saw that the man wanted to talk, so he asked Upendra to get up and give the gentleman his seat. You are the captain? Prabhupada surmised. No, the man replied. I am a flight supervisor, come to overlook the pilot and the crew. Would it be all right if I asked you a philosophical question? Prabhupada nodded, apparently pleased. Is everything created by God? Śrīla Prabhupada said yes and quoted the Vedanta Sutra, Janmadhyasya Yada. Everything in existence, Prabhupada said, has its origin in God. Then what is evil? The flight supervisor asked. Is evil also God's creation? For God there is not good or evil, Prabhupada explained. Everything is good. Goodness is God's frontage, and evil is God's back portion. Taking this example, the chest or the back of the body are equal. It is not that when there is some pain in the backside I don't care for it, I simply take care of it when there is pain in the chest. No. Although it is the backside, it is as important as the front side. So evil and good are also of the same importance? No. For God there is nothing evil. Just like for the sun there is no darkness. But for us there is light and darkness. If you keep your back to the sun, you will find darkness. And if you face the sun, then there is no darkness. We create darkness as soon as we change our position. If instead of remaining in front of God I keep God on the back, then there is darkness. Otherwise, there is no question of darkness. But in the sun as it is, there is no such darkness. Therefore God is all good. But for us, when we forget God, that is evil. And when we are in God consciousness always, then everything is good. Is that all right? The man seemed to understand and respectfully accepted the answer. He was about to ask another question when a well-dressed but somewhat drunken passenger came up to them and spoke. Śrīla Prabhupāda looked up at the man and asked, "Are you afraid of death?" The intoxicated man stammered, sobered, and walked away. The flight supervisor inquired again, taking his meeting with Śrīla Prabhupāda as a rare opportunity. "Can you tell me how one can become peaceful?" he asked. Śrīla Prabhupāda began quoting Bhagavad Gita, Bhaktaramyajnatepasam, and, signaling Visakha, asked for a copy of the Gita. The devotees quickly consulted, but no one had a Bhagavad Gita. When Prabhupada heard this he became angry, although containing his feelings in the presence of his guest. He then explained to the man that one had to have knowledge of God as the supreme controller, the supreme enjoyer, and the best friend of everyone, only then could one have peace. Out of foolishness, Prabhupada said, "We are claiming the land as our property. Therefore there is no peace." But actually, God is the proprietor. Both Śrīla Prabhupada and the flight supervisor enjoyed their talk, and as the flight supervisor excused himself, he heartily shook Prabhupada's hand. Prabhupada called for Pradyumna. His eyes glowing in transcendental anger, he reprimanded Upendra and Pradyumna for not having a copy of Bhagavad Gita. They should have one with them at all times. Pradyumna offered that although he didn't have Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita as it is, he just happened to be carrying an edition by another author. This infuriated Prabhupada even more. He then ordered Upendra never to travel again without carrying 3 books, Bhagavad Gita as it is, and the first volume of Chaitanya Charitamrita and Srimad Bhagavatam. Berkeley, July 15, 1975. Within less than 2 weeks Prabhupada had traveled from West Coast to East Coast and back. This was his first visit to ISKCON Berkeley's recently acquired headquarters, a large church complex, and as usual, hundreds of devotees from many Western centers had converged to meet him. His arrival address specifically dealt with the position of the Guru. "Only unto one with unflinching faith in Krishna and Guru," he explained, "is the essence of Vedic wisdom revealed. Outsiders may think that the Guru is very puffed up," said Prabhupada, "and he is sitting and taking respect from the disciple. But the fact is that they are to be taught like that, how to offer respect to the spiritual master." Śrīla Prabhupada repeatedly encountered this misunderstanding. A year ago in Paris he had been heckled by radical students who envied his sitting on an elevated seat. And in America the reporters often portrayed him as enjoying material comforts provided by his disciples. But Prabhupada maintained that despite a plethora of charlatans bringing disrepute to the word Guru, anyone sincerely desiring to learn transcendental science had to go to a bona fide Guru, the representative of God. "A Guru's business," said Śrīla Prabhupada, "is to protect the subordinate disciples from fall down. Just like I am traveling all over the world, twice, thrice in a year. My duty is to see that my disciples, who have accepted me as Guru, may not fall down. That is my anxiety. Now how can one become Guru and representative of Krishna? Everyone will say, I am representative of Krishna. I am Guru. No. The real thing is enunciated by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who says, Amara Inaya Guru Hanatara a Dāsa, you just become Guru on my order. So Guru means he who is carrying out the order of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, not self-made Guru. Śrīla Prabhupāda said that sometimes people gave him much credit for having done a wonderful thing for the whole world. But, he confessed, I do not know that I am a wonderful man. But I know one thing, that I am speaking what Krishna has spoken, that's all. I am not making any addition or alteration. I am presenting Bhagavad Gita as it is. This credit I can take. Prabhupada continued to stress that the Guru must repeat the message of Krishna. If a so-called Guru wanted to be a cheater, that was a different thing. There would always be cheaters and people who wanted to be cheated. Usually such gurus cheated by accepting disciples without ordering them to stop sinful acts. If I say that you can do all nonsense, Prabhupada said, simply take this mantra and give me $125, they will like. So I would have collected millions of dollars if I would have cheated like that. But I do not want that. I want one student who follows my instructions. I don't want millions. Ekas kandras damo hanti nasi tarasahasrisa. If there is one moon in the sky, that is sufficient for illumination. There is no need of millions of stars. My position is that I want to see that at least one disciple has become a pure devotee. Of course, I have got many sincere and pure devotees. That is my good luck. But I would have been satisfied if I could find out only one. There is no need of millions of stars. Due to zoning restrictions, the devotees were not allowed to use the Berkeley Temple as a residence. But since no suitable rooms were immediately available in the neighborhood, the devotees decided to accommodate Śrīla Prabhupāda and his personal staff in the temple for the few days of his visit, hoping the authorities wouldn't find out. But on the first night, at 2 a.m., the police came by to check. Śrīla Prabhupāda was already up, working at his Bhagavatam translation, when the police knocked loudly on the outside door near his room. Young Mike, who was to receive initiation in a few days, had been posted as a guard. He opened the door, and 3 flashlights shone into his face. The officers entered and showed their credentials. "You're not supposed to be sleeping in here," one of them said roughly. "I wasn't," said Mike. "Come on, we saw you in your sleeping bag." "No," Mike protested. "I was just lying there because I'm guarding my spiritual master." Śrīla Prabhupāda could easily hear the disturbance just outside his room. Other devotees who were spending the night in the building with Prabhupada came out of their rooms and tried reasoning with the officers about the special occasion of the spiritual master's visit. One of the policemen began roaming around, checking in corners with his flashlight, opening doors. Now all the devotees in the building, about half a dozen, were standing with the policeman in the hall outside Prabhupada's room. "Where's the old man?" one of the policemen asked. Bahulasva, the temple president, requested them not to disturb Śrīla Prabhupada. But the policemen made no attempt at politeness. They were, in fact, overtly nasty. One policeman banged on the window to Prabhupada's room. "Don't disturb him," Bahulasva requested. "He's a very elderly man. He's not sleeping. These are the hours in which he writes, and all these men are his personal entourage. They're staying here to help him. We are not violating the rules." Suddenly one of the policemen opened Prabhupada's door and shone his light on Prabhupada's face. All 3 policemen peered in, while Śrīla Prabhupada looked up at them, concerned, yet detached. The policeman shone his flashlight into the corners of Prabhupada's simple, dimly lit room. No one said anything, and after about 10 seconds they shut the door. The police officers and the devotees continued arguing, the devotees contending that they were not using the building as a residence, the police citing infractions and taking down notes. Warning that they would be back, they finally left. The incident had constituted about a half-hour interruption of Prabhupada's work. But as the building became quiet again, Prabhupada continued translating the verses of Srimad Bhagavatam and speaking his purports into the dictating machine. Prabhupada agreed to hold a press conference. He welcomed regular opportunities to address the press, because even though their stories were often negative or dwelt on controversies, whatever truth the paper printed generally outweighed the damaging reports. The holy name of Krishna always appeared, and usually there would be mention of Prabhupada's preaching or of Bhagavad Gita. Personal details about Prabhupada were generally not offensive. He no longer expected the press to print much of the Krishna consciousness philosophy, although occasionally some philosophy appeared. He would often request reporters to please report accurately and not misrepresent or skip over what he had said. The reporters, however, seemed to have a fascination for the trivial. In 1968, a reporter in Montreal had dwelt on Prabhupada's casual shoes, hush-puppied high priest. Nevertheless, for Prabhupada, press interviews and press conferences were a way of preaching. The press conference was held in the temple and was attended by about a dozen reporters and photographers. Brahmananda Swami had the reporters write their questions on a piece of paper, so that one of the devotees could read them to Prabhupada. Prabhupada asked the photographers not to take pictures during the conference, since it would divert people's attention. Devotee, Śrīla Prabhupada, would you comment on opposition to the Hare Krishna movement in this country? Prabhupada, why should they oppose? What is the reason? If they are Christian or Jewish religious men, so we are advocating you chant the holy name of God. So why should there be objection? Is there any reason for such objection? What is the objection? Devotee, some of the objections are that the followers of the Hare Krishna sect are on the streets or in the airports bothering people. Prabhupada, the airport itself is a botheration. So much sound, so much accident. So why this little botheration they cannot tolerate? That means intolerance. It is full of botheration, and because we are chanting they are very much disturbed. We don't chant in the airport, but we ask people that, here is a very good book, you'll benefit. If you like, you can take. So what is the wrong there? Tell me, what is the wrong? If I give you something very nice, is that wrong? You read any book, We have got 50 books, and you find out any fault in that. If we are distributing some bad literature which is against the social welfare, then you can object. But you see. Bring all our books here and you will see. Any page you open you will find something good. Why are you denying to distribute such literature for the benefit of the people in general? What is the wrong there? Devotee, one of the things that people say is that the devotees are asking for donations, not just distributing books but asking for money. That's a bother. Prabhupada, but he pays. If he feels botheration, why does he pay? One who feels botheration does not pay. But one who thinks that here is a nice book, then he says, all right, let me take it. Why you take this botheration? If it is botheration, how they are purchasing? They are paying their money, hard-earned money. Do you think they are bothered and at the same time they pay? Prabhupada's sensible remark made the reporters laugh. Now they began questioning him directly. Reporter, what will happen to the movement in the United States when you die? Prabhupada, I will never die. Devotees, Jaya. Hari Bol. Prabhupada, I shall live from my books, and you will utilize. Reporter, why does the Hare Krishna movement not engage in social protest? Prabhupada, we are the best social workers. People are fools and rascals, and we are teaching them nice idea of God consciousness. We are the best social workers. We will stop all crimes. What is your social work? Producing hippies and criminals, that is not social work. Social work means the population must be very peaceful, wise, intelligent, and God-conscious, first-class men. That is social work. If you produce some 4th class, 5th class, 10th class of men, what is social work? We are not producing that. Just see, here is a first-class man. They do not have any bad habit, illicit sex, intoxication, meat-eating, and gambling. They are all young men. They are not addicted to all these things. This is social work. When a reporter asked about the political effects of the Hare Krishna movement, Prabhupada said, if this God consciousness is spread, then everyone will be brilliantly qualified. Recalling a discussion from his morning walk on the campus of the University of California, Berkeley, he added, the students are studying psychology, but the result is that they are falling down from the tower in disappointment. And they have protected with glass. Bahulasva explained further what Prabhupada meant. In the bell tower on the Berkeley campus, students in the 60s would jump from that tower to kill themselves. So they put glass there to stop the students from jumping. So Prabhupada was explaining that this is their education, that after getting their education they have to commit suicide. Brahmananda, Śrīla Prabhupada, one press man wanted to know what is this rather yatra festival? Why is it going on over here in the Western world? Prabhupada, if God is the proprietor of everything, he is also the proprietor of the Western world. Is there any dispute? If you say God is the proprietor of the Western world, what is wrong there? So if the Western world has forgotten God, and he comes to remind them, what is the wrong? Reporter, but what is the purpose of the large carts and other things you use? Prabhupada, large cart means God is very great. He requires very great car. The devotees laugh, why should he go in a small car? Prabhupada continued speaking until all questions were answered. Now whatever the reporters would write was up to them, but Prabhupada had used the occasion for glorifying Lord Krishna and explaining his movement. Whether press conference, public festival, private conversation, or translating, his purpose was the same. During a morning walk on the Berkeley campus, Prabhupada pronounced that nuclear war was inevitable. Devotees had brought up the topic of proliferation of atomic weapons. Russia has so many weapons, China has so many weapons, the United States has so much. Prabhupada, everyone now. India also. Devotee, they are all afraid of using them. Prabhupada, they must use it. That is nature's arrangement. Chuckling, that you all die, that is nature's arrangement. Tamala Krishna Goswami, when someone gets some power, he wants to try it out. Just like there was that demon, Lord Shiva gave him power so that anyone's head he touched would fall off. Prabhupada, yes, just like in your country there are so many cars, so that a poor man like me is car always, not an inch move on leg. But because there are so many cars, naturally they must be used. Similarly, there are so many weapons now that must be used. That is the natural sequence. They must use it. Bahulasva, that is why they have wars, just to use up the weapons. Prabhupada, oh, yes. Devotee, the only difficulty is that for one person to use the atomic weapon, that means it would be the entire waste of mankind. So everyone is afraid of using the ultimate. Prabhupada, anyway, they must be used. There's no doubt about it. Therefore we can say there will be war. This is no astrology. It is a natural conclusion. Devotee, that will be total destruction. Prabhupada, well, total or partial, that we shall see. But they must be used. Devotee, under the threat of nuclear war, wouldn't Krishna consciousness be more easy to spread? Prabhupada, no. Threat is already there. But they are such fools that they are not afraid of the threat. Threat is already there. Everyone will die, that is the problem. But who is caring for this? They are avoiding this. They cannot take any anti-measures. Yadubra, so it will take a war to bring them to their senses a bit? Prabhupada, no, war is already going on. But they are so senseless that they will not come to this. They are so rascal. Therefore they are described as mudha, all rascals. Tamala Krishna, it is very hard to preach to these fools, Prabhupada. Prabhupada, no, chant Hare Krishna. That will be sufficient. Śrīla Prabhupada had rarely been so conclusive about nuclear war. Earlier in the year, on a walk in Mayapur, he had discussed how there would be a World War III, and that talk had become a sensation throughout ISKCON. But before, he had always offered the alternative: if the people of the world could take to Krishna consciousness, then the cumulative karma could be reversed. But now he said it was inevitable. While in Berkeley, Śrīla Prabhupada received a visit from Yogi Bhajan, founder of the Triple H Foundation, Swami Chidananda, president of the Divine Life Society, and Jain leader Swami Sushil Muni, president of the World Fellowship of Religion. Swami Sushil wore a white turban and, across his mouth, a white mask, in the tradition of the non-violent Jains, who try to avoid killing even airborne microbes. Yogi Bhajan, dressed in typical Sikh fashion of white turban and white loose-fitting garments, was accompanied by a few of his Western disciples, similarly attired. Visits from various Swamis and Yogis were not uncommon for Śrīla Prabhupada. Even when he did not agree with a particular philosophy, he was always the cordial host, pleasantly receiving guests in his simple quarters. In Hawaii, Yogi Bhajan had also visited Śrīla Prabhupada to invite him to his Unity of Man conference, which many sadhus were already scheduled to attend. Śrīla Prabhupada had spoken sternly, pointing out that simply gathering people at a meeting was not unity. Real unity could be achieved only if the participants of the meeting agreed to accept the authorized science of God in the revealed scriptures. Now they had come to invite him to a second Unity of Man conference. Swami Sushil and Swami Chidananda were particularly enthusiastic in praising Śrīla Prabhupada and his ISKCON. "Your movement is something different," said Swami Chidananda. "It's all over the world, and you have so many thousands of people all over the world. We can't describe it. It's so amazing, and in this age how wonderfully it has been done. Without God's mercy nothing could have been done. That 6 lakhs of magazines have come out and been distributed in 1 month, it's amazing." Swami Sushil added, "You have established the same principles without any change here in a modern way. In Bengal, without your asrama we couldn't have done anything. When we know there is an asrama of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we don't need to worry about anything, where to stay. What strikes me is that you don't compromise anywhere." They mentioned the horrible sin of cow slaughter, and Śrīla Prabhupada told how his movement was protecting cows in New Vrindavan. When Swami Sushil asked how Prabhupada interested the young people in God, Prabhupada gave the example that the most popular sweet shop in Delhi was the one where everything was made with pure ghee. If the thing is good, Prabhupada said, then there won't be a shortage of customers. He further pointed out that his teachings were based purely on Bhagavad Gita, surrender to Krishna. When Swami Sushil asked how Prabhupada got his followers to take shelter of Krishna, Prabhupada replied, "It's God who did it. God says, Mamakam Saranam Vraya. So that is our duty, just to take shelter of him. Lord Chaitanya says, Yer Dekater Kaha Krishna Upadesa. That is, whoever you meet, just preach the teachings of Krishna as in the Bhagavad Gita. I don't have any Upadesa, instructions. It's just Krishna's Upadesa. We are all foolish. We can't have any Upadesa. So what are the teachings of Krishna? We just keep on saying them. Krishna says do like that, and that's what we do. So this is our secret. I do this, and that's what I teach to all these people. I am totally against manufactured religion. Evam parampara praptam, just as Krishna says." In reply to Swami Sushil's question of how people could be brought together, Prabhupada quoted a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam that lists many races of the world and explains that all of them can be purified by taking shelter of Krishna's pure devotee. Prabhupada's guests again invited him to their conference, and Swami Sushil added, "We were very glad to meet you today. We would like to call you sometime in our meeting of Yoga Dharma." "We'll come," said Prabhupada. "What about your fellowship?" "It's called World Fellowship of Religion," said Swami Chidananda. "Yogiji has made this Unity of Man conference. But we invited him, said Yogi Bhajan, referring to the previous invitation. Swami Chidananda, but now you are having the second one. Yogi Bhajan, yes, the second meeting is in Mexico. We will call in then as well. Srila Prabhupada smiled and said, I told you before, there is not going to be any unity. This candid remark made them laugh. You say, said Swami Chidananda, remembering Prabhupada's analysis, that until everyone is God-minded, until then. When God will desire, said Yogi Bhajan, then everyone will become God-minded. What's the great deal about it? God himself says, said Srila Prabhupada, Dukkayamas asvatam, there is suffering. You cannot stay in this world. You have to leave. The main problem is birth, old age, disease, and death. So we are not anxious to adjust these things here, but these are the real problems. What can we do about birth, old age, disease, and death? Asked Swami Chidananda. Srila Prabhupada continued preaching Bhagavad Gita. Without overtly disagreeing, Prabhupada's guests inquired and listened with respect, considering him a great spiritual leader, potent in spreading Hindu Dharma. He is great, said Yogi Bhajan. That's what I want to learn, how he can do that. The conversation turned, and Prabhupada mentioned that Yogi Bhajan was from the Sikh community, which is famous for its brave fighters. When the British people were defeated, said Srila Prabhupada, it was by the Sikh people. I have seen it. It is due to the Sikhs only. The Sikhs are Kshatriyas. Some of them are Brahmanas, Brahmana Kshatriyas. Swami Sushil, yes, I said to some of my students that you go to Prabhupadaji, and he'll make you Brahmana Kshatriyas. Prabhupada, yes, let us cooperate like that. You take the work of Kshatriyas, and we take the work of Brahmanas. For Brahmanas we need brain, and for Kshatriyas we need strength. As they spoke about non-violence, Srila Prabhupada argued that if one does not become God-conscious, then he will undoubtedly be committing himsa, or violence. Yogi Bhajan, yes, when they come to their senses, then they remember God. Prabhupada, laughing, here in the West there is only himsa, nothing else. Prabhupada's guests laughed with him. Afterward, they took some photographs, and Srila Prabhupada invited them, along with some of his disciples, to sit and take Krishna prasadam together. Srila Prabhupada requested his guests to attend the San Francisco Ratha Yatra, to be held the next day, and they agreed. July 20, 1975. This was not only the largest ISKCON Ratha Yatra ever but also the largest gathering of devotees to date, larger even than the international gathering at Mayapur earlier that year. Preparations at the festival site had expanded to include prasadam booths, deity paraphernalia displays, souvenirs, and Prabhupada's books. Thousands joined the more than 800 devotees in the procession through Golden Gate Park. Because the builders of the carts had decided to make steel wheels instead of the usual wooden ones, difficulty arose. Srila Prabhupada had warned them, this is your American disease, always changing. Do not change the old design. But they had already done it. Riding in Subhadra's cart, which had wooden wheels, Srila Prabhupada experienced no personal inconvenience. The other two carts, however, did not fare so well. They began to vibrate so severely that support beams had to be added to the spokes during the procession. Soon the wheels became misshapen, and they creaked and rattled as though about to collapse. But somehow, after much difficulty, all three carts completed the course. In the midst of the Ratha Yatra activities, one of the devotees asked Srila Prabhupada if he had ever attended the Ratha Yatra festival in Jagannath Puri. No, Prabhupada replied, I was having my own Ratha Yatra. Library Srila Prabhupada līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 47 Preaching to America, Part 2 Los Angeles July 22, 1975. More than 3 weeks had passed since Prabhupada had given the order for the BBT to produce 17 books in 2 months. Now Ramesvara and Radha Vallabha reported that work was going on around the clock in all departments and that devotees were determined to meet their deadlines. Most press workers attended Mangala Arati at 4:30 a.m., chanted their prescribed rounds of japa, and worked all day until late at night, sometimes taking only one meal. Additional editors, painters, photographers, indexers, typists, proofreaders, and layout man had been called in from other ISKCON departments. Everyone was cooperating to fulfill Srila Prabhupada's desire. It was as though nothing else existed except the task before them. Kingsport Press, one of the largest printers in the country, had taken the job of printing, agreeing to push back all other assignments to free their presses and bindery for work 24 hours a day until all 17 volumes were printed. A paper company in New York had agreed to supply paper at affordable terms to meet all the deadlines. The BBT's top photographer was in India photographing places of Chaitanya Lila, especially in Bengal and Orissa. Srila Prabhupada freely gave his time to the artists and the Bengali editors, answering their questions. Several times a day his disciples would come to him about the exact use of Sanskrit and Bengali words. This was not merely a matter of lingual scholarship, since each word had to be translated in light of the previous Ācārya's explanations and Prabhupada's own Krishna-conscious realization. Prabhupada had cautioned disciple editors not to change but to ask. The artists had their usual questions about how things should look according to Srila Prabhupada's transcendental vision. In their desire to have the paintings completely accurate, they were greedy to ask him almost endless questions. Prabhupada had said the transcendental paintings of his disciples were windows to the spiritual world. The artists didn't want their imaginations to obscure the view. One day, Ramesvara came into Srila Prabhupada's room carrying canvases by one of the artists whose proficiency the more experienced artists questioned. The artist in question, Gauri Devi Dasi, was a book distributor with artistic talent, pressed into emergency service for the book production marathon. Ramesvara showed Srila Prabhupada her painting of the Gundaka temple. Prabhupada's verdict: "Oh, this is very nice." One of the senior artists was present and pointed out several technical errors, but Prabhupada replied, "A blind uncle is better than none." Besides, he said, the painting showed a devotional spirit the readers of the book would appreciate. Due to Srila Prabhupada's presence in Los Angeles, the book production marathon intensified. Even without attending Prabhupada's morning walks or classes or evening readings in the garden, the press workers felt ecstasy. All day they worked at what Prabhupada wanted most, and to take time off to go see him, they reason, would be selfish. Giving all their energy for Krishna, they felt blissful. The press was busy day and night. To see devotees slumped over their desks or typewriters or lying beside their easels at 2 or 3 in the morning was not unusual. Proofreaders saw manuscripts come into and out of their hands so quickly they could hardly bear it. An artist might fall asleep before an uncompleted painting and awaken to find it being finished at another artist's easel. Ramesvara, running on very little sleep, orchestrated everything, including the photographer in India, the printer, and the paper company. Sometimes he would work directly with Radhavallabha on various aspects of the production. Radhavallabha had set the deadlines, and he kept to them at all costs. To the press workers, he seemed to be present everywhere, encouraging them, bringing them supplies, seeing to their needs, begging and coercing them to complete their quotas. But one night he took a break and entered Prabhupada's room during an informal gathering of devotees. Prabhupada, his eyes closed, his head gently rocking, was listening to a tape of himself singing bhajanas. Opening his eyes and seeing Radhavallabha seated among the others, he said, "I am keeping you," and again closed his eyes. One of the devotees spoke up and said, "Oh, no, Prabhupada. You're not bothering us." But another devotee turned to Radhavallabha and said, "I think Prabhupada was talking to you." Radhavallabha realized what Prabhupada meant. He was telling him to go back to work. It was as if Prabhupada were actually saying, "Why are you sitting here looking at me? Get back to work." Srila Prabhupada was pleased with the sincerity of his disciples. 17 books in 2 months he had asked them to produce, and they, rather than try to explain to him why this was impossible, had taken the order so seriously that they could not conceive of rejecting or changing or modifying it. Instead of modifying the order, they had modified their lives. They had gone beyond the realm of routine work into the realm of extraordinary effort. As a result, both they and Prabhupada felt great satisfaction. As Prabhupada said, it was all an arrangement for the satisfaction of Lord Chaitanya and the previous Ācāryas. Srila Prabhupada decided to continue his U.S. tour, visiting Laguna Beach and San Diego and then going on to Dallas. From there he would visit New Orleans and the nearby ISKCON farm in Mississippi. Then on to Detroit, Toronto, Boston, and New York, eventually traveling to Europe and India. From Prabhupada's point of view, his touring was imperative for spreading Krishna consciousness. As he had said in his arrival address at Berkeley, "I am traveling all over the world, twice, thrice in a year. My duty is to see that my disciples, who have accepted me as Guru, may not fall down. That is my anxiety." Prabhupada's concern was for his disciples, but also for all people. Distressed by the fallen and ignorant state of humanity, especially in the West, he wanted to help the English-speaking world, as his spiritual master had ordered. This had been his spirit 2 years ago in Calcutta, when he had risen from his sickbed and flown to London to take part in the Ratha Yatra. This was his great desire, to preach in the West, where people were so strongly under the grip of speculative philosophies, denying God and glorifying sense enjoyment. The mass of people would not easily change their ignorant ways, but if he could make only one person a pure devotee, he said, then his work would be successful. Prabhupada would work intensively with his important India projects for a few months, but then would always return to the West to again tour and preach. Both were required, developing his projects in India and touring the West. When Yogi Bhajan and company in Berkeley had expressed their amazement at how Prabhupada was personally maintaining his disciples by traveling all over the world, Prabhupada had admitted that it was difficult and that he was trying to train his GBC secretaries to lead his movement. But so far, it seemed that as long as he had the power to do so, he would continue to travel. Laguna Beach, July 25, 1975. Laguna Beach was about a 2-hour drive south of Los Angeles. The temple, a house near the beach, was crowded with guests and visiting devotees. After Prabhupada had taken his seat upon the newly upholstered Vyasasana, some of the temple leaders came forward one at a time and bathed his feet. In the course of his lecture, Prabhupada spoke against taking intoxicating drugs. Is there anyone here who can say, "I am the controller"? Is there anyone who will answer this? You may think that you are the controller, but you are controlled by drugs. The city of Laguna Beach was notorious as an illicit drug center. Prabhupada had come not to flatter anyone with sentimental spirituality but to cut through their illusion. Bathing the feet of the spiritual master was good, but to be a genuine devotee one had to strictly follow the regulations. One had to choose whether to be controlled by drugs or by Krishna. Prabhupada stayed next door to the temple in a neighbor's house. His first visitor was R.S.I. Dāsa, who had given up his initiation vows and fallen away from Krishna consciousness. Sporting long, curly hair and a beard, he had casually dropped by to pay a little visit to his former spiritual master. Prabhupada received R.S.I. warmly, and they both exchanged smiles and laughed. R.S.I.'s demeanor, however, was brazen, almost defiant, and he showed no contrition. Prabhupada was not very happy to see the state of this boy to whom he had awarded the sannyasa order a few years before. In earlier years, Prabhupada had cried when a dear disciple had left him. In those days, the fall of a disciple had been rare, almost unheard of. But over the years Prabhupada had seen more casualties, even among his GBC leaders and sannyasis. In 1967, when one of his first disciples, Krishna Devi Dasi, had left her husband, Subala, and gone off with a boyfriend, Prabhupada had consoled Subala by reminding him how rare it was that one could become a devotee of Krishna. The wonderful thing is not that Krishna Dasi has left, Śrīla Prabhupada had said, but that we can stay in Krishna consciousness. Although devotees left Krishna consciousness for various reasons, Śrīla Prabhupada saw them all as having been tricked by illusion. The result was almost always the same, whether the defector left on the plea of a new religion, or new economic opportunities, or whatever, usually he or she would take up a life of sense gratification, abandoning the strict path of self-realization. This was certainly true of R.S.I. When Prabhupada asked him what he was doing with his life, he laughed and said he was playing saxophone. There was no need to ask him whether he was chanting 16 rounds or following the 4 rules. But R.S.I. wanted to assure Śrīla Prabhupada that he was doing fine. "I think I have more freedom now," said R.S.I. "Do you think you have freedom?" Prabhupada challenged. "Some," R.S.I. replied. "By studying and working." "What is your age?" Prabhupada asked. 29. "Are you free not to become older?" Śrīla Prabhupada persisted. "No." "Then what is your freedom?" R.S.I. gave a short laugh. "I don't care." "That's all right," Prabhupada replied, "but I am researching. I am now 78. I don't wish to die, but I am forced." "But you too are forced to become old." "No one wants to be old." Recalling some of the Krishna-conscious philosophy, R.S.I. tried to argue against Prabhupada, saying that although he was forced to grow old, according to transmigration of the soul he would be free after death. And anyway, there were other freedoms. Prabhupada stuck to his original point and said, "Death is inevitable. Old age, no one wants. Everyone wants youth. Even an old man goes to the beach for health. I want youth, but I cannot have it. So where is the freedom?" Prabhupada then spoke at length, for R.S.I.'s benefit as well as for the benefit of the other devotees in the room. "Persons under the influence of Maya," he said, "declare that they are free. The drug addict or the drunkard thinks he is free, to lie down on the street. Yet his actions involve him in the strict laws of material nature. The outlaw declares himself free from the laws of the state, but he is put into jail. What is the use of his saying he is free? Therefore Krishna says," Prabhupada explained, "that whatever little freedom you have got, just surrender that freedom to me." Prabhupada's comments on false freedom were to the point. Within 2 hours of his arrival, he had already exposed the Laguna Beach mystique. R.S.I. continued to smile and argue, but before Prabhupada he was just another youth with no real answers. Prabhupada was not interested in debating, he wanted to help his disciple. RSI, however, was using whatever freedom he had to defy Krishna's representative, trusting instead in his youth, his intoxication, and his music. The door opened. "These are some professors, Śrīla Prabhupāda," announced a devotee, "who form part of our congregation." Prabhupada greeted the new guests and asked that they sit up front on cushions. "I was talking with this boy about freedom," said Prabhupada. "So I say there is no freedom for us. We are always dependent. What is your opinion about it?" One of the professors said he agreed, and Prabhupada continued speaking. He talked with the professors for more than an hour. Near the end, Upendra's 3-year-old son, Soumya, walked up to Prabhupada from the back of the room. Prabhupada gave him some money that was on the desk, and the boy ran back to his mother and gave her the money. "Yes. When I was young," Prabhupada reminisced, "if I got money I would take it to my mother. But then when I would become angry at her, I would demand it back. Sometimes I would steal money from my mother's purse and go watch Charlie Chaplin movies." His favorite scene was in a film called Hard Times, he said, when Charlie Chaplin sat down at a table with a knife and fork to eat a boot. San Diego, July 27, 1975. Śrīla Prabhupada rode down the San Diego freeway in the pre-dawn darkness, on his way to San Diego to attend a festival in Balboa Park. On the way he passed through San Clemente, where former President Richard Nixon was staying. Prabhupada had followed Nixon's exposure and resignation and had often mentioned it in his lectures, sometimes as an example of how even the most powerful men are subject to anxiety and loss, sometimes to illustrate the need for proper training in the 4 natural social orders. A devotee mentioned that Mr. Nixon lived here with no position, scorned by his countrymen. "Then you should go and preach to him," Śrīla Prabhupada said. Since the man had lost everything and was lamenting, he said, he might be receptive to hearing about the absolute truth. Prabhupada had attempted a similar approach to Mahatma Gandhi. At Balboa Park, Prabhupada was pleased with the devotees' booths and colorful tents and the stage they had erected in the meadow. He had just begun addressing the large crowd when a man in the audience began shouting. Prabhupada asked what he was saying, and a devotee explained, "Śrīla Prabhupada, the man says he wants to have sex more than once a month. He is creating disturbance," said Prabhupada into the microphone. After a tense moment, Prabhupada continued his lecture. "So, as this man is talking about sex, so this whole material world is enchanted by sex." Taking the shouted protest as a new focus for his speech, Śrīla Prabhupada quoted Prahlāda Maharaja's statement that all material entanglement begins from sexual enjoyment, which in comparison to transcendental pleasure is paltry and abominable. But real happiness, Prabhupada asserted, is above the senses. Whatever we enjoy with the gross senses is temporary, but permanent enjoyment is transcendental. So this man, he continued, was suggesting he wants sex at least once in a month. Yes, that is allowed. 5 days after the wife's menstrual period the husband and wife can have sex for begetting rightful children. Prabhupada used the Vedic technical term, garbhodhana samskara, to describe the process of purifying sex within marriage. The devotees were astonished that before a crowd of sexually liberated Southern Californians Prabhupada was espousing responsible, legitimate sex. Usually he discussed such matters, if at all, in letters to householders. But if the Americans were intent on sex, then Prabhupada would let them have it. But he stressed responsible, restricted sex. Otherwise, by irresponsible sex, one has to suffer. Sex life is not denied, Prabhupada said, but one must take responsibility for sex life. Otherwise he becomes entangled in so many sinful activities. You can have sex life once in a month. That is prescribed. Because a woman has once in a month menstrual period. So sex life is meant for simply begetting nice children, not for sense gratification. If it is in regulative form, the world may not become hell. If it is in irregulative form, then the whole world will be hell. Sex life is not denied. Sex life is not denied, but in a regulated form, so that you can get nice population and live very happily. Especially at the present moment, if you can produce children to become Krishna conscious, that would be a great service to the Lord, because we want a Krishna conscious population. Otherwise this world is going to hell. There were great empires like the Roman, Greek, and later on the Mughal Empire, the British Empire. Then there was Napoleon, Hitler, Mussolini. So all these powerful empires and man have come and gone. Only a name is there now. Nothing is remaining. So I came to your country, America. I decided to come here because I heard your country is very nice, and when I came here I saw actually that your country is very nice, your cities, your buildings. Your men also. Because mostly my students are Americans, and they help me very kindly to push on this movement. So I have studied the American life very nicely. They have a good heart. The only thing that is wanting is Krishna consciousness. For want of this Krishna consciousness, despite all your opulences, you are becoming confused and frustrated. I hear that out of 3, 1 man is a patient of a psychiatrist. Why? Why are you unhappy? Why should you be unhappy? You have got everything, enough food, land, money, intelligence. Why should you be unhappy? The cause of this you should try to find out. The cause is that without Krishna consciousness, without God consciousness, nobody can be happy. The outdoor audience was now quiet and attentive. Prabhupada spoke for about 40 minutes, ranging over different areas of Krishna-conscious philosophy, and concluded with a request to the American man and women to seriously cooperate in Krishna consciousness and thereby find happiness. His talk was greeted with cheers, and the devotees continued to host the crowd throughout the afternoon, chanting and dancing and distributing prasadam. An Indian visitor was explaining to Prabhupada why India had to build up nuclear weapons and armed forces, but Prabhupada disagreed. The reason, he said, was the dearth of genuine kshatriyas. There were no more men of courage, therefore a woman was now in charge. In the newspapers also had been much coverage of a U.S. merchant ship, the Mygas, which, when sailing within the 12-mile limit of Cambodia, had been seized without warning. President Ford had taken a strong stand, sending in the U.S. Marines. 15 Marines had been killed and 50 wounded in recovering the vessel, and the U.S. had bombed Cambodia. It was proper, Prabhupada said, for the U.S. to take a strong stand in defending its citizens abroad. Yes, America should be strong, he asserted. But first of all they should become Krishna-conscious. If they were actually a Krishna-conscious nation, they should declare, if you touch the hair of one of our men, there will be a fight. Śrīla Prabhupada spoke strongly, giving the devotees a vision of a powerful America leading the world in Krishna consciousness. And this stirred within them hopes for a pure patriotism, such as in the ancient Vedic culture, when the world had been ruled by God-conscious leaders. The next morning, before going to the airport, Śrīla Prabhupada took a walk in Balboa Park. Hearing the sweet singing of birds, he said they were happy. They just take the fruits, and they are singing in the morning, he said. Ramasvara, but when we tell people that they may take their next birth as an animal or bird, they say that's all right, because these creatures are happier than the humans. Prabhupada, but because you are rascal, you do not know that you can become more happy, go back home, back to Godhead. That you do not know. Devotees like to bring before Śrīla Prabhupada all kinds of topics for his comment. Conversations would jump from one thing to another as devotees sometimes brought up horrendous examples of contemporary degradation or sometimes tested their own doubts by posing as agnostics. Or sometimes they would simply bring to Prabhupada's attention ordinary sights and sounds. Whatever the topic, Prabhupada showed the devotees how to see things from the transcendental perspective. And thus he also showed to them his own purity and humanness. When a devotee told Prabhupada that Balboa was the first man to see the Pacific, Prabhupada at first seemed impressed, but a moment later he scoffed, everyone was already there. That they do not know. The Pacific and Atlantic Oceans are mentioned in Dāsa Kavi's book Kumar Sambhava. They are all mentioned, Pacific, Atlantic Oceans. These fools do not know anything. They say, I am the first man to come, as if before him there was no man. Just see. Prabhupada complimented the devotees on the previous day's festival in the park and advised them to hold such festivals every day. You are so rich, he said laughingly, you can do it. Continual festival. Tell them, come on. Take prasadam. Chant Hare Krishna. Just like, what is that? Who told me? Continual massage. Tamala Krishna Goswami, yes, they have 24-hour massage parlors. 24 hours, Prabhupada said, laughing. Similarly, 24 hours free prasadam, come on. But they are not hungry. Not for that. While walking to a meadow, they came upon a man standing on his head. Is this our man? Prabhupada asked. The devotees laughed and replied, no, yoga. He wants to be immortal, said Ramasvara. No, said Prabhupada. This keeps them healthy. Tamala Krishna, it's good for the body? Prabhupada, yes, Shirshasana it is called, sitting on the head. Shirshasana, Padmasana, Yogasana, there are so many asanas. Tamala Krishna, we don't practice those. Yes, we have no time from sleeping, said Prabhupada sarcastically. The devotees laughed at his cutting remark. Otherwise, Prabhupada continued, this is not bad. This is not bad. It keeps good health, this yoga asana. Hearing Prabhupada's surprising praise of Hatha Yoga, a devotee asked the inevitable, "So if we have time, can we do that?" By now they had finished their walk and had arrived back at the cars. Srila Prabhupada chuckled, as if aware that he was being baited with a controversial question. "Hare Krishna," he said. On getting into the car, he added, "Not required." Dallas, July 28, 1975. "Swami, why are you here?" asked a reporter at the Dallas, Fort Worth airport. "This is my home," said Srila Prabhupada. The reply delighted his disciples. "I have got so many children, grandchildren. So I have come to see them." Srila Prabhupada had written about Dallas Gurukula in his commentary on the Srimad Bhagavatam. The Krishna consciousness movement, he had written, was training a new generation of Vaisnavas in its own school in Dallas, Texas. More than 100 boys and girls were now enrolled, and Srila Prabhupada liked to visit here whenever he toured the United States. Here, as in other ISKCON projects in the U.S., he involved himself little in the management, but he visited, making himself available to the teachers, who were always ready with questions. Since there was no precedent in the West for Krishna-conscious education, and since the devotees wanted to develop the school just as Prabhupada desired, they felt they had to ask him about curriculum, teaching methods, hygiene, recreation, and so on. In the 100-degree weather, the schoolboys wore no shirts, and Srila Prabhupada ran the electric fan in his room. As soon as he arrived in his quarters, he asked that all the children and adults come into his room, and one by one they entered his room, held out a hand, and Prabhupada gave them a large rasagulla. That evening he sat in a rocking chair on the lawn behind the temple, while devotees fanned him with a large peacock fan and locusts droned loudly in the trees. He sat there with his disciples amid many thriving tulasi plants, listening to a reading from the Krishna book. This was as much a lesson in how to conduct a Gurukula as were his answers to the teacher's intricate questions. At Gurukula, everything should be based on chanting and hearing about Krishna. Brahmananda Swami was reading about Krishna's rescuing his beloved Rukmini, when suddenly Srila Prabhupada interrupted and said that when they had been escaping on Krishna's chariot and the other princes had been attacking, Rukmini had taken the reins and had driven the chariot. Krishna had then taken his bow and arrows and had defeated his opponents. The devotees were amazed. Many of them were keen students of Krishna book, and nowhere was that particular detail mentioned. Never before had any of them heard of Rukmini's taking the reins, nor had they ever thought of her in that way. But Prabhupada assured them that she had fearlessly driven Krishna's chariot during the fight. While Prabhupada was speaking, Dayananda, the Gurukula headmaster, stretched out his leg to find a more comfortable position, and Prabhupada turned to him and said sternly, "Do not put your feet near Tulasi. She is a pure devotee." When Brahmananda read a prayer in the Krishna book describing Krishna as the creator of the material elements, Prabhupada spoke up. "If we do not accept that Krishna made the sky," he challenged, "then who made it?" The blue of the Texas sky was now fading into twilight, and guests and devotees alike looked up at the sky and then back to Prabhupada. According to Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada said, "Krishna made the sky, Bhumirapon alavayukam." So we should study like this, Aham Sarvasaya Prabhava. The sky is the greatest material thing, but he created it. In this way, study Krishna. Not just studying Krishna with the gopis, then you will misunderstand. But the more you understand Krishna, the more you will become his staunch follower. Unauthorized persons never paint Krishna creating the sky. They always want to see Krishna dancing with the gopis, and in this way they try to support their own lusty activities. 2 Dallas newspapers had covered Prabhupada's arrival. The Dallas Times-Herald printed a photo of Srila Prabhupada seated and garlanded with roses, his right hand raised, his index finger extended, instructing. "Barefoot Swami draws admiring Krishna crowd," the headline read. Aside from claiming that Srila Prabhupada was barefoot, actually he had worn shoes but had removed them when sitting cross-legged, the article pointed out a controversy around the Krishna devotees in Dallas. The article cited ISKCON's injunction against officials of the Dallas, Fort Worth airport, who had forbidden them to distribute literature and take donations. On hearing the article, Srila Prabhupada had commented, "This is good literature. It should be encouraged. By reading it, people would become sane, and they would understand their constitutional position. Otherwise the people would go on being perturbed by crime and wondering what to do." Srila Prabhupada was particularly interested in the newspaper's version of his reply to the question about Indian politics. The Swami replied that, "Mrs. Gandhi is inclined to some spiritual understanding, and if she fully develops it the situation will improve. Democracy is not much beneficial if its leaders have no spiritual values. Mahatma Gandhi was practically a dictator, But he was a man of a high moral character, so people accepted him. Dictatorship can be good, provided the dictator is spiritually developed. Srila Prabhupada was repeatedly being asked about Indira Gandhi. The U.S. government was critical of her newly instituted emergency rule, and particularly in Chicago, the reporters had tried to construe Prabhupada's comments about women as criticism of Prime Minister Gandhi. Both in Chicago and Dallas, Srila Prabhupada had stressed that he was not much concerned with politics, although he indicated that politics were useless without Krishna. Eager to keep good relations with the Indian government, Prabhupada did not like to speak publicly against India's leaders. He had often expressed a desire to meet with the Prime Minister to assure her of the good work the Krishna consciousness movement was doing for the benefit of India and the whole world, and to request her assistance. In India, visas had always been a problem for the devotees. They had to continually leave the country in their service to renew their visas and then re-enter, at great cost. Now some devotees, especially in the Mayapur area, were being asked to leave the country because of America's stance against Indira Gandhi's political actions. Recently Prabhupada had received word from the devotees in Delhi that they were trying to arrange such a meeting. So he liked the favorable statements on Indira Gandhi in the Dallas Times Herald and asked that the article be saved. While walking near White Rock Lake the morning he was to leave for New Orleans, Srila Prabhupada dropped behind the main group of devotees and said to his servant, "I am not feeling well." The few sannyasis close by pressed in near him with concern. "Yesterday also," he added. "Is it due to the heat, Srila Prabhupada? I do not know why, but now I am feeling headache and some spasm. Should we cancel the trip this morning?" Srila Prabhupada didn't answer. He admitted, however, the heat may have weakened his digestion. When asked if the food was to his liking, he replied, "Not very all right. Constantly change of hand is not good." Brahmananda Swami suggested that another difficulty for health was the constant flying, but when he again suggested postponing the flight to New Orleans, Srila Prabhupada said, "No, no," and continued forward. July 31. The weather was stormy en route to New Orleans. Srila Prabhupada, in the first-class section with Upendra, was looking out the window when the passenger seatbelt announcement came, just 10 minutes before the scheduled landing. Suddenly the plane dropped violently. Passengers screamed and clutched their armrests, bracing themselves. Upendra, frightened speechless, thought, "If I have to die, it's all right, because Prabhupada is here." The downward plunge stopped abruptly, but then the plane began to lurch and roll, tossed by turbulent air currents. Overhead bins snapped open, and articles fell out, bouncing off passengers and onto the floor. Srila Prabhupada turned to Upendra. "Why is it rocking?" he asked. "It's a storm," replied Upendra. He could see that Srila Prabhupada was calm. His expression was one of irritation, like over some minor incident, as when his lunch would be served late. In wind and downpour, the pilot finally touched the wheels onto the runway, landing without mishap. A sigh rose from the passengers, then cheering and applause. Srila Prabhupada seemed unaffected. He asked Upendra how long a drive it would be to the temple. Srila Prabhupada and his party arrived at the large mansion on Esplanade Boulevard in heavy rain. Nityananda, the New Orleans temple president, having been given 2 weeks' notice of Prabhupada's visit, had hurriedly repainted and readied all the buildings, both here and at the Mississippi farm. Despite a thorough search of the city's markets, however, he had been unable to find any bitter melon, which he had heard Srila Prabhupada took daily for digestion. Therefore he had arranged for one of Prabhupada's secretaries to bring some from Dallas. Nityananda and the New Orleans devotees felt they were as ready for Prabhupada's visit as they would ever be. A wide marble staircase led up to the entrance, and Prabhupada, leaning on his cane, climbed it slowly, as devotees threw flower petals down from the 3rd floor. The entire distance from the car to the house, about 250 feet, was covered with a 3-foot-wide white cloth, leading up to the Vyasashana. Prabhupada bowed down before the deities of Gauranitai, Radha Radhakanta, and Lord Jagannath, sat down, but then decided it was too late in the morning to speak. Instead, he went at once to his quarters in the building next door. As soon as Srila Prabhupada reached his room, he was introduced to an official from City Hall who had come from the mayor's office to present him with an honorary welcome to New Orleans. Prabhupada graciously accepted a symbolic key to the city and a scroll welcoming and praising him as an honorable visitor. Seizing the opportunity, he began preaching to the man, treating his guest not as a city official but as any other conditioned soul. When the welcoming flurry had abated and Srila Prabhupada had bathed, taken prasadam, and rested, he called for Nityananda. When Nityananda entered, Prabhupada had sandalwood pulp on his forehead and wore a fresh garland. Nityananda offered obeisances. Alone in the room with his spiritual master, He felt embarrassed and fearful. Prabhupada picked up a photo album from his desk containing pictures of the farm in Mississippi. "You know," he said, "I have come especially to see your farm." Before sunrise the next morning Srila Prabhupada left in the rain on a 2-hour drive to the farm. He would have to return to New Orleans that night, as he was scheduled to fly to Detroit the next morning. The rain had stopped in Carriere, Mississippi, and Srila Prabhupada looked out across the gently rolling land. The ISKCON farm, cleared land, surrounded by a pine forest, was situated on a ridge. The previous owner had used the property as a horse ranch, and the modern 14-room brick house, the large barn, and several sheds were all in good condition. Prabhupada liked the land. He said it looked just like Bengal. Most of the devotees from New Orleans had raced to the farm to be with Prabhupada, and they crowded into the temple room, waiting for him to give the morning Bhagavatam class. As soon as he began to speak, however, many flies came, buzzing, landing on his head and body. A devotee began fanning him with a camera whisk, but to no avail. "Come near," Prabhupada said. "This camera is especially meant for driving away the flies. Even it is touching the body, there is no harm." Toward the end of the lecture, Srila Prabhupada began speaking of the farm. "Now this place, I see, although I have not seen all, it is a nice place. The guests may come here, have some small cottage, grow your own food, grains and vegetables, and have your own cow's milk. Get nice foodstuff, and save time. Why should you go into the city hundreds of miles in a car and again hundreds of miles back and take unnecessary trouble? Stick to this spot and grow your own food, make your own cloth, and live peacefully. Save time and chant Hare Krishna. This is actual life. What is this nonsense life, big cities, and all these people busy? To see a friend he has to go 30 miles. If he has to see a physician, he has to go 50 miles. If he has to go to work, another 100 miles. So what is this life? This is not life. Be satisfied. A devotee's life should be prayana. We require material necessities, as much as is required. No artificial life." Srila Prabhupada went on to deprecate the life of simply machine. He asked the devotees to show by practical example how to live simply and advance in Krishna consciousness. If they could show the example, people would try to follow. Although Nityananda and the others had been living on the land for many months, Prabhupada's words gave them the real direction and purpose for the project. It was as if he were now breathing life into his project. Srila Prabhupada went to his room and sat with Brahmananda Swami, Satsvarūpa Dāsa Goswami, Harikesa, Jagadisa, and Upendra. When he began speaking about Varnasrama, he called for Nityananda. "They should try not to use machines," he said. "The men and animals should do the work." Nityananda asked whether the householders should produce food cooperatively or as individual families. "They should work together," said Prabhupada, "or what's the use of living in a community center?" When Upendra asked how the milk should be used, Srila Prabhupada explained what he called the Indian village system. As Nanda Maharaja was keeping cows, he said, similarly there are many villages. They have a big pan, and whatever milk is collected they put into that pan. It is kept on a fire and is warm. So the whole family can drink milk whenever they like. Then whatever milk remains at night, they have to convert it into yogurt. The next day they use milk and yogurt also as they like. Then after converting the milk into yogurt, whatever remains is stored. If there is sufficient old yogurt, they churn, and then butter comes out. They take that butter, and the water separated from the butter is called whey. So instead of dal, they use this whey for eating with kapetas. It will be very healthy and tasty. Meanwhile, the butter they turn into ghee. There is not a single drop of waste. Srila Prabhupada said that everyone could take as much milk as necessary and that the ghee could be used in ISKCON restaurants in the cities. Curd could also be used in the restaurants for making sandesa, rasagola, and other dishes. Srila Prabhupada stressed that the farm be well organized, engaging all classes of men, brahmanas, kshatriyas, vaisyas, and sudras. No laziness or unemployment. Otherwise, he said, people will criticize that we are simply eating and sleeping and escaping. Nityananda asked whether they should immediately stop using farm machinery. "We are not against the machine," Prabhupada explained. "You can utilize machine. But we should not allow others to be unemployed while we use the machine. This is the point. You can use the machine, but the first thing is that everyone should be employed. If you have got many men, then why should you engage the machine?" Srila Prabhupada also explained that in Vedic culture, the kshatriyas collected taxes and protected the citizens while the sudras worked in the fields or a trade. The women would cook, spin, weave, and take care of the milk products. The low-class men, such as cobblers, who use the skin of dead cows, were allowed to eat meat. But not that one is Professor such and such and yet he is eating meat, Prabhupada said. This is the way of the degraded modern society. Teacher means Brahmana, and yet he is eating meat. How horrible. So do these things and organize. I can give you the idea, but I will not live very long. If you can carry it out, you can change the whole world. Especially if you can change America, then the whole world will change. Srila Prabhupada became emotional, and tears came to his eyes. It is the duty, he said. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has explained Para-Upakara, save them. If it is not possible to save everyone, as many as possible. This is human life. This is Krishna consciousness, to save those who are in the darkness. Don't think, he said, Krishna consciousness is my profession. I am getting a living, food, and shelter. That is just what the Indians are doing. Not like that. It is Para-Upakara. That is Krishna consciousness. Then Krishna will be very much pleased. Krishna personally comes for giving this benefit to the people, and if you do, then how much Krishna will be pleased. Just like I am traveling to my centers, and if I see that my students, my men, are doing very nice, everything is going nice, how much pleased I will be. Then I can save my labors and now write books for the rest of my life. Similarly, if Krishna sees that you are, on behalf of Krishna, trying to save these rascals, then you will very much please Krishna. The Vaisnava's qualification is Paradukadukhi. He is unhappy seeing others' distress. This is a Vaisnava. Srila Prabhupada ended the intimate meeting by rising and leaving the room. When Harakesa mentioned that he was spending 2.5 hours to cook Srila Prabhupada's lunch, Prabhupada said, "You do not know how to cook. I will show you and do it in 1 hour." 1 hour? Said Harakesa, almost in disbelief. This is amazing. Prabhupada then took off his shirt and entered the little kitchen of the Mississippi farm. While a crowd of devotees peered in through the open door, Prabhupada looked at his wristwatch and announced, "It is now 12 o'clock." He used the same 3-tiered brass cooker he had brought to America in 1965. In the bottom section he put mung beans and water, in the middle section he put rice, and in the top he arranged various cut vegetables, squash, peas, potatoes, and cauliflower. Putting the cooker over a low flame, he then poured an inch of ghee into a frying pan and placed it over a flame. Next he cut up an eggplant, dipped the pieces into turmeric and salt, and began to fry them in the hot ghee. He mixed and kneaded dough and began rolling out capetas. Periodically he checked his wristwatch, and when 45 minutes had passed, he took the cooker's top off and turned it upside down to use as a small frying pan. He put in ghee and cooked some bitter melon, then deftly added cumin, anise, chili, and asafoetida. He squeezed lemon on the steamed vegetables and, within a few minutes, had finished. Srila Prabhupada looked at his watch. 1 hour, he said. We have cooked 9 preparations. He then left the kitchen while his servant prepared his plate. Prabhupada said that everyone who had watched him cook should be given some of the prasadam. About 5 in the afternoon, Prabhupada toured the farm. In the barn he saw the calves taking milk. "How are you using the bulls?" he asked. Like a hesitant student, Nityananda replied, "To plow." "Yes," said Prabhupada, "to plow and transport. You have to engage more men for plowing. 2 bulls may be used for each plow." Passing by a hayfield, Prabhupada asked why the cut hay still lay in the field. Nityananda explained that he had to wait for it to dry after the rain. Prabhupada warned that rain could spoil the hay, it should be harvested soon. Coming upon a 3-acre plot of sugarcane, they walked up one row and entered deep into the cane patch, which stood several feet above their heads. Emerging on the other side, they came to the edge of a forest of pine. "These jungles are natural arrangement," said Prabhupada. "You cut the trees, make your home, and the balance of it you can make for fuel. Then the ground you can plow and grow your own food. That's all. It's natural." Prabhupada lamented modern society's waste of trees by printing heaps of useless newspapers. He saw the 2 acres of fruit trees the devotees had planted, satsumas, peaches, pears, and figs, as well as the 25 large pecan trees. But he discovered discrepancies. Nityananda had lined up for Prabhupada's inspection 2 tractors, a large forage harvester, a hay conditioner, hay mowers, rakes, a blower, and a wagon. But when Prabhupada saw the machines standing in the open, he asked why they were not being kept under cover. Nityananda replied that they were still building a shed. "In the meantime it will be finished," said Prabhupada. "By the time you finish your shed, they will be rusty and gradually become useless." He quoted a Hindi proverb and translated. A woman was dressing to go to a fair, but when she was finally dressed, the fair was already finished. The devotees laughed, But Nityananda was grave. Prabhupada continued, "Utilize these machines, otherwise, while they are in working order, sell them. But don't keep idle in this neglected way." Nityananda showed Prabhupada where 25 acres of sorghum was growing. This grain was for the animals and when harvested would go into the silos. "So everything is for the animals?" asked Prabhupada. "Nothing for man? The cows give us milk," explained Nityananda. "That's all?" asked Prabhupada. "And you are not growing any food grains? Why?" Prabhupada's instruction was clear. Just before the walk was over, he again asked Nityananda, "What the oxen will do?" "Plow the fields," Nityananda replied, like a student having learned his lesson. "Yes," said Prabhupada, "that is wanted. Transport and plowing the fields. And unless our men are trained up in Krishna consciousness, they will think, what is the use of taking care of the cow? Better go to the city, earn money, and eat them." This statement was similar to an instruction Prabhupada had given in various temples after installing the deities of Radha and Krishna. If the devotees were not enthusiastic, he had warned, the deity worship would deteriorate into mere ritual, until finally the devotees would resent the spiritual masters giving them such a burden. Likewise on the farms, if the devotees did not utilize the bulls in the natural way and if they did not use the milk properly, then eventually they would want to get rid of the animals. By conducting things as Prabhupada had taught, however, the devotees, the cows, and the bulls would live cooperatively and happily and Krishna would be pleased. Although for years Śrīla Prabhupāda had given many practical instructions in other areas of the Krishna consciousness movement, this was one of the first times he had given so many practical directions on conducting Varnashrama society. He felt satisfied and pleased to have seen such a promising Krishna conscious farm community and, re-entering the house, said he was ready to return to New Orleans. It had been a busy, productive day in the service of Krishna, and tomorrow would be another. Detroit, August 2, 1975. Alfred Ford, the great-grandson of Henry Ford, had become attracted to Krishna consciousness through meeting some of Śrīla Prabhupada's disciples in Detroit and through reading Bhagavad Gita as it is. He had adopted the principles of Krishna consciousness, begun regularly chanting 16 rounds, and was now Śrīla Prabhupada's initiated disciple, Ambarisa. Today Ambarisa was at the airport, behind the wheel of a white Lincoln Continental limousine, waiting to meet Śrīla Prabhupada. On seeing Śrīla Prabhupada approach, Ambarisa got out of the driver's seat and offered obeisances. He opened the back door of the limousine for Śrīla Prabhupada, shut it, and returned to his seat, just like a menial chauffeur. "We devotees also have a car," said Prabhupada as they drove away, "but we are going to the temple and distributing books with it. Anything can be used for Krishna. Here is a rich man's son, Alfred Ford. We are giving him a little spiritual teaching, and he is happy." Another of Śrīla Prabhupada's Detroit disciples was Elizabeth Ruther, now Lekasravandi Devi Dasi, the daughter of labor leader Walter Ruther. Ambarisa told Prabhupada that the Fords and the Reuthers had been enemies, but now two of their descendants were peacefully working together in Krishna consciousness. Śrīla Prabhupada was pleased with the humility of these two disciples, and while he gave them some special status, he did not dote on the fact that they were from such famous families. Ambarisa and Lekasravandi saw themselves as humble servants of the Vaisnavas. On the way to the temple, Prabhupada's car passed a large, modern building displaying flags of many nations and a large sign, World Headquarters, Ford. One of the devotees turned to Ambarisa and asked, "Is this where you work?" From the back seat, Prabhupada spoke up. "No, he is the proprietor." As they passed by a big urban redevelopment project, Prabhupada asked, "What is this?" "This is known as Detroit's Renaissance Center," said Ambarisa. "They will never have a renaissance," Prabhupada replied. The Detroit temple was located in an old brick house, with the temple room in the third-floor attic. The lease was soon due to run out, and Govardhana, the temple president, was looking for a new place. He showed Prabhupada photos of likely buildings, one of them a mansion of the late auto industry millionaire Lawrence Fisher. The place was probably too expensive, Govardhana said, and was located in a bad neighborhood. But Prabhupada was interested. In fact, whatever the devotees cited as bad about the mansion, Prabhupada would say was actually good, or at least could be easily rectified. As for the high crime rate in the area, he said, "You'll have nothing to fear. Just chant Hare Krishna and distribute prasadam. Invite all the neighborhood people, thieves, and rascals, to take prasadam and chant, and you won't have any thefts." Devotees emphasized that Detroit was the crime capital of the U.S. and that the poor slum area where the mansion was located was known for drug trafficking, robberies, and murders. But Śrīla Prabhupada repeated that they should not be afraid. "I lived in the Bowery," he said, and he described how the bums used to urinate on his front door and lie across the doorway. But when he would come to enter the building, they would get up and say, "Yes, sir. Come on, sir. Get the place," Prabhupada said, and chant Hare Krishna there 24 hours a day. If a thief comes, we will say, "Yes, first take prasadam, and then take whatever you want. What do we have?" Śrīla Prabhupada went to see the mansion with Govardhana, Ambarasa, and several GBC men. They were met by the owner and a lady who introduced herself as a real estate agent. As the owner guided them on a tour, Prabhupada came to like the estate even more. The palatial building was situated on 4 acres surrounded by a high stone wall. There were gardens and walkways, now in disrepair, as well as fountains and a swimming pool. Some of the devotees thought the place gaudy, with its extravagant 1920s decor, but Śrīla Prabhupada saw the great potential. As soon as he entered the vestibule and saw the ornate Italian tiles and marble archways, he began to smile. The group entered the lobby, its high ceiling covered with classically sculptured leaves, rosettes, and hand-painted plaster flowers. Next they entered the ballroom, with its marble floor and high, vaulted ceiling painted to resemble an early evening blue sky with clouds and stars. Special lighting gave the effect of natural starlight. At one end of the hall, 3 marble arches exactly resembled the design Prabhupada had given for the deity altars in his temples. 3 altars could be installed there and the ballroom made into a temple with very little renovation. Prabhupada did not comment to the owner on the ballroom's suitability, but to the devotees it was obvious. The tour then proceeded to the boat well, an indoor water garage capable of holding several yachts. The boat well opened into a channel, which opened into the nearby Detroit River. Prabhupada mentioned that the devotees could get a boat for their preaching. As Prabhupada and his entourage entered one gorgeous room after another, they saw the many carved stone columns, hand-painted floor and wall tiles from Italy and Greece, and ceilings ornamented with gold leaf figures. Rare antique crystal chandeliers adorned many of the rooms. There were living rooms, library rooms, a dining room, a billiard room, a music room, 2 master bedrooms, other bedrooms, all extravaganzas. "Each room is worth the entire price," said Prabhupada privately to the devotees. The owner spoke of Mayan, Moorish, Spanish, Greek, and Italian influences, and pointed out that the 2 hand-carved spiral columns in the dining room were salvaged from an ancient European palace. Wherever Śrīla Prabhupada looked, he saw opulence, an indoor marble fountain, a wall of iridescent tiles, hand-painted cornices. Even the large bathrooms were extraordinary, with glamorous imported tiles and gold-plated accents. The introductory tour completed, Prabhupada, his followers, the owner, and the real estate agent sat together at an umbrella-covered patio table by the swimming pool. Already Śrīla Prabhupada had mentioned to his disciples that the owner should donate the building for ISKCON's missionary purposes, and he had told Brahmananda Swami to make the request. Since the owner had not mentioned the price, Prabhupada spoke up. "So, we are beggars," he began. He was serious, and yet he spoke with an air of humor. Ambarasa and Upendra hid their faces in embarrassment. "We have no money," Prabhupada continued boldly. "Therefore, we are asking you, please give us this building." The owner glanced incredulously at his real estate agent and then laughed nervously. "It's out of the question," he said. "I can't do that." The agent was also taken aback and upset. "He can't do that," she whispered. "I can't give it to you," explained the owner, "because I have taken a loss in maintaining this property. So I have to make my money back. This property represents a major part of my income." "Then," said Prabhupada, "how much do you want?" "Well," the man replied, "I have to get at least $350,000. None of the devotees dared say anything. Prabhupada thought for a moment and then said, "We will give you $300,000 cash." "I'll have to think about it," the man replied. The real estate agent got to her feet, saying that a transaction like this is usually not done straight to the owner. But Prabhupada ignored her and spoke with the owner about how lovely the mansion was. Prabhupada then got up and took a short walk in the garden with his men. Govardhana asked Prabhupada if he'd liked it, and Prabhupada said, "Yes, who would not like such a building?" "Ambarasa doesn't like it," said Govardhana. "Oh?" Ambarasa said he thought the mansion was Maya. "Yes," said Prabhupada, "but Maya is also Krishna. We can use anything in Krishna's service." Leaving the garden path and returning to their cars, Prabhupada asked Ambarasa, "So, is this possible?" "Yes, Prabhupada. This is possible." As soon as they returned to the temple, Ambarasa and Lekhasravandi conferred. Her inheritance was limited, but she was able to give $125,000. Ambarasa had to come up with the balance. The next day the owner came to see Srila Prabhupada. The man was accompanied by 2 women, and they all appeared a little intoxicated. He had come to say that he accepted the offer. Prabhupada smiled and reaffirmed his intention to buy. Afterward, Srila Prabhupada openly showed his blissfulness about the purchase. "Just see," he said, "I didn't have 1 penny, and yet I offered him $300,000 cash. And now Krishna has provided the money." As Prabhupada had told the estate owner, "I am a sannyasi. I have no money." And after collecting $300,000 from his disciples, he still had no money. Within a few days he left for Toronto, taking nothing for himself. Everything was Krishna's, to be used in Krishna's service. Toronto, August 7, 1975. Despite a severe toothache and swollen jaw, Srila Prabhupada continued with lectures, interviews, and his usual activities. He could not chew and took only pureed fruit. When asked if he would see a dentist, he told the devotees not to worry, he was used to difficulties. The Toronto temple was a small, rundown building, and Prabhupada was interested in helping the devotees relocate. All the real estate brokers they had approached had told them about a fabulous church for sale downtown. The temple president, Visvakarma, had looked at the building, but the owners were asking almost $500,000, with a large down payment. When Prabhupada went to see the church, he decided that somehow they must get it. If necessary he could send the total BBT collections for 2 months as a loan to the Toronto temple. Prabhupada told them to offer $300,000 cash, but when Uttama went, the church directors rejected the offer, saying they had already rejected an offer for much more. Srila Prabhupada did not give up the idea of getting the church, however, and he mentioned it before a meeting of Indians. Near the end of the program, when the host begged Prabhupada to return again to bless them, Prabhupada took the opportunity to request all present to please help the devotees raise money to purchase the church. Once they had actually purchased it, he said, he would return to Toronto. Many of the gentlemen present promised to help. Suddenly, Srila Prabhupada's North American tour was interrupted. A telegram from Tejas in New Delhi announced that if Prabhupada wanted an interview with Indira Gandhi, he would have to come at once. The telegram contained no details, and his secretary was unable to reach the Delhi temple by phone. But Prabhupada didn't need to hear anything more. When an auspicious opportunity arose, he said, a devotee should act at once. Harakesa planned the trip so they could stop in Montreal overnight. From Montreal they would fly to Paris, where Prabhupada could rest before going on to Delhi. As word of Prabhupada's imminent departure spread, several devotees in Toronto tried to see Prabhupada for last instructions about their projects. Ramaswara also phoned from Los Angeles, pressing Harakesa to ask Prabhupada a list of last-minute editorial questions regarding the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. The questions, however, concerning the Bhagavatam's explanation of the structure of the universe, Prabhupada rejected as unintelligent. He ordered the BBT to simply print the books as they were. Not only was the prospect of meeting with Prime Minister Gandhi prompting Prabhupada's return to India, but so were his uncompleted projects, especially Hare Krishna land in Bombay. Brahmananda Swami said he thought Prabhupada had been looking for such a chance to end his western tour and get back into personally managing the projects in India. Prabhupada had just dictated a letter to Surabhi and Vrindavana, expressing disappointment that things could not get done without him. "You are all simply writing letters to me. Without my personal presence there you cannot do anything. Simply correspondence. Anyway, be careful, there is no underhanded dealing in this transaction, purchasing land. It is very much risky, so be careful. Please send me a regular report of the Bombay construction. I am very much anxious and will be glad to receive your regular report." Devotees in Boston, New Vrindavan, and New York received the news of Prabhupada's sudden departure with shock. He would not be visiting their temples. And they felt the impact of the stark realization that Srila Prabhupada could leave them at any moment. He was not obliged to stay with them, and they should not take his presence for granted. They had his instructions, this was sufficient. Of course, important decisions still had to be made. In Boston the devotees had expected Prabhupada to look at a new building with them, but based on his instruction, they could become responsible and carry out his will, even in his absence. The devotees who had recently received Prabhupada in their temples realized how valuable had been those moments. The personal association they had had should be relished, remembered, and acted upon. The book distributors already knew that their work was most important to Prabhupada, and that was sufficient. The press workers in Los Angeles weren't dependent on Prabhupada's staying in America, they had their mission, 17 books in 2 months, and they were working day and night. Srila Prabhupada's traveling in the US and Canada had been exactly in the mood of a wandering sannyasi. And he was showing his GBC men that they should not simply sit behind desks and manage but should travel and preach. Traveling, Prabhupada stressed, did not mean aimless wandering or pleasure-seeking. While traveling, the preacher had to do some substantial work for the Krishna Consciousness Society. And that also Śrīla Prabhupada had shown, at the Dallas Gurukula, the Mississippi farm, rather yatra. In Detroit he had secured a mansion, and in Toronto he was praying for a wonderful church, to be financed by the Indians. In Chicago he had shown how to preach on contemporary issues like crime and women's liberation, without compromise. His disciples could not match or imitate him, but his example of selfless work on behalf of Krishna should be their standard. In spite of Prabhupada's traveling to so many cities, most people in the United States did not recognize his position. Reporters would interview him, but their superficial stories in the newspapers drew little attention. To the press, Prabhupada was just another celebrity in the constant parade of faces and events. As Lord Krishna had predicted in Bhagavad Gita, out of thousands of men, only one seeks perfection. Śrīla Prabhupada, in his tireless search for that one person out of thousands, had shown his enthusiasm and willingness to speak with whoever came to see him. And through Ratha Yatra and other public festivals, he was offering millions a first taste of potent spiritual life. Even one moment's association with a pure devotee could save them from a most inauspicious fate in their next life. Besides the hundreds of thousands who benefited incidentally, in each city a fortunate few felt their lives greatly affected by Śrīla Prabhupada. Professor Thomas Hopkins in Philadelphia, Assemblyman John Porter in Chicago, a flight supervisor on a plane to San Francisco, an appreciative mother in Philadelphia, and many others, all understood that their meeting with Śrīla Prabhupada was special. Śrīla Prabhupada often cited a specific reason for his touring. "My duty," he had said in Berkeley, "is to see that my disciples, who have accepted me as guru, may not fall down. That is my anxiety." And as he had lovingly expressed it in Dallas, "I have got so many children and grandchildren, so I have come to see them." He was the spiritual father of his disciples, and every ISKCON center was his home. While touring his movement in the West, Śrīla Prabhupada had felt satisfied that it was growing stronger. Opposition was also growing, but he took that as another sign of ISKCON's authenticity. His original plan was still intact, and on this tour he had been pursuing it. America had a chance of becoming Krishna conscious, at least he and his disciples should try for that. If they succeeded, then the whole world could be uplifted by that transcendental influence. Prabhupada liked preaching in America. "Mostly my students are American," he had said, "and they helped me very kindly push on this movement." But one man in the San Diego crowd had shouted back that he wanted more sex than was allowed in Krishna consciousness. So Prabhupada's estimation was that Americans had good hearts, but that for want of Krishna consciousness they were becoming completely confused, frustrated, and degraded. Śrīla Prabhupada had come first to America in 1965 to plant the seed of Krishna consciousness. That he had done. Now, with dozens of centers across the country and many others around the world, he was realizing that his ambitions were not going unfulfilled. He also accepted that to make Krishna consciousness the dominant force in America and the world was something he might not see in his lifetime. "It is not one man's work," he had said, and he asked everyone, Americans, Indians, and all world citizens, to take part in distributing Lord Chaitanya's mercy. Only a rare few came forward to help him, however, and he worked with them. Touring, therefore, was but another attempt at making his organization as strong as possible while it was within his power to do so. Actually, he was living for others, and he didn't think he would live much longer. He wanted to continue touring, building ISKCON, saving as many lost souls as possible. And he wanted to impress upon his sincere followers and upon others who would read his books that every human being should take up this same work and live for the benefit of others by distributing Krishna consciousness. Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 48. At home in India there were, of course, other reasons for Prabhupada's returning to India besides meeting Indira Gandhi. His regular rhythm had become to alternate touring the West with staying in India. He was leading his movement by traveling from center to center, but for at least 5 years now he had devoted more of his time to India. His ambitious projects in Mayapur and Vrindavana, although increasing the prestige of the Krishna consciousness movement, were by no means completed. And Hare Krishna land in Bombay was still only a construction site. Unlike in America and Europe, where Śrīla Prabhupada achieved his objectives by inspiring disciples to carry on the management, in India he was the manager. He had to be, otherwise his Western disciples would be cheated and become dispirited. Pressing managerial decisions, therefore, brought him frequently to India. Moreover, he had a special inclination to be in India. He had a deep spiritual attraction to the holy Dhammas. Vrindavana was his home and Mayapur was his place of worship, and he liked the unique opportunities for meeting and influencing people in places like Bombay. His upcoming meeting with India's chief executive was the kind of opportunity that came rarely in the West. And in addition to all these reasons, Prabhupada also felt most relaxed and at home there. When breaking some of his commitments to visit more cities in the U.S., he had written to a disciple, "I was not able to come to Atlanta because I was called here to India on urgent business. Also I was feeling inconvenienced by so much traveling." Prabhupada often referred to New York, London, and Los Angeles as his special homes and to America as his fatherland. And when a disciple had once remarked that Prabhupada would feel more at home in India, he had replied, "My only home is the lotus feet of Krishna." Nevertheless, for whatever reason or combination of reasons, Śrīla Prabhupada was showing a definite preference for staying in India. Prabhupada was displeased to see how slowly the construction was progressing at Hare Krishna land in Bombay. The monsoons had flooded the foundation, and what little work had been done appeared to be of poor quality. The whole project should have been finished in 6 months, Prabhupada said, but he startled the devotees by saying, "At least complete it within my lifetime." Sarabi and Morty showed him drawings for other temples. An interested person in Nellore, near Hyderabad, was speaking of donating land, and the devotees had drawn up plans for a temple complex, complete with library and dormitories. Prabhupada approved the plans. "The temple buildings," he said, "should be traditional, according to the sastric directions, but the other buildings could incorporate more modern designs." He also studied and approved plans for temples in Hyderabad and Fiji. Early the next morning, Śrīla Prabhupada called for Sarabi and Murti and again went over their various plans with detailed interest. He had little time left before his meeting with the Prime Minister, however, and the next day he left for Delhi. New Delhi, August 22, 1975 at 9:15 in the morning, Śrīla Prabhupada and several of his leading disciples arrived at the Prime Minister's home, where they were confronted by a formidable security check. 2 days before, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh had been assassinated, and Mrs. Gandhi was rumored to be next. Armed soldiers, therefore, surrounded her residence. The guards at the outer gate decided that the foreigners could not go in, Śrīla Prabhupada alone could enter. While one guard opened the gate, another ushered Śrīla Prabhupada into a car, which carried him to the Prime Minister's front door. Meanwhile, the devotees waited in anxiety by the outer gate. Always some disciples would accompany Prabhupada wherever he went. His disciples worried, almost like doting parents, that he might need their assistance. In tiny, cramped handwriting, Śrīla Prabhupada had noted down in a small address book a list of points he wanted to discuss with Mrs. Gandhi. 1. Grant immigration for 500 foreigners. 2. All MPs initiated Brahmanas. 3. Sanjaya the king. 4. Close slaughterhouses. 5. Chanting. 6. Meat eaters, at home. No public meat eating. 7. Prostitution punishable. 8. No religious group except Bhagavad Gita as it is. 9. All government officers must join Kirtan at least twice a day. 10. Support Krishna consciousness all over the world. The most pressing item was at the head of the list. Mrs. Gandhi should grant permanent visas to Prabhupada's Western disciples in India. Just a few weeks before, some of the foreign devotees in Mayapur had been asked to leave the country. For years Prabhupada had been asking for permanent visas whenever he met governors, members of parliament, or other men of influence. Devotees were constantly being asked to leave the country to renew their 6-month visas. The travel costs incurred in the disruption of the devotees' services seriously hampered ISKCON's work in India. Therefore, Prabhupada wanted Indira Gandhi to sanction up to 500 foreign disciples to stay permanently in India. The other points on Śrīla Prabhupada's list were scriptural directions for how the Prime Minister could make her leadership Krishna conscious, in the spirit of the great Rajarsis of the Vedic age. These were the same tenets of God-conscious leadership he preached wherever he went, and he had deep conviction that if the world's leaders would apply them, an era of peace, prosperity, and happiness would dawn. Indira Gandhi had a tendency toward authoritative control, so she should exercise it in terms of Vedic directions. Then her rule could become most effective and beneficial. A government official opened the door to Śrīla Prabhupada's car, ushered him into the house, and brought him before the Prime Minister. As Prabhupada entered the room, Mrs. Gandhi stood up. Although she greeted him cordially and offered him a seat, he could immediately detect that she was distracted, fearful for her life. She openly admitted it, and added that this was not, therefore, a good time for their meeting. Prabhupada felt that she would have preferred not to meet at all, but was allowing it only because she had promised. Her agreeing to see him, he felt, was an indication that she had some attraction for spiritual life, but he understood that on this visit at least, he could not introduce the extensive advice he had been contemplating. Mrs. Gandhi complimented Srila Prabhupada on the work he was doing all over the world. "They are good boys," he replied, and he asked if she could arrange for permanent visas. She agreed, but again mentioned her present anxiety. They soon ended their talk, and Srila Prabhupada left. A few days later, while still in New Delhi, Srila Prabhupada received a letter from Ramesvara. The BBT in Los Angeles was miraculously fulfilling Srila Prabhupada's order to publish 17 volumes in 2 months. The composers, editors, artists, and workers had ecstatically finished their marathon, on schedule. When the first books had come back from the printers and had been offered on the altar of Rukmini Dvarakadisa, the devotees had cried in transcendental bliss, chanting again and again the mantras to Srila Prabhupada. They were feeling the potency of the order of their spiritual master and seeing themselves as instruments in carrying out what had once seemed an impossible request. Today our composer finished the last volumes of Chaitanya Charitamrita. By Wednesday next week, August 20th, all volumes will be at the printer. Now they are just starting to compose the 5th canto, and the entire canto will definitely be at the printer by Vyasa Puja Day. After promising delivery of books by October at the latest, the letter was signed by about 60 devotees, "Your unworthy servants at ISKCON Press." On their behalf, Ramesvara stated, "We have lost all desire to do anything except be engaged in producing and distributing your transcendental books by the millions in every town and village." Srila Prabhupada wrote back the next day from Delhi, "Regarding your desire for all 12 cantos, you'll get it, rest assured. Your so much ardent desire will be fulfilled by Krishna." On August 21 Ramesvara sent Srila Prabhupada a telegram. "By the mercy of Lord Balarama, Nityananda, the last volume of Chaitanya Charitamrita is leaving today for the printer. By your mercy and divine order it is done." Although Srila Prabhupada travelled on to Vrindavana, the devotees were able to dispatch advance copies of all 15 volumes to him by his 80th birthday on August 31. Just after Prabhupada observed the ceremony in the temple, a devotee arrived in Vrindavana with the final 6 volumes of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. With great relish and satisfaction Srila Prabhupada examined the books. He was pleased with the artwork and quickly became absorbed in reading the pastimes of Lord Chaitanya. He felt so inspired, he remarked to the devotees in Vrindavana, that he was thinking of stopping all touring and just staying in Vrindavana and translating. The reciprocation of the devotees at ISKCON Press was so sincere that it increased Srila Prabhupada's desire to reciprocate with them. He wrote to "My dear Ramesvara and Company, you have taken seriously the publishing and also the distribution of these books, and that is the success of our mission. You have taken seriously this work and I know that my Guru Maharaja is pleased with you because he wanted this. So by this endeavor you will all go back home, back to Godhead." Although Srila Prabhupada had mentioned that he would like to sit in Vrindavana and simply translate Srimad Bhagavatam, his stay there was characterized by intensive management, not by writing. He had presided over the grand opening of the Krishna Balaram Mandir 4 months earlier, and now he would demonstrate how the temple should be run. The Krishna Balaram Mandir was a Vedic temple complex at a famous holy place, and it was being scrutinized by persons already strongly opinionated on how a temple should be run. Immediately Prabhupada found discrepancies. In the guest house, which was for guests, not disciples, he found married disciples living with their children. This was not proper, he said, and these families would have to find other quarters nearby or leave Vrindavana. He also found problems with the plumbing, the municipal sewage system, the financial management, the deity worship, the cleanliness, and the devotee's behavior. Almost every area of temple life and every devotee required special attention. In the smallest discrepancies, Prabhupada would sometimes see the essence of all problems, and he would instantly point it out. And because his disciples took his words with utmost seriousness, as coming directly from Krishna, his reprimands were often devastating. Prabhupada was a difficult taskmaster. A Vaisnava is said to be as soft as a rose and as hard as a thunderbolt, but Prabhupada began showing more the thunderbolt side of his personality. Sometimes a neophyte's conception of the spiritual master is that he must always be peaceful and pleased with everything that happens, and that this is a sign of his being situated in transcendental consciousness. Srila Prabhupada, however, demonstrated many moods, including anger. In its material form, anger, krodha, is described in Bhagavad Gita as occurring when one's lust, kama, cannot be fully satisfied. A true sadhu, therefore, because he does not have lusty desires, does not become possessed by anger. The Vaisnava poet Nautama Dāsa Thakura, however, declares that anger may also be used in serving Krishna. Gautama Dāsa gives the example of Hanuman, the eternal servant of Lord Rama, who displayed his great anger in fighting against Ravana and the other demoniac enemies of the Lord. Rupa Goswami also wrote in the Bhakti-Rasamrita Sindhu that a devotee should not tolerate blasphemy to Krishna or to the Vaisnavas, and that his response might justifiably be transcendental anger. Even Lord Krishna incited the anger of the non-violent Arjuna, inducing him to fight. And that fighting was transcendental, whereas Arjuna's reluctance to fight was material. Among sentimentalists and impersonalists, however, the image persists that a sadhu should never show anger. When, at a large Pandal festival in Delhi, Śrīla Prabhupāda had shown anger toward a man who spoke against Krishna, many in the audience had misunderstood, some had even walked out. Prabhupada's disciples could accept his anger. They even welcomed it, theoretically. But to bear it was difficult. The spiritual master must cut through his student's false ego to engage that student in pure service. The Guru's show of anger, therefore, is good for the disciple. According to Kanakya Pandita, one should not be lenient with sons and disciples. Unless he deals strictly with them, he will spoil them. Prabhupada's anger in Vrindavana was not, however, a mere exercise in student training. He strongly desired to see the temple solidly established. He trusted that his disciples were sufficiently loyal to him to withstand the pain of chastisement and take it for what it was, mercy. Prabhupada was vigilant about the devotees' attendance at the morning devotional program in the temple. Calling for the temple president, he asked why some devotees were regularly absent. Mangala Arati, he said, was very important, and everyone must attend. Punctuality was also important. The exact time for the Mangala Arati would vary according to the clock, he said, but it must always be 1.5 hours before sunrise. Prabhupada would take his morning walk, timing it so he would be back in the temple a few moments before the deity doors were supposed to open for darsana. Once when he was waiting, with all the devotees gathered around, he looked at his watch and then asked Aksayananda Swami, "What is the time?" Aware that Śrīla Prabhupada was speaking with exactitude, Aksayananda replied that it was 30 seconds after 7:30. Prabhupada shook his head, and with a resigned look he said, "It is very difficult to be a Brahmana, 30 seconds late. Why are they taking so long to dress the deity?" Aksayananda explained that the deity dressing took about 1.5 hours. "They are simply lazy," Prabhupada replied. "How long should it take, Śrīla Prabhupada?" "Half an hour at most." Aksayananda was flabbergasted, since he knew of no pujari who could come even close to that. He remained silent. "What is the difficulty?" Prabhupada challenged. "Half an hour at most." Shortly after Prabhupada had arrived, he had noticed that the path leading to the front gate was not clean. He had complained strongly, "Why this is not clean? It should be cleaned by the time daybreak comes. I want to see this cleaned." The temple commander, a young Englishman from Australia named Hari Sorai, was supposed to supervise all the cleaning, but he had taken much of it for himself. After hearing Prabhupada's remarks about the pathway, Hari Sorai had resolved to rectify the problem. Immediately after Mangala Arati he would run out to the front of the temple, throw water on the stone pathways, and madly run the large squeegee over the front steps and walkway, so that by the time Prabhupada came by, most of the area would be sparkling clean. And by the time he would return from his walk, all the outdoor walkways would be clean. Śrīla Prabhupada didn't say anything further about the walkway, which seemed to be a positive sign. Getting the devotees to ring the bell in the temple dome on time was a major effort for Śrīla Prabhupada, as was getting them to ring the bell in the temple hall at all. His desire was that the bell in the temple dome should sound the hour and ring once every half hour. The grounds watchman, or chowkidar, was supposed to do it, and Gunnar was to see that he did. But for weeks there were problems, especially during the hours of the night, when the chowkidar tended to fall asleep. For Śrīla Prabhupada, the undependable bell ringing revealed much about the overall temple management in Vrindavana. He made it clear, "I am judging the management of this temple by the ringing of the bell. If the night watchman was sleeping, and if the temple leaders could not execute a simple order, how would the temple and guest house, with all their complexities, operate smoothly?" Aksayananda Swami and Gunnar sometimes thought that they would never solve the problem of the bells, especially since they already had so many other things to do. But Śrīla Prabhupada was relentless. Whenever the bell missed by even a few minutes he would demand to know what was wrong. During the night he was usually the only one not sleeping, but he would wake Aksayananda or others and reprimand them if the bell failed. One night at midnight he woke Harikesa, his traveling secretary. "Do you hear that?" demanded Śrīla Prabhupada. Harikesa strained to hear. "I don't hear anything." "You can't hear it?" repeated Prabhupada. "I'm sorry, but I can't hear anything." "That's right. Go out there and wake up the Shokadar, and make him ring the bell." Harakesa went out into the darkness, woke the sleeping Shokadar, got him to ring the bell, and then returned to sleep. And so did the Shokadar. At 12:30 Prabhupada again rang. "Did you hear it again?" "No, Śrīla Prabhupada," said Harakesa. "So go out and wake him again." In addition to getting the temple dome bell to ring on time, getting both the bells to operate properly was also a problem. The bells were of heavy brass, worked by a rope. Prabhupada wanted the bell in the temple to be rung constantly during the Arati Kirtanas. It took weeks for Gunarnava to arrange it. And the bell in the temple dome was particularly difficult, since the rope rubbed on the stone walls and soon snapped. The thicker rope Gunarnava got simply spoiled the clarity of the chime and made the ringing uneven, which Prabhupada immediately noticed. Gunarnava tried a chain, too heavy. A nylon rope, it broke. Materials were scarce in Vrindavana, and each change meant another delay, sometimes days. Nothing seemed to make the bell work properly. Śrīla Prabhupada told Gunarnava to try a pulley. Somehow Gunarnava couldn't surrender to that particular instruction. He thought the rope would just jump the track. One of the devotees did purchase a pulley, but Gunarnava said it was useless. When Prabhupada called Gunarnava to his room and demanded, "Where are the pulley wheels?" Gunarnava said he had sent them back. "You rascal!" Prabhupada shouted. "I am asking for pulleys, and you are sending them back." Gunarnava apologized, ran out, and got a pulley. It didn't work. Then he got the idea of designing a bracket with a hole in it. The next morning Prabhupada came out of his room and walked around to the front of the temple to check on the bell. For Gunarnava and others the whole affair was becoming unbearable. "Let us hear the bell," said Prabhupada. Giving mighty tugs to the rope, a devotee rang the bell again and again. "No, that's wrong," said Prabhupada. Gunarnava showed Prabhupada the wooden bracket arrangement, and Prabhupada thought it was a good idea. Gunarnava even tried to improve it by greasing the hole, and it worked for a while. But then the rope snapped again. Prabhupada's morning walks were usually filled with managerial and administrative talks, as he pointed out how the devotees could prevent being cheated, how they could save and collect money, how they could keep the temple clean, and so on. These talks were directed at specific individuals and were usually marked by criticism. Morning walks, therefore, were sometimes tense. One morning Gunarnava invited Prabhupada to see the new book display. In a sincere effort to please Prabhupada, the devotees had set up a book display just inside the entrance to the temple. There were bookshelves with built-in lighting, a display case, and a counter for sales. Showing off the book display was a triumph for the temple managers. The lights worked, and Śrīla Prabhupada's books were neatly placed. The GBC secretary for Vrindavana, Gopala Krishna, was also present, telling Śrīla Prabhupada that actually the temple was first class and that things were now going smoothly. As Gopala Krishna, Aksayananda Swami, Gunarnava, and others pointed out the features of the book display, Śrīla Prabhupada was silent, then suddenly agitated. "You say that everything is first class," he said, "but I see that it is fifth class. Just see." He banged his cane on the floor and then lifted it up, pointing. "I have come 6,000 miles to tell you about a bird's nest." The assembled devotees all looked up to behold a large bird's nest within the chandelier. Birds were nesting there, amid the protruding straw. Yet until now, no one had noticed the dirty, unsightly presence. Śrīla Prabhupada had explained in his letters and books that one duty of a spiritual master is to expose the faults in his disciples, even if the fault is only slight. And the qualified disciple considers himself bereft of spiritual knowledge, always a fool before his spiritual master. He therefore considers the spiritual master's criticisms as mercy. One day Śrīla Prabhupada was meeting with the temple managers. He wanted practical ideas, not sentiments. He complained about overspending, in Vrindavana and now in Bombay also, where construction was just beginning. "You will squander money here," he said, "and Surabi will squander money there. What is your plan to stop this? What will you do?" No one knew what to say. There was a long silence. Finally Aksayananda spoke up. "We will become Krishna conscious." An impractical suggestion. Prabhupada exclaimed. Aksayananda Swami regularly expected the thunderbolt, but that didn't keep him from wanting to be with Śrīla Prabhupada. On one morning walk Prabhupada mentioned how the climate in Vrindavana was very harsh, both in summer and in winter. In winter, he said, the cold would sometimes be accompanied by rain. "But Prabhupada," said Aksayananda, "even if it rains stool and urine and pus and blood from the sky, still we should stay in Vrindavana?" Śrīla Prabhupada gave an almost impish smile and said, "Oh, you are expecting?" The devotees burst out laughing. Another time Aksayananda Swami asked, "Is it true that it says in the Sastra that if you pass stool once a day you are a yogi, twice a day you are a bhogi, sense enjoyer, and 3 times a day you are a rogi, diseased person?" "Yes," said Prabhupada, and he kept walking. After a while he added, "But don't try for passing stool once a day." "Akka," responded Aksayananda. Srila Prabhupada smiled. "Do you think if you pass stool once a day that you are a yogi?" Harisura had little personal association with his spiritual master. But one day in Vrindavana Prabhupada asked to see him, to point out a serious discrepancy. As temple commander, Harisura had asked an old man not to eat in front of the deity in the temple. The old man had become upset, and a young Bengali man had defended him, shouting at Harisura that he had no right to criticize anyone in the temple. Harisura had attempted to ignore him, but the young Bengali had continued shouting and threatening to throw him out of the temple and cut off his sikha. Finally Harisura had twisted the young man's arm and had told the Shokadar to throw him out. Srila Prabhupada soon heard of the incident and called for Harisura. How inauspicious, Harisura thought. The first time my spiritual master has ever called for me, and it's over a bad incident like this. Prabhupada did not immediately reprimand him, but first asked for his version of what had happened. Harisura appreciated the opportunity, and he began to tell the whole story. When he mentioned that the old man had asked to speak with an authority and that he had told him he was the temple commander, Srila Prabhupada interrupted. Prabhupada gave his disciple a penetrating glance. Temple commander does not mean commander-in-chief. Where have you heard this, about eating prasadam in front of the deity? Harisura could not remember an exact reference, and he became embarrassed. "Well, I thought I read it in one of your books, Srila Prabhupada," he said. Prabhupada looked at him again. He could understand his disciple's ignorant mistake. Because of the boy's inexperience in India, he had not understood the serious implications of what he had done. Actually, because of the sensitive relationship between ISKCON devotees and the residents of Vrindavana, he should have tolerated the abuse. His was an ignorant mistake, but ignorance was no excuse. "This is a great offense," said Prabhupada. "He will go out and tell so many people that the foreigners have thrown him out. This is very bad." Prabhupada looked gravely at Harisura. "Now you find out where this man is staying," he said, "and you bring him back here. Invite him to come back." Harisura tried his best, looking all day for the young Bengali man, who was reportedly staying at a hotel in Mathura. He was unsuccessful, however. Disappointed, he returned to the temple, and as soon as he returned, a devotee came and told him Prabhupada wanted to see him. "Oh, no," he thought. "Now Prabhupada will really be angry." Harisura entered Srila Prabhupada's room, which was filled with guests. "This boy has come," said Prabhupada, and as Harisura looked around he saw the young Bengali man. The man smiled and said, "Hare Krishna." They embraced and began to make apologies. "So you give him this fruit," said Prabhupada to Harisura, indicating a basket of fruit sitting on the floor. He then dismissed them and continued preaching to the others in the room. The disagreement was settled, but it had been Prabhupada himself who had changed the young man's heart and rectified a volatile incident. One of Prabhupada's women disciples in Vrindavana who got the benefit of his criticisms was Devi Sakti, who was responsible for cleaning Prabhupada's quarters. Others helped her, but she was the supervisor. When Srila Prabhupada noticed a glass that had not been polished, he asked who was doing the cleaning, and his servant replied, "Devi Sakti." "Oh, she must do everything?" Prabhupada replied. It was far from being as heavy as some of his criticisms of the temple managers, but Devi Sakti took it as an indication that she should become much more attentive to the details of her service. Kisori Devi Dasi, the deity's cook, inquired from Srila Prabhupada about certain aspects of her service. "Cook for Krishna as for a young man with a big appetite," he advised her. "Krishna should get 10 puris, 4 kapatas, lots of rice, 2 samosas, 2 kakoras, 2 vadas, and 2 of each sweet. The cooked preparations should be served hot. So now you have to teach everyone how to cook," he said. "You have to give everyone what you have received." Kisori would also bring a garland for Srila Prabhupada in the afternoon. To make it cooling, she would sprinkle it with water. For 2 days Prabhupada said nothing, but on the 3rd day he remarked, "Take this away. Why do you put water like that? It is very displeasing." Visala had a practice, which other devotees considered eccentric, of standing at the gate and loudly reciting Sanskrit verses as Srila Prabhupada passed. One morning Prabhupada approached the gate in a thunderbolt mood, and as usual Visala came forward reciting verses. "Why don't you do something useful?" Prabhupada said. "Sweep this water away." Srila Prabhupada would sample the guest house cooking daily, often suggesting how to improve the quality. Each day Navayagendra would bring Prabhupada a plate from the restaurant and then note down Prabhupada's comment on each preparation. The following day the cooks would attempt to improve the food, based on Prabhupada's remarks. And so it was with each department. Even when riding in the car, Prabhupada would ask, "You are having it oiled regularly? You are having it lubricated and serviced?" Other temples were homes away from home, said Prabhupada, but Vrindavana was home. Those who wished to live there with him, however, had to pass the test of his constant scrutiny and sharp criticism. They had to accept the hard work and austerity. And special austerities meant special blessings. When a devotee asked to be excused from his duties in Vrindavana to operate a farm in the West, Prabhupada said that even opening 20 farms would not be as important as remaining in Vrindavana. Those who persevered eventually began to see all difficulties as nectar, as had been expressed by Bhaktivedanta Thakura, "When difficulties arise in service I find them sources of happiness." On Radhastami Srila Prabhupada laid the cornerstone for a large Gurukula building adjacent to the Krishna Balaram Mandir. He said that when it was built, the devotees should accommodate 500 students there from all over the world. Through the gorgeous temple, the guest house, and soon the Gurukula, Srila Prabhupada intended to draw as many people as possible to the shelter of Krishna in Vrindavana. For this end he was willing to sacrifice everything, even his peaceful writing. And for this end he also demanded his disciples to sacrifice. Constant travel, Srila Prabhupada said, was becoming more and more inconvenient, one reason for his return to India. But he was by no means stopping. Unless he traveled, his movement could not remain vital and healthy. So he was prepared, despite inconvenience, to continue touring. Disciples never stopped inviting him to travel, and recently Pusta Krishna Swami had asked him to come to South Africa. When Prabhupada agreed, Pusta Krishna had quickly arranged 10 festivals and other engagements in Durban and Johannesburg, covering a period of 3 weeks in October. Devotees on the predominantly Hindu island of Mauritius had also requested Prabhupada to visit, mentioning that the Prime Minister wanted to meet him. Prabhupada agreed. Leaving Vrindavana, making brief stops in Delhi, Ahmedabad, and Bombay, he was off to Africa. Mauritius October 1, 1975. Relieved of management, Prabhupada was freer now to lecture to interested gatherings. Reception by the press and government ministers in Mauritius was good, but most public questions reflected a lack of sincere interest in spiritual knowledge. Is it necessary to be a vegetarian? Is the soul locked in the third eye? You seem dogmatic. Is there any doubt in your philosophy? Nevertheless, people were respectful and considered Srila Prabhupada an important leader and spiritual authority. He remained there a week. Durban October 5. This was Prabhupada's first visit to South Africa. For 2 years the devotees there had been trying to get him a visa, but the government was wary of foreign missionaries. The bureaucratic delays, therefore, had taken months. The devotees had even had to send copies of Prabhupada's books for the government officials to review. Every night for a week, Srila Prabhupada delivered public lectures to crowds of at least 1,000, mostly Hindus, but also many whites. After Prabhupada's lecture at the University of Durban, Westville, a member of the faculty tried to discredit the lecture by stating, "Well, this is just the Hindu concept." Repeatedly Srila Prabhupada tried explaining how the principles of Krishna consciousness were universal and scientific, but the man kept replying that it was Hindu culture. Dr. S.P. Olivier, rector of the university, sympathized with Prabhupada's presentation and stayed afterward to speak at length with him. "I think you are quite right," Dr. Olivier began, "but very few people tonight got the point you were trying to make, that this is a scientific reality." Johannesburg October 12. Srila Prabhupada's arrival at the Johannesburg airport was culturally extraordinary for South Africa, white men bowing down before an Indian. The devotees had borrowed a yellow Mercedes-Benz and had parked it in a spot reserved for state ministers and other dignitaries. No one objected. As Srila Prabhupada arrived, devotees threw flower petals, some young European onlookers bowed down, and the police, impressed by all the protocol, saluted Srila Prabhupada and respectfully opened the door to his Mercedes. As in Durban, Prabhupada's lectures were well attended. He was keen to have his books sold during these programs, and he would go to the book booths and ask his disciples, "Are they buying the books?" He was concerned that the Europeans, not just the Hindus, buy the books. Prabhupada spoke strongly against racial discrimination, but unlike Mahatma Gandhi, who had been imprisoned in South Africa for his outspoken views, Prabhupada spoke on the authority of scripture. "What is this black-white business?" he said. "It is nonsense. It is the bodily concept of life." In South Africa such statements would ordinarily have been considered volatile politics, Yet everyone appreciated Srila Prabhupada, because he spoke on a purely spiritual level. One of Prabhupada's disciples in South Africa, Rada, asked privately how to deal with the racial issue in Johannesburg. The only solution, Prabhupada said, was mass Harinama Sankirtana. When Rada asked about starting a farm community, Prabhupada replied, "Don't be so eager to move out to the country. The preaching is in the cities." He said he was very pleased with what his disciples had done in South Africa within such a short time. While Prabhupada was in Johannesburg, Ramasvara and company fulfilled their promise and reached him with copies of both volumes of the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada took the books with him to his lecture at one university and quoted from them, speaking on Lord Risabhadava's instructions, beginning with the verse in which Risabhadava advises his sons not to live for sense gratification. Mauritius, October 24. Prabhupada had returned to meet with the Prime Minister. As a friendly gesture, the Prime Minister had sent a chauffeured car for Srila Prabhupada's use in Mauritius. One day Prabhupada was leaving to take a ride in the countryside, but as he was about to enter the car on the right side, Pusta Krishna Swami suggested, "Srila Prabhupada, come to the other side. It's safer." And Prabhupada complied. For half an hour they rode through the beautiful countryside, past sugarcane fields, mountains, and the ocean. At one point, they stopped and walked along a cliff beside the sea. When they returned to the car, Brahmananda Swami opened the right side door and Prabhupada said, "No, the other side is safer," just as Pusta Krishna had previously suggested. A few minutes later, as Prabhupada's black Citroen was rounding a curve, a Volkswagen suddenly appeared, heading toward them in the same lane. Prabhupada was seated behind Pusta Krishna, and Brahmananda was seated behind the driver. The moment before the Volkswagen had appeared, Srila Prabhupada had sat up, cross-legged, planting his cane against the floor of the car to support himself. As the Volkswagen rushed toward them, the chauffeur braked, swerving to the left, but the Volkswagen swerved in the same direction. There was a head-on collision. Pusta Krishna's head hit the windshield, cracking the glass. The driver's head also slammed against the glass, and his face was covered with blood. In the back seat, Srila Prabhupada remained sitting, his face set gravely. Brahmananda, in shock, suddenly embraced Prabhupada, as if to protect him, although the danger had already passed. Brahmananda then jumped out of the car to try and flag down a motorist, and Pusta Krishna got out and opened the back door, where he found Srila Prabhupada with his face bruised, his leg bleeding, and pieces of glass scattered at his feet. Prabhupada didn't speak or indicate how he felt. Suddenly Pusta Krishna realized that the car, disabled on a curve, was in a dangerous position, so he joined Brahmananda in the road to caution motorists and to try to get someone to stop. The Citroen and the Volkswagen were totaled, and the man and woman in the Volkswagen were both injured. Motorists soon stopped, and when the injured persons had received help, Prabhupada and the devotees got into a car and rode back to the temple. Harikesa was waiting anxiously, wondering why Srila Prabhupada was so late, when suddenly Prabhupada entered, walking very stiffly, saying nothing. When Harikesa saw all three were injured, he cried out, "My God! What happened? What happened?" But Srila Prabhupada just walked to his quarters and sat down, silent. A devotee brought bandages for the obvious injuries, Prabhupada's chin, hand, and leg, and Pusta Krishna's and Brahmananda's heads. Srila Prabhupada had said nothing since the accident. Finally he spoke, "Asanapi klesada asadiham." And he translated, "As soon as you accept this material body, there are so many difficulties. We were sitting peacefully in the car, and the next moment, crash." He talked briefly about the collision, and Brahmananda Swami told how just before the accident Prabhupada had braced himself with his cane, preventing perhaps more serious injuries. "Get some resin and turmeric," Prabhupada said. "Mix it together with a bit of lye, and heat it." Prabhupada was again speaking, Bhagavata philosophy and practical medical remedies. It remained a frightening event, however, and Prabhupada asked the devotees to have kirtana. Krishna had saved them, he said. Considering that both cars had been destroyed, the injuries were negligible. Prabhupada sat like a battle hero, anointed in 3 places with the yellow poultice, while Harikesa read aloud from Chaitanya Charitamrita, the disappearance of Haridasa Thakura. Then Srila Prabhupada began talking about the dangers of traveling, questioning the advisability of his extensive touring. His mission of translating Srimad Bhagavatam and other Vaishnava literature was too important for him to be risking his life traveling in automobiles. He had been considering a visit to Nairobi before returning to Bombay, but now he said he would cancel his visit. He said he had never wanted to leave Bombay, but because they had made so many arrangements in Africa, he had come. Perhaps the accident was a sign that he should go back to India. The next morning, with Brahmananda Swami and Pusta Krishna Swami hobbling along, Prabhupada went on his morning walk as usual, although he favored his injured knee. Again he discussed with his disciples whether he should go on to Nairobi or return to India. Sayavana, the president of ISKCON Nairobi, argued that Prabhupada should go to Nairobi. The devotees there were expecting it, he said, and they had made arrangements. If Prabhupada cancelled now, he would probably not come back for a long time. Others, however, argued that there was no question of asking Śrīla Prabhupada to keep going now. After this traumatic accident, he should go directly to Bombay. Prabhupada heard both opinions, but he was more affected by the consideration of disappointing the devotees in Nairobi than of recuperating after the accident. He decided to go to Nairobi. But after only a few days in Nairobi, Prabhupada became anxious to return to India. Reports were reaching him about mismanagement in Bombay and about building materials being stolen from the property through a conspiracy involving the workers, the storekeeper, and the showcaters. When Śrīla Prabhupada heard this, he became so morose he stopped translating. He even stopped eating. Although thousands of miles from Bombay, he was feeling the pain more than any of the devotees there. Many of them, in fact, were not even aware that the theft was taking place. When Brahmananda Swami asked Prabhupada why he wasn't eating, he replied, "How can I eat when my money is being stolen?" Bombay, November 1. Śrīla Prabhupada's plane from Nairobi arrived in Bombay at 1 a.m., yet even at such an early hour he was greeted at the temple by a gathering of intimate life members, disciples, and even some of the tenants on the land. When the group followed him to his room, he confided that he had had a serious accident, and he even showed them the scar on his knee. He said he was relieved to be back. In a letter from Bombay he wrote, "The accident was very disastrous, but still Krishna saved. Perhaps I may stay here for some time for finishing our temple construction on this land." ISKCON Bombay was Śrīla Prabhupada's office, and he immediately got to work. He fired the engineer, whom he held responsible for the poor, slow work and stolen building materials. At first Prabhupada had tried to avoid hiring a construction company by having Swami oversee the whole project, assigning work to various subcontractors. But that wasn't working. Śrīla Prabhupada wanted a change, but there was no clear alternative. "We have come to Krishna consciousness for a life of eternal bliss," he said to Swami. "But instead of eternal bliss, I am suffering eternal anxiety." He appealed to Swami, Guru Raja, and the others to do something. One day a life member, a construction engineer, visited the site and told Śrīla Prabhupada the temple and hotel could easily be completed in 6 months. Prabhupada then berated Swami, who said that 6 months' time was not enough. "Now I am nowhere," thought Swami. "I'm losing my service." Then another life member, Mr. Omkar Prakash Dheer, the chief engineer with ECC, one of India's largest, most reputable construction companies, came to the Sunday feast and examined the work. Appalled at the poor quality, he said that after 2 or 3 years it would fall apart. Guru Raja, impressed with the idea of hiring Bombay's biggest, most competent construction firm, spoke with Prabhupada, who was also interested. At first Swami resented that the work was being taken out of his hands, but after meeting with Mr. Dheer, he also liked the proposed change. The contract was made with ECC, and Mr. Dheer presented a progress chart, detailing each phase of the work and showing when it would be completed. Śrīla Prabhupada was pleased with their professional methods, despite the higher cost. Now the work would be done as professionally and as quickly as possible, and this was what mattered most. Prabhupada stayed for the greater part of November, and the construction progressed quickly. There was no question of cutting corners to save a little money, Prabhupada explained to Swami. The temple had to be a beautiful jewel, so that people from all over India would want to come and stay. During the Vrindavana construction Prabhupada had emphasized, "Why so much? Why not just simple?" But now he was stressing, "Why not more? The temple should be opulent and ornate, with marble everywhere. The hotel should be the finest, with beautifully furnished rooms and an elegant restaurant. And the air-conditioned theatre building should be one of the best in Bombay. Why not marble on the floors?" asked Prabhupada, speaking of the hotel rooms. "It's going to be very expensive," said Swami. "Don't worry about the money," Prabhupada said. "Can we put marble on the floor? Then do it." Swami did it, but tried to save money by putting a cheaper stone in the hotel hallways. When Prabhupada saw it, he was displeased. "It should have been all marble," he said. Funds for the Bombay construction came primarily from the sale of books in America, and Śrīla Prabhupada was regularly receiving reports. On November 18, Ramasvara sent a telegram with some of the good news. 1 million copies of BTG just printed. Devotees gone wild. Promise to distribute all within 1 month. Spanish Gita just off the press, bringing hundreds of millions to your lotus feet. All possible by your mercy only. When the temple president from ISKCON Denver wrote asking about starting a jewelry business, Śrīla Prabhupāda wrote back, disapproving. Why are they doing business? This creates a bad atmosphere. We shall only do one business, and that is book selling. That's all. As soon as you become karmas after business, then spiritual life becomes damaged. This business should not be encouraged anymore. Doing business and not Sankirtana, that is not at all good. Sankirtana is very good, but gazes under condition can do other business, only if they give at least 50%. But Sankirtana is the best business. Prabhupada envisioned that book distribution could not only finance Bombay construction but could also support his even more ambitious plans for Mayapur. Book distribution was good business, and it was the best preaching. It was Prabhupada's formula, American money combined with India's spiritual culture, and he encouraged Ramaswamy to motivate the Sankirtana in the USA in accordance with this principle. America has the money, so this is cooperation between the blind man and lame men. It will make good relations between India and America. The next chance I have for meeting with Indira Gandhi, I shall inform her about how much foreign exchange we are sending. After receiving your encouraging assurance that as book distribution increases, the amount BBT sends will also increase, we are now going to attempt a Kurukshetra project and the Jagannath Puri project. For the time being we are spending in India, but eventually we will spend everywhere. This will greatly enhance the American spiritual position. Always remain dependent on Guru and Krishna and your progress will always be assured. Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 49 India, Unifying ISKCON during 1975. Śrīla Prabhupāda increasingly referred management problems to the GBC, specifically to the annual GBC meeting in Mayapur. From the beginning of ISKCON he had been saying, it is not one man's work. He had created the governing body commission to relieve himself of the staggering burden of personally managing his growing world organization. Always remember, he had written to a GBC member, that you are one of the few leaders I have given this responsibility to, and your task is very great. Prabhupada saw the progress of his movement as a wonderfully successful phenomenon, proof of the direct mercy of Lord Chaitanya upon his humble efforts. ISKCON was his service to his Guru Maharaja, and now his disciples should maintain it and increase it as their service to their spiritual master. He said he wanted to see 108 flourishing temples before his departure from the world. Keeping those temples alive was to be the work of his sincere followers. He wrote to his GBC representative for Australia, all temples in Melbourne, London, Paris, Bombay, all are very nice. Everything is very bright and brilliant. The deity is proof of the sincere service. It is the duty of the GBC now to maintain this. Their duty is to enthuse them and maintain. Problems were inevitable for a preacher of Krishna consciousness. Many sadhus, therefore, preferred to remain in a holy place, without preaching. But Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati and the great Acharyas in the Sampradaya of Lord Chaitanya had been concerned with offering the Lord's devotional service to as many conditioned souls as possible. Yet to take up this path one would have to be tolerant. Financial needs, national and local governmental restrictions, ignorant and demoniac enemies of pure devotion to the Lord, envy, personal ambition and disagreements among neophyte devotees, struggles and fall-downs in the attempt to avoid illicit sex and intoxication, all these and many more problems complicated the preacher's mission. Śrīla Prabhupāda, however, knew the struggle was worth it, even to save just one soul from the cycle of birth and death. Prabhupada wanted his more advanced disciples to share the struggle with him. And when he saw competence and sincerity in some of his senior members, he tried to turn affairs over to them and concentrate more on his life's mission of presenting all 12 cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam. Always the devotees were enthusiastically pressing Prabhupada to translate and write more books, so that they could read them and distribute them. Śrīla Prabhupada replied that he was trying his best, but that the task was not mechanical, great concentration and peace of mind were required. He could not write while at the same time being besieged by dozens of threatening, complicated issues. When the GBC member responsible for Gurukula wrote Śrīla Prabhupada with a plan that all ISKCON centers should support the educational system, Prabhupada replied, as far as taxing the centers for the maintenance, that should be considered amongst the GBC. When a controversy arose in the Stockholm Center and devotees appealed to Prabhupada for a judgment, he replied, this must be considered at a full meeting of the GBC, and he added, all of our students will have to become guru, but they are not qualified. Śrīla Prabhupada said that sexual attraction, making unnecessary changes, and fighting among godbrothers were all Western diseases. Krishna consciousness was the path of perfection, and if his disciples stayed persistently and sincerely on the path, they could certainly succeed. Sometimes, however, Prabhupada saw the Western diseases overcoming his disciples, and even the GBC members would seem unable to stop it. Yet unless they spared him from such headaches, how could he do the higher work? GBC, he said, must mean that by his managing, there are not any complaints, so that I can be relieved to do the translation work. He had expounded on this principle in the 4th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. When the disciples are grown up and are able to preach, the spiritual master should retire and sit down in a solitary place to write and execute nirjana bhajana. This means sitting silently in a solitary place and executing devotional service. The devotees of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness now render service as preachers in various parts of the world. Now they can allow their spiritual master to retire from active preaching work. In the last stage of the spiritual master's life, the devotees of the spiritual master should take preaching activities into their own hands. But it was like trying to control the wind. When the difficulties mounted, the devotees would run to him like children running to their father. Sometimes a disciple would simultaneously ask him to write his books and then drop a serious problem in his lap. One of the leaders in America reported to him that some devotees were not following the principles, but that Śrīla Prabhupāda should please stay in India and continue writing peacefully. Prabhupada wrote back, "If the old habits come back, then everything is finished. If my mind becomes disturbed in this way, then how can I concentrate on book writing? It is not possible. Better not inform me anything, and let me sit in Vrindavan." Sometimes Śrīla Prabhupāda uttered the phrase "let me sit in Vrindavana," as if to give up managing the whole problematic society. Everyone knew he would never leave ISKCON. He had already sacrificed his life to save the world by leading the Krishna consciousness movement. But when would his disciples mature? Śrīla Prabhupāda wrote, "I want that the GBC relieve me of all management, which means they have to manage the way I manage." And often he would say, "Do as I am doing." When controversies and disagreements among the GBC secretaries themselves came before him, he would refer them to the GBC body. "I appointed GBC for peaceful management of affairs, and now you are creating disturbances among yourselves. So how can I be peaceful to translate my work? So all these things should be kept in abeyance for the time being, and when we meet in Mayapur we can discuss amongst the entire GBC. The spiritual sky questions and all other questions of this nature will simply have to wait until we discuss it in Mayapur." Śrīla Prabhupāda continued to hold the GBC responsible for settling the affairs of ISKCON. For better or worse, he wanted all his disciples to accept the GBC as their authority, and he trusted that when the GBC members all met together, working under his guidance, they could solve the problems. But whether they could actually spare him, allowing him to peacefully write his books, seemed doubtful. During 1975, a controversy arose among some of the ISKCON members, including some of the GBC members, as to whether Gaza devotees, married men, could actually be spiritual leaders in ISKCON. Although the Krishna consciousness philosophy clearly explained that any devotee, regardless of his asrama, could become qualified and purified, the controversy grew. In September a sannyasi GBC member flew from the US to Vrindavana just to suggest to Prabhupada that another GBC member, a Gaza, was not qualified to lead. Śrīla Prabhupāda, however, said the matter could be settled at the annual GBC meeting. But when the next day a letter came from Ramesvara, supplicating Prabhupada to continue his translating work, Prabhupada replied that he was prepared to work at his writing but that when one leader flies 10,000 miles to lodge a complaint against another, then, what can I do? If you all leaders cannot work together, then how can you expect the others to cooperate with you? Differences may be there, but still you have to cooperate together, otherwise where is the question of my being relieved of so many problems and decisions? As the third annual international festival approached, the long-standing problems of various discontented parties awaited settlement in the court of the GBC. Śrīla Prabhupāda would be arriving in Mayapur on January 17, almost 2 months before the GBC meetings and the gathering of devotees. With perhaps 1,000 devotees attending, there would be blissful kirtanas, classes, and parikramas. And there would be problems. Prabhupada made it clear that the proper way of settling the controversies was not by gossiping about them, not by pressing him for a ruling, but by trusting in the GBC. Prabhupada himself would stand by the decisions of the GBC or, if necessary, correct them, and so sincere followers should also not hesitate to follow. At the Mayapur meeting, whatever we have decided, that is good for 1 year. So if anything has to be done it will be decided by majority decision of the GBC. I do not wish to give any decision without the GBC's verdict. My only grievance is that I appointed GBC to give me relief from the management, but, On the contrary, complaints and counter-complaints are coming to me. Then how my brain can be peaceful? So best thing is that we wait for the Mayapur meeting and decide there combinedly what to do. If there are any discrepancies that will be discussed at the GBC meeting in Mayapur. How can one man manage the whole world affairs? January 17, 1976 en route from Calcutta to Mayapur, Prabhupada stopped at the mango grove and took breakfast, fruit, bada, nuts, and sweets. Even before reaching Mayapur, he was enjoying the peaceful atmosphere of the Bengal countryside. Soon he would be at the Mayapur Chandrodaya Mandir, his special place of worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead. More than 50 adult devotees and 30 young Bengali Gurukula boys were waiting for Śrīla Prabhupada at the gate. For the first time, Prabhupada beheld the large entrance dome, recently built over the gate. A thick, 20-foot flower garland stretched across the gateway, and before it stood Bhavananda Goswami, holding a small silk cushion on which rested a pair of scissors. Stepping out of the car into the bright sunlight, Prabhupada took the scissors and cut the garland, sanctifying the gate. Prabhupada smiled. Everyone cheered as the gate swung open and Prabhupada entered, followed by the ecstatic Kirtana party. As Prabhupada walked toward the temple of Radha Madhava, everywhere he looked he saw blossoming flowers. Clay pots of burning frankincense billowed fragrant smoke, and women stood on the second floor veranda offering showers of rose petals as Prabhupada approached. The main building was decorated beautifully. Walking beneath an orange silk umbrella amid the devotees and exuberant kirtana of the holy name, he appeared regal and triumphant. Inside the temple, where dozens of garlands hung from the ceiling, Prabhupada came before the golden forms of Radha Madhava and offered prostrated obeisances. He felt he was in Vaikuntha. Because of the arrangements the devotees had made, he said, Krishna was smiling. Later that day, as Prabhupada was taking his massage, his servant Hari Sorai suggested that this would be a good place for retirement. Either Vrindavana or Mayapur, Prabhupada replied. No other place. That is sure. In the afternoon Prabhupada inspected the grounds and buildings. He was pleased at the spaciousness of the Prasadam Hall, built to seat 1,200, and he remarked that its size reminded him of the Bombay railway station. But when he found the steps to the kitchen dirty, he criticized strongly. One of the devotees explained that it was usually cleaned but that the devotee who always did it was chanting his japa. You are chanting japa, said Prabhupada, and it has not been cleaned for 300 years. Clean first, then japa. Under the plea of japa they are simply dozing. He said that anyone who finds a situation affected by the mode of ignorance but doesn't act to correct it is also being affected by the mode of ignorance. Śrīla Prabhupada walked down to the bank of the ENG to see the boat the devotees were using for traveling from village to village. On board, he praised the simple life of traveling and preaching. He also went to the Gosala and saw the calves and cows, and he drank a cup of the first sugarcane juice of the season, from cane grown on the ISKCON land. As Śrīla Prabhupada walked through the fields to the proposed site of the Mayapur city, Sarabi described where various buildings could be located. Prabhupada suggested they present their plan to West Bengal government officials and ask them to provide the necessary land. Śrīla Prabhupada continued to meditate on the Mayapur city, and a few days later he composed a letter to the Chief Secretary of West Bengal, asking for help in acquiring land. ISKCON should not be misunderstood as a sectarian religious institution, he informed the Chief Secretary. Krishna's instructions in Bhagavad Gita, beginning with "We are not the body," were scientific and thus did not belong to any particular religion. Prabhupada also asserted that ISKCON programs, especially the one contemplated for Mayapur, would solve national and international problems through spiritual education. He mentioned features that would be particularly appealing to the Chief Secretary, such as the investment of foreign capital in the project, the flow of tourists who would come to Mayapur, and the hiring of thousands of local workers for constructing and maintaining the city. His description of the project was fascinating. Centered around a cultural exposition building, the total village communal development will unfold. This central exposition building is the first phase of a many-phased plan. It will feature the world's largest planetarium, entitled the Temple of Understanding. This structure will be over 30 stories high and will house exhibits depicting all the levels of universal existence in all varieties of living conditions, and all the planetary systems in exact detail through lights, models, dioramas and murals. There will also be daily scheduled exhibits and tours for the public, and even a moving escalator taking the public to the upper levels of the exhibition building. The planetarium's exhibits on the various levels of existence in this world and beyond will be based on the scientific findings in the Vedic literatures, especially the Srimad Bhagavatam. This temple of understanding shall be surrounded by beautiful pathways, entrances, gardens and water reservoirs. 4-storied buildings, 1,000 feet long, will stand at the perimeter of the central area on all four sides. These will be used for teaching general and specialized branches of education from primary level to postgraduate level. In his letter, Śrīla Prabhupāda referred to difficulties in purchasing land for ISKCON's projects, since all the local landowners were escalating their prices far beyond the market value. If the government could make the land available at market prices, then ISKCON could immediately start its important work, officially inaugurating it on the birthday anniversary of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, March 16, 1976. In the meantime, Prabhupada was trying on his own to acquire enough land to begin. The Mayapur city project would require extensive funding and many years of work to develop, but it would proclaim the glories of Lord Chaitanya with unlimited potency. Mayapur would become famous, drawing people from all over the world to see the unique, modern application of timeless Vedic wisdom. Prabhupada explained to his disciples that although a sannyasi traditionally does not involve himself with money, the devotee's desire is to unite Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, represented by wealth, with Narayana, God. He said there was truth to the common saying, no one listens to a poor man, and were he to advertise A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami discoursing in an empty field in Mayapur, no one would come. Westerners especially should be able to hear about Krishna in a comfortable, attractive setting. Prabhupada planned, therefore, that visitors to ISKCON's transcendental city be well accommodated. Gradually, the world would be deeply affected by the dynamic demonstration of the artistic, philosophical, and humanitarian aspects of Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada asked Sarabi to draw a master plan for Mayapur city. Staying up all night, Sarabi made a preliminary architectural sketch, showing specific areas of the city for Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaisyas, and Sudras. The sketch also showed temples, schools, streets, walkways, residential buildings, cottages, a stadium and an airport, as well as self-sufficiency features like windmills, irrigation systems, and agricultural fields. Prabhupada was taking his massage when Sarabi brought him the drawing. Prabhupada's golden body was glistening with mustard oil as Hari Sorai carefully, strongly massaged his head, back, chest, and limbs. Prabhupada was relaxed and silent, his eyes closed in meditation. But when Sarabi entered with the drawing of Mayapur, he became animated. Prabhupada liked the drawing and talked about it for an hour. Now Sarabi should make a formal drawing and approach professional architects and appropriate government agencies. The devotees coming to Mayapur should also see it. As fabulous and far-reaching as it was, the Mayapur city should now become a reality. As the festival drew near, some of the sannyasis arrived, hoping to associate more intimately with Śrīla Prabhupada before the flood of devotees began. A major topic of discussion among the sannyasis was the controversy over the role of Gazaman in ISKCON and the influence of women and children on the sannyasis and brahmacharis, those in the renounced orders. Some of the sannyasis were suggesting that ISKCON should be more structured, to separate the renounced orders and the preachers from the householders. They began airing their views before Śrīla Prabhupada, who then guided them. On one morning walk, Jayapataka Swami inquired about the standards required before a man could take sannyasa. To become sannyasi, Prabhupada replied, the other three processes are there, to become brahmachari, to become gaza, and to become vanaprastha. Stage by stage. But if one is able, he can take sannyasa. And that competency is also very simple. If you become fully Krishna conscious, then you can immediately become competent, Brahma Bhuyaya Kalpate. As soon as you fully engage yourself in Krishna consciousness, then immediately you become more than a sannyasi. Hari Sorai, a gaza, inquired whether artificially accepting the renounced order could actually be indulging in another form of sense gratification. As soon as we manufacture something, Prabhupada replied, that is sense gratification. When we think, I want to fulfill my desire, that's all, that is sense gratification. It may be that I sit down under a tree or I sit down in a palace, the basic principle is sense gratification. The other day I was talking about Hirakura and Kirakura. Hira means diamond, and Kira means cucumber. One is thinking, I shall steal one cucumber, and another thinks, if I steal, I shall steal the diamond. But the stealing propensity is there. One may think that I am only stealing a cucumber, and it is not very dangerous. But in the eyes of the law both of them are criminal. So if we manufacture a concoction yes, I have got a stealing propensity, but I'll not steal a diamond, I'll steal Kira that is only metal concoction. But he is a thief. Jayapataka Swami, so is Gaza life in Krishna consciousness allowing us to steal Kira? Prabhupada, yes, Kirakura. The prostitute hunter is Hirakura, and the householder is Kirakura. That's all. Again Hari Sorai inquired whether artificial renunciation was sense gratification. There were different views among the disciples, and they wanted Prabhupada to make it very clear, so that one party could not take a quote from Prabhupada and claim it was universal. Renunciation is not artificial, said Prabhupada. It is a process. We have to give up this sense gratification. So go through a process to turn. Like sometimes in a health club there is artificial swimming, is it not? Artificial swimming is not actual swimming, but it is to practice. Dayananda, but sometimes people who renounce, they become very proud. What is that? Prabhupada continued to reply that renunciation had to be actually practiced. Everyone must attend the Mangala Arati, he said. One must attend this. Otherwise, no prasadam. If you are too sick, then also you should not eat. There should not be sleeping at the time of Mangala Arati because he says he's sick, then at the time of prasadam, voracious eating. If the devotees were looking for Prabhupada to make an absolute distinction between Geza and Sannyasi, it was not there. He emphasized, rather, the actual quality and the practice of the individual devotee. On another morning walk Hridayananda Goswami told Prabhupada of the sannyasis discussions. Hridayananda, we were thinking that it would be nice to have the city centers for the preachers. And for the women and children, it's much easier to maintain them on our farms. There they can do a little work and produce their own food. Prabhupada, yes. In the farms they can live and do some handwork. Guru Kripa Swami, they won't do it, though. Śrīla Prabhupada, Prabhupada, then you don't allow. If they do not follow the rules and regulations, then what is the use? Another sannyasi said that when many householders came together in big communities, an atmosphere of laziness developed, whereas when lots of brahmacharis were preaching together, it was more enlivening. Prabhupada, anyway, everyone should be engaged. That's all. No idle life. Never encourage laziness. If we maintain some lazy men, then everything will be spoiled. Devotee, I heard, Śrīla Prabhupada, that you remarked our society is not a love-making society, but these things are going on. Referring to an impropriety of two of his disciples, Prabhupada replied, yes, I have seen in Vrindavana. Other complaints arose. One leader argued that the temple should not have to carry the burden of maintaining women with children but no husbands. Another complaint was that brahmacharis, by selling books, were in effect supporting the householders. Prabhupada continued to reply in a philosophical and practical way that whatever discrepancies were present should be rectified. Sense gratification, laziness, and failure to attend the temple program should not be tolerated. But this condemnation of malpractices in devotional service did not fall exclusively on any particular group. Shortly after his arrival in Mayapur, Prabhupada had addressed a similar issue in his own correspondence. A Mr. Chatterjee had written from Calcutta to say that he was preaching worship of Lord Chaitanya and was eager to show Śrīla Prabhupada some articles he had written. Mr. Chatterjee stated, my theme is we can get to see our God, Gauranga, by taking sannyasa. Those who are Gezas reach to the Godhead through Nam Sankirtana. Śrīla Prabhupada encouraged the man with a reply. Your theme is okay. There were many devotees of Lord Chaitanya like Advaita-Acārya, and even Lord Nityananda who were grihasas. Lord Chaitanya left his grihastha life. It is a matter of understanding Krishna, that is the real qualification. Whether one is grihastha or sannyasi, how well he knows Krishna. Śrīla Nautama Das Thakur has sung Vavain Tathak, he Gauranga Boldak. Lord Chaitanya says Kiba Vipra, Kiba Nyasi, Sutraki Naya, Ye Krishna Tatvaveta, say Guru Haya. So please come and we shall discuss your articles. It doesn't matter whether one is living at home or in the forest, as long as he is chanting the name of Lord Chaitanya he is a Vaisnava. Whether one is a Brahmana, a sannyasi or Sudra, regardless of what he is, he can become a spiritual master if he knows the science of Krishna. CC. Madhya 8.128. While sitting relaxed in his room, Śrīla Prabhupada had his temporary secretary, Dayananda, read him some recent mail. One letter was from a temple president having difficulty managing the devotees, and Prabhupada had Dayananda summarize the letter's points. He says, said Dayananda, that the devotees aren't behaving, and so he's criticizing. But they're not accepting. Simply criticism is not our means, said Prabhupada. Our means is to show by example. Dayananda made a note of it to use in typing Prabhupada's reply. Now, Śrīla Prabhupada, Dayananda continued, he's inquiring about his household life. This is not the business of the Guru, said Prabhupada, how to increase sex life and family life. They are not happy, these Western men and women. They become married, but they are not happy. Therefore I recommend brahmacharya and sannyasa life. Several other devotees were also in the room with Prabhupada, and Jagadguru, a Brahmachari, spoke up. Because they have no training, that's why they have so many problems. Whatever it may be, said Prabhupada. But they are not happy. Therefore I recommend Brahmacharya and Sannyasa. Śrīla Prabhupada had already been disturbed by what he saw as a loose husband-wife situation in Vrindavana. Now, hearing this letter from a householder who was improperly inquiring about his family life, he again turned his attention to Vrindavana and asked to see his GBC for Vrindavana, Gopala Krishna, who had recently arrived in Mayapur. It is not a free hotel for lovemaking, Prabhupada began, even before Gopala Krishna entered the room. Vrindavana is not a joking place. They must be serious for Krishna, and I shall give them everything. Don't worry about money, but manage. There is not scarcity of money. There is scarcity of management. Why so many children in the temple? It is not simply a place for husbandless women. Children should always be engaged, so they shouldn't create a disturbance all over. Śrīla Prabhupada said that if the mothers were irresponsible and only wanted to take care of their own children, then they should be sent away from Vrindavana. 2 women could run a nursery and take care of many children, and the other women could work. Not go to the roof and lovemaking, said Prabhupada, and make a plan and go away. He stressed that since all India came to Vrindavana, ISKCON's center should be ideal in every respect. Otherwise, people would think that his disciples were hippies, and no one would come. A good example of responsible care for children was in Mayapur, where a Gurukula had already been organized. Children are welcome, said Prabhupada, but make them jewels. Not spoiled children, Varnasankara hippies. For the sannyasis in Mayapur, Prabhupada's heavy words about irresponsible Gaza life fueled their own arguments. A few of them felt that Gazas should not even live in the temples. That evening, when the sannyasis gathered in Prabhupada's room, they discussed with him the position of families and children in ISKCON. One sannyasi reported not being allowed to preach in certain temples, because he was against marriage and favored Brahmachari life. Others complained that expensive properties were being purchased to be used mostly as residences. The preaching was suffering, they said, and Brahmacharis were being told to get married if they felt sexually agitated. Prabhupada felt the heavy force of the sannyasis protest, and he could perceive the antagonism between the asramas. These things must be decided by the GBC, he said, and no one could go against their decisions. But he also expressed sympathy for what the sannyasis were saying. Families, he suggested, could serve and farm communities and live self-sufficiently in Krishna consciousness. Our whole preaching program is detachment from material life, said Prabhupada, to stop sex life altogether. Gaza is a concession for those who cannot give it up immediately. Otherwise marriage is not required. It is simply burdensome. Legal or illegal, the after effects of sex simply mean difficulty. March 7 the GBC members assembled. The process was to make an agenda, discuss each issue, and then pass resolutions by voting. At the end of the day they would go to Śrīla Prabhupada in his room and read the day's resolutions for his approval or amendment. The first day they spent mostly in assigning zones and duties for each GBC member. They reported these results to Śrīla Prabhupada, and he approved them. Prabhupada also addressed the issue of Gaza and sannyasa life, saying that all the devotees should become attached to Krishna's family, not to the stool family or pig family. Sannyasa life meant rejection of the false family, but not the family of Krishna consciousness. The Krishna consciousness society was based on renunciation, said Prabhupada, and therefore all sincere devotees were as good as sannyasis. The actual dress didn't matter, whether white or saffron, although an ideal Gaza should eventually come to the stage of formal sannyasa. He said that all his disciples should become gurus and each make thousands of disciples, just as he had, thus spreading Krishna consciousness everywhere. Gaza men traditionally wear white. Brahmacharis and sannyasis wear saffron. Discuss in the GBC, he said, and make a decision. Question and put to vote. But if you make Brahmachari party, Gaza party, sannyasi party, it will be finished. Everything should be done very openly. We have to work for Krishna. Why this PSS whispering? It is not very good. The next morning while Śrīla Prabhupada was on his walk around the Mayapur fields, the GBC vice chairman, Madhudvisa Swami, asked for guidance in preparation for the GBC meeting that day. Madhudvisa, the subjects that we are going to be discussing today in the GBC meeting are about the role of sannyasis and brahmacharis and gazas in ISKCON. In the 18th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, in one of your purports, you say that a sannyasi should never discourage a young man from getting married. But on the other hand, we understand that a sannyasi should encourage young men to remain brahmachari. So it seems to me like there's some kind of contradiction. Prabhupada, according to time and circumstance. Just like Krishna says, Niyatam kuru karmatvam, always be engaged in your prescribed work. And at last he says, Sarvadharman parityajya ekam saranam vraya. So now you adjust. That is not a contradiction. It is just suitable to the time and circumstance. Give up all prescribed duty, dharma, and surrender unto me. Bhagavad Gita 18.66, Madhudvisa. But is there some conclusion? Prabhupada, the real aim is that you have to become the eternal servant of Krishna. Either you go through karma or jnana or yoga, it doesn't matter. The ultimate aim is how to reach Krishna. Arjuna achieved the favor of Krishna by fighting and killing Hare Krishna. Prabhupada said no more. He had created the GBC to deal with just such problems, and he had instructed his GBC men personally, in letters and in his books. Now they would have to apply those instructions according to time and place. The GBC met, discussed all day, and by evening had a list of resolutions pertaining to the divisions of asrama in ISKCON. Husbandless women with children could not live in ISKCON temples. Husband and wife could not live in ISKCON temples, even if separately. Before entering marriage, devotees should have a means of supporting themselves and not expect to live off ISKCON. Upon getting married, a householder would be financially responsible for his wife until such time as he took sannyasa. Reading the resolutions to Prabhupada in his room usually evoked little verbal response from him. His practice was generally to nod in approval, or occasionally to comment. But when he heard the resolution that husbandless women with children could not stay in the temples, he uttered a thoughtful Then he said, as for me, my only concern is that they shall not waste their valuable human life. He was speaking not in the tone of the official head of the society, who could veto resolutions, but in a very personal, humble way, as a pure devotee. After so much struggle, he said, they have got this human form, and I do not want that they should miss the opportunity. As for me, I cannot discriminate, man, woman, child, rich, poor, educated, or foolish. Let them all come, and let them take Krishna consciousness, so that they will not waste their human life. Although the GBC members usually had plenty to say, after these remarks from Prabhupada they remained silent. Finally, Tamala Krishna Goswami, the elected GBC chairman for the year, spoke. Yes, Śrīla Prabhupada, he said. So we will strike that resolution. Prabhupada also disapproved the resolution that a householder would have to give financial support for his wife for the rest of his life until he took sannyasa. You each be guru, he said. As I have 5,000 disciples or 10,000, so you have 10,000 each. In this way, create branches and branches of the Chaitanya tree. But you have to be spiritually strong. This means chanting your rounds and following the 4 rules. It is not an artificial show. It is not a material thing. Chant and follow the 4 rules and pray to Krishna in helplessness. We have to have enthusiasm. If we lose our enthusiasm, everything will become slack. In old age I came out from Vrindavana. I had no money, nothing. But I thought, let me try. Bhagavan spoke out spontaneously, you're still enthusiastic, Śrīla Prabhupada. Yes. Prabhupada smiled. I am enthusiastic. I don't think I am an old man. Sometimes we think we are old, said Bhagavan. No one is old, said Prabhupada. Nahanyat Hanuman Sarayar. Sometimes in old age one is pushed down. But I am enthusiastic. The soul is not destroyed with the destruction of the body. Bhagavad Gita 2.20. Prabhupada said he was pleased at most of the resolutions, because they indicated that a strong GBC was now ready to relieve him so he could concentrate on his translation work. He said that the devotees would have to strictly follow for the entire year what the GBC had agreed on. There should be no changes unless he approved, and at the next annual meeting they could make any changes necessary. The GBC chairman then called for a vote on an unresolved topic from the day's meeting. The topic had been discussed, but since it had not been approved, the chairman called for a vote. Everyone voted yes by raising their right hand. Then Śrīla Prabhupada raised his hand also. His disciples immediately laughed at this endearing gesture. Yes, Prabhupada said, I am simply following the GBC. Whatever you say, I have to follow. When the temple presidents heard about the GBC resolutions, many objected. They knew Prabhupada had approved them, but they thought that the actual spirit and interpretation some of the sannyasis might give to the resolutions would cause a split in the society. Many of the temple presidents, being Gazas, felt discriminated against. They wanted a chance to present their side. Prabhupada knew of the president's discontent, and he brought up the subject on his next morning walk. Surrounded by sannyasis, GBC men, temple presidents, and others, He brought out the issues, attempting to bring his spiritual family into harmony. "I have heard," he said, "that too much stricture on the Gazas may cause some disturbance." Yes, admitted Madhudvisa. "So," said Prabhupada, "I think the Gazas themselves should form a small committee and define what they will do, instead of forcing something on them. Because in this age, nobody can follow strictly all the strictures in the Sastras." Tamala Krishna objected to the idea of Gazas revising the GBC resolutions. "In none of our resolutions," he argued, "do we say anything about how the Gazas should live. The resolutions simply say how our society should be run. It doesn't say how Gazas should live. And on points of objection, Prabhupada has already corrected us. I think it may be further decided," Prabhupada continued. "Make a small committee of 3 or 4 Gazas. Then you define how you live." Changing the subject, Prabhupada asked when the pandal was going to be built. Today 350 devotees were expected to arrive from the west. The pandal stage was supposed to have been erected, and festivities, including theatre, would begin in the evening. But the devotees, irrepressibly absorbed in the Gaza sannyasi issue, could not refrain from pursuing it further. "That is the distinction between the enjoying spirit and the renouncing spirit?" asked Pusta Krishna Swami, returning to the theme. Prabhupada asked. Although the question was pointed, he remained poised, and detached from their party divisions. His idea of what to do was definite, but his method of teaching it was careful and gradual. He already knew well the difficult task of satisfying divergent views among his strong-minded disciples. For years he had been making the ultimate decisions and teaching his disciples how to go forward in a united way. Once again, an issue was building that only he could solve, if they would listen. Pusta Krishna, for example, as we have been discussing, there are different tendencies between the Brahmacharis and the Gazas. The attitude of the Brahmacharis is toward renunciation. If a Brahmachari gives up his Brahmachari life to become a Gaza, that means he is more inclined to the enjoying spirit. At least to some extent. So how to deal with this situation? Prabhupada, if you want to enjoy, who can stop you? Tamala Krishna, but we cannot support it. We cannot support his enjoyment. That he should take on himself. Prabhupada, according to different positions and attitudes, the 4 asramas are there, Brahmachari, Gaza, Vanaprastha, Sannyasa. This means that everyone is not on the equal platform. There are different platforms. But the whole idea is how to give up the propensity of enjoyment. That is wanted. Pusta Krishna, we find in the Srimad Bhagavatam that Sukadeva Goswami would approach the householders in the morning just so long as to give them a little bit of spiritual knowledge, and he would accept the offering of some milk. So the sannyasis and renunciants, generally they wouldn't very much relish the association of householders because of this enjoying spirit and the association that it entails. So we are finding also within our society that those who are inclined to remaining celibate, they are finding the association of persons even within our movement who have this enjoying spirit to be somewhat detrimental to their own spiritual life. Prabhupada, then what is your proposal? You should drive them away? Madhudvisa, unless there is association, then they will never become purified. Tamala Krishna, no, that is not the problem, because everyone comes together for association. They come together in the temple for kirtana, for lectures, for prasadam. These things are common activities. There's no question that we should not have common activities between all the asramas. But for living there must be separate arrangement. Prabhupada, now, even in the temple, you are complaining that a husband and wife are talking. Prabhupada seemed almost coy in the way he gradually led and manipulated the issue. He was also hearing more clearly the minds and hearts of his divided disciples. Tamala Krishna, yes, they are not talking Srimad Bhagavatam. Prabhupada, that you will find everywhere. Bhagavata, there's a complaint that sometimes is made that there's too much aversion on the part of the Brahmacharis. But isn't that a quality of a Brahmachari, that he should have a healthy contempt for sense gratification? Prabhupada, I do not follow. The devotees crowded around as closely as possible. This was an important point. Pusta Krishna, he's saying that sometimes the Brahmacharis and even the sannyasis may have a strong aversion to association with women and householder life. But sometimes the Gazas will criticize the sannyasis and Brahmacharis and say, this is fanaticism. The Gazas say that this is just as bad as the enjoying spirit, because a sannyasi is meditating on the same thing, except that he's averse to it. So Bhagavata Dasa's question is it better to be neutral or to be averse? Prabhupada, these are all fanaticism. Real unity is in advancing Krishna consciousness. Kalau nasti eva nasti eva. In the Kali Yuga you cannot strictly follow, neither I can strictly follow. If I criticize you, if you criticize me, then we go far away from our real life of Krishna consciousness. Pusta Krishna. So is it correct to say that if we are not Krishna conscious, then if it's not the Gaza problem it would be some other problem? Prabhupada, yes. We should always remember that either Gaza or Brahmachari or sannyasi, nobody can strictly follow all the rules and regulations. In the Kali Yuga it is not possible. If I simply find fault with you, and if you find fault with me, then it will be factional, and our real business will be hampered. Therefore Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has recommended that Harinama, chanting Hare Krishna mantra, should be very rigidly performed, which is common for everyone, Gaza, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa. They should always chant Hare Krishna mantra, then everything will be adjusted. Otherwise, it is impossible to advance. We shall be complicated with the details only. This is called Niyamagraya. I think I have explained it. Madhudvisa, yes, in the Nectar of Instruction. Prabhupada, Niyamagraya is not good. Niyama means regulative principles, and agraya means not to accept. Agraya means the opposite, too eager to accept the regulative principles, but no advancement spiritually. Both of them are called Niyamagraya. So the basic principle is that Niyamagraya is not recommended. If we advance in Krishna consciousness by the simple method of chanting 24 hours, Kirtaniya Sadahari, then things will be automatically adjusted. You cannot find in Kali Yuga that everything is being done very correctly to the point. That is very difficult. Just like our poet Allen Ginsberg, he was always accusing me, Swamiji, you are very conservative and strict. Actually I told him, I am never strict. Neither I am conservative. If I become conservative, then I cannot live here for a moment. So I am not at all conservative. I was living with one boy, Karl Jurgens. I was cooking, and I saw in the refrigerator some pieces of meat for his cat. So still I kept my food in that refrigerator. What can be done? They had been talking for over an hour, and Prabhupada had given definitive instructions. But it was not over yet. It was clear, however, who was in control. Later that morning, 350 devotees approached the precincts of Mayapur in a caravan of buses from the Calcutta airport. For most of the arriving devotees, this would be their first visit to Mayapur, and their excitement countered the fatigue of the long journey from the west. Free of worldly concerns, they had come to India to visit Sridhama Mayapur and to see Śrīla Prabhupāda again. After 3 hours on the road, the buses had entered Mayapur, and soon the devotees were seeing the Gaudiya Math temples, the Srivasa Ungana, the Samadhi of Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, and the birth site of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all appearing one after the other, as the buses, horns blaring almost incessantly, veered around the winding turns of Bhaktisiddhanta Road. Villagers on foot and in rickshaws, buffalo, goats, and cows moved hurriedly aside. Local residents looked up with curiosity and surprise at the sight of hundreds of Western bhaktas arriving to celebrate Gaura Purnima. Then the arriving devotees saw, on the flat Mayapur landscape, the pinkish hue and beautiful features of ISKCON's Mayapur Chandrodaya Mandir, the place Śrīla Prabhupāda had prepared for them, the home of which they had heard so much. As the buses arrived at the gate to the ISKCON property, the devotees cheered to see the new domes and fields of flowers. And their eagerness to see Śrīla Prabhupāda increased. There would be formalities of registering and receiving a room, a few complications in locating and settling in, but nothing major. They were home now among fellow devotees. Soon they would be able to bathe in the Ganges and to hear the schedule for parikramas to the holy places. Some devotees rested, while others met with friends from various places in the world. They shared the latest news and received experienced advice about the Ganges' swift current and about avoiding dysentery and mosquitoes. By early evening they had all moved into their rooms and taken prasadam. The Sanai musicians, in a small room above the entrance gate, began playing an evening raga. The sky darkened, and devotees began gathering in the brightly lit temple room for a gigantic kirtana. These devotees had been working very hard in various cities throughout the world, and coming to Mayapur was like a reward for their austerities and patient service. Now they could relax and enjoy spiritual life, with no responsibilities other than to worship the deities, to see and hear Śrīla Prabhupāda, to chant Hare Krishna, and to simply be Krishna conscious in the eternal abode of Lord Chaitanya. When Prabhupada heard that now almost 600 devotees were gathered in his Mayapur place of worship, he was very pleased. He inquired whether the prasadam and accommodations were sufficient and whether there would be a full schedule of engagements for everyone. Otherwise, he said, if the devotees remained idle, they would get sick or would gossip. He said everyone should simply chant Hare Krishna, go on parikrama and engage in Krishna Katha. Some of the new arrivals, especially temple presidents, were drawn into the schism regarding gazas and sannyasis. Now that all the temple presidents were together, they called for a special meeting, rallying together in their discontent. They disliked the resolutions restricting the place of gazas in ISKCON, and as they spoke and compared opinions, they found a particular focus for their grievances. Most of the objections were coming from the North American temple presidents and were aimed at the Radha Damodara traveling Sankirtana party, led by Tamala Krishna Goswami. The conflict had been building for at least a year, ever since Tamala Krishna had formed the Radha Damodara party. Within that year, the party had grown to about 150 men traveling all over North America and distributing Śrīla Prabhupāda's books. Prabhupada had praised the party, which was responsible for 30 to 40% of the total remittances to the American BBT. Men on the Radha Damodara party lived with spiritually advanced sannyasis. They developed traits of austerity and detachment and had an enthusiasm for remaining celibate, without a need for marriage. The Radha Damodara party broke all records for book distribution and outdid all other zones and temples. An elite army of Sankirtana soldiers, they were the recognized world leaders of book distribution. More than 80 members of the party had arrived at the Mayapur festival, and they were given a special reserved section in the best building for their residence. But in their zealousness for renunciation and Sankirtana leadership, some of the Radha Damodara Brahmacharis had developed a condescending attitude toward temple life and householders. This materialistic conception had reached the point where some men were judging the worth of a devotee on the basis of whether he wore white cloth, as a gaza, or saffron, as a sannyasi or brahmachari. Anyone in white could not be a spiritually advanced devotee. At least, this was the misconception that the temple presidents felt had developed among some of the more immature members of the Radha Damodara party. The greatest grievance, however, was more practical than philosophical. The presidents claimed that the Radha Damodara party was stealing men from the temples. The temple presidents compared stories and cited numerous instances to prove that men had been lured from their services in the temples to join the Radha Damodara party. The philosophy that sannyasis were superior to gazas, the presidents said, was being used in an opportunistic way to convince men, the very best brahmacharis, to give up their posts in Prabhupada's temple and join the Radha Damodara group. This often caused serious difficulties. The temple presidents considered the preaching of the Radha Damodara party to be unbalanced and selfishly motivated. So acute had the disagreement grown that some temples had forbidden the Radha Damodara party to visit, and some had banned Radha Damodara sannyasis from lecturing to the devotees. The Radha Damodara men, however, saw these restrictions as further proof of the householders' small-mindedness and attachment. Śrīla Prabhupada bided his time on the volatile issue and went about his duties, receiving guests and supervising the management of the Mayapur temple and the festival. He was lecturing daily in the temple and satisfying everyone. To his servants and secretaries, however, he revealed that the schism was causing him anxiety. That the temple presidents were angry disturbed him. One afternoon, he could not even take his nap because of worry. "This is a very serious thing," he said to Hari Sorai during the massage, "this difference of sannyasa and gaza. Everything will be spoiled." Hari Sorai compared the present schism to the schism that had destroyed the Gaudiya math. Another time, when sitting in his room, Prabhupada picked up a decorative bookmark a Brahmacharini had made for him. "Such nice service," he said. "How can it be refused? I have never stopped them serving simply because they are women." Ramesvara came to Prabhupada's room and showed him some of the recent BBT publications. They discussed their business, turning at last to the sannyasi gaza issue. As Ramesvara began to offer his opinion, Prabhupada asked that other available sannyasis and GBC men come in for the discussion. Ramesvara was championing the temple's cause, relating some of the financial and practical problems the temples were experiencing due to losing men to the Radha Damodara party. When men left, then book distribution declined in those temples. In the face of the heavy propaganda for joining the traveling bus parties, how could the loyal temple devotees remain satisfied collecting money mostly for maintaining the temples, without being able to afford to distribute books? The temple devotees also wanted to have the ecstasy of book distribution, but that was becoming increasingly difficult due to the crippling tactics of the traveling bus parties. Ramesvara asked Śrīla Prabhupada to clarify the philosophical misconception that gazas were not advanced enough to manage the brahmacharis. Prabhupada mentioned the sannyasi Chodahari Dāsa, whom Lord Chaitanya had rejected for only slight association with a woman. Yet Lord Chaitanya had embraced a gaza, Sivanandasena, on learning that Sivanandasena's wife was pregnant. Prabhupada said that although Lord Chaitanya's relationship with his sannyasis was different than his relationship with his gazas, both were transcendental. The gazas were encouraged to perform family duties and raise Krishna-conscious children. Addressing the sannyasis present, Prabhupada said that for them to be dwelling so much on the activities of the householders was inappropriate. It meant that the sannyasis were thinking about sex more than the householders were. If the sannyasis were thinking all day long about married life, they would become contaminated. Prabhupada then told a story to illustrate his point. Once two brahmanas were about to cross a river when a lady appeared, in need of assistance in crossing. So one of the brahmanas offered to carry her on his back. The other brahmana was shocked, but refrained from saying anything. After crossing the river, the lady thanked them very much and went her way. The two brahmanas continued walking, but for hours the other brahmana continued to talk about the incident. "You let that woman climb on your back and touch your body," he said, and he continued talking. Finally the other brahmana corrected him, "I carried her on my back for 10 minutes, but you've been carrying her on your mind for 3 hours." The temple president selected Jayadvaita, a Brahmacari expert in the Krishna consciousness philosophy, to present their case before Śrīla Prabhupāda. Some of the GBC members holding the same views also went, and since much of the opposition was against the Radha Damodara party, Tamala Krishna Goswami also came, to defend his party. The many members of the Radha Damodara party, who had come to Mayapur looking for spiritual bliss after a year of demanding Sankirtana service, were hearing themselves criticized and wanted to retaliate. The jubilant, spiritual atmosphere of the festival was threatened by a political rift. Jayadvaita explained to Prabhupada that the temple presidents felt the propaganda that Gazas were incompetent to lead Brahmacharis was actually just a device. The real issue was men and money. By telling the temple Brahmacharis not to work under Gazas, the Radha Damodara sannyasis were able to lure the men from their authorized services in the temples. Tamala Krishna agreed that if such false ideas were circulating, then they should be stopped, but he maintained that his party was not actually perpetrating such a philosophy. Accusations passed back and forth before Śrīla Prabhupada, who then delivered his opinion. The standard should be not discrimination between Gaza and sannyasi. We should simply see according to the advancement in Krishna consciousness. Ye Krishna Tattvaveda, say Guru Haya. This principle should be followed, by his advancement in Krishna consciousness. Phalina Parisyati. Judge by the results, not by the dress. We can see his position. By making party politics, everything will be finished. Regardless of social status, anyone who knows the science of Krishna consciousness is qualified to become a spiritual master. CC. Madhya 8.128, Prabhupada said that a Brahmachari generally assisted a sannyasi, and a sannyasi was a preacher. The Geza is also the appropriate man to take care of the temple. If a Brahmachari wanted to travel with a sannyasi, therefore, that was all right. But if he has a responsibility, said Prabhupada, he must stay. The real point, he said, was that the devotees should all think of themselves as servants of the 6 Goswamis. The whole problem before them was caused by forgetting we are servant of Krishna. It is not that a particular service is especially for a Gaza or a sannyasi, Prabhupada continued. He must be Krishna Dāsa. A servant's service is judged by the results. Why this party and that party? Ye Krishna Tattvaveda, say Guru Haya. Bhaktivedanta was a Gaza. Bhaktisiddhanta was a sannyasi. Is one better than the other? No. So there should not be threatening. We are now worldwide organization. Prabhupada repeatedly quoted the verse Kiva Vipra, Kiva Nyasi, Sutra Ki Naya, Ye Krishna Tattvaveda, say Guru Haya, thus dispelling the contention that asrama determines the quality of a devotee. Whoever knows the science of Krishna, whoever is fully engaged in the service of Krishna, Prabhupada stressed, that person is a pure devotee. A sannyasi, Prabhupada said, could preach, but he could also manage. A Gaza could manage but could also preach. Although Prabhupada had already brought up these points, now he was settling the issue completely. This discrimination, he said, must stop. It was not Krishna conscious. And the GBC should remove all resolutions discriminating against Gazas. Prabhupada emphasized that the real standard was to be Krishna Dāsa, the servant of Krishna. In that surrendered mood, a devotee should be expert and willing to do whatever service was needed. He gave the example that some 50 years ago, when he had been the manager in Bose's laboratory in Calcutta, the workers had gone on strike. To the remaining workers he had said, "Come on, let's pack." They had accepted the menial labor, and the strike had been ended. Similarly, whatever capacity of service was required, a devotee should do it. We must be very stubborn servant of Krishna, Prabhupada said. Prabhupada pointed out that he was probably the first bona fide sannyasi to arrange for his disciples' marriages. Certainly he did not encourage disobeying the regulative principles, he said, but the real business was Krishna's service. If that included arranging for marriages, then it should be done. But generally the division is that the sannyasi is fully engaged in preaching, he said. And the sannyasi's preaching should not be checked. Whoever is in charge of something, let him remain. If there is some discrepancy, Try to correct it. In every rumor there is a grain of truth. Prabhupada was not only defining and settling the immediate quarrels, but he was elevating all the devotees to the level of dedicated and inspired Krishna consciousness. He was not siding with one party or watering down the philosophy to make peace. He was appealing to his disciples' intelligence. And more than that, he was entering their hearts and making them satisfied and truly desirous of working with one another. When Śrīla Prabhupāda stopped speaking, he asked for a response. Jayadvaita said he thought the presidents would be completely satisfied with Prabhupada's decisions. Tamala Krishna said that the GBC would also be satisfied and that everyone, by Prabhupada's grace, could now go forward with the right understanding. The devotees then left Prabhupada's room in a joyful mood, prepared to join the others and take part in an uplifting, non-political Gaura Purnima festival. The next morning Prabhupada went for his walk on the roof of the Mayapur building. As soon as he began circumambulating on the roof, at least 24 devotees, mostly temple presidents and sannyasis, joined him. The temple presidents felt victorious. Their positions were vindicated, and the misunderstandings of the philosophy had been straightened out. Now everything was proper. The whole affair had increased the devotees' faith in Prabhupada and in the wisdom of following his order without false prestige. As they walked, Pankajravita Swami, in a mood of humorous relief to the tension of the past days, began questioning Prabhupada in an odd way. "Śrīla Prabhupada," he said, "there is one thing I don't understand. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, that story of Saksi Gopala, the deity who came to witness for the young Brahmana? So the young man was serving the old Brahmana, and then the old Brahmana promised the hand of his daughter in marriage, and then the deity came to bear witness. So if he was such a pure devotee, why did he call the deity to come such a great distance just so he could become married? Why didn't he want to remain single? And why did he make the deity come just for his marriage?" It was not only the words but the way Pankajravita said them, jesting in the role of an overly critical sannyasi. And Prabhupada immediately entered the joking spirit. "We are not against marriage. We are against illicit sex. But because no woman would have you, now you are saying that no one should marry. Just see the psychology here." The devotees began to laugh wildly. "This is the sour grapes philosophy," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "Because no woman will have you, nobody wants you, therefore you are feeling this rejection and thinking that nobody should get married." On the morning of Gaura Purnima, the appearance day of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Śrīla Prabhupada lectured on a Bhagavatam verse spoken by Prahlāda Maharaja to Lord Nrsimhadeva. The verse, Bhag. July 9, 1938, indirectly refers to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's appearance. "In this way, my Lord, you have appeared in different incarnations, as human beings, as animals, as a great saintly person, as demigods and as a fish and a tortoise. In this way you maintain the whole creation and different planetary systems and kill the demoniac principles in every age. My Lord, therefore, protect the principles of religion. In the age of Kali you do not assert yourself as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore you are known as Triyuga, or the Lord who appears in 3 yugas." Seated comfortably on his Vyasasana, Śrīla Prabhupada looked out over his reading spectacles at the long hall full of seated disciples. 2 devotees fanned him with big camera whisks. The many-glass chandeliers sparkled. At the opposite end of the hall stood the forms of Radha Madhava and Lord Chaitanya. "So here is a very specific statement about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu," said Prabhupada. "He is Avatara. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the same Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he is Chana. Chana means covered, not directly. Because he has appeared as a devotee." Śrīla Prabhupada explained why the Supreme Lord appeared in Kali Yuga as a devotee. "When Lord Krishna appeared, he ordered everyone to surrender to me. But they took it. Who is this person asking like that? What right does he have? Why shall I give up? But God himself, the Supreme Being, he must order. That is God. But we think otherwise. Who is this man? Why is he ordering? Why shall I give up?" The whole process of Krishna consciousness is submission, surrender to Krishna, Śrīla Prabhupada explained. But the way to surrender to Krishna is to submit to his devotee, his representative. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared this day for giving mercy to the fallen souls who are so foolish they cannot take to Krishna consciousness. He is personally teaching them. That is this kirtana. Later that morning Prabhupada came down to the temple room again, this time to perform initiations. 15 devotees were receiving Brahminical initiation, 25 were receiving first initiation, and 7 men were receiving sannyasa. Again Śrīla Prabhupada quoted the verse that had become a theme for the festival, Kiba Vipra, Kiba Nyasi, Sutra Ki Naya, either he is a Gazo or a sannyasi, it doesn't matter. He must become a guru. How? Yea, Krishna Tattvaveda. One who knows the principles of Krishna consciousness, one who understands Krishna, he can become a guru. Guru is the post given to the sannyasis and to the brahmanas. Without becoming a brahmana, nobody can become a sannyasi, and the sannyasi is supposed to be the guru of both all the asramas and all the varnas. So, for preaching work we require so many sannyasis. People are suffering all over the world for want of Krishna consciousness. Śrīla Prabhupāda cautioned the young men to live as very strict sannyasis. He also stressed that all his disciples should be training to become qualified as gurus. He quoted, Yer Dekater Kaha Krishna Upadesa. Anywhere, either you are in this district or that district, it doesn't matter. Either you are at home or outside home, it doesn't matter. You become a guru, everyone. How shall I become guru? I have no qualification. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said that you don't require any qualification. You simply require one qualification, that you repeat the instruction of Bhagavad Gita, that's all. Yer Dekater Kaha Krishna Upadesa. You become a guru. Don't adulterate Krishna Upadesa like a rascal or nonsense. Present it as it is, Bhagavad Gita. Then you can become a guru. You can become a guru in your family, you can become a guru in your society, your nation, wherever you are. And if it is possible, you go outside and preach this mission of Bhagavad Gita. Therefore our movement's name is Krishna Consciousness. Whatever Krishna says, you accept and preach. You become guru. On Gaura Purnima day everyone fasted until moonrise, and most of the devotees walked down to the Ganges to bathe. Jayapataka Swami told them that, according to Sastra, whoever bathed in the Ganges at Mayapur during Gaura Purnima would become liberated from birth and death. In the early evening, pilgrims began arriving in great numbers. From all over West Bengal, people yearly visited the temples in Mayapur, especially the birthsite of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and more recently ISKCON's Mayapur Chandrodaya Mandir. In Calcutta, people had seen the billboards advertising the ISKCON Gaura Purnima festival, and by word of mouth tens of thousands of villagers had heard about the longest building in West Bengal and the golden deity of Radhamadhava. Devotees greeted the guests with prasadam and sold copies of Gitargan, Śrīla Prabhupāda's Bengali versification of Bhagavad Gita. By nighttime long streams of people were flowing in and out of the front gates. The crowds raised a cloud of dust, and the air filled with sounds of rickshaw bells, women singing, friends talking, and the amplified kirtana emanating from the temple. Most of the visitors walked through the temple, visited the photo exhibit, and then stayed for a while, watching the kirtana or the theater performance at the outdoor pandal stage. Although the number of visitors approached 100,000, the scene remained peaceful, as people moved along without pushing or hurrying, observing the customary respect of visiting a holy place. Dhruvanatha, the most ecstatic highlight of the festival was when, after greeting the deities in the morning, Śrīla Prabhupāda would circumambulate the temple. There was a bell on either side of the deity room, and as we circumambulated and Prabhupada came to the bells, a devotee would hand him the rope. As the devotees chanted and danced ecstatically, Prabhupada would pull the bell in time to the kirtana, and at the same time he would raise his left hand to indicate that devotees should chant and dance more and more. Anakadandubi, Śrīla Prabhupada would sit on the veranda looking over all of Mayapur. I saw him watching some boys herding their cows. He was absorbed in watching the whole place. Then someone gave him a little pair of binoculars, and he would look out across Mayapur, with one finger up in the air. He looked like a general. He was looking across to Bhaktivedanta Thakura's house, and then he spotted the birthplace of Lord Chaitanya. He looked at it very closely, and then he said, "Almost no men. They have no men." Satsvarūpa Dāsa Goswami. One day Prabhupada called in the GBC members. It was in the afternoon, and we could see he was feeling very blissful. He was hearing the kirtana in the temple. He said everyone should come to Mayapur and chant 24 hours a day. He said, "There is so much room here. The morning class is so nice." Prahlāda Maharaja's instruction a million years ago. A 5-year-old boy was speaking. The chanting, according to Bhaktivedanta Thakura, is the only solace. It is nothing material, the chanting. Ajamala called the name of Narayana and was saved. Prabhupada said that batches of devotees should come to Mayapur so that there should always be 500 men present. Then a devotee said, "In America they are trying to chant more, 12 hours a day, trying to get a 24-hour kirtana schedule." Yes, everywhere, Śrīla Prabhupada said, this chanting should go on. Instead of meetings, resolutions, dissolutions, revolutions, and then no solutions, there should be chanting. Goparnapala, I had guard duty, and Prabhupada would get up around 12 midnight or 1 o'clock. He would be upstairs, and I would be one floor below. He was chanting a lot, pacing back and forth on the balcony. I couldn't see him, but I could see his shaven head silhouetted. He was walking about 10 steps one way and then 10 steps the other way. I had a 3-hour watch, and I sat there chanting my japa and watching Prabhupada's head go back and forth. Sometimes I could hear when his chanting was louder. I was reminded of Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, because Śrīla Prabhupada described many times the balcony where Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati paced back and forth, envisioning and considering how to spread the Krishna consciousness movement. So Prabhupada was also pacing and thinking how to spread Krishna consciousness. Anakadandubi, in Prabhupada's room on the wall there was a beautiful sandalwood carving of Radha and Krishna, just like on the Krishna book cover, with Radha and Krishna standing, Radharani with her arm around Krishna, holding his flute, and Krishna holding his cape around her. When there weren't any guests for darsana, Prabhupada would just sit and look at that picture. He loved it very much. When I would take his garland up to him, he would wear it during darsana for about an hour and a half, then after darsana he would get up and go to the bathroom after first taking the garland off. Then he would come back and give the garland to Radha and Krishna. A number of times I gave him garlands made of very fragrant little white flowers that Jananivasa would give me. Prabhupada used to take that garland and put it on Radha Krishna in such a beautiful way. It was the perfection of deity worship, the way he put that little garland there. Jananivasa, just before Prabhupada left, I came up and I asked him, "Frankincense, Śrīla Prabhupada?" There was no one else in the room at the time, and he was just chanting japa sitting in his room. I started to fill up the room with smoke from the frankincense. Smoke was coming out everywhere, and Prabhupada kept the windows closed. He looked up and said, "This creates such an atmosphere of spiritual understanding. This is so nice, so nice." Then he started chanting again. Pusta Krishna. When Prabhupada was finally finished conducting the Mayapur festival, I asked him if he was tired. Prabhupada said, "What tired? So many people are coming and hearing about Krishna. When preaching, you feel refreshed." Library Śrīla Prabhupada līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 50 The Lame Man and the Blind Man. Ever since the BBT Press Marathon in the summer of 1975, the press had continued to keep up with Śrīla Prabhupada's writing. A sweet, transcendental competition had developed between Prabhupada, his press, and the book distributors. In November of 1975, Prabhupada had written to one of the leading book distributors, "The BBT says that they are publishing at the speed of my translating and that you will distribute at the pace of publishing. That's nice. But still I am ahead in my translation work. They owe me now the 6th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. I am working already on the 7th canto." In recent months, however, Śrīla Prabhupada's literary output had been diminishing, mostly because of his involvement in management. His direct supervision of the construction in Bombay, his month-long managerial drive in Vrindavana, his struggle to heal a major ISKCON schism, such activities were not conducive to writing. In Mayapur, when the devotees had failed to control the slamming of doors, he had complained bitterly that this heart-cracking sound interrupted his meditative translating. He explained that he sometimes thought for 2 or 3 days about a single purport before actually writing it. Actually, the word translating is incomplete in describing Śrīla Prabhupada's writing. Translating involved only the verses and synonyms, but Prabhupada's deepest meditations, what he referred to as his personal ecstasies, were his Bhaktivedanta purports. Composing the purports, as well as translating the verses, came best when he could think about them throughout the day, not just when he turned on his dictating machine at 1 a.m. He was translating the extremely grave and complex Vedic knowledge into a modern context, thus making it understandable to Western readers. And it was a great, demanding task. To best speak to the people of the world through his Srimad Bhagavatam writings, Śrīla Prabhupada required a very conducive situation. After the Mayapur festival, therefore, he formulated an itinerary that, in about a month's time, would bring him to Hawaii. There he expected to find an atmosphere beneficial for his literary work. His traveling secretary, Pusta Krishna Swami, rode ahead to Hawaii shortly after the Mayapur festival. Prabhupada must do a lot of translating, so don't set up programs outside. And if there have to be guests, it must be restricted to 5 p.m. only, until about 6:30 each evening. If these things are nicely arranged, then Prabhupada will stay some time to translate. Since Prabhupada's itinerary also included another U.S. tour, his secretary rode ahead to Kirtanananda Swami in New Vrindavan. Prabhupada has revealed a bit more about things. He said that as time goes on he is less and less concerned about seeing visitors. He mentioned that Aurobindo saw visitors only once a year on his birthday. Although Prabhupada deemed this is not possible now, I asked him where he would like to go for some time to translate. He said New Vrindavan, and he said he would go there after the Ratha Yatra in New York. Hawaii, May 3, 1976. After brief visits in several Indian cities, as well as stops in Melbourne, Auckland, and Fiji, Śrīla Prabhupāda arrived in Hawaii on schedule. Immediately he began to increase his writing. The devotees were keenly noting the number of digits he ran up each night on his dictating machine, which for them was like a measure of the benediction for all humanity. Whereas in India he had done usually no more than 100 digits a day, and sometimes none, in Hawaii his rate jumped to 200 and even 300, day after day. Hari Sorai, who had accompanied Prabhupada from Vrindavan as his servant, wrote in his diary, "Prabhupada is translating like anything now, and he did 290 digits again last night." The temple was in a quiet neighborhood, with several acres of garden-like property. In the backyard stood a large, stately banyan tree, and in the front, the largest tulasi bushes anywhere in ISKCON. The devotees grew their own vegetables, and flowers, mangoes, and coconuts were so plentiful that they were available free. The weather was sunny, interspersed with occasional showers. Prabhupada felt ill and could not sleep more than 1.5 hours at night and 1 or 2 hours during the day. But being transcendental, he used this inability to sleep as another way to increase his writing time. Despite his emphasis on writing, however, he continued lecturing in the temple, going on morning walks, holding discussions on the beach, and daily answering his mail. Still, Hawaii was far from being like Vrindavan or Calcutta, where old friends and new admirers demanded hours of his time. Here he was mostly alone with his trained staff. He had been in Honolulu about a week when he announced one morning, walking along Waikiki Beach, that he expected to finish that night the last purport to the 7th canto. When Hari Sorai expressed his happiness to hear this, Prabhupada replied, "Oh, I can finish very quickly, but I have to present it for your understanding. It requires deep thought, very carefully, to present it for the common man." That night around 9, Prabhupada called for Hari Sorai and said that he would not take his evening massage, he wanted the time for finishing the 7th canto. Shutting the door and returning to his desk he worked all night until 5 in the morning. At the end of the 7th canto, he dictated a closing remark. Completed on the night of Vaisakhi Shukla Ekadashi, the 10th of May, 1976, in the temple of the Pankatattva, New Navadvipa, Honolulu, by the mercy of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Thus we may happily chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Immediately Prabhupada turned to the 8th canto, beginning with a prayer. First of all, let me offer my humble, respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master, His Divine Grace Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Prabhupada. Prabhupada explained that his spiritual master had instructed him at Radhakunda in 1935 to stress book production more than temple construction. He had followed that instruction, beginning with his Starting Back to Godhead magazine in 1944, and in 1958 he had begun Srimad Bhagavatam. As soon as he had published 3 volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam in India, he had started for the US in August 1965. I am continuously trying to publish books, as suggested by my spiritual master. Now, in this year, 1976, I have completed the 7th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, and a summary of the 10th canto has already been published as Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Still, the 8th canto, 9th canto, 10th canto, 11th canto and 12th canto are yet to be published. On this occasion, therefore, I am praying to my spiritual master to give me strength to finish this work. I am neither a great scholar nor a great devotee, I am simply a humble servant of my spiritual master, and to the best of my ability I am trying to please him by publishing these books, with the cooperation of my disciples in America. Fortunately, scholars all over the world are appreciating these publications. Let us cooperatively publish more and more volumes of Srimad Bhagavatam just to please His Divine Grace Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakura. Prabhupada said he was making the Bhagavatam understandable for the common man. This did not mean his writings were lacking in substance, they were pure substance. But in the essential spirit of the Bhagavatam itself, Prabhupada was omitting anything extraneous and distracting, selecting from the commentaries of the previous Acaryas whatever would best impel his readers to pure devotional service. At the beginning of Srimad Bhagavatam, the author, Śrīla Vyasadeva, states that the Bhagavatam excludes all materially motivated forms of religiosity and offers only pure devotional service. Srimad Bhagavatam is therefore called the ripened fruit of the tree of Vedic knowledge. And just as the Bhagavatam is itself the most essential spiritual knowledge, so Śrīla Prabhupada, in translating and commenting on the Bhagavatam, utilize the same spirit of delivering the pure message, without any speculation or deviation. According to Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna's 2 Bhagavatsvayam, Lord Sri Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the source of all incarnations, the cause of all causes. And Prabhupada revealed this conclusion on every page. Although some Sanskrit scholars disagreed with Prabhupada's emphasis on Krishna, his Krishnaizing of the Sanskrit was not whimsical but followed strictly the ancient tradition of Parampara. Overwhelmingly, those university scholars who seriously read Prabhupada's books appreciated the faithful quality of his Parampara rendering. Reviews came from all over the world. For those who have no access to the Sanskrit language, these books convey, in superb manner, the message of the Bhagavatam. Dr. Alika Hajib, Department of Sanskrit and Indian Studies, Harvard University. It is a deeply felt, powerfully conceived, and beautifully explained work. I don't know whether to praise more this translation of the Bhagavad Gita, its daring method of explanation, or the endless fertility of its ideas. I have never seen any other work on the Gita with such an important voice and style. It will occupy a significant place in the intellectual and ethical life of modern man for a long time to come. Dr. Shailagram Shukla, Professor of Linguistics, Georgetown University. For the first time we possess a readily accessible edition for this great religious classic that will provide opportunity for scholars in Indian literature and followers of the Krishna consciousness tradition alike to compare the original text with a modern English translation and become acquainted with the deeper spiritual meaning of this work through the learned commentary of Sri Bhaktivedanta. Anyone who gives a close reading to the commentary will sense that here, as in his other works, Sri Bhaktivedanta has combined a healthy mixture of the fervent devotion and aesthetic sensitivity of a devotee and the intellectual rigor of a textual scholar. At no point does the author allow the intended meaning of the text to be eclipsed by the promotion of a particular doctrinal persuasion. These exquisitely wrought volumes will be a welcome addition to the libraries of all persons who are committed to the study of Indian spirituality and religious literature, whether their interests are sparked by the motivations of the scholar, the devotee, or the general reader. Dr. J. Bruce Long, Department of Asian Studies, Cornell University. This English edition translated by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada is superb. It contains the original Sanskrit and Bengali verses with their English transliteration, synonyms, translations, and elaborate purports, easily bearing testimony to the author's profound knowledge of the subject. Dr. O.B.L. Kapoor, Emeritus Chairman, and Professor, Department of Philosophy, Government Postgraduate College, Gyanpur, India. The Vedic literature mentions various spiritual paths and forms of yoga, and unless the commentator has realized the highest Vedic conclusion, he can easily miss the essential message of the Bhagavatam. Indeed, impersonalist commentators have attempted to use the Bhagavatam to support their speculations that the individual soul is in all respects one with the Supreme, even though this contradicts the purpose of Srimad Bhagavatam. As a commentator on the Vedic literature, Śrīla Prabhupāda was distinguished, even among Vaisnava scholars, because of his being in disciplic succession from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is glorified as Patita Pavana, the savior of the most fallen. As a follower and empowered representative of Lord Chaitanya, Śrīla Prabhupāda was faithfully and perfectly carrying on the tradition of rescuing fallen souls, bringing them back to their original Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada's making Bhagavatam's message available, therefore, did not mean mere simplification. It meant urgently addressing the reader to give up the world of illusion and take to the eternal liberation of Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada was making available to the average reader spiritual truth that had been hidden and unavailable, even to austere practitioners of yoga and learned brahmanas proficient in Sanskrit. Old wine in new bottles, Prabhupada called it. The Vaisnavas' arguments against impersonalism had been chalked out by Madhvacharya and Ramanujacharya and later synthesized by Lord Chaitanya into the philosophy of Akantaya Advaita Tattva, simultaneous oneness and difference. These eternal truths had to be presented in every age, but in the traditional debates between the Vaisnavas and the impersonalists, the authoritative basis had always been Vedic scripture. Modern society, however, was so degraded that a preacher could no longer appeal to the authority of Vedic scripture. No one would accept it. Śrīla Prabhupada's writings, therefore, dealt with such theories as the origin of life by chance, Darwinian evolution, and chemical evolution. And he defeated them all with strong logic, establishing that life comes from life, not from dead matter. Prabhupada had dedicated one of his first books, Easy Journey to Other Planets, to the scientists of the world, and had even adapted the Bhagavad Gita verses quoted in that book into scientific jargon of matter and antimatter. Deftly he used both sastra and logic to establish the Vedic conclusion. Prabhupada's writings also combated the false teachings of bogus yogis, gurus, and incarnations, who had appeared like a tidal wave of falsity in Kali Yuga, both in India and in the West. His writings criticized modern political institutions also, analyzing why monarchies fell, why democracy was also failing, and how dictatorship would increasingly harass the citizens. The government's policies of abusive taxation and their propaganda to bring people to the cities to work in the factories, abandoning simple, agrarian life, were all discussed in light of the scriptures. In his travels, Śrīla Prabhupāda had observed the rampant degradation of human society, sexual liberation, the latest fads in intoxication, and the vicious crimes of animal slaughter and meat-eating. A Bhagavad Gita purport dealt specifically with the threat of nuclear holocaust. Such people are considered the enemies of the world because ultimately they will invent or create something which will bring destruction to all. Indirectly, this verse anticipates the invention of nuclear weapons, of which the world is today very proud. At any moment war may take place, and these atomic weapons may create havoc. Such things are created solely for the destruction of the world, and this is indicated here. Due to godlessness, such weapons are invented in human society. They are not meant for the peace and prosperity of the world. Prabhupada's criticisms were strong and authoritative, befitting a true Ācārya. His uncompromising spirit was appealing. He was not a timid scholar pointing out some obscure historical references. Yet underlying his writing, a humble tone of request spoke to the heart. As the servant of Krishna, he asked everyone to please take up Krishna consciousness and be restored to his original, constitutional position of eternity, bliss, and knowledge. Prabhupada was making his books practical. But to do so required care and deep meditation. He combined the thoughtfulness of a textual scholar with the practical applications of a transcendental social and political reformer. So many scholars had already presented their English editions of Bhagavad Gita, yet not a single reader had become a devotee of Krishna. Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita as it is, however, was creating thousands of devotees. More than simply rendering valuable Vedic literatures, Śrīla Prabhupada had come to the West, starting in New York City, to establish a way of life based on that Vedic literature. Consequently, he had gained first-hand experience in bringing the most materialistic persons to the standard of renunciation and devotional service. His books, therefore, reflected these practical realizations, and many times in his purports he would relate his difficulties and triumphs in trying to introduce spiritual principles within materialistic society. In the 6th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam he had presented the story of Daksa's cursing Narada Muni, after Narada had instructed Daksa's sons in pure Krishna consciousness. The jealous father, considering Narada his enemy, had cursed him to be always traveling, without any home. In his commentary, Śrīla Prabhupada had written that he also had been cursed by the parents of his disciples. Therefore, despite his having many centers around the world, he had to constantly travel and preach. And in the 7th canto, while commenting on the demon Hiranyakasipu's harassment of his son Prahlada, Śrīla Prabhupada had related the difficulties of the ISKCON devotees in distributing books amid the harassment of Hiranyakasipu's modern counterparts. Thus Prabhupada was imbuing his literature with the thoughtfulness of his own personality, that of a pure devotee faithfully dedicating his body, mind, and words in service to the Bhagavatam. As the word Bhagavata refers not only to narrations about the Supreme Lord but also to the Lord's devotee, Śrīla Prabhupada was himself Bhagavata. And through his books one could gain the inspiration of service to both the book and the person Bhagavata. After 2 weeks in Hawaii, Śrīla Prabhupada was well into the 8th canto, averaging up to 300 digits daily. His health improved also, although his sleeping remained minimal. Of course, Prabhupada said reflectively, it is very good from the spiritual point of view if you don't sleep much. When news came of a temple president having difficulty with his GBC authority, Śrīla Prabhupada saw it as another example of how his writing work, his most important preaching, could be hampered by disruptions. He therefore composed a letter addressed to all the governing body commissioners. My dear GBC disciples, please accept my blessings. Over the past 10 years I have given the framework, and now we have become more than the British Empire. Even the British Empire was not as expansive as we. They had only a portion of the world, and we have not completed expanding. We must expand more and more unlimitedly. But I must now remind you that I have to complete the translation of the Srimad Bhagavatam. This is the greatest contribution. Our books have given us a respectable position. People have no faith in this church or temple worship. Those days are gone. Of course, we have to maintain the temples as it is necessary to keep our spirits high. Simply intellectualism will not do, there must be practical purification. So I request you to relieve me of management responsibilities more and more so that I can complete the Srimad Bhagavatam translation. If I am always having to manage, then I cannot do my work on the books. It is document. I have to choose each word very soberly, and if I have to think of management, then I cannot do this. I cannot be like these rascals who present something mental concoction to cheat the public. So this task will not be finished without the cooperation of my appointed assistants, the GBC, temple presidents, and sannyasis. I have chosen my best men to be GBC, and I do not want that the GBC should be disrespectful to the temple presidents. You can naturally consult me, but if the basic principle is weak, how will things go on? So please assist me in the management so that I can be free to finish the Srimad Bhagavatam, which will be our lasting contribution to the world. While maintaining his excellent progress on Srimad Bhagavatam, Prabhupada also got the opportunity in Hawaii to begin another book. His longtime disciple and editor Hayagriva wrote, asking to assist Śrīla Prabhupada in a series of interview commentaries on the Western philosophers. This was the same project Prabhupada had begun with his former secretary, Syamasundara, but when Syamasundara had abandoned his duties in ISKCON, he had also misplaced the tapes and transcripts of the considerable work they had done together. Hayagriva proposed to start again, beginning with Socrates and Plato. The process would be that Hayagriva would present before Prabhupada a summary of a particular Western thinker's philosophy. Prabhupada would then respond extemporaneously, giving appreciation and criticism of the philosopher according to the Vedic viewpoint. Prabhupada and his disciples had been enthusiastic about the interviews done in former years, and Prabhupada had even titled the series, Dialectical Spiritualism. But when Syamasundara had misplaced the tapes, the project had dissipated. Now Hayagriva, the former college English professor and original editor for Back to Godhead in America, asked to be allowed to come to Hawaii for reviving the philosophy book and for spending time with Prabhupada. Like various other disciples, Hayagriva had given up strictly following the regulative principles. Srila Prabhupada had come to tolerate the reality that some disciples, even after taking vows of initiation, would be unable to resist the strong pull of the senses and would give up the path of active devotional service in ISKCON. In the early years, he and his followers had reacted with great shock whenever a devotee had gone away, but with time, as the unfortunate event had continued to occur, sometimes even striking down leading, trusted disciples, Prabhupada had grown to live with it. But he never stopped feeling bereaved over a lost son or daughter, especially if that disciple had rendered him significant service. And he never withheld his affection from them or his open, loving invitation for them to return. Such a case was Hayagriva, a dear son who had come to Srila Prabhupada during the summer of 1966 in New York. He had given valuable service, but had eventually been unable to follow the simple but strict principles of Krishna consciousness. Now, after suffering the vicissitudes of material life, he had gathered his resolve to come back to his beloved spiritual master. Hayagriva entered Prabhupada's room. "It's your old Hayagriva, Prabhupada," he said, and he fell to the floor, sobbing. Prabhupada gave him a garland and asked him how he and his family were doing. Then in the presence of the other devotees, Prabhupada related how Hayagriva had been sent by Krishna to help him spread the Krishna consciousness movement all over the world. When Hayagriva said he had never forgotten Prabhupada, even for a day, Prabhupada replied, "And I also never forgot you. I was thinking, has Hayagriva gone away? I was thinking like that." Prabhupada's voice broke, his eyes filled with tears, and he could not speak. Finally he asked everyone to leave the room. Prabhupada and Hayagriva began meeting daily, sometimes for as long as 2 or 3 hours. Dialectical spiritualism was again underway, moving side by side with the 8th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, and Hayagriva was again in his original position, at Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. Although Prabhupada had written to the GBC requesting them to solve ISKCON's problems, he continued to keep informed of the problems as his assistants reluctantly reported to him the bad news. One day a telegram arrived from Madhudvisa Swami, a dynamic GBC man in charge of ISKCON in one region of the US. Madhudvisa was having serious difficulty remaining strong in Krishna consciousness. In most cases, the difficulties of Prabhupada's disciples were urges towards sensuality. Almost never did disciples turn against Prabhupada, nor did they often reject the philosophical conclusions of Krishna consciousness. They simply fell victim to Maya's allurements. Madhudvisa's telegram was a resignation from the GBC. Although he wanted to continue in devotional service, he felt forced to resign due to spiritual weakness. The telegram gave no details, but Prabhupada heard rumors that Madhudvisa had had an affair and had left the temple. Prabhupada said that this was his godbrother's main argument against Westerners taking sannyasa: they would not be able to maintain the strict vows. He said that a German godbrother of his had also caused disruption by his intimate dealings with women. "What can I do?" Prabhupada said sadly. "I am working with all third-class men, fools and rascals. Things are going on simply by Krishna's mercy. Prabhupada sent a telegram back, asking Madhudvisa to come and speak with him. Although he restrained his emotions, the devotees could see that he was distracted. It was another case of a strong affectionate bond for a son who had rendered wonderful service, a disciple whom he had patiently trained over the years. Again, the possibility of Prabhupada's retiring from active management looked doubtful. Śrīla Prabhupada said he was trying to engage fools, rascals, anyone, to spread Krishna consciousness. He was unable to find strict followers, but what could be done? If someone fell from sannyasa, he said, then that person could become a geza. But no one should go away. Hari Sorai mentioned the Chaitanya Charitamrita story of Lord Chaitanya and Chodahari Dāsa. From that story, said Hari Sorai, it appeared to be very difficult for a fallen sannyasi to regain the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. One who falls from sannyasa, Prabhupada replied, is called vanasi, one who vomits and then eats it. So if they become gazas again, then how can they get Lord Chaitanya's mercy? Asked Hari Sorai. If the spiritual master gives that facility and makes that arrangement, said Prabhupada, then Krishna will accept the arrangement. And later he can again become sannyasa. It had happened before, and Prabhupada mentioned a few cases where he had asked fallen sannyasis to get married and stay in their service. Of course, it is a shameful position, he said, but what can be done? My godbrothers and sannyasis in India criticize me for giving Brahmana and sannyasa initiation and installing deities in the West and allowing women to stay in the temples. But for all that, I am expanding Krishna consciousness. And for all their strictness, they are doing nothing. If I discriminate, then I will again be one alone, as I was in Vrindavana, and again become a mouse. It seems, said Hari Sorai, that it will take several generations before we can become purified. If one is sincere, Prabhupada replied, he can become purified even within one generation. That same evening, as Prabhupada prepared to stay up all night translating, he was still thinking of Madhudvisa. Nevertheless, he turned to translating the texts in the chapter called The Elephant Gajendra's Crisis. The chapter told about the king of elephants, Gajendra, who lived on the heavenly planets. One day Gajendra was bathing in the river along with his wives, when suddenly a crocodile attacked. The crocodile fastened his jaws on Gajendra's leg, and although the elephant was very powerful, he could not release himself from the strong grip of the crocodile while in the water. Thereafter, Śrīla Prabhupada dictated, because of being pulled into the water and fighting for many long years, the elephant became diminished in his mental, physical, and sensual strength. The crocodile, on the contrary, being an animal of the water, increased in enthusiasm, physical strength, and sensual power. I can do it very quickly, Prabhupada had said, but I have to meditate, how to prepare it for the common man. How could he convey the significance of this event, which happened millions of years ago between two animals on a heavenly planet? How to make it clear and understandable, and capture the essence of the significant Sanskrit words in the Parampara comments of Acharyas like Visvanatha Chakravarti, Sanatana Goswami, and Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati. In the quiet solitude of his room, Śrīla Prabhupada began speaking his purport. In the fighting between the elephant and the crocodile, the difference was that although the elephant was extremely powerful, he was in a foreign place, in the water. During 1,000 years of fighting, he could not get any food, and under the circumstances his bodily strength diminished, and because his bodily strength diminished, his mind also became weak and his senses less powerful. The crocodile, however, being an animal of the water, had no difficulties. He was getting food and was therefore getting mental strength and sensual encouragement. Thus while the elephant became reduced in strength, the crocodile became more and more powerful. Now, from this we may take the lesson that in our fight with Maya we should not be in a position in which our strength, enthusiasm and senses will be unable to fight vigorously. Our Krishna consciousness movement has actually declared war against the illusory energy, in which all the living entities are rotting in a false understanding of civilization. The soldiers in this Krishna consciousness movement must always possess physical strength, enthusiasm and sensual power. To keep themselves fit, they must therefore place themselves in a normal condition of life. What constitutes a normal condition will not be the same for everyone, Prabhupada continued, and therefore there are divisions of Varnasrama, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaisya, Sudra, Brahmacharya, Gaza, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa. Especially in this age, Kali Yuga, it is advised that no one takes sannyasa. From this we can understand that in this age the sannyasa asrama is forbidden because people are not strong. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu showed us an example in taking sannyasa at the age of 24 years. But even Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya advised Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to be extremely careful because he had taken sannyasa at an early age. For preaching we give young boys sannyasa, but actually it is being experienced that they are not fit for sannyasa. There is no harm, however, if one thinks that he is unfit for sannyasa. If he is very much agitated sexually, he should go to the asrama where sex is allowed, namely the Gaza asrama. That one has been found to be very weak in one place does not mean that he should stop fighting the crocodile of Maya. One should take shelter of the lotus feet of Krishna, as we shall see Gajendra do, and at the same time one can be a Gaza if he is satisfied with sexual indulgence. There is no need to give up the fight. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore recommended, Sthane sitas rudigatam tanu vanmanabi. One may stay in whichever asrama is suitable for him. It is not essential that one take sannyasa. If one is sexually agitated, he can enter the Gaza asrama. But one must continue fighting. For one who is not in a transcendental position, to take sannyasa artificially is not a very great credit. If sannyasa is not suitable, one may enter the Gaza asrama and fight Maya with great strength. But one should not give up the fighting and go away. From out of his direct confrontation with the forces of illusion, Śrīla Prabhupāda presented his realizations. He had taken the case of Madhudvisa, refined it of its temporal aspects, and immortalized it into an instruction for persons everywhere. Prabhupada's job was to strengthen his disciples so they would not fall. Even if they took to the Gaza asrama, the crocodile of sense gratification was still very strong. And illicit sex was the permanent disease of the Western people. They were raised on it and addicted to it, and their society promoted it. To change this mentality would be very difficult. Therefore, in addition to writing, Prabhupada would have to continue traveling and preaching to sustain his disciples and make them strong preachers. As Prabhupada had originally left his writing at the Radha Damodara temple in Vrindavana to preach in the West, so he could leave his writing retreat in Hawaii for preaching. In any case, he was prepared to continue writing wherever he went. All along he had planned to stay in Hawaii only for a month, not permanently. His disciples needed to see him for strength and inspiration, and as long as he had life and breath, this was his purpose. Prabhupada wanted to first visit his Los Angeles center, now a large, thriving community of devotees. He would see their new temple room, with its marble arches and gallery of gorgeous transcendental paintings, and observe the opulent worship of the deities Rukmini Dvarakadisa. He would see the latest technological applications of Krishna consciousness at Golden Avatar recording studios and at the Fate Museum, which utilized multimedia dioramas to depict the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita. He would sit in his garden and hear Krishna book and walk on Venice Beach discussing scientific theories with Dr. Svarupa Damodara. And, of course, he would increase the already swelling waves of book distribution. One day in the car he had said, "My books will be the law books for human society for the next 10,000 years." Then in Detroit he would stay for a few days in the mansion he had purchased over a year ago, to see how the devotees were taking care of the fabulous gift Krishna had given them and to advise them on how to use it as a showpiece of Krishna consciousness. For himself, Prabhupada was not interested in living in a mansion, and constant traveling proved difficult regardless of where he stayed. The mansions, the opulence, the American money and expertise were all for Krishna's pleasure. From Detroit Prabhupada would go to Toronto, where a year ago he had encouraged the devotees and the Indian community to purchase a big church in the city. Now in recent months they had actually purchased it, and they were awaiting Prabhupada's arrival. He would also travel to New Vrindavan, where for 2 years the devotees had been anxiously awaiting his return. They wanted him to sit on the grand new Vyasasana they had carved for him, to behold the deities of Radha Vrindavana Kendra, and to grace the palace they were building for him. And they wanted to see him again with his dear disciple Kirtanananda Swami. He would drink the milk of the New Vrindavan cows and teach about Varnasrama Dharma. He would praise the simple life and blast away at the follies of urbanized, industrialized civilization. For the 4th of July, 1976, the bicentennial anniversary of the United States independence, Śrīla Prabhupada would be at the ISKCON Temple in Washington, D.C., where he would hold kirtana at the monuments before millions of people, and on July 6 in Washington he would observe the 10th anniversary of the formation of ISKCON. Then he would go to New York for that city's first full-scale Ratha Yatra. He would stay in the newly acquired ISKCON skyscraper, the 12-story building in Midtown Manhattan. Śrīla Prabhupada had sometimes said his greatest fear was that his disciples would fight with one another, causing serious splits in his movement. Therefore he traveled, using his great influence to unite all elements. He had seen how even those to whom he had given great responsibility could again become victims of sense gratification. But he had also seen how his being with his disciples strengthened them. He was declaring humanity's dependence on God, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and making a forceful revolution against the prevailing decadence of the day. Although America, in her 200th anniversary, was abandoning her God consciousness, Śrīla Prabhupāda's ISKCON was fresh and vital, instilling pure God consciousness in America and everywhere. The cover of the latest issue of Back to Godhead, which Prabhupada liked, depicted a devotee singing Hare Krishna in front of the red, white, and blue bicentennial exhibit. The cover caption read, "Declaring our dependence on God." Prabhupada had complete confidence in the eventual victory of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtana movement. Although now 80 years old, he was the leader, the strongest devotee. Wherever he traveled he brought life and strength, and so he continued. New York City, July 9, 1976. Jayananda was driving the car. Tamala Krishna Goswami and Ramasvara Swami were also there. They had picked up Śrīla Prabhupada in Harisarai at LaGuardia Airport, and as they proceeded toward Manhattan, Prabhupada asked, "Things are going on here nicely?" Tamala Krishna replied that everything had really just begun. "You will see that all of the work is just in progress," he said. "Yes," said Śrīla Prabhupada, "manage nicely. Krishna is giving us everything. There is no scarcity. If we simply sincerely work, Krishna will give us intelligence, everything. By his mercy everything is available. That is Krishna. He can give you anything." As their car approached the colossal Brooklyn Bridge, Śrīla Prabhupada inquired, "That is Brooklyn Bridge, I think? Sometimes I was coming here and sitting down near the bridge." "Near the water?" asked Tamala Krishna. They were fascinated to hear of Śrīla Prabhupada's early activities alone in New York. "You were sitting near the water?" "Yes, that river," said Prabhupada. "Because I was on that Bowery Street. It is not very far away. So I was walking there, and sitting under that bridge and thinking, when I shall return to India?" He laughed. He asked about other places, almost like inquiring about old friends, the Fulton Street subway station and Chambers Street. Tamala Krishna told Prabhupada that the ISKCON Center was not far from the Empire State Building and that he would be able to get a nice view of it from his room on the 11th floor. "Our building," said Tamala Krishna, "is right in the midst of the theater, restaurant, and entertainment section of the city. In New York," said Prabhupada, "I feel a little at home, because first I came here. I was loitering on the street here and there. From 1965 September to July 1967, continually I stayed in New York." "Tamala Krishna Maharaja gave a class this morning," said Ramasvara Swami. "He was explaining that we cannot understand the good fortune of this city, that you have come here." "Yes, when I decided that I shall go to a foreign country," said Prabhupada, "I never thought of going to London, I thought of coming here. Generally they go to London, but I thought, no, I shall go to New York." "Very progressive," Tamala Krishna commented. "I do not know," Prabhupada laughed. "It is Krishna's dictation. I could have gone. London was nearer. But I thought, no, I shall go to New York. Sometimes I was even dreaming that I had gone to New York." As they passed through various neighborhoods, Śrīla Prabhupada recalled the old days. He mentioned Dr. Misra's yoga studio and his room at 172nd Street, where his tape recorder and typewriter had been stolen, the West End Superette, where he would buy fruit. "Sometimes I think I was coming to this part," said Prabhupada, looking out the window, aimlessly. "Yes, sometimes walking on 2nd Avenue." Acknowledging his senior disciple who was steadily and silently driving the car, Prabhupada said, "Our Jayananda was driving a taxi and chanting Hare Krishna, and one day he brought me $5,000. It was given for the publishing of Bhagavad Gita, but I think Macmillan took it." "Then you put him in charge to sell all the teachings of Lord Chaitanya," said Tamala Krishna. "I remember. Didn't sell too many books, though," said Jayananda. Prabhupada laughed, while Jayananda remained silent, intent on the task of driving through the city. "I thought he was the best, most appropriate person to drive you," said Tamala Krishna. "He was chanting and driving," said Prabhupada. "Very good boy." As they weaved through Manhattan traffic, a taxi driver shouted at them. "What does he say?" asked Prabhupada. "He said you have a nice car," said Tamala Krishna. "That's good, they like the car." Prabhupada laughed. "Ask him, why don't you come here? Why are you driving a taxi? Come join us. This car is the Ford Company's version of a Cadillac," said Ramasvara. "They cannot understand, because we say we are not after material opulence for ourselves. They cannot understand why we drive in these cars. They think that we unnecessarily criticize," said Prabhupada. "But we require everything. Just like a man, when he is alive, his decoration, his nice dress, everything is good. But if he is dead, then it is useless. Similarly, without spiritual consciousness we are dead, because the body is dead. Only because the spirit soul is there, therefore it is moving. The important point is the spirit soul. So if you are simply taking care of the body nicely, that means you are decorating the dead body. What is the value of it? Is it clear? The body is important because the soul is there. So long the life is there, if you decorate the body everyone will appreciate. But if you decorate the dead body, everyone will say, what a fool he is. Similarly, without spiritual knowledge, this dead civilization simply on the bodily concept of life, it is ludicrous. That we have to condemn. Take Krishna consciousness, then everything has value. Just like 1, if there is 0, then it becomes 10. Add another 0 and it becomes 100. But without that 1, it is simply 0. It is only useless. That 1 is Krishna, said Tamala Krishna. And Krishna's representative, added Ramasvara. As they drove down 55th Street, the devotees pointed out to Prabhupada the ISKCON building, with the words Hare Krishna written in gold letters down the side. A large yellow banner showing a devotee of Lord Chaitanya performing Sankirtana flew from the front of the building, and a stylish awning, emblazoned Hare Krishna Center, extended onto the sidewalk. At the sight of Prabhupada's car, hundreds of devotees at the entrance began to cheer and chant his name. It was the largest gathering of ISKCON devotees since the Mayapur festival. Many had come from distant places to be with Śrīla Prabhupada, and more than 600 devotees were staying in the building. The kirtana was tumultuous. Standing before the deities of Radha Govinda, Prabhupada appeared pleased. A picture of Lord Jagannath, Balarama, and Subhadra was on the third altar, and Prabhupada said he was anxious to see them on Ratha Yatra Day. As Prabhupada sat on the large green Vyasasana, he was at first too moved with emotion to speak. First of all I must thank you all for bringing me in the new temple, he began. Because when I first came, my ambition was to start a temple here in New York, and I was seeking the opportunity. He described some of his first, almost helpless, attempts to buy a 25 by 100 foot space in Manhattan, but he had been unable to get any money. I had no place, he said. What to speak of a temple, I had no residential place even. So in that condition I was thinking of returning to India. Practically every week I was going to the shipping company. So it is a long history, that I came here with determination to start a temple in New York first. But at that time, 10 years before, in L965, it was not possible. But by the grace of Krishna and by the grace of my Guru Maharaja, you have got this place. So I must thank you very much for organizing this temple. Later in his lecture Prabhupada stressed how Guru and Krishna were saving the conditioned souls from eternal suffering in the material world. Don't lose this opportunity, he said. Don't be foolish, misled by so-called scientists, philosophers, or politicians. Take to Krishna consciousness. And that is possible only by Guru Krishna Karupaya. By the mercy of Guru and by the mercy of Krishna you can achieve all success. This is the secret. Yasya deve parabhaktir yada deve tatha guraudasyate kathita hyartha prakasanti mahatmana. Unto those great souls who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master, all the imports of Vedic knowledge are automatically revealed. Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.23, so this Guru Puja we are doing, it is not self-aggrandizement. It is real teaching. You sing daily, Guru Makapadma Vikyasitate Kriya Aikya. I tell you frankly, whatever little success is there in this Krishna consciousness movement, I simply believe what was spoken by my Guru Maharaja. You also continue that. Then every success will come. Thank you very much. He who has given me the gift of transcendental vision is my Lord, birth after birth. Śrīla Prabhupada then toured the entire 12-story building. He spoke little but approved of almost everything he saw. His disciples seemed to be managing things properly on his behalf. His quarters were well appointed, with separate rooms for sitting and resting. So I shall again stay in New York? He asked as he sat at his desk. Adi Kesava Swami, the temple president, said, this is your triumphant return, Śrīla Prabhupada. Yes, Prabhupada replied, that is my sentiment. Devotees were eager to point out the features of the rooms, the view from the window, and the relative quiet. It's very peaceful for translating work, said Ramasvara Swami. Oh, yes, said Śrīla Prabhupada. When my Guru Maharaja left, I was alone. So he has sent so many gurus to take care of me. You are my Guru Maharaja's representatives. We are Guru Dāsa, a devotee said. So you are taking care, said Prabhupada, and I am very much obliged to you. I sometimes think of my childhood. I was very pet son of my father. I had admitted that in the book. My father was not very rich man, But still, whatever I wanted he would give me. He never chastised me, but full love. Then of course I got friends, and I was married. So by Krishna's grace everyone loved me. And I came to this foreign country without any acquaintance. So Krishna sent me many fathers to love me. In that way I am fortunate. At the last stage, if I live peacefully, that is the great mercy of Krishna. By Krishna's mercy everything is possible. So we shall stick to Krishna's lotus feet. Then everything is possible. During Prabhupada's 10-day stay in New York, the devotees remained in a triumphant, euphoric mood. For the Ratha Yatra the devotees had permission from the city to have the parade down Fifth Avenue. Prabhupada had said that New York was the most important city in the world and that a skyscraper would be a beacon of Krishna consciousness for the world. So now ISKCON had its skyscraper in Manhattan, its Ratha Yatra parade down Fifth Avenue, and Prabhupada's personal presence. One morning Prabhupada went to where the carts were being built, and Jayananda and his men showed him the improved construction of the giant wheels. Jayananda, who was terminally ill with leukemia, was absorbing himself in the service that had made him dear to Prabhupada and to all the devotees, organizing Ratha Yatra and overseeing the construction of the carts. Prabhupada would ride to Central Park to take his morning walks. Passing through familiar neighborhoods, he recalled the old days of 1965 and 1966. One morning Kirtanananda Swami rode with him in the car. "My best memories are those early days," said Kirtanananda. "Especially the morning classes, Śrīla Prabhupada, when you'd be sitting behind the desk. The sun would just be coming in, and you would talk for an hour." "Yes," said Prabhupada, "only Hayagriva and you and." Prabhupada and Kirtanananda recalled some of the other early devotees, Umapati, Karliurgans, Jim Green, Ray Rama, Satsvarūpa, Brahmananda. "At that time," said Prabhupada, "Kirtanananda Maharaja was taking one kapati." "Nothing else?" asked Amala Krishna. "I would offer," said Prabhupada, "but he would take one or two, that's all. Later on, 1 dozen. And that boy Striyadisa, he would take at least 20 kapatas. I would say, 'Striyadisa, can I offer you?' He would say, 'Yes.' I gave 4. Again finished. Again 4. Originally," said Kirtanananda, "we all ate from Prabhupada's plate. There was one plate of prasadam. And Prabhupada would just give a little for everybody, and everybody would be satisfied. I used to keep some prasadam," said Prabhupada. "Anyone would come, I would give. After class," recalled Kirtanananda, "you always distributed some prasadam. After kirtana and class." "Yes," said Prabhupada. "I was clapping my hands. In the meeting, I used to collect not less than $6, not more than $20. 3 times a week." Although Śrīla Prabhupada's triumph was that the early days of struggle were over, when he recalled them, he was immersed in a very special, sweet remembrance. He changed from one mood to another, and sometimes mixed them, the days of his helpless, utter dependence on Krishna when no one else was present, and his present satisfaction, surrounded by hundreds of faithful disciples. While remembering the old days, he was now realizing his original goals for ISKCON New York, the beacon light for our worldwide propaganda. In the late afternoon as the sun was setting, Śrīla Prabhupada liked to sit on the roof of his skyscraper, and his disciples would sit with him. Although the building was in Midtown, being situated on the west side afforded it a feeling of distance from the intensity of mid-Manhattan. Prabhupada would look out at the Manhattan skyline, and a breeze from the Hudson would ease the July heat. One evening, some of the devotees described to Śrīla Prabhupada some of the abominable activities going on in the city. They told him of prostitution and pornography, of acts of rampant criminal violence, and of the strange fetishes and fads of the flesh-eaters, including the eating of human fetuses. "This means," said Prabhupada, "that we are actually preaching to animals." One night on the roof, Ramesvara Swami asked Śrīla Prabhupada to reveal his plan for conquering the world with Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada was silent. Finally he said, "No. Because if I tell you my plans, then they may be spoiled." He had a plan, he said, but they were not ready for it. The Ratha Yatra procession, with its 3 50-foot-tall carts, began at Grand Army Plaza on Fifth Avenue and proceeded downtown. Young men, girls in saris, Indians, New Yorkers, hundreds, tugged at the ropes, pulling the gigantic chariots. With silken towers billowing yellow, green, red, and blue in the wind, slowly and majestically, the carts sailed south. The parade was complete with beautiful weather, hundreds of chanting and dancing devotees, and thousands of onlookers. And the route was some 50 blocks down Fifth Avenue, the most important street in the world, to Washington Square Park. At 34th Street Prabhupada joined the procession. As he came forward to board the chariot of Subhadra, the devotees converged around him, amazing the policemen and other onlookers with their spontaneous adoration of Krishna's representative. Although the inner meaning of Ratha Yatra is the gopis' desire for Krishna to return to Vrindavana, these devotees were more absorbed in Śrīla Prabhupāda's return to New York. It was a gorgeous, appropriate climax to Prabhupāda's 10 years of preaching in New York City. When he had first come he had had no money, no place of his own to live, and no place for people to congregate and hear about Krishna. Now he was riding in splendor down Fifth Avenue at the Ratha Yatra festival, and his Radha Govinda deities had a skyscraper. In 1965 he had been alone on the street, but now he was accompanied by 600 disciples, loudly singing the holy names and benefiting millions of conditioned souls. In front of Subhadra's cart walked Jayananda, holding the steering tongue, keeping the cart on course. As Prabhupada sat comfortably on the cart he fondly glanced at Jayananda from time to time. Jayananda, steering with his left hand, would hold his right hand upraised, cheering Prabhupada's Ratha Yatra and rallying the others to pull the ropes and chant Hare Krishna. When the procession arrived, Washington Square Park was crowded with people. A temporary stage had been erected, and Śrīla Prabhupada and the deities took their places. Kirtanananda Swami introduced Prabhupada before the crowd, and Prabhupada stood up to speak. Beginning by explaining the significance of Ratha Yatra, Śrīla Prabhupada told the story of how the Jagannath deities were carved at the request of the king of Orissa over 2,000 years ago. When the king had disturbed the sculptor before the deities were completed, the sculptor had left. But the king decided, I shall worship this unfinished deity, never mind. So the devotee is offering, Prabhupada continued, and Krishna accepts, if it is offered with love and affection. He says in the Bhagavad Gita, Patram puspam phalam toyam, yo me bhakta prayakati. Krishna says anyone who offers him a little flower, a little water, a little fruit with love and affection, I eat them, I accept them. That means that even the poorest man in the world can worship God. There is no hindrance, ahayatuki prashihata, devotional service cannot be checked by any material condition. There is no restriction of caste or creed or country, nation. Anyone can worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead, according to his means. And our Krishna consciousness movement is a propagation to teach people how to worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is our mission, because without relationship with God, without reviving our eternal affinity with God, we cannot be happy. All living entities, Prabhupada explained, are children of the Supreme Father, Krishna, or God. But only in the human form of life can one understand his relationship with God. If one misuses his life and doesn't understand his duty to Krishna, then his life is spoiled. So please do not take this Krishna consciousness movement as any sectarian movement. It is the science of God. Try to understand the science of God. Either you accept it directly, or you try to understand through philosophy and science. We have got so many books. Kindly take advantage of this movement, while we are distributing so many literatures. Soberly and with calm head, try to understand this movement. This is our only mission. Thank you very much. As Śrīla Prabhupada left to return to the temple, prasadam distribution began and the dramatic actors prepared to go on stage with their rendition of Kali and his consort, Sin. In the evening the parade and festival received good coverage on all major TV stations, and the next morning, pictures and articles appeared in the newspapers. Prabhupada particularly liked the New York Daily News Center spread, where several photos bore a large caption, Fifth Avenue, where East meets West. Send this cutting to many places, Prabhupada said. Send it to Indira Gandhi. This title is very nice. This is the point. East meets West. As I always say, the lame man meets the blind man. Together they do wonderful, and apart they cannot do anything. He is lame, and he is blind. But if they join together, Indian culture and American money, they will save the whole world. Śrīla Prabhupada heard from the New York Times article, which stressed how the parade included hundreds of Indians who were pleased to see they could keep faith even in New York City. The article quoted an Indian immigrant as saying, "We love New York City, America. It's the most beautiful place in the world. No other country will give such freedom for our own ceremony." That's a fact, Prabhupada said. That I always say. The Times first published about my activities when I was in Tompkins Square Park. At the festival site, prasadam had been served to 7,000 people. And even when the devotees had walked back uptown with the carts late at night, hundreds of people had followed and chanted. The devotees were already talking about how to improve the festival for next year. They could have a press box, and Prabhupada suggested they rent a small building downtown and call it Gundika. Lord Jagannath could stay there for 1 week. Then the devotees should have another procession and festival with Lord Jagannath returning to the temple on 55th Street. The temple in Orissa, India, where Lord Jagannath traditionally stays each year during his rather yatra pastimes. Last night, said Tamala Krishna Goswami, all night we were cleaning up the grounds at the park. So one woman who lives next to the park said, in all my years of living here I've never seen such a wonderful festival held. And on CBS television, the official who's in charge of the park said, we are very proud to be able to say that this park was founded hundreds of years ago when America was religious and that spiritual life is still present in Washington Square Park. So why not ask the mayor to construct a temple there? Said Śrīla Prabhupāda. The devotees all laughed. But Prabhupada thought such things were certainly possible. Śrīla Prabhupada's health was worsening, as often happened when he traveled extensively. Particularly in New York his health began to suffer. His itinerary was to continue on to London, Paris, Tehran, Bombay, and then to Hyderabad, where he would conduct the opening ceremony of a new ISKCON temple. Senior devotees entreated him to rest a while before going to England and India. He had spent a very pleasant day at the ISKCON farm in Pennsylvania, and the devotees suggested he go there for 2 or 3 months to rest, recover his health, and write. Every day they would beg him to please stay. When he heard that the GBC members in New York had unanimously recommended he not immediately travel, he said, all right. I will not travel. But he could not be bound by the GBC only by Krishna. He already had his plane tickets, and he remained set on traveling. On the morning of Prabhupada's departure, a few devotees came to his room to make a last attempt, begging him not to travel. He said nothing, though he was obviously set on leaving. His servants were packing his bags and everything was ready to go. Nevertheless, even as he left his room and got on the elevator, a few men followed, still suggesting he not go. Prabhupada, please reconsider, said Ramasvara Swami. Śrīla Prabhupada had remained jolly so far, despite his physical weakness, and despite his disciples pleading. But now his face changed. Don't travel, one devotee said. And another added, just stay. Sit down and rest. Prabhupada turned, and his eyes were very deep. More than ever he seemed not of this material world. I want the benediction to go on fighting for Krishna, he said, just like Arjuna. Everyone remained silent, and the important instruction burned into their memories. The elevator opened on the main floor and hundreds of waiting devotees chanted and cheered as Śrīla Prabhupada walked to his car. On the way to the airport the devotees again began talking about how degraded Kali Yuga was. But you have to go on preaching, Prabhupada advised them. You have to go and try to save these people. As Śrīla Prabhupada left America, the devotees knew he would remain with them as long as they followed his instructions. Besides, even if he was leaving them, he would return. He was coming from India to New York, then going back to India, then coming to the West. He was always traveling between East and West, tugging the two cultures together, the lame man and the blind. Like Arjuna he was fighting, and like Narada Muni he was always traveling, glorifying the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. He would never stop, and those who sincerely followed would be with him. Library Śrīla Prabhupāda līlāmṛta Volume 2 Chapter 51 Chant Hare Krishna and Fight Bombay January 9, 1977 Śrīla Prabhupāda started his morning walk before dawn. He and the devotees knew their way well through Hare Krishna land to the public road, and once off the property, they turned left, then right and began walking down the block leading to the beach. The sky began to lighten. At first they could not visibly distinguish land from sea from sky. But gradually subtle nuances of color revealed the horizon, and they could see the vast plain of the Arabian Sea stretching to meet the even greater sea of sky, where last stars twinkled and faded. As Prabhupada and his small group walked along the broad beach, they were flanked on their left by a line of leaning palms and on their right by a rumbling surf. Śrīla Prabhupada wore a grey woolen kadara around his shoulders, a saffron silk kurta and dhoti, and peach-colored canvas shoes. He used a cane, leaning not heavily on it, but lightly. With each brisk step he would point the cane ahead, poking it into the sand and lifting it again, rhythmically marking the pace. He walked directly and held his head high. A long line of Bombayites, many of them wealthy Juhu residents on their morning stroll, appeared, and a few coconut wallahs set up their carts, cutting off the tops of choice coconuts in anticipation of their first customers. Śrīla Prabhupada liked to walk at this time of morning, and weather permitting, he would do so no matter where he was in the world. Juhu Beach, however, was one of his favorite places to walk. Along the way, he and his disciples were joined by Dr. Patel, in white shirt and pants, and several of his friends, mostly doctors and lawyers. Śrīla Prabhupada had been silent, but now he began to speak. How everything is nice, Srila Prabhupada commented, gesturing toward the beach before him. See the sky, how clear and how nice by Krishna. Purnamitam. With his cane he indicated the tall, graceful palm trees. The tree is called Vriksha, he said. The Vriksha yoni, or birth as a tree, is condemned. By Krishna's arrangement, however, the Vrikshas are also so nicely set up, it becomes beautiful. They are all representatives of Krishna, said Dr. Patel. This is perfect. Purnam, said Srila Prabhupada, quoting Isaupanishad. Purnamitam, Purnamata. Just as the rising sun illumines everything, Srila Prabhupada discoursed, speaking against the atheistic notion that the complex material creation has no creator. God's creation, said Prabhupada, is perfect and complete because it comes from Him who is Purnam, perfect and complete. Andantarastha Paramanyu Govindamadi Purasantam Aham Bhajami. Paramanyu means smaller than the atom. 6 paramanas make 1 anu. That is atomic dimension, you combine 6 paramanas. So in that paramanyu also the Lord is there. He made it, said Dr. Patel, and then he entered into it. That is what the Veda says. Yes, said Prabhupada, the Paramatma is there. The whole human life is meant for understanding all this and glorifying the Lord. And they are wasting their lives by imitating the hog. Prabhupada again fell silent, except for softly uttering the Hare Krishna mantra. Now the beach was light, and many people, out on their morning walks or runs, greeted Srila Prabhupada as they passed. The greetings were always words of respect, or at least good morning, and Srila Prabhupada's response was usually Hare Krishna. Suddenly Prabhupada again began to speak, there's a very big conspiracy against us. By the church? Guessed Dr. Patel. Not by the church, said Prabhupada. By the society? Prabhupada uttered a thoughtful then added, now they are determined to cut down this movement. He didn't give any details, and neither Dr. Patel nor the others could fully draw out what was on his mind. Whatever it was, said Dr. Patel, no conspiracy against Krishna consciousness could take place in India. I wanted to start this movement in India, Prabhupada replied. I requested so many friends, give me just one son. But nobody agreed. They said, Swamiji, what will be the benefit by this if I make my son a Vaisnava or a Brahmana? They do not give much importance to the movement. They are planning how to stop this movement in so many ways. Always a faithful Indophile, Dr. Patel replied, the Americans are like that, always making propaganda. There is good and bad in every place, said Prabhupada. Krishna says, Manasayanam Sahasrasu. Out of thousands of persons hardly anyone is interested in perfecting his life. This is Kali Yuga. They walked on, and Srila Prabhupada said no more about it, speaking instead of materialistic household life, in which the chief pleasure is sex. Beyond this abominable sex pleasure, he said, was the full satisfaction of spiritual life. Prabhupada walked for half an hour and then turned around and began walking back, wanting to return to the temple by 7, just in time to greet the deities. Some of the others were flagging from the brisk pace, but Srila Prabhupada strode on, his golden-hued face triumphant in self-realization. Prabhupada began talking about the importance of satsanga, association with devotees, and Dr. Patel quipped, instead of doing satsanga, people go to Kumbh Mela. He laughed, as if it were a good joke. But Prabhupada corrected him. No, he said, Kumbh Mela is satsanga. If you go to Kumbh Mela to find a man of knowledge, then your Kumbh Mela is right. Otherwise, yat tirtha buddha salo na karhisat, sa eva gokara. If one thinks that this salila, the water, that just to take bath in the water is Kumbh Mela, then he's a gokara, a cow or an ass. But if he thinks, now there is an assembly of so many saintly persons, let me take advantage of their knowledge, then he is intelligent. Ever since Srila Prabhupada had arrived in Bombay, he had been questioned about the upcoming Kumbh Mela at Allahabad. The Magha Mela occurred every year, but according to astrological calculations, a more auspicious occasion came every 12th year, Kumbh Mela. And every 12th Kumbh Mela, an event that occurred only once in 144 years, was especially auspicious. This year, 1977, was to be such a Mela, and the government was predicting an attendance of 12 million at the confluence of the holy rivers near Allahabad. Srila Prabhupada had said he would go. So, sir, said Dr. Patel, you are going by train to Kumbh Mela? Srila Prabhupada replied that he liked the train, but Dr. Patel said it was not good for health and that it would be a very long ordeal. He also warned Prabhupada that Allahabad would be very cold. And if Prabhupada wanted to leave the Mela early, he would find it very difficult because of the crowds. "I'll get one of my friends to get me some water from Allahabad on that day," laughed Dr. Patel. "I'll take my bath here." Dr. Patel's friends also mentioned the difficulties of extreme weather and crowds at Allahabad during the Mela. Srila Prabhupada, however, was not swayed. He was well acquainted with Allahabad, having lived there with his family from 1923 to 1936. "In 1925, said Prabhupada, I went to the Mela. I remember, I was touching the water, and it was so pinching that it was cutting your body. But as soon as you actually get a dip, 1, 2, 3, then you immediately come out, and it is all right." Prabhupada mentioned the 1928 Mela, when he was carrying his young child. "I was in the midst of the crowd," he recalled. "It was so big that I was afraid that if there was any rush this child may be finished. But, by the grace of Krishna, nothing happened." "What is the reason for the Mela?" asked Prabhupada's servant, Hari Sorai. "Is it something about some drops of nectar from the Mohini Murti?" "It is actually a religious conference," Prabhupada replied. "All the different groups gather in that holy place, and they propagate their philosophy there. India is a country of religion. They know spiritual life is more important than this material life, that is India. Now they are diverting their attention to the material. Otherwise, the whole of India is for spiritual life." About 5 minutes before 7, Srila Prabhupada left the beach and walked back to Hare Krishna land. As he approached, he saw the massive 2-story towers of the ISKCON Hotel and the even taller and grander temple domes. The buildings, however, were unfinished. The temple domes had to be covered with marble, and all the buildings needed numerous finishing touches. Prabhupada was anxiously anticipating the opening, but Sarabhi Maharaja spoke of delays. The opening date, therefore, remained indefinite. Delays had been routine ever since Prabhupada had first tried to purchase the Juhu land from Mr. N. in 1971, and obstacles had plagued all his attempts to build. Now the triumph of installing the deities of Radha Rasa Vihari in one of the most gorgeous temples in India was near. Radha Rasa Vihari were still being worshipped in the temporary shelter the devotees had erected in 1971, but as Prabhupada approached, he could see the magnificent temple structure looming behind that humble shed, proclaiming that soon Rasa Vihari would move into his palace. Krishna was blessing the faithful work of Srila Prabhupada and his disciples in Bombay. Although Srila Prabhupada was always traveling, pushing his movement ahead on all fronts, he would regularly return to Bombay. He, more clearly than his disciples, could see when the workers were delaying or even cheating. This time, as before, he would stay for a while, give advice, and then move on. On returning to the ISKCON property, Srila Prabhupada came before the deities and beheld once again the charming beauty that made him sometimes indicate that of all deities, these were the dearest to him. His promise to Radha Rasa Vihari that he would build them a beautiful temple was soon to become a living reality, but he sometimes expressed doubt as to whether he would live to see it. He was now 81 and was bothered by certain persistent illnesses. Of course, the warnings of death were nothing new to Srila Prabhupada, as he had serious bouts with illness from the beginning of his preaching in the West in 1965. Yet despite his frequent remarks about retiring, his disciples found it difficult to imagine. Yes, they should by all means complete the work as soon as possible and open the Bombay temple, and yes, they should assure Prabhupada that he could retire and eventually complete his Srimad Bhagavatam. But of course, Krishna would allow him to remain with them and see the completion of at least these 2 projects. Each month, one of Srila Prabhupada's GBC men stayed with him to serve as his secretary and to receive direct training and personal association. The secretary for January 1977 was Ramasvara Swami. Prabhupada was genuinely pleased and enlivened when, early in the morning, Ramasvara entered his room, having flown straight from Los Angeles to Bombay. Prabhupada considered Ramasvara an expert ISKCON manager, especially in printing and distributing Krishna-conscious literature, which was Prabhupada's priority in preaching. Ramasvara Swami inquired as a humble servant before his spiritual master. "Srila Prabhupada," he said, "you look well. Are you feeling well?" Srila Prabhupada laughed. "At the present moment I am feeling well, because you are here." Within moments they were discussing ISKCON preaching and management, and Prabhupada advised Ramasvara that the best policy was to use money for printing more books. As soon as money accumulated, Prabhupada warned, it would be taxed and would cause headaches. Better to immediately spend it for printing books. "Print books and sell and spend," said Srila Prabhupada. "Follow this policy and distribute these books. That is our main preaching. Somehow or other we must take our books door to door and distribute. Then our preaching is successful. Anyone who will read will get some benefit, that is sure. Because no other such literature is available throughout the whole world." It is a new revolution to the people in general. When Srila Prabhupada asked for news of ISKCON's activities in the West, Ramesvara gave the latest details of how the Krishna consciousness movement in America was being attacked in the courts and press as a psychologically dangerous, brainwashing cult. Srila Prabhupada was already aware of this. It was, in fact, the conspiracy he had referred to on his morning walk. An anti-cult movement was now aggressively active and lumping the Hare Krishna movement in with other new movements. Srila Prabhupada was well aware of the deprogrammers' kidnapping of devotees and intensively coercing them, and he had shown that he was not intimidated by the attack. He assured the devotees that Krishna would protect them and that the outcome would ultimately be in their favor. The most significant battle, one that had concerned Srila Prabhupada for several months, was a legal case in New York where the temple president, Adikesava Swami, was being charged with employing mind control to keep the devotees in the temple. The parents of 2 adult devotees had pressed charges after hired deprogrammers had failed to break the 2 devotees' determination for Krishna consciousness. In a spirit of anti-cult crusade, an assistant attorney general was prosecuting, using all legal and governmental facilities at his disposal. Although civil libertarians were outraged and assured the devotees that the opposition could never win, the implications of the case were fearful nevertheless. The case challenged the very right of the Hare Krishna movement to exist as a bona fide religion and challenged the right of adult devotees to remain in the movement against the wishes of their parents. Also at issue was whether members of the Hare Krishna movement were members by their own choosing or were being kept in the movement by psychological manipulation, brainwashing. When Srila Prabhupada had first heard of this case, his reply in a letter from Vrindavana had been like a clarion call to battle against the forces of illusion. Regarding the point about whether our movement is bona fide, you can use the following arguments. Bhagavad Gita has got so many editions. Our books are older than the Bible. In India there are millions of Krishna temples. Let the judges and juries read our books and take the opinion of learned scholars and professors. Regarding the second point about the parents' jurisdiction over their children, here are some suggestions. Do the parents like that their children become hippies? Why don't they stop it? Do the parents like their children to become involved in prostitution and intoxication? Why don't they stop this? They are now feeling the weight of this movement. Formerly they thought, these people come and go, but now they see we are staying. Now we have set fire. It will go on. It cannot be stopped. You can bring big fire brigades but the fire will act. The brainwash books are already there. Even if they stop externally, internally it will go on. Our first-class campaign is book distribution. Go house to house. The real fighting is now. Krishna will give you all protection. So, chant Hare Krishna and fight. Sitting with Srila Prabhupada in Bombay, Ramesvara Swami informed him that a nationwide committee of professors and theologians had come to the defense of Krishna consciousness in the New York case and that many lawyers and psychologists were sympathetic. It is so much mercy from Krishna, said Srila Prabhupada. Krishna wanted all these things to happen. Krishna himself became important when he killed so many demons, not simply by lying down in the lap of Mother Yasoda. When he was on the lap of Mother Yasoda, from that day he began to kill. Therefore Krishna established that he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So even Krishna was not exempted, what to speak of us? Prahlada Maharaja was not exempted. As soon as you speak of God, this opposition will come. Jesus Christ was crucified. They are so kind they have not crucified me or my men. But you have to expect all these things. Nityananda Prabhu was personally injured. Haridasa Thakura was beaten in 22 bazaars. This task is like that. They are getting everyone in America to ask the question, what is Hare Krishna? Said Ramesvara. That is our gain, said Srila Prabhupada. They are chanting Hare Krishna. We still have to work very hard to defeat them, Ramesvara added. Oh, yes, said Prabhupada. That is necessary. You don't sleep. Never did Krishna say to Arjuna, I am your friend. I am God. You sleep here. I'll do everything. No. You must fight. That is wanted. Krishna said, you fight, and remember me. Then I'll do everything. This is an opportunity of remembering Krishna always. Prabhupada explained that the greatest shock for the materialists was that the Krishna consciousness movement strongly opposed illicit sex, meat-eating, and intoxication. To them, for a person to give up these things was so shocking that they could not accept it was happening because of a genuine spiritual experience. Referring to a previous case, Prabhupada said, in Germany they also accuse that the old man is sitting in Los Angeles, and he has engaged all these boys in collecting money for him. They are thinking that way, that I have some mind control power, and I have engaged these men, they are getting the money and I am enjoying. Srila Prabhupada recalled how, As early as 1969, when his temple in Los Angeles had purchased a few cars and the number of devotees had begun increasing, the neighbors had become envious. Prabhupada said that he had invited them to also come and live in the Krishna consciousness community, but that their reply had always been no. Prabhupada said that the more the opposition created turmoil, the more Krishna consciousness would become famous. He also reasoned that people were reacting to his very strong preaching. "I condemn everyone," he said, "that they are all dogs and hogs. And the United Nations I called a pack of barking dogs. It's a fact. And in Chicago I said, all women, you cannot have freedom." So I became a subject of great criticism. Srila Prabhupada concluded his meeting with Ramesvara by saying that the devotees should be very alert and intelligently defend the Krishna consciousness movement, but they should also understand that a higher principle was operating. This opposition indicated the genuineness of ISKCON. Even Krishna himself was sometimes the center of calamitous activities, such as when he fought with Kaliya and other enemies, or when, as an infant, he fell into the Yamuna river. "This is the beauty of Vrindavana," said Prabhupada. When Krishna entered the Yamuna to fight with Kaliya, it was not at all good news for Mother Yasoda, Nanda, the friends and family. Not at all. Their life was lost. But still Krishna was the center. This is Vrindavana. In everything Krishna is in the center. So our situation is just like that. They are making bad propaganda against Krishna, this is the opposition, but I am happy that Krishna is the center. That's all. This is the beauty of this movement. Although we are put into some difficulty, yet the center is Krishna. Srila Prabhupada wanted to travel with a group of his disciples by train to Allahabad. But when a devotee went to buy tickets, he discovered that all seats had long been purchased. There was no chance of making reservations for Allahabad so close to Kumbh Mela. One of Srila Prabhupada's Bombay friends, however, a Mr. Gupta, held a high position with the Central Railway of India and, at Prabhupada's request, arranged for a special, private car on a train to Allahabad, exclusively for Prabhupada and his disciples. Early on the morning of January 11, Srila Prabhupada embarked on the 24-hour-plus train ride from Bombay to Allahabad. He was sharing his first-class compartment with Ramesvara Swami, Jagadisa, and Hari Sorai, and even as the train pulled out of the station, Prabhupada was preaching. Ramesvara mentioned a radio show he had recently been on in California, where a Lutheran minister had said Krishna was a sex symbol because he had so many wives and gopas. Even taking it that Krishna is after sex, said Prabhupada, then if sex is bad, why are they after sex? He says that sex is not for God, Ramesvara replied. Srila Prabhupada was sitting on one side of the compartment, and his disciples sat facing him. The loud rattling of the train cars on the rails made conversation sometimes difficult. If sex is not there in God, said Prabhupada, then how has it come? God created everything. So God did not create sex? Srila Prabhupada explained that sex exists both in the material world and in the spiritual, material sex enjoyment being a perversion of the original, pure sex that exists in the Supreme. Krishna's sexual enjoyment, therefore, is not at all like material sex, it is the exact opposite. In fact, inasmuch as the reality is the opposite of its reflection. You do not understand how to face the opposing party, said Srila Prabhupada. He was in an animated, argumentative mood, enthusiastic to show his disciples how to defeat the opposition. He had sometimes described his own spiritual master as Simha, lion guru, and they now saw him in a similar fighting spirit. The more opposition there will be, he said, the more we have to defend. Srila Prabhupada, Ramesvara asked, should we be thinking in our minds that one day the Krishna consciousness movement will have to manage the cities and the nations of the world? Oh, yes, Prabhupada replied. Ramesvara asked how the devotees could accomplish such a huge, ambitious project. The management would be simplified, Prabhupada explained, since the citizens would live a pure, natural life. Thus the burdensome, sinful aspects of godless government would become unnecessary, and so many complex problems would be solved. He gave the example of self-sufficient agrarian communities where men earn their livelihood locally. But only by education and by experiencing the higher taste of Krishna-conscious pleasure, he said, could the masses become satisfied with simple living. Ramesvara asked if America would become Krishna-conscious by a minority of Krishna-conscious persons becoming powerful in government, while the masses remained as karmas. No, Prabhupada replied. You can introduce Krishna consciousness in such a way that they will become devotees. Suppose in big factories we shall introduce this prasadam distribution and chanting. They will immediately become devotees. Their hearts will be cleansed, sito darpanamarjanam. But will it be like Russia, pursued Ramesvara, where there is only a small group of people who are in control? No, it is not like that. The quality of the people will be changed. So that means only when the whole mass of population becomes Krishna conscious, Ramesvara suggested, then there will be Krishna conscious government. No, Prabhupada corrected. You can have government when you are in minority. But the mass of people, on account of this quality, they have to see the example. In one sense these were not immediate concerns, how the devotees would manage the whole world, since the devotees' political influence was at present insignificant. But by answering these questions, Prabhupada was establishing future goals and tactics for the Krishna consciousness movement. Ramesvara Swami, as both a practical manager and a visionary, wanted to know exactly how Śrīla Prabhupāda saw the Krishna conscious world of the future. Śrīla Prabhupāda had the answers, but he indicated that social or political management would be done not by any new formalities but by pure Krishna consciousness, by changing the hearts of the people through chanting, hearing, studying scripture, and then organizing things on the basic principles of Krishna consciousness. As the train passed beyond the heavily populated Bombay area and entered the countryside, Śrīla Prabhupāda looked out the window, appreciating the scenery. "We have come to the open field," he said. "How it is nice! And as long as we were passing through the congested areas, hellish, simply hellish. Now here is open space, how it is nice! Entering into a city is so imposing on your consciousness," said Harisorai. "Yes," Prabhupada said, "at that point it is simply rubbish. All papers thrown here and there, and people living in hellish conditions. Now see here how it is open and pleasing. So organize these farm projects." When Ramesvara pointed out that beginning a farm community required a great deal of capital, Prabhupada simply replied that the devotees should show the example and that others would automatically follow the successful pattern. Ramesvara mentioned that in America, although the ISKCON temple presidents were eager to get as many people to join as possible, they found that most people were unable to come up to the required standard. Therefore Prabhupada said, they have to be encouraged to have a little bit of Krishna consciousness in their own home. Ramesvara suggested, make their home a temple. Prabhupada disagreed. No. Let them go to the farm, New Vrindavan. If the people were disinclined to austerity, he said, then let them come to the farm with their wife and children and live comfortably in their own house. And on the farms they would find plenty of employment. More and more, Prabhupada said, people would become jobless and would be obliged to take shelter of a Krishna-conscious farm community. So we can expect, said Harisorai, that material conditions are going to become very much worse than at present? They may come or not, said Prabhupada. We don't care. Let us establish an ideal society. Although Prabhupada had left Bombay without taking breakfast, he continued speaking for 4 hours and then asked Harisorai to serve lunch. The other devotees left the compartment. Harisorai carried all Prabhupada's personal effects in 2 small shoulder bags, one with 3 changes of clothing, the other with Prabhupada's plate, bowl, spoon, tiffin, tilaka, and mirror. With just these 2 bags, Prabhupada was traveling all over the world. Although he was the head of a wealthy, international movement, he kept nothing for himself and traveled light. Whatever donations he collected, whatever profits came from the sale of his books, whatever properties he owned, everything was in the name of ISKCON. And yet when it came time to eat in the middle of that dusty train ride, his servant was able to produce silver bowls and a tray and an elegant vegetarian feast. Although Prabhupada kept nothing for himself, by Krishna's arrangement he was well provided for. Śrīla Prabhupada sat cross-legged on the train seat and pointed to what he wanted from the stainless steel tiffin compartments his servant placed before him. There were sabjis, puris, fruits, and sweets. After Śrīla Prabhupada chose what he wanted and began to eat, he insisted that Harisorai also take prasadam. When they finished, Harisorai distributed the remnants of Prabhupada's meal to the other devotees, and Prabhupada lay down to rest. In the afternoon, more devotees gathered in Prabhupada's small compartment, and he continued preaching, mostly in reply to points Ramesvara Swami raised. In regard to brainwashing, said Ramesvara, they claim that our lifestyle tends to take the devotee and isolate him from the world. Yes, said Prabhupada, we hate to mix with you. No gentleman tries to mix with loafers. Crows will not like to live with the ducks and white swans will not like to live with the crows. That is natural division. Birds of the same feather flock together. Ramesvara, they have a list of 5 or 6 conditions, and they say if all these conditions are present, then it is a suitable atmosphere for brainwashing. They say we are imposing those conditions on our members. Prabhupada, yes. We are brainwashing from bad to good. That is our business. We are washing the brain from all rascaldom. Your brain is filled up with all rubbish things, meat eating, illicit sex, gambling. So we are washing them. Sito Darpanamarjanam. Srinvatam Svakatha Krishna Punya Shravana Kirtana Hurti and Tasto Hai Bhadrani. Abhadrani means bad things. So the bad things should be washed. Don't you cleanse your home? Don't you cleanse your room? Is that brainwashing? So if you wash your room very clean, who blames you? But you are so rascal that you charge us. Why are you washing away this garbage? We are washing out the garbage, and you are protesting. This is your intelligence. But intelligent men wash away the garbage. That is the law of civilization, to cleanse. That we are doing. According to Vedic civilization you are actually untouchable. Now we have come to touch you. Therefore wash, first you must wash. According to Indian civilization the dog is untouchable, but he is your best friend. So you are untouchable. Therefore, we have to wash your brain. Unless your brain is washed, you cannot understand Krishna. Man is known by his company. You sleep with dog, you eat with dog, your best friend is dog, so what you are? You must be washed, scrubbed. Ramasvara, but this is their argument, that the standard in America is that you become learned in different fields, science, music, art, and literature. This standard of culture and education is coming from the idea of the Renaissance in Europe. But in our Hare Krishna movement we are isolating ourselves from these things and simply reading one set of literature, Krishna. Prabhupada, this other is not culture. As soon as you change, that means it is not culture. It is manodharma, mental concoction. Yes, we want to stop your nonsense. That is our mission. Those who are intelligent, they have taken. And you also take. Ramasvara raised the objection that Krishna-conscious children are not prepared to go to public schools and universities, and Śrīla Prabhupāda replied that they were being saved. But what if they want to change later in their life? Asked Ramasvara. They have become Krishna-conscious from the very beginning, Prabhupada replied. That is the perfection of life. They are perfect from the very beginning of their life. And you are going to school in the college, but you are becoming most uncivilized, like cats and dogs, becoming naked and having sex on the street. So what is the value of that education? Stop all these colleges and universities. As soon as they are stopped, it is better for human beings. Ramasvara, they say that if we claim our members are gentlemen, why is it that they go to the airport and bother so many people? Prabhupada, they are not bothering. They are educating. When a thief is advised, kindly do not become a thief, he takes it as botheration. But it is good advice. Ramasvara, they say it is invasion of privacy. Every man has the right to think the way he wants. Prabhupada, yes. Therefore I have got the right to think like this and sell books. Ramasvara, so if I do not want to hear your philosophy, why do you impose it? Prabhupada, it is not imposing. It is good philosophy. We are canvassing, take it. You will be benefited. And they are being benefited. Those who are reading, they are being benefited. And why are you advertising, big signboards, please come and purchase? Why are you imposing your so-called goodness on us? Why you are doing? Back and forth the battle went, hour after hour, Ramasvara unleashing all the arguments against the Krishna consciousness movement, and Śrīla Prabhupada defeating them. Prabhupada called the arguments childish and foolish, and he strongly criticized the materialistic demeanor from which they sprang. By sastra and logic he proved that the non-devotee has no good qualities and is less than an animal because of his lack of God consciousness. Such a person, he said, was in no position to criticize, and such criticisms only showed ignorance of the real purpose of human life. The train stopped in Man-Made, Jalgaon, and Khandwa, as well as other small towns and junctions, and for Prabhupada and his disciples the day passed quickly in discussion. Prabhupada was absorbed in defending the Krishna consciousness movement. He relished fighting on behalf of Lord Chaitanya. He was speaking, of course, mainly for the benefit of his disciples, but beyond that, he was expressing his compassion for all beings and his dedication to the Krishna consciousness movement. They are spending so much for military strength, Prabhupada continued. They are not performing yajna, so how will there be rainfall? There will be warfare, devastation. It is a most rubbish civilization. They are misleading everyone, soul-killing. It is the blind leading the blind. Even when there is difficulty, we have to do this as Krishna's business. Let the dogs bark on. We don't care. If we remain sincere to Krishna, that is our victory. The external result is not so important. We have to act according to the direction of Krishna. Of course, we want to see good results, but even if there is no good result, we don't mind. We must be sincere to Krishna, that we have done our best without cheating. That is our duty. As servants, we shall not cheat the master, result or no result. The devotee is not sorry if there is no result, never mind. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, I have brought to Benares the Harinama, but here they are all Mayavadis. So if it is not accepted, all right. I shall take it back. But we must do our best canvassing work, please take it. That is our mission. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Srila Prabhupada's speaking trailed off into chanting japa. He would chant for a while and then bring up another point. Ramasvara Swami continued to stir the controversies, anxious to fortify his own convictions and preaching ability by hearing directly from Srila Prabhupada. Very often, Ramasvara said, they will say, it is not religion that we are concerned with, but it is brainwashing and mind control. You are chanting so many hours a day. What is it to you? Prabhupada interrupted sharply. That is my business. Why do you bother yourself? Ramasvara, but you are not giving these young people a chance to think when they chant for so many hours. Prabhupada, you are thieves. You are coming to kidnap. Why shall I give you a chance? They are chanting, but you are charging brainwash. You ask them don't chant, that is your business. But that you cannot do. Ramasvara, but they say that takes away freedom to think. Prabhupada, that is controversy. But you want to take his freedom, and still you are accusing us. Prabhupada said that first there should be a test of what is genuine religion. We say, said Prabhupada, that the law given by God is religion. And it does not matter what name is given to God. If we say Krishna, that does not mean that he is not God. So before there is a challenge to Krishna consciousness, there should be an assembly discussion and decision as to what is genuine religion. We say that God is one, and whatever he has given as law, that is religion. Ramasvara, but the Christians say that according to the Bible, if God wanted us to believe in Krishna, he would have told us on Mount Sinai, and he would have told us through Jesus Christ. Jesus said, I am the only way. Prabhupada, that's all right. But Jesus Christ did not explain more to you because you are rascals. You cannot follow even his one instruction, thou shalt not kill. It is not the foolishness of Jesus Christ. But because you are so rascal, you cannot understand him. Therefore he avoided you rascals. Because whatever he said, you cannot follow. So what you will understand. Therefore he stopped speaking. Ramasvara, they also say that you are ruining family life. Prabhupada, that's all right. We are entering Krishna's family. Hari Sorai, but if you are actually followers of God, why are you breaking up the families? Shouldn't you have love for everyone? Ramasvara, one of the commandments is that one shall honor thy father and mother. Prabhupada replied that a devotee loves his mother and father by teaching them Krishna consciousness. Hari Sorai, my mother testified to that. When I was at home she said I was impossible to live with. When she saw me afterwards, I was very nice. Prabhupada, many. Hayagriva's father and mother also. Ramasvara, my parents think like that too. I could have no relationship with them before, but now that I am a devotee, I actually want to help them. Prabhupada, there are so many fathers and mothers who appreciate. None of our disciples are disrespectful to mother and father. Why? I never said you become disrespectful to your father and mother. At Brahmananda's initiation, his mother was standing there and I instructed Brahmananda, take the dust of your mother's feet first, then you offer me obeisances. So first of all he offered his obeisances to his mother. I told him, you have got good mother. Otherwise, how she has got a son like you? I always say like that. I never say disrespect. In a particular case, if the father and mother are demons, he must give up their association. But we never said break up the family. Ramasvara, I think we've used up all our arguments. Prabhupada, still eager to argue, first of all you said that we are depriving of food. Where is this? Ramasvara, yes, this is their argument, that we only let devotees eat twice a day. And there is no meat and very little protein. Prabhupada, that depends on him. If he likes to eat that kind of food, you have no right to force. Then you are turning to force. There are different persons, and they like different types of food. If he likes twice a day, why do you insist thrice? That is his choice. Ramasvara, and sleeping only 4 or 5 hours, very little. Prabhupada, yes, because it is a waste of time. Ramasvara, but this makes his mind very weak. Prabhupada, you rascal. You have nothing to do, you sleep. Napoleon used to sleep for 1 hour, 2 hours, he was such a busy man. So they are so busy in Krishna consciousness. Every great man does not sleep very much. Sleeping is simply a waste of time. If he does not sleep more, it is a sign of greatness. When Ramasvara Swami argued that the opposition has psychologists to testify against us, Prabhupada replied, We have got our psychologists. After talking all afternoon and into the night, Prabhupada told the devotees to rest. At 10 p.m. he lay down, and Hari Sarai massaged his legs. Actually, Śrīla Prabhupada concluded, their arguments are not very sound. Therefore it is simply a plan of Krishna's to help give us some prominence. It will make us more well known. Opposition, he said, was just an opportunity to preach. But to deal properly with the legal cases and other serious opposition, the devotees would have to know how to preach. And they would have to be spiritually strong. He was readying his men, speaking to them day and night on the 24-hour train ride to Allahabad. Allahabad January 12 they arrived at 9 a.m., and half a dozen of Śrīla Prabhupada's sannyasi disciples, along with a kirtana party of about 50 devotees, were there to greet him. They had brought Prabhupada's car down from Delhi, and he rode the short distance from the station to the Mela site. Thousands of pilgrims, on foot and in rickshaws, crowded the streets, making Prabhupada's progress by car slow. Finally the road ended, but the traffic continued onto the sandy flats surrounding the Triveni, confluence of the river Sarasvati, Ganga, and Yamuna. Here, within a few days, a city of tents had sprung up. 2 million had camped already, with millions more arriving daily. Every spiritual group in India had its bamboo-fenced compound of tents. As the car inched along, Prabhupada smiled to see a group of his disciples strolling among the camps and performing Harinama Kirtana. But not until he passed through the congested main area of camps to the far end of the Triveni did he reach the ISKCON camp. The ISKCON tents, most of which had been erected about half an hour before Śrīla Prabhupada's arrival, were located near a railway bridge on an island called Gangadvipa, and the Triveni bathing area was a 20-minute walk away. The festival organizers had provided simple outdoor toilets, water taps, and a kitchen, consisting of a cloth partition, a hole in the ground, and some bricks. It was, as Śrīla Prabhupada had expected, the usual Kumbh Mela austerity, but he was displeased with the camp's remote location. And when he heard that the electric lines did not reach their area, he became even more displeased. How could people come to the program in the evening if there were no lights? He called for Bhaktivedanta and Guru Dāsa, who were in charge of organizing the ISKCON camp. Who got this land? He yelled. When I got here, said Bhaktivedanta, it was an empty field. They told me, we are putting you on this island. The governor is there, Kalapatri Maharaja is there, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi is there. I thought you were there with all the leading personalities. Śrīla Prabhupada laughed. You are inexperienced, so they cheated you. All right, you did not know. But later, when he heard that Bhaktivedanta and Guru Dāsa had not obtained enough food for mass distribution, he became angry. Again he called for Bhaktivedanta. Why is there no prasadam distribution tonight? He demanded. Well, Prabhupada, Bhaktivedanta stuttered, I don't know. They didn't buy any food. Why have they not bought? Prabhupada was angry. What is the matter with you? You Americans are big spenders, simply wasting money. You have no stock of food. Why you did not stock rice, dal, and wheat? Why you have no stock? What is the matter with you? You have no brain. You spend 5 rupees cab fare going, 5 rupees cab fare coming back, and you buy 1 rupee of rice. This is your mentality. You are nonsense. Every time you need something you go to the store and buy it. You don't know how to buy sufficiently one time and then use it. You cannot think like that. And why have you made this location under the elevated train? Why have you done this wrong? The train is making noise. This pandal is a failure. Food is not being distributed. After 20 minutes of reprimanding, Prabhupada dismissed Bhaktivedanta. A little later Prabhupada called for Bhaktivedanta again. Bhaktivedanta Maharaja, he began, although Bhaktivedanta was not a sannyasi, if you can just get the lights on, then you will be doing good. Can you do that? Bhaktivedanta said he could, and by that night the ISKCON camp had lights, although, as at all the other camps, the power was frequently shut off. Only a few people visited the ISKCON pandal the first night. The weather was cold, damp, and windy. Śrīla Prabhupada chose to sit up all night at his desk rather than lie in the cold bed. Wearing all his clothes, sweaters, a hooded coat, a kadara, and gloves, he sat at his desk in the darkness. A kerosene heater did little to drive the chill from the tent. Ramasvara Swami sat up much of the night too, relighting the heater's pilot light, which blew out every few minutes as the wind swept through the tent. By morning, Śrīla Prabhupada had a bad cold with runny nose and eyes. He did not go to the river for bathing but used the icy water from the pump next to his tent. His hands and feet were swollen, something that had happened to him before during illness. When the devotees suggested he not stay at the camp, Prabhupada insisted, he wanted to preach. People were beginning to discover his location and come to see him, so he wanted to stay and preach. Kumbh Mela, he said, was an opportunity for the devotees to preach, not merely to bathe in the Ganga. The devotees crowded into Srila Prabhupada's tent for Guru Puja and Srimad Bhagavatam class. They had no garland for him, but he said nothing about it. By the time he had ended his short lecture, the sun had risen. He asked Hari Sorai to put the cot outdoors, where he rested and later took massage in the sunshine. During his massage, Prabhupada looked over at the railroad bridge and said that he remembered this bridge from his former days in Allahabad. He said that his father had been cremated under the bridge on the same island of Gangadvipa in 1930. That afternoon, a group of devotees arrived from Mayapur, and some of them immediately complained to Prabhupada about how poorly managed the ISKCON pandal seemed to be. Prabhupada asked them to try to salvage the program by distributing as many books as possible, so the devotees began distributing Hindi editions of Prabhupada's books. The devotees took their chanting and book distributing down the main road, where they came upon the camps of different Saivites, who sat around their fires wearing only kaupinas, loincloths. Many of them, their hair matted, their bodies covered with ashes, were puffing heavily on hashish and chilam pipes. Nearby, on the other side of the road, were the camps of Vaisnavas from the Ramanuja Sampradaya. Though they were also Tyagis, renunciates, and their appearance was similar to the Saivites, they were more friendly. They were glad to see the devotees and shouted out, "Hare Krishna, Hare Rama." The devotees were amazed by the piety of the millions of pilgrims. On seeing the Kirtana party approach, many people offered prostrated obeisances. Others rolled on the ground, or picked up dust where the devotees had walked and put it in their mouths. And although many of the pilgrims were poor, they came forward and dropped at least a few paisa into the pot carried by one of the devotees. Anyone who gave a rupee would receive a book, and the books became so popular that people would come and ask for them by name. Some people threw money, and the sannyasis would catch it in their topcloths, which they would hold out like aprons. By the end of the day, the devotees had distributed about 7,000 pieces of literature. On the second night, Srila Prabhupada again sat up, while Ramasvara Swami tried futilely to keep the heater going. Hari Sorai had placed Srila Prabhupada's dictating equipment on the desk, but Prabhupada did not touch it. January 14th. Srila Prabhupada's third day in Allahabad, was the first day of Kumbh Mela bathing and would be a special opportunity for book distribution. An ISKCON chanting party of about 50 men and several Indian Gurukula boys was very well received as they traveled throughout the Mela area. At 1:30 p.m., the time of auspicious bathing, the Kirtana party made its way to the Triveni. As they approached, the police cleared a path for them all the way to the water. By evening they had distributed 8,000 books, and for the first time since they had arrived, Prabhupada expressed his pleasure at their success. He ordered some of the sannyasis to stay at the Mela until all the books were distributed. The next morning, despite ill health, Prabhupada took a walk. Surrounded by about 25 disciples, he walked slowly. Although he was a small figure surrounded by tall sannyasis, the Kumbh Mela pilgrims were able to easily recognize his preeminent position, and they would break through the ranks of devotees and offer dandavats before him. When Prabhupada saw people approaching, he would stop walking and let them touch his feet, despite the objections of his disciples. He was already sick, and he had explained in his books that a devotee can become ill if sinful people touch his feet. Still, he did not object. Srila Prabhupada was scheduled to stay at the Mela through January 21st, but his disciples pressed him to go to a place more suitable for his health. Rarely had any of them seen him so sick, and they worried. "But my only ambition," said Prabhupada, "is that so many people can become enlightened." Word was beginning to circulate that Srila Prabhupada, the guru of the Hare Krishna movement, was staying in a camp on Gangadvipa, and more people were starting to come to see him. He said that the people coming to the Kumbh Mela were expecting all the holy men and spiritual teachers of India to be there, so he felt obligated to stay until the 2 Ramasvara Swami tried to advise Prabhupada. "Srila Prabhupada," he said, "there is something much more important than your giving darsana to these people, and that is your writing of your books. Only a few thousand people are going to see you here, but if you go on writing, we will distribute your books by the millions. Then millions of people will have your darsana. There is no facility for writing here. The climate is too cold, and your health is weak. Let's go on to Bhubaneswar, where it's warm and they have healthy water." Srila Prabhupada had previously mentioned Bhubaneswar because of the water of Bindu Sarovara, which was supposed to have special medicinal properties. And he liked the argument that his writing was more important than his remaining in Allahabad to benefit a few thousand pilgrims. For the devotees on his personal staff, his secretary, servant, and cook, to see Prabhupada going through such austerities while suffering ill health was very painful. Finally Prabhupada agreed to go. He called in Guru Dāsa and Bhagavata and gave them a final verbal chastising for the mismanaged pandal. Then, on the afternoon of the 15th, he prepared to leave. Ramasvara Swami and Guru Dāsa went to the train station to purchase tickets, but they found that no seats would be available for weeks. Seeking special consideration, they visited the local railway office, a lavishly appointed, remodeled railway car. There they happened to meet their friend from Bombay, Mr. Gupta, and they told him of Prabhupada's illness and of his desire to leave at once for Calcutta. Mr. Gupta phoned Bombay and arranged for a first-class coach to be added to a train coming from Bombay to Allahabad. The devotees profusely thanked Mr. Gupta, who began proposing that Śrīla Prabhupada travel throughout India in a royal car like the one they were in. The devotees discussed with him about how they might buy or lease such a car, and it seemed an interesting possibility. But the immediate miracle had been arranged, a coach to take Prabhupada out of the crowded throngs of Kumbh Mela to Calcutta. After a difficult car ride, inching along through the crowds from the Triveni to the train station, Prabhupada and his party finally arrived at the railway station, where government man helped him and his disciples with their luggage and saw to their comfort. From the devotee's point of view, this was the proper respect for a pure devotee of the Lord, the most important person in the world, yet such treatment was rare. Śrīla Prabhupada was pleased, and he asked his secretary to type a letter, thanking Mr. Gupta, who was caring for Prabhupada just like a father looking after a son. He invited Mr. Gupta and his family to attend the upcoming Gaura Purnima festival in Mayapur. During the train ride to Calcutta, Śrīla Prabhupada reiterated his displeasure with the mismanaged ISKCON Pandal at Kumbh Mela. Thousands of guests were coming to the Hare Krishna Pandal without receiving prasadam. Determined that the bad example not be repeated, he dictated a letter to all ISKCON temple presidents. Please accept my blessings. Now you must arrange in each temple there must be sufficient stock of prasadam for distribution. You can keep first-class cooks, 2 or 3, and they should be always engaged. Whenever any guest comes, he must get prasad. This arrangement must be made, that the cooks prepare 10-20 servings at a time, of puris and sabji, and then you can add halava and pakoras and the visitors may be supplied immediately. Whenever a gentleman comes, he must be served. As the 20 servings are being distributed, immediately the cooks prepare another 20 servings and store it. At the end of the day if no one comes, our own man will take, so there is no loss. You cannot say, it is finished. It is not cooked yet. There is no supply for cooking, etc. This must be enforced rigidly. The temple is managed by Srimati Radharani, Lakshmiji, so why should there be want? Our philosophy is, if anyone comes, let him take prasad, chant Hare Krishna, and be happy. Everything is being supplied by Krishna. Krishna is not poor, so why should we deny them? This should be done at any cost. There is no difficulty. It simply requires nice management. At the end of the day you may sell or give away. If we believe that Krishna is providing for and maintaining everyone, then why should we be misers? This means losing faith in Krishna and thinking that we are the doers and suppliers. We are confident Krishna will supply. Let the whole world come. We can feed them. So please do this nicely. Begin at once. Śrīla Prabhupada asked to hear the reviews of his books, as published in the Krishna Consciousness Movement is authorized. His secretary read one review after another, professors praising Prabhupada's work and requesting him to go on producing such valuable books. After hearing the reviews, Prabhupada lay down to rest. The pen is mightier than the sword. Ramasvara Swami declared. Yes, Śrīla Prabhupada answered. It is a revolution. That is what I thought as I wrote on and on. The communists have changed the lives of people throughout the world by their empty literature and false promises. Why not a revolution started on the basis of the absolute knowledge? January 18, 1977. After the intense cold of Kumbh Mela, Prabhupada had recuperated a couple of days in Calcutta. His head cold had gone away, but the swelling in his hands and feet persisted, as did other maladies. Externally, he was diabetic and suffered from poor digestion, as well as from the general dwindling of physical powers common to an 81-year-old body. His condition was not suited for continual travel, hard work, frequent lectures, and taxi management. Yet Prabhupada was transcendental to his apparent material condition. Although sometimes he would inquire about cures, mostly he was callous toward his poor health. Even after receiving a doctor's advice or concluding himself what was good for his health, he would often ignore it in favor of what he thought was best for spreading Krishna consciousness. Previously, in Vrandavana he had felt better by drinking the fresh well water, so he thought he might also get relief by drinking the water of the famous Bindu Sarovara near Bhubaneswar. Besides, ISKCON had recently acquired a small donated plot of land outside the city, and Śrīla Prabhupāda's Oriental disciple Gaura Govinda Swami had gone there, constructed 2 simple dwellings, and was making plans to build a temple. The train journey from Calcutta to Bhubaneswar was 12 hours, another opportunity for Ramesvara Swami to probe. His 30-day assignment as Prabhupada's secretary was almost over, and then he would return to Los Angeles and his American BBT duties. He had come to India set on inquiring from Prabhupada about whether there would be World War and, if so, how book distribution would continue and how in the future a new world order of Krishna consciousness would be introduced. Prabhupada had answered many of his questions, but there were always more. The Puri Express left Calcutta around 10 p.m. After taking a massage. Śrīla Prabhupada stretched out on the lower bunk to rest, and Harisora and Ramesvara took the 2 bunks opposite him. Around midnight Prabhupada turned on his light, sat up, and began chanting softly on his beads. Within a few minutes, Ramesvara woke and, seeing his spiritual master sitting up, paid obeisances and also sat up, waiting expectantly. Immediately Prabhupada began to speak about the inevitability of war between Russia and America. Even if America took to Krishna consciousness, the war would be inevitable, the only way to stop the godlessness of communism. When Ramesvara asked if that war would be within his lifetime, Prabhupada said it was difficult to say. It depended, he said, on the devotees' distribution of books and Back to Godhead magazines. Although in Russia the government tried to strictly control all literature, Krishna-conscious books were entering nonetheless and were immediately becoming popular. The communist leaders were becoming fearful, but they also had some respect for Indian culture. Prabhupada said that by increasing book distribution, America, and thereafter the whole world, would become Krishna-conscious. So you have to push on more and more, he said. This opposition, brainwashing charges, means they are recognizing this as a culture. They may like it or not, but they recognize it as something permanent. Prabhupada said he had no political aim, but he knew that Indian culture coupled with American money could save the world. You must think in terms of the whole world, he said. Not just one nation. That is our preaching. That is the duty of the GBC. The talk went on for more than 2 hours, and Ramesvara felt completely satisfied by the intimate instructions. Although he had once before asked some of the same questions about book distribution and the war, Prabhupada had chosen not to answer. But now he revealed some of his thoughts, just as a father instructing a trustworthy son. Conditions on the ISKCON land in Bhubaneswar were primitive, 2 small mud-walled huts with thatched roof. Śrīla Prabhupada occupied one 8x12 room in one of the cottages, and his servant and secretary stayed just on the other side of the wall. Electricity had been installed on the land a few days before, so Harisora had placed an electric lamp in the dictating machine on Prabhupada's desk. The second small building, about 25 feet from Prabhupada's hut, was a tiny temporary temple room. A shabby canvas roof spanned the open area between the 2 buildings, and Prabhupada's Vyasashana was beneath this, arranged so he could lecture at outdoor gatherings. 2 rented tents also stood on the land, to accommodate visiting devotees during Prabhupada's stay. Prabhupada's outdoor toilet facilities, about 25 feet behind his hut, consisted of latrine and a separate area for bathing. Śrīla Prabhupada did not mind the primitive facilities, in fact, he liked them. Although he was ill and for personal comfort could have been residing in his choice of comfortable buildings in the West, a manor in London, a castle in Paris, a penthouse apartment in New York City, he felt perfectly at home and happy living in a primitive mud and thatch hut on a secluded patch of land in the dust of Orissa. Sitting on the outdoor Vyasashana, Prabhupada spoke to a small gathering of devotees and some local villagers. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he said, had 2 favorite places, Bengal and Orissa. And in Orissa, Jagannath Puri, he spent the last 18 years of his life. He went to Vrindavana and South India but then returned here to stay with his personal associates, Sri Ramananda Raya, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and Sikhi Mahiti. Prabhupada quoted a scriptural reference indicating that the spiritual movement for this age will begin from Utkala, or Orissa. Śrīla Prabhupada said Orissa was very special to the Gaudiya Vaisnavas, and his own Guru Maharaja was also born here, at Puri. Now we have got a little place here, he said. It doesn't matter if it takes time, but slowly but surely we can develop this center. Especially since Bhubaneswar is going to be the capital of Orissa. In the future many tourists will come to see other attractions of Orissa. Now it is up to the Oriens to develop this idea. Prabhupada spoke with Gaura Govinda Swami and told him to begin advertising, private meetings in the afternoon and a regular lecture Kirtana Prasadam program at night. That evening very few visitors came. ISKCON had done little preaching in Orissa, and Prabhupada was not as well known. Mostly local farmers, villagers, and poor children came, for the free prasadam. Prabhupada told the audience that he could speak in 3 languages, English, Bengali, and Hindi, but not Oriya. He therefore decided to speak in English and have Gaura Govinda translate. He would speak a few sentences and then pause while Gaura Govinda gave the Oriya. In this material world, said Prabhupada during his evening lecture, always the attempt is to defy the supremacy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. At the present moment the so-called scientists' only business is how to defy the supremacy of God. Naturally this movement has to face many impediments, because at the present moment the whole world is practically godless. Even in our country, in India, where Bhagavad Gita was spoken by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, even here the same attempt is going on. Big scholars, big politicians, they take Bhagavad Gita in their hand to show that they are great authorities in Bhagavad Gita. But they are presenting commentation just to defy Krishna. Prabhupada spoke for about 10 minutes. There were no questions. Bhubaneswar's hot days and cool nights just suited Prabhupada. After resting for a few hours, he rose and began translating Srimad Bhagavatam. It was the first time he had done so since leaving Bombay for Kumbh Mela. He was nearing the end of the 9th canto. Gaura Govinda Maharaja had scheduled a cornerstone laying ceremony for a new temple on February 2nd. The appearance day of Lord Nityananda. Prabhupada agreed to stay until then and leave the next morning. Śrīla Prabhupada's failing health prevented him from eating fried foods. His expert cooks in Bhubaneswar, Palika Devi Dāsa and Satsvarūpa Devi Dāsa, carefully prepared meals that were nutritious and tasty but without ghee. Sometimes, however, he specifically requested certain fried foods but would later complain that they didn't agree with him. Ramasvara Swami, Gargamuni Swami, and Bhavananda Goswami were sitting with Śrīla Prabhupada in his hut discussing deprogramming cases with him. They were saying that these enemies of ISKCON were so fanatical that for Śrīla Prabhupada to go to America would be dangerous. Śrīla Prabhupada interrupted, however, changing the subject. Our immediate problem, he said, is toward my health. I am not digesting food. Therefore there is some swelling in the hands and the legs. Is it affecting your translation work? Asked Ramasvara Swami. That it has not affected, said Prabhupada. It is going on. I have translated 17 volumes. That may not be affected. He reached over and turned on the dictating machine, and they heard a few seconds of his most recent dictation from the 24th chapter of the 9th canto. We know you have a very low opinion of doctors, said Ramasvara Swami. I wish to die without a doctor, Prabhupada said. I may be seriously ill, but don't call a doctor. Chant Hare Krishna. Don't be disturbed. Everyone has to die. Let us die peacefully, without doctor. All this medicine, injections, and prohibitions, this, that. Chant Hare Krishna and depend on Krishna. Nardasiyaka Gadamudan Vadi, that is Prahlada Maharaja's verse. Find out this, 7th canto. Hari Sorai reached a Prabhupada's bookcase for the 7th canto, volume 2, of Srimad Bhagavatam. Within a few moments he found the verse and read aloud, My Lord Nrsimhadeva, O Supreme, because of a bodily conception of life, embodied souls neglected and not cared for by you cannot do anything for their betterment. Whatever remedies they accept, although perhaps temporarily beneficial, are certainly impermanent. For example, a father and mother cannot protect their child, a physician in medicine cannot relieve a suffering patient, and a boat on the ocean cannot protect a drowning man. These are facts, said Prabhupada. That's ultimately, said Gargamuni Swami. But maybe we could give you some temporary relief. Because when you are ill, we feel, yes, Prabhupada conceded. But no severe treatment should be accepted. Better not to take. Better to chant Hare Krishna. Śrīla Prabhupada, said Bhavananda. In the past, when your health was not good, they have begun chanting Hare Krishna in all the temples around the world, a special additional kirtana. Perhaps we could institute that. No, said Prabhupada, not for my health. You do your kirtana ordinary. That first stroke on 2nd Avenue, that was almost fatal. You were present, I think? Prabhupada turned to Gargamuni, and they reminisced about the stroke in 1967. Hari Sorai said a homeopathic doctor had just prescribed some special medicine, and Prabhupada agreed to try it. Gargamuni said that his father used to have a similar swelling, but his had been due to diabetes. I have diabetes, said Prabhupada. Gargamuni Swami said his father used to give himself an insulin injection every morning. There are many gentlemen who take insulin at least once a day, said Prabhupada, although he obviously had no intentions of doing so. Prabhupada's main health program was his diet, but even in that he was not very strict. An Indian cook named Shindi Lal was present in Bhubaneswar, and he used a lot of spices and ghee in cooking for Gargamuni Swami and his men. Sometimes Prabhupada would ask for some of what Shantilal had cooked, and this greatly disturbed Prabhupada's servants and cooks, although they could do nothing about it. Gargamuni had also been ill recently, and when Prabhupada first saw him with his cook Shantilal, he had said, "I thought you were sick." "Yes," Gargamuni had replied, "but still I have to eat." "Srila Prabhupada, you are eating very simply. You are not eating spiced food?" "Sometimes I also have to have spices," Prabhupada replied. "Otherwise there is no taste. And without that taste, what is the use of life?" Then in a joking spirit Prabhupada and Gargamuni Swami commiserated, saying they were not going to stop eating tasty prasadam. "We'd rather die," laughed Gargamuni Swami, and Prabhupada also laughed. On his last day as Srila Prabhupada's secretary in India, Ramesvara Swami entered Prabhupada's hut and inquired again about war in the future. "You have mentioned several times," he began, "that there is a conflict which is inevitable between Russia and America." "No," said Prabhupada. "If they understand Krishna consciousness, both of them, then there will be no conflict. Now we are publishing in Russian." When Ramesvara asked what would happen if many cities were bombed, Prabhupada said that people would come to their senses and adopt a simpler, agrarian life, just as the ISKCON farm communities were demonstrating. "That will be a good lesson for them," said Prabhupada. "So is this conflict part of the spreading of Krishna consciousness?" "Oh, yes. Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya ca duskritam. To conflict means to finish their sinful activities, finished. Stop it. Lord Krishna's mission is not only to protect his devotees, but also to curb the miscreants. So after the conflict there will be an opportunity to influence people?" "We shall take every opportunity," said Prabhupada. "We are the best opportunists. Anukulayena Krishna. This is a new kula, favorable for spreading Krishna consciousness, and we shall immediately accept it. It doesn't matter what it is. We do not depend on the public opinion, that this is good or this is bad. Good means if it is favorable for spreading Krishna consciousness." Ramesvara said that it seemed the Krishna consciousness movement would have to grow much more before it could actually be as influential as Prabhupada was indicating it will grow, said Prabhupada. "It is growing. Simply our workers should be very sincere and strict, and it will grow. Nobody can object. That's a fact. Simply we have to be very strict and sincere, and nobody can check. We will be the only ones who have any vision of what to do after the war," said Ramesvara. "Yes," said Prabhupada. "We have got clear vision. We are not putting any theory. We are always presenting fact, and that is materializing. Just like we started our farm communities. It is materializing gradually. It is not yet fully organized. Still there is hope that it will give peace to the people. There is sufficient hope." After a few days, more of the people of Bhubaneswar began to visit Srila Prabhupada. One evening he was in his room speaking with several men when one of them asked, "Well, Swamiji, actually what is God?" Srila Prabhupada opened his eyes widely in disbelief. "What is this?" he said. "You are from India, and you do not know what is God? This is the degradation of Kali Yuga." Srila Prabhupada continued his sharp criticism and then explained that Indians have the special benefit of Vedic literature and culture, therefore, every Indian should know God. Prabhupada gave his first public lecture the next evening, and about 150 people attended. He began his lecture, "Last night some gentleman questioned, 'What is God?' Srila Prabhupada explained that Sri Bhagavan personally appears in our country, Bharatavarsa, and leaves his instructions, which have been accepted by the Acharyas. India," Prabhupada explained, "is especially favored, since God personally incarnates there and imparts his instructions. But at the present moment," Prabhupada continued, "our young men are inquiring, 'What is God?' So why has this happened? It has happened because we are making progress toward animal civilization. Anyone with a bodily conception of the self," Prabhupada said, "anyone thinking of his identity in relation to family, country, or race, was no better than a cow or an ass, according to Vedic Sastra." He repeatedly warned that Indians should be careful of sinking to the position of having to ask what is God. Unfortunately, when he called for questions after his lecture, it was the same thing. "I want to know the meaning of the word Krishna," a man asked. "You do not know what is the meaning of Krishna?" Prabhupada retorted. "You do not know?" The man said something in Oriya and then said in English, "The etymological meaning. Krishna," said Prabhupada, "means all attractive. Krs, Karsati. Yes, Krishna means the attractive, all attractive. And besides that, you do not know Krishna? That is the difficulty, that our people have become so degraded that they are asking what is God, what is Krishna. Someone has studied the 7th canto of Ramayana, but now he is asking, whose father is Sita? So this is the position. We are born in the country where Krishna spoke everything, and now we are asking, what is the meaning of Krishna? What is God? This is the position, very degraded position. While Prabhupada rode in his car to the park for his morning walk, he saw billboards and banners announcing that Sanjay Gandhi was coming to town. Sanjay Gandhi's particular political platform was that everyone should become literate. Looking out the window at the poor, barren land, Prabhupada said, what is the benefit of literacy when the people are poor and starving? He said that the local people were coming to the ISKCON evening program just to get a little kichari, not because it was prasadam, but because they were hungry. So if after many years of education they learned to read but still earned little money and had the same employment, then what was the benefit? Life was not for such education. Prabhupada lamented that so much land was lying uncultivated. Seeing several men jogging, Prabhupada commented that most people were hungry and poor while a few were living in big houses, overeating, and running to lose fat. So he will educate the people, Śrīla Prabhupada said, and after some time they will join the Naxalite movement and kill the rich man. No. Everyone should be engaged in working the land. Prabhupada said his ISKCON men should also work, because unless they were properly engaged they would gossip and fall victim to sex desire. Since arriving in Bhubaneswar, Śrīla Prabhupada had several times talked about going to Jagannath Puri, about an hour away. Since he had hopes of one day building a big center in Puri, he wanted to see some plots of land for sale. He hadn't been to Puri, he said, since 1958. Since his Western disciples were not allowed to enter the Jagannath temple, Prabhupada said he would not enter either. But he would go to Puri to see what land was available. Early one morning Prabhupada set out in his car for Puri, on the Bay of Bengal. He looked at several properties there, but either their locations were poor or the buildings were deteriorated, or both. Prabhupada walked along the beach with his men, and the surf was pounding. I was jumping here, he laughed. In 1920 or 21 I came here. At that time I was married. I was married in 1918. I came after appearing for my BA examination. And because I was jubilant, I was jumping. When the waves came I was jumping. Now it is 57 years after. They say we do not change bodies, but where is that body? Now I am walking with stick. Then I was jumping. I am still here. I remember. But the body has changed. What is the difficulty to understand? I am the same. Otherwise, how I am remembering all these things? But that body is now lost. Tathadihantara prapsh. Why this simple philosophy these rascals cannot understand. Śrīla Prabhupada stayed a day at the beachside tourist bungalow, and one of his god brothers, Syamasundara Brahmachari, from the local Purusattama Gaudiya Math visited. After he left, Sri Savashiva Rath, a member of the Pujari committee of the Jagannath temple, also came to visit. Prabhupada spoke to him about the possibility of ISKCON devotees entering the Jagannath temple. To bar the Western Vaisnavas from entering the temple was prejudiced and ignorant. Since the members of the Krishna consciousness movement were fully engaged in spiritual life, they should not be considered unfit simply because of their birth status or race. Savashiva Rath was friendly and agreed with Śrīla Prabhupada. He promised he would do what he could to help. He also told Prabhupada about a book he had just published and invited him to attend a small pandal meeting the next evening, at which the book would be inaugurated. Prabhupada agreed. Later, Prabhupada was sitting on the veranda outside his room at the tourist bungalow. As he sat watching Shandilal preparing lunch in the back of Gargamani's van, he could smell the aromatic spices cooking in the ghee. He called to Gargamani Swami and asked that a plate of Shantilal's cooking be brought to him. Soon Prabhupada was enjoying a meal of rice, dal, purees, spicy sabjis, and chutney. He said that Shantilal cooked wonderfully and that all devotees in ISKCON should learn this art. If the meat-eaters could take such prasadam, he said, they would give up their sinful habit. As Prabhupada sat in his hotel room that evening with a few disciples at his feet, he reminisced about how he had come to America in 1965 and had suffered 2 heart attacks at sea. They say that anyone who gets a 3rd heart attack, said Prabhupada, they must expire. I had 2 attacks on the ship, and then in New York a 3rd one, paralyzed. Left side was paralyzed. I do not know how I was saved. And one girl, that captain's wife, she studied astrology. She said, Swami, if you can survive your 70th year, then you will live for 100 years. Śrīla Prabhupada and his disciples laughed. So, Prabhupada continued, somehow or other I have survived my 70th year. I do not know whether. They say I will live for 100 years. But 70th year was severe. 3 heart attacks and paralysis. And I was without any family. At that time none of you were with me. I was alone. I wasn't dependent on anyone. But on the ship I saw that Krishna was going to save me. I was going for his mission. Devotees were regularly bringing up the topics of brainwashing and deprogramming. That evening, one of the devotees mentioned that sometimes the opposition was taking the testimony of an ex-disciple of Prabhupada's, who would speak against the movement. Because he is a rascal, Prabhupada explained, therefore he is excommunicated. My Guru Maharaja kicked him out. So what is the value of his testimony? That is natural that someone will go out and speak against us. These things will happen in preaching. You cannot expect very smooth path. The devotees agreed, and someone added that one of Jesus' closest disciples had betrayed him. Srila Prabhupada compared the present trouble to the troubles he had encountered when he first came to America. He reminisced further about his near-fatal illness in 1967 and his return to India, where he had recuperated. But even after returning to America, he commented, he had not been able to sleep at night because of a sound in his ear. As long as the body will be there, Prabhupada said, there will be so many troubles. Krishna has advised that they will come and go. Don't care for it. Agamapayino nityastamstid exasvaburta. So bodily troubles, mental troubles, and enemies, so many impediments will come. What can be done? We have to tolerate. That is the material world. We cannot expect smooth, very happy. That is not possible. Krishna was advising that to Arjuna, what to speak of us. Krishna never says, I have made some magic. You will have nothing to suffer. He never gave Arjuna any tablet. So we have to follow that. The modern gurus say, I will give you some magic ash. There will be no trouble. But Krishna, what did he say? He said, no, tolerate. He did not say, you are ass. I will give you some ash. Neither did Arjuna ask, why do you ask me to fight? Give me some ash. I'll throw it. He was not such a fool that he asked some magic from Krishna to kill his enemies. Actually he fought. This is Bhagavad Gita. So face things as they are, and depend on Krishna. That is our duty. Don't expect any ash, miracle, magic. The next morning, from the porch, Srila Prabhupada was watching the devotees swimming in the Bay of Bengal. Calling Hari Sorai over, he said he would like to bathe in the ocean and asked him what he thought about it. Hari Sorai and the other devotees present all thought it was a good idea. Sea water was supposed to be very good for health, they said. Prabhupada said he would try it and after taking his morning massage walked down to the seashore, wearing his gamcha and carrying a towel. The ocean shore was about 100 yards from the hotel, and by the time Prabhupada reached the water, all the devotees were running after him in their gamchas. Some of the devotees were already in the ocean, and when Prabhupada reached the water's edge, they all gathered around him. As the waves glided in and swirled around Prabhupada's feet, Hari Sorai scooped palmfuls of water and began to bathe Prabhupada's body, his arms, chest, and head, washing away the mustard seed oil he had applied during the massage. Soon other devotees began reverently splashing handfuls of water onto Prabhupada's body. Standing almost up to his knees in water, the bright sunshine illuminating his golden-hued body, Prabhupada laughed as the devotees joined in. The devotees realized that this pastime was just like an abhiseka, or bathing of the deity, and when Guru Kripa Swami began to sing the prayers for bathing the deity, Kantamani Prakara Sadmasu, the other devotees joined in, singing and taking part in the abhiseka by the sea. Srila Prabhupada enjoyed it, sometimes putting his head forward to indicate that he wanted water poured on his head, then closing his eyes as the devotees poured the water. When Prabhupada lost his balance for a moment, Hari Sorai grabbed him. Prabhupada's feet had been sinking into the sand, and when he held one foot out it was muddy. As he wriggled his toes, a devotee poured water on the foot, washing it clean. Prabhupada then bent over, put ocean water in his mouth, and spat it out. Only Guru Kripa Swami was quick enough to catch some of the water and drink it. As Prabhupada allowed the devotees to participate in bathing and gently massaging him, the devotees were carried away by ecstatic feelings. After about 10 minutes, Prabhupada came out of the water, changed his clothes, and walked back to the hotel, where two devotees escorted him to a comfortable chair, sat him down, and carried him up to his room for his afternoon rest. In the afternoon, Savashiva Rath came again to see Prabhupada, accompanied this time by another Puri Brahmana. They gave Prabhupada some Jagannath Prasadam and sang the Jagannatha-stakam. In silent appreciation Prabhupada listened as the Brahmanas sang the famous prayers with each verse ending Jagannatha Svami Nayanapatha Gami Bhavatami, O Lord of the universe, kindly be visible unto me. When the two Brahmanas finished singing, Prabhupada said, so these European and American Vaisnavas, They are hankering after Jagannatha Svami Nayanapathagyami Bhavatami. Now it is through your intervention that they may be able to see Jagannath Svami. They are hankering like that, Jagannatha Svami Nayanapathagyami. Sadashiva Rath again expressed his sympathy about the devotees not entering Jagannath's temple. He also told Prabhupada more about the book he had published, a compilation of select verses from Jagannath Dasa's translation of the Srimad Bhagavatam into Oriya. Sadashiva had also written some commentary, and his book was to be inaugurated at a function that evening. Prabhupada again promised to attend and address Puri's Brahmanas and religionists. That evening, Śrīla Prabhupada was guest of honor at the outdoor pendle on the beach, and his disciples accompanied him to the stage with a rousing kirtana. Prabhupada took his seat. After the kirtana ended, one of the managers of the Jagannath temple came forward and garlanded Śrīla Prabhupada. Sadashiva then announced, "We thank A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who has been kind enough to grace this occasion wherein we have assembled this evening to pay our respectful homage to His Holiness Jagannath Dasa Goswami, who was a contemporary of Lord Chaitanya." Suddenly, about 5 brahmanas sitting on a platform rose and walked off the stage to join a kirtana party in front of an altar in a nearby field. It seemed strange to the devotees that these men had to leave just when Śrīla Prabhupada was going to speak. "I thank you very much," Śrīla Prabhupada began, but then the sound system failed. Śrīla Prabhupada paused, while one of his own disciples, an electrician, corrected the problem. Śrīla Prabhupada resumed speaking, his voice amplified above the distraction of the nearby kirtanas. "So in our humble way," Prabhupada was saying, "we are trying to introduce Jagannath Svami's culture. Jagannatha Svami Nayanapathagyami Bhavatami." Sadashiva had invited Prabhupada explicitly to speak about his new book, and Prabhupada had already mentioned privately to his disciples that these people were inviting him to serve their own purpose. But now Prabhupada took the occasion to speak about Lord Jagannath, rather than about the Oriyan Jagannath Dasa. He had a special message in mind. "You will be very much pleased to know," he continued, "that in the year 1967 I introduced Ratha Yatra in San Francisco, and it has been going on continually for the last 9 or 10 years. And the government, they have fixed up a holiday for Ratha Yatra. We have the 20th of July as a government fixed up holiday for Ratha Yatra. And people take part in the Ratha Yatra. Not only my devotees, but even outsiders. 10 to 12,000 people attend, and we distribute prasadam to all of them. They feel very much obliged. And the newspaper writes that people in general never felt such ecstasy as they are feeling in the Ratha Yatra festival. The police say that the crowds in the Western countries, as soon as there is a big crowd, they create disturbance. But the police were surprised that this crowd is not a window-breaking crowd. Next we introduced Ratha Yatra in London. And in London, Trafalgar Square, it is the most famous square within the city, there is a big column called Nelson's Column. Our Ratha was so high that the Guardian newspaper criticized this Ratha Yatra as a rival to Nelson's Column. Next we introduced Ratha Yatra in Philadelphia. And last year we introduced Ratha Yatra in New York. And we also have Ratha Yatra in Melbourne and Sydney and in Paris. So in the Western countries Ratha Yatra is being introduced one after another, and Jagannath Svami is attracting the attention of the Western people." Suddenly some of the men on the stage began talking loudly among themselves in Oriya. Prabhupada stopped, turned, and said, "What is that?" The talking subsided, and he continued, "So people will come in your Jagannath Puri now from all parts of the world. That is beneficial from various points of view. From the point of view of the tourist program, the government will benefit. When people are attracted to see Jagannath Puri, Jagannath Svami, that is good. But unfortunately you do not allow these foreigners to enter the temple. How it can be adjusted? This stumbling block should be dissolved, that you want Jagannath Svami to be compact within your home and you do not expand the mercy of Jagannath. He is Jagannath. He is not only just Puranatha or Oryanatha. He is Jagannath. Krishna declares in the Bhagavad Gita, Bhaktaram yajnate pasam sarvalokamahesvaram. That is the definition of Jagannath, sarvalokamahesvaram. So why you should deny the inhabitants of Sarvaloka the darsana of Jagannath? Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu never approves such things. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said Pradhavinakyatanagaradi grama, sarvatra prakara hibmoranama. When the thing is being done and when they are eager to come here, why you should restrain? What is the cause? This is not very good. Lord of the universe. Krishna is the proprietor and controller of everything. Śrīla Prabhupada continued to argue that foreigners who had taken to Vaisnavism should be allowed to enter the temple of Lord Jagannath. Offences to the Vaisnavas, he said, were condemned by Lord Chaitanya. Therefore, Prabhupada declared, he had come to Puri specifically to request the leaders to remove this offensive restriction and be friendly to the foreign devotees. He invited Puri's leaders to come and see the Jagannath and Radha Krishna temples all over the world and see how the foreigners had actually become pure Vaisnavas, strictly avoiding sinful life. No illicit sex, no meat eating, no fish eating, no egg eating, no intoxication, no gambling, said Prabhupada. Why you should not receive them as Vaisnava and give them proper reception. That is my request. I hope there are many learned scholars and devotees present here. They should endeavor to remove this restriction of short-sightedness, and let us combinedly work with Jagannath to preach the bhakti cult for the benefit of the whole world. As Prabhupada finished his lecture, Hari Sarai leaned forward and asked Prabhupada if he wanted to answer questions. But Savashiva came quickly to Prabhupada's side and said, "No, don't put their questions." Savashiva picked up the small paperback volume which was supposed to have been the topic of the evening's presentation. "The Bhagavata of Jagannath," said Savashiva, and he handed it to Srila Prabhupada, requesting him to now speak, as expected, about the merit of the book and its inauguration. Srila Prabhupada looked indifferently at the small book in his hand. Speaking over the microphone he said, "So what shall I do? Of course, I do not know the Oriya language, but it is said that it is Bhagavata of Jagannath. So it is inaugurated today." Prabhupada placed the book down and stood up to leave. The audience applauded. Srila Prabhupada then walked off across the sands in the dark, followed by his disciples, and entered a nearby Gaudiya Math temple, where the devotees held kirtana. They then went to another Gaudiya Math temple, Purusattama Math, and again held kirtana. During the chanting at Purusattama Math, Prabhupada sat in a chair. When he was ready to leave, he began to stand, using his cane as a support, but suddenly, as he was about halfway up, he dropped down again onto the chair. Hari Sarai had to lift him to his feet by holding him under the arms. Prabhupada said nothing, but walked slowly out of the hall and got into the car. Not everyone had noticed Prabhupada's momentary collapse, but Hari Sarai, on returning to his room, anxiously wrote of it in a letter to a godbrother as yet another sign that Srila Prabhupada's health is very quickly dwindling away. Certainly none of the Puri Panditas had noticed any dwindling from Srila Prabhupada's presentation on behalf of Lord Jagannath, Lord of the Universe. In Bhubaneswar, just before 3 a.m. on the morning of January 30th, Srila Prabhupada began dictating the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. One of his servants in the next room heard through the wall and became so excited that he awakened the other devotees. The dividing wall between the two rooms was about 6 feet high, with an opening above the wall up to the thatched roof. Light from Srila Prabhupada's room shone into the next room through that opening, and his voice, although faint, could be clearly heard. He was dictating a short description of each chapter of the 10th canto. The first chapter, which has 69 verses, he began, describes Maharaja Parikshit's eagerness to learn about the incarnation of Lord Krishna, and it also tells us how Kamsa killed the 6 sons of Devaki because of his fear of being killed by her 8th child. The second chapter contains 42 verses. Prabhupada's patient description of each of the 90 chapters was the epitome of faithful rendering of Parampara knowledge, without concoction, interpretation, addition, or subtraction. Therefore, he spoke with the same full faith that the original speaker of the Bhagavatam, Sukadeva Goswami, had spoken with 5,000 years ago to Maharaja Parikshit. Simply by chanting or repeating Krishna Katha, Prabhupada was saying, one is liberated from the contamination of Kali Yuga. This is the mission of Krishna consciousness, to hear about Krishna and thus be liberated from material bondage. Sitting up on their blankets, the devotees listened. They would not return to sleep. It was an important, historic moment. The 10th canto begins 5,000 years ago, when the entire world was oppressed by demonic rulers, and Prabhupada was comparing the situation then to the present situation. His words were faint, but not weak. He was unhesitating, sure. Without reference to the supreme power of the personality of Godhead, Prabhupada dictated, demons assert themselves to be independent kings and presidents, and thus they create a disturbance by increasing their military power. When such disturbances are very prominent, Krishna appears. At present also, various demonic states all over the world are increasing their military power in many ways, and the whole situation has become distressful. Therefore Krishna has appeared by his name in the Hare Krishna movement, which will certainly diminish the burden of the world. Philosophers, religionists, and people in general must take to this movement very seriously, for man-made plans and devices will not help bring peace on earth. Srila Prabhupada was like a field general in his tent, and his disciples were like his infantrymen. They knew they were hearing his battle strategies even before the information was disseminated through the chain of command. They were thrilled. With faith they heard that just as Krishna had defeated the demonic rulers, so the Krishna consciousness movement would counteract the demonic culture of the present age. Later, on the morning walk, one of the devotees mentioned to Prabhupada that they were planning to put his name on a sign on the door, saying that on January 30th at 2:50 a.m., Śrīla Prabhupada began the 10th canto. Prabhupada was pleasantly surprised that they had heard him. Krishna's flute can be heard in the 10th canto, said Prabhupada, and the chapters 29 through 34 are the smiling face of Krishna. Another of Śrīla Prabhupada's GBC men, Satsvarūpa Dāsa Goswami, had recently replaced Ramasvara Swami as Prabhupada's secretary for the month. Śrīla Prabhupada, Satsvarūpa asked one evening while sitting with Prabhupada in his quarters, "When I first came here Ramasvara Maharaja said that you had been speaking of how Krishna consciousness would rise to power in the United States, and I find it hard to have that vision, since now it is just the opposite." "It is true," said Śrīla Prabhupada, "but now it has only taken its roots. You have to water and protect it, then you'll get fruit. You have to give it protection. People must hear about us by our books, and we have to talk about the books. So it is not that it will happen overnight?" "No," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "Gradually it will grow. The seed is there. Now protect it by introducing more and more books in every house." Again, Prabhupada referred to the upcoming New York court case. "At least tell them to read our books," he said. "This is our statement. Our defense is that you first of all read these books and then give your statement. Finish this, and then give your judgment. Give them all these 84 books." Śrīla Prabhupada became excited by the thought of the judges and lawyers reading all his books. He was completely serious, and he insisted the devotees get the authorities to read the books as legal evidences. Śrīla Prabhupada continued, "Krishna says, Sarva dharman parityajya, surrender to me and give up all other religion. Now the question may rise, why we shall surrender? Then you can argue and go on for 3 years. The whole thing will come out. What is God? What is creation? What is your position? Why you should surrender? And so on, and so on, so on. What do you think?" "Yes, we should introduce the books as much as possible," said Satsvarūpa. "I'll write a letter to New York and tell them to emphasize this. Bring all these books in the court," Prabhupada said. One time in Calcutta there was a big lawyer named Mr. Ghosh. So on one case he brought so many books for argument. The judges were friends, so they very mildly criticized him. "Oh, Mr. Ghosh, you have brought the whole library?" "Yes, my lord," said Mr. Ghosh, "just to teach you law." Śrīla Prabhupada laughed and repeated, "Yes, my lord, just to teach you law." Prabhupada wanted his disciples to apply the same logic in the New York case. If the judge objected and said, "Why have you brought so many books to bother me?" the devotees should reply, "You have to hear. It may take 12 years to hear, but you have to hear. This is the law." It sounded difficult, but the devotees knew they would have to try. This was Śrīla Prabhupada's specific instruction for handling the case. "We have to say," said Prabhupada, "we never tried to brainwash. We have done exactly according to Sastra, authority. Here is the evidence. We have not manufactured anything. So they must read all the books. I think you should take defense in that way." "Our defense statement is already written in your books," said Hari Sorai. "Certain sections?" asked Satsvarūpa. "Or should we say that they have to read all the books?" Prabhupada shouted, "All. Line to line. Our defense is 84 volumes. But they'll say," said Guru Kripa Swami, "if we read all these books, we'll become brainwashed too." "That is my duty," said Prabhupada. "You are trying to brainwash me, and I am trying to brainwash you. This is going on. That is the tussle. It is wrestling. You are trying your strength. I am trying my strength. Otherwise, where is their fight? You have got right to not agree with me. I have got right to not agree with you. Now let us settle." In Bhubaneswar on February 2nd, the appearance day of Lord Nityananda, Śrīla Prabhupada held the cornerstone laying ceremony. About 1,000 people came during the day to take prasadam. Savashiva Rath attended and spoke. Prabhupada's disciple Svarupa Damodar also spoke, as did Prabhupada himself. Later, Prabhupada discussed with his disciples about how to manage the Bhubaneswar center. Some of the sannyasis admitted to Prabhupada that they did not see much potential there. "Why not?" questioned Prabhupada. "This is the capital of Orissa. People are coming here. We have to have centers in every town. Even if it is not a big center, some have to work and stay here. Even if the people are coming every night only to eat the khichdi, that is also preaching." One of the devotees said that it was too far from town and that Orissa was too poor. A better idea might be to try to build a big temple in Jagannath Puri. Srila Prabhupada replied that to build in Jagannath Puri was alright, but that Bhubaneswar was also important. Prabhupada's Oriyan disciple, Gaura Govinda Swami, told Prabhupada that as soon as the annual India pilgrimage was over, all the devotees would leave, and he would be left alone with one or two brahmacharis. He was particularly suited to translating Prabhupada's books into Oriya, so he asked Prabhupada to give him someone to help manage the center. "Where's the fat one?" asked Prabhupada. "Bring him here." And a devotee ran out to fetch Bhagavata. At the time the devotee found him, Bhagavata was sitting in the visitor's tent, telling the other devotees about his plan to go to New York. When he heard Srila Prabhupada wanted to see him, he assumed it was in connection with the cornerstone laying ceremony, since he was in charge. But as soon as he entered Prabhupada's room he sensed something heavy was about to happen. Srila Prabhupada smiled and asked Bhagavata how he was. "I'm fine, Srila Prabhupada. How would you like to stay here and manage this place?" "Well, Srila Prabhupada, I don't really think I can stay here. It's too hard." "Couldn't you stay here and build this building?" "I could. But it is very difficult. And I was all set to go to New York." Bhagavata began excitedly telling Prabhupada about a telegram from Adikesava Swami in New York inviting him to come and head an important preaching department in the temple. "New York?" said Srila Prabhupada. "They have too many men in New York already. You don't have to go to New York. You should stay here." Bhagavata objected. He couldn't work with Gargamuni Swami, the GBC man for this area of India. Prabhupada replied that he was sending Gargamuni to Bangladesh. He wouldn't be in charge of ISKCON in Orissa anymore. Prabhupada would personally supervise Bhagavata. Bhagavata Dasa's next objection was that his health was not good, and he had to sleep a lot. "This is a very healthy place," Prabhupada countered. "You simply go out in the field to pass stool, then wash with your lota, and afterwards clean the lota with the mud. And you can bathe with the same lota. In this way you will stay clean and healthy." Bhagavata then raised his ultimate objection. "Srila Prabhupada," he said, "to tell you the truth, I'm not chanting my rounds. I think I better go to New York, because there is good association there, and I can become strong in my regulations." "That's all right," Prabhupada replied. "You are working very hard. So if sometimes you aren't chanting your rounds, that's all right. As long as you are working hard, you can do your rounds at another time." "Well, Srila Prabhupada," said Bhagavata Dāsa, "according to the Gravastikam, I can understand that whenever you please the spiritual master you please Krishna." Prabhupada smiled. "Yes. So if you want me to stay here, then I should stay." "Yes, I want you to stay here, make life members, build this building, and help manage the place." Although Prabhupada had laid a cornerstone for a temple, the center had no funds or donors in sight and no established congregation. All the devotees had was faith in Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada's train was to leave at 11 o'clock the next night, and Prabhupada sat in his little hut talking with his disciples until it was time to go. The conversation ranged from World War II politics to the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. At one point, Srila Prabhupada was saying how man cannot change the laws of nature. Man should not claim that he knows something or can do something unless he can stop the miseries of birth, death, disease, and old age. "My position means my karma," Prabhupada explained. "If I am in the plush Bhaktivedanta manner, I have the same suffering as I do in this hut. If I think, now I am in the manner, I am happy, that is foolishness. But that is how they think. Then why are they dying? They should stop that. Can you, my disciples, help me in old age? You may try your best, but you should admit it is beyond your power. But as soon as you go back home, back to Godhead, everything is solved." He spoke about diets. Ghee was not good for him, but to eat only boiled food was like starving. He said he was capable of fasting. "If you give me nothing to eat for 3 days, I can do it." Gargamuni told Srila Prabhupada of a man he knew in Calcutta who was healthy at 90 and who attributed his health and longevity to his strict diet of only fruits. Gargamuni suggested Prabhupada try that diet, and Prabhupada agreed. Prabhupada mentioned the diet of his spiritual master. Bhaktisiddhana Sarasvati, he said, ate very little, but not only fruits. He liked to eat salty things, and his favorite preparation was made from chickpea flour and peanuts fried in ghee. After the talk, when devotees were commenting about Prabhupada's proposed fruit diet, Hari Sauraya remarked affectionately, "He has said that before, but he will never do it." On the overnight train ride to Calcutta, Prabhupada could not rest because of 2 drunken men in the next compartment. Throughout the night they were howling and addressing each other, "Oh, Dr. Mukherjee. Oh, Mr. Chatterjee." Prabhupada remarked with disgust that these were the names of Bengali Brahmana families, but that now they had become drunkards. Jagannath Puri, he said, had been a holy place for thousands of years, but within a few years it would be so no longer. People were using Puri as a seaside resort for recreation, people like Dr. Mukherjee and Mr. Chatterjee, who had no understanding of spiritual life. As the train pulled into Howrah station, Prabhupada sat for a few minutes before disembarking. The vendors' loud cries of "Shay! Shay!" punctuated the overall din of humanity and machines. T. This modern society. Prabhupada sighed. It is very painful to even see their faces, they are fallen so much. By seeing their faces you become polluted. Last night they disturbed so much. And they think they are happy, they are enjoying life. But we have to take the risk, said Satsvarūpa, to go and preach? Yes, said Prabhupada. If you are engaged in preaching, you are not affected. Sometimes yogis go to the Himalayas just to avoid seeing the face of the vicious persons. They practice yoga in a sacred and solitary place. Otherwise, what is this? Simply shay, and cigarette, biddy, talking nonsense, drinking? Yet the Vedic system is still in India. In the morning they take bath in the villages. In the cities also, at least those who come from the village. You will find in Bombay, many poor men are taking bath early in the morning. You have seen? They will wash their floor, take bath. With fond thoughts of the pure life in the Vedic village, Śrīla Prabhupāda left the station, passing through the crowds and the noise. He knew Calcutta well, better than any of his disciples. The poverty, chaos, and political slogans did not faze him. It was his hometown. But he had no mundane connections there. He was coming only for a few days, to preach. Then on to Mayapur February 7, 1977. More than 80 Bengali Gurukula boys, along with some 100 other devotees, greeted Prabhupada with a kirtana at the front gate of the Mayapur Chandrodaya Mandir. The entire ISKCON land seemed to be blooming with flowers, and the freshly painted temple building shone like the first reddish rays of dawn. The new building, a long residential building, was almost completed. Back to home, back to Godhead, Prabhupada said softly, as his car entered the gate and slowly proceeded toward the temple. He was arriving 3 weeks before hundreds of devotees from all over the world were scheduled to come and be with him for the celebration of Gauri Purnima, the appearance day of Lord Chaitanya. Bhavananda Goswami and Jayapataka Swami, Śrīla Prabhupada's leaders of ISKCON Mayapur, ushered him through the crowd of Gurukula boys and devotees up to the deity room, where he beheld and bowed before the shining, golden forms of Sri Sri Radhamadhava. Later, while sitting in his room on the second floor, Śrīla Prabhupada complimented the devotees for making the grounds so beautiful and clean. Hundreds of flowers decorated his room like a gorgeous garden. These flowers are your first success, said Prabhupada. He sat back, relaxed with the special pleasure and satisfaction he felt when in the atmosphere of his beloved Mayapur. For Krishna's service, he said, you submit some plan, and he's very glad. We want some flower for Krishna's service, and Krishna is supplying. Everything we want for Krishna, not for our sense gratification. For Krishna we can endeavor multifariously, that is the contribution of Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati. Śrīla Prabhupada said that prior to Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, the Vaisnavas used to live retired lives in Vrindavana, no preaching. Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati was the first to demonstrate how pure devotees can preach in sophisticated ways, even living in big buildings and utilizing automobiles in the service of Krishna. People may be envious that these devotees are living in palatial buildings, said Prabhupada, but Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur said only the devotees shall live in palatial buildings. Only devotees. Just like government servants are given the best places to live in. Similarly, those who are devotees, they should be given all facilities. Not extravagancy, not luxury, but nice food, nice place, nice facilities, and chant Hare Krishna. This is our mission. This is not dry. Especially you coming from America and Europe, you are not accustomed to the hardships of Indian people. You must have the bare necessities of comfort, and serve Krishna. This I am trying to do and utilize. Prabhupada thanked the devotees present for working in Krishna consciousness, and he reiterated his familiar formula that American brains and American money combined with Indian culture could turn the whole world into a heaven. Later, Śrīla Prabhupada went to oversee the new building, the longest building in West Bengal. Jayapataka Swami said, more than 700 feet. Śrīla Prabhupada said it looked like a train. He inspected all the rooms one by one and emphasized that they must be ready in time for the festival. Walking along the veranda he remarked, "Oh, it is just like Fifth Avenue." The next few days were quiet. Prabhupada would sit taking his massage in the late morning on the roof amid hundreds of potted plants. Leaning on the rail of the veranda outside his room one day, he looked down onto the lawn where one of the women was picking flowers for the deities. "This is temple," he said, "always something going on. And with each flower picked, she advances in spiritual life a little more." Prabhupada particularly liked that the Mayapur Chandrodaya Mandir was always being expanded and improved. He liked to look out from the veranda and see guests arriving, devotees working, and new plans manifesting. But Prabhupada's ill health persisted, an imbalance of pitta and vayu, bile and air, he said. One morning when his servant asked him how he felt, he replied, "Very bad." But sometimes after a very bad morning, he would feel much better. The devotees did not think of Prabhupada's illness in a material way, but it caused them anxiety. Over the years he had gone through various health crises, and the devotees knew these illnesses were transcendental, directly controlled by Krishna. In 1974, when he had been very ill in Vrindavana, he had said that the cause was his disciples not strictly following the rules and principles of Krishna consciousness. His disciples knew they had to strictly follow his orders if they actually cared for his health. He would go on taking risks, accepting more disciples, traveling and preaching, but his disciples had to avoid acting in ways that would disturb his health. Mostly the devotees preferred to think that Prabhupada's health would soon improve. And Śrīla Prabhupada himself did not dwell on the subject, he was too absorbed in spreading the Krishna consciousness movement. A few days after his arrival, Śrīla Prabhupada journeyed by car and ferry to Navadvipa to visit the asrama of his god-brother Bhaktivedanta Sridhara Maharaja. But while walking up the steep stone steps, Prabhupada's legs suddenly gave way, and he collapsed. Fortunately, Hari Sorai was close enough to catch him. It was the second time Prabhupada had collapsed in less than 2 weeks. Both times he had been actively preaching, and both times he had continued on his way with no mention of what had happened. In Bhubaneswar, Śrīla Prabhupada had promised Satsvarūpa Damodara he would go to Manipur with him after the Mayapur festival. Manipur, an independent country north of India, was mentioned in the Vedic literature. Prabhupada said. Arjuna's wife Citrangada had come from Manipur, and it had been ruled by Krishna-conscious Kshatriyas. Now Śrīla Prabhupada, encouraged by Satsvarūpa Damodara, who was born and raised in Manipur, was eager to go and try to revive a Krishna-conscious state there. But with his weakening health, he questioned whether he should travel. Hari Sorai, who had been with Prabhupada continually for 18 months, felt that Prabhupada's health was not likely to improve. And in one sense, the Krishna consciousness movement was spreading so widely under Prabhupada's direction that it was perhaps not so necessary for Prabhupada to travel, at least not with the extraordinary expenditure of energy and strength that he had been displaying for the last 10 years. Maybe he could retire from traveling. Even during the previous summer, when he had been traveling in the United States, he had once remarked that he simply wanted to go there to become encouraged by how well his devotees were managing everything by themselves. He used to say that he had laid the foundation and erected the framework for the building of the Krishna consciousness movement, now his followers simply had to fill it in. He would often say he had injected medicine into the system of materialistic society, now it would spread and act. He also said he had ignited the fire that would now rage around the world. Therefore, although he was always anxious for his movement, he had confidence. One morning just after breakfast, Prabhupada was on his veranda looking out across the land of Mayapur. Turning to Hari Sorai, he said, "Actually it does not matter even if I die immediately. I have given the basis for everything, and now if they simply manage things nicely and follow whatever programs I have begun, then everything will be successful." Hari Sorai was disturbed to hear such statements, and he remained speechless. Then Prabhupada added, "But still I would like to finish this Srimad Bhagavatam." Śrīla Prabhupada's stay at ISKCON Mayapur had been quiet, but as the GBC men began arriving from the west, he heard the latest news of the fierce opposition to Krishna consciousness in America. Tamala Krishna Goswami and Brahmananda Swami, coming from New York, reported that the case in which Adi Kesava Swami was being charged with mind control would be heard later in March and that the judge had given Adi Kesava permission to come and see Śrīla Prabhupada. They also told Prabhupada that several other devotees had been kidnapped and that, in some cases, parents had secured legal conservatorship through judges to abduct the devotees. "What is the complaint of the opposing party?" asked Prabhupada. Again, as when he had argued with Ramesvara Swami, he defended the Krishna consciousness movement while his disciples fired materialistic arguments at him. It was not just an exercise, he was training his disciples. He had to answer any arguments that had discouraged or weakened them. And beyond that, he was actually the ultimate defender of Krishna consciousness. "They say we are zombies," said Brahmananda. "Zombies?" Prabhupada asked. "What is that?" "Zombies," said Hari Sorai. Like a robot. We have no brain. We are like machines. They say we have no freedom of choice. Children have got also the same thing, replied Prabhupada. But the father stops. Children want to play, they do not like to go to school. Father does not like it. Is that father's attempt to check the child's freedom? Every father is doing that. The government is doing that. Why the government is checking criminals? Prabhupada was interested to hear other news, and Tamala Krishna Goswami reported on the new ISKCON farm in Pennsylvania and on the restaurant in New York City. Brahmananda Swami talked about their new farm in Africa, and both he and Tamala Krishna gave their impression of things at Hari Krishna land in Bombay and reported on Gopala Krishna's progress in printing Prabhupada's books in various Indian languages. So this is the thing that is starting to happen now, said Tamala Krishna. They are lobbying in the Congress of the United States to pass laws that if someone is abnormal then the parents should have the right to commit him to psychological treatments. Even though the child may be 50 years old and the parents 70 years old, if the parents think that the child is not sane, then they have the right to have the child committed. This is very dangerous, said Prabhupada. They told Prabhupada of a devotee who had been kidnapped while distributing books at an airport. The court had given the girl's parents legal authority to have her confined for 30 days in a special center in Arizona run by deprogrammers. They also told him that among the lobbyists advocating kidnapping were powerful groups of Christians and Jews, who had become active because they saw that other movements, not only the Krishna consciousness movement, were taking young people away from the religion of their parents. Tamala Krishna suggested that a probable result of ISKCON's court case in New York would be to establish ISKCON as bona fide. Defenders of civil rights in America were alarmed at the threat to constitutional liberties, and therefore the court case was generating great interest. It was a test of freedom of religion. Tamala Krishna told Prabhupada it was the biggest test case of the decade, and that the American Civil Liberties Union had taken it as one of their main priorities. 2 states have passed laws making this deprogramming legal, said Brahmananda Swami. And they also give tax exemption. That means the government is giving support. Yes, said Prabhupada. They are afraid that these Krishna-conscious men may capture the government. Yes, agreed Tamala Krishna Goswami, some of them are saying that the Krishna-conscious organization is very powerful and that our ambition is to take over the world. Śrīla Prabhupada laughed. That's a fact. Well, let us see. It is a fight between Krishna and demon. Let us do our duty and chant Hare Krishna, everything will be all right. There were so many demons. Prahlada Maharaja was 5 years old boy and his father was such a big demon. But still Prahlada Maharaja was victorious. Similarly, you are all like Prahlada Maharaja. The fight is there. Chant Hare Krishna. Depend on Krishna. You will come out victorious. Nrsimhadeva will come. So the poison of Krishna consciousness is acting now. That is good. If we come out victorious, that will be a great victory. As they spoke, the electricity went off, and Prabhupada's room, as well as the rest of the building, was in darkness. Within a few moments a devotee entered with a kerosene lantern. Prabhupada began to reminisce, saying that electricity had been introduced in India when he was a young boy. At first not every house could afford electricity, he said, and if a man had a good gas light in his house, he was considered rich. He said the street lamps were carbon arc, and the man who changed the carbon rods would throw the used ones in the street. When the carbon would be changed, said Prabhupada, they would throw, and we children would collect them. What would you do with them? Asked Tamala Krishna. Śrīla Prabhupada laughed and said, we have collected something. So electricity was introduced in our life when we were 10 or 12. But still you were able to read, said Brahmananda. Yes, said Prabhupada, with this lantern. He recalled that his father would purchase kerosene for the lanterns. His father was not rich, but by buying and stocking things in quantity, he used to amply provide for his family. Life was simple then, Prabhupada concluded, but civilized. The sannyasis began telling Prabhupada about how a military dictatorship had taken over in Argentina and had officially banned the Krishna consciousness movement. $20,000 worth of books had been seized, and devotees had been arrested. Many other persons were being regularly arrested or shot in the streets. Things are deteriorating everywhere, said Prabhupada. Very quickly, added Brahmananda. Śrīla Prabhupada, so this will give impetus to Krishna consciousness, yada yada hi dharmasaya glani. Don't be disappointed. Krishna will act through his movement and kill them, these demons. How it will be done, that you cannot know now, but it will be done. Let us remain true soldiers. That's all. And suppose you die in the fight? Fight means with vow, with determination either to gain victory or die. Because it is a fight against Maya. Why you shall be afraid of being killed? When there is a fight, one must know that, either I am going to be killed or gain victory. Yivamarava. Those who are devotees, either they live or they die, it's the same thing. While they live they are serving Krishna. When they die they will serve Krishna. Yivamarava. Tyaktvadam punarjanma nadi mamiti. He goes to Krishna. So what is the loss? We are working for Krishna, and if we die we go to Krishna. What is the loss? Lord Krishna appears when religious principles are disturbed. Bhagavad Gita 4.7, at the time of death a Krishna-conscious person goes to Krishna. Bhagavad Gita 4.9, a few days later Adikesava Swami arrived in Mayapur to see Śrīla Prabhupāda. Adikesava was only 23 years old, and all these things were creating a great strain upon him. Against his lawyer's advice, he had come to India in desperation, to see Śrīla Prabhupāda. For the preliminary hearings he had worn a business suit and a regular haircut, but now he appeared before Śrīla Prabhupāda with shaven head and saffron robes. Other sannyasis had also arrived, and they all gathered in Prabhupada's room, eager to get his direction. This movement is not brainwashing, Prabhupada began, we are brain-giving. First of all you must have brain. Then there is a question of washing. But you have no brain. You do not know what is this life. You cannot explain what is the difference between a dead man and a living man. You have got so many big scientists and philosophers, but you do not know. So where's your brain? First of all prove your brain. Then there can be a question of washing. It is not brainwashing. It is brain-giving movement. Unfortunately, you have no brain. Therefore you misunderstand. On this point the Bhagavad Gita will explain. What do you think? Brainwashing or brain-giving? Yes, said Adikesava, this is good. Prabhupada said that devotees should consult among themselves, write an essay, and send it to the court. His main point was that most people could not understand the simple truth of the soul. They are in need of knowledge, and the Krishna consciousness movement is giving essential knowledge of the soul. Therefore it is a brain-giving movement. Adikesava took the role of the antagonists. Well, he said, I have a brain, and it is functioning. Otherwise, how could I be speaking to you now? How could I even answer you? But that speaking and the dog's barking are the same thing, said Prabhupada. The dog is barking. What is the difference? He is speaking in a different language, that's all. The dog is barking, and you are speaking. What is the difference? Adikesava, but they say, we have art. We have science. Whatever you may have, Prabhupada replied, you cannot answer the ultimate question. Arguments flew back and forth, as other devotees in the room challenged Prabhupada's logic. But Prabhupada stuck to his main point. If a man doesn't know the difference between a dead man and a living man, if he doesn't know the soul, then he has no brain. When the devotees mentioned faith in scripture, Prabhupada said that he was not arguing on the basis of scripture, but on logic. Whatever arguments they raised, Prabhupada strongly defeated. There was no trace of illness or weakness in Prabhupada's demeanor as he drilled his men on how to defend by aggressive argument. They say that this discussion is beyond our intelligence, said Adikesava. If you say beyond your intelligence, said Śrīla Prabhupada, that means you have no brain. In Prabhupada's association, Adikesava gained strength and conviction. They complain, said Adikesava, that if one becomes a devotee, he suffers from loss of identity. But actually, they don't know who they are. So we will challenge them like that, what is this loss of identity? You don't even know who you are. So you have nothing to lose. Yes, said Prabhupada, with great spirit. What is your identification? That you do not know. We are teaching that by identifying yourself with this body, you have lost your identity. Most of their charges, said Adikesava, are based on misconceptions about our movement. For instance, they say that we do not eat enough or sleep enough. Yet we have studies from their own scientists that say our diet is good. Śrīla Prabhupada, how we are living if our diet is not good? 10 years we are eating insufficiently? Then how we are living? You do not know what is good food, but the result you have to know. A cow eats so much grass, and a human being eats a small plateful. If the cow says, you are not eating sufficient like me, is that logic? No, said Adikesava, it is not logic. Prabhupada, so you are just like cows and asses. You eat voraciously. Does it mean I have to eat voraciously? But what proof is there? Asked Amala Krishna Goswami. They may argue for proof of the soul. This is proof, said Śrīla Prabhupada. Now if the real active principle has left, if you can understand it, then replace it. Replace life. If you cannot, then you have no brain. Prabhupada argued that at death, although the parts of a body remained, Something was missing. But you have not seen that something, said Tamala Krishna. See it or not, said Prabhupada, I can see. Why, this man is dead. Something is missing. Well, said Tamala Krishna, it's just like a machine. Srila Prabhupada became fiery. A machine you can replace. Why don't you bring a new body and replace the dead one? Therefore you have no brain. It is a completely different thing. Prabhupada said this philosophy of the soul should be presented in court. It will be very interesting, he said. The case will prolong, and we can disclose our whole philosophy. Is it not? Think deeply, over and over, and fight. Tell them, what is your seeing? You cannot see beyond this wall. Does it mean there is nothing? Why depend on your seeing, rascal? You are being brainless. I take it as a good opportunity for describing our whole philosophy. Don't take it as otherwise. Rather, prove yourself sufficient in this subject matter. This is a trial examination. The devotees told Prabhupada how critics were examining the Srimad Bhagavatam and trying to find fault with the devotees on the basis of their philosophy. They were challenged in court about Prabhupada's statement that man had not gone to the moon. I personally did not go with you, said Srila Prabhupada. So how shall I believe? From the practical point of view, I did not go. It is just some news, so why should I accept it? They believe some paper, that's all. So why shall we not believe the Vedic literatures? Vedic literature is so authoritative. It has been accepted by the Acharyas. Next the devotees began talking about how the parents and deprogrammers justified their use of force. This clouds the issue in the courtroom, said Tamala Krishna Goswami, because everyone naturally feels very sympathetic toward the fathers and mothers. Why don't you quote from our Sastra, replied Srila Prabhupada, that he is not father, Pita Nasasayat. Find this verse. Pradyumna had the book off the shelf and his finger on the verse within a few seconds. He read, Guru Nasasayat Svayano Nasasayat, Pita Nasasach Janani Na Sayat, Divam Natat Sion Napati Sion, Namakadya Samu Petamurdiyam. One who cannot deliver his dependents from the path of repeated birth and death should never become a spiritual master, a father, husband, mother, or worshipable demigod. So how is he the father? Asked Prabhupada. What is the purport? Adi Kesava Swami, they argue sometimes that, you will argue your point, interrupted Prabhupada, but our point is there. We shall argue from our point of view. Unless the father releases the son from the cycle of birth and death, he is not father. Srila Prabhupada never let up, and finally he concluded, if you try to advise a rascal, he will be angry. So this is the position. Still, we have to do our business. What can be done? Difficult task. Therefore, if you want to please Krishna very quickly, struggle for preaching, ya idam paramamukhyam mad bhaksvanthyasiyati. So we have got our business, to please Krishna. That is our mission. So despite so many inconveniences, we have to do this business. Mudhayam nabhijanati lokamam ajamavyayam. They are all mudhas. So we have been engaged to teach them some lesson. I am never manifested to the foolish and unintelligent. For them I am covered by my eternal creative potency, Yogamaya, and so the deluded world knows me not, who am unborn and infallible. Bhagavad Gita 7.25. Later, Srila Prabhupada spoke privately and in more detail with Adi Kesava Swami. They told me that you had grown your hair, said Prabhupada. Adi Kesava admitted it was so but that he couldn't do it anymore. He said he wanted to go to court proudly and say that he was Prabhupada's son and proud of being a devotee. Prabhupada said that was also his desire, that Adi Kesava go into court in sannyasa dress and carrying his sannyasa danda. He should have tilaka and a shaved head, and he should preach. Srila Prabhupada told how people had advised him to wear Western dress when he had first come to America. Adi Kesava had received recent letters from Prabhupada, but now Prabhupada told him face to face to bring all of the books into court and introduce them as evidence. He should boldly preach. Adi Kesava mentioned that an official in the Indian embassy had said that the Indian government would give him asylum if necessary. Srila Prabhupada was pleased to hear this. When Adi Kesava admitted that he was sometimes discouraged and alone in the prolonged legal struggle, Prabhupada said he could take other men with him to help. But the main backing Adi Kesava required was from Srila Prabhupada. He wanted Prabhupada's mercy. And Prabhupada, like a father, gave solace and courage to his young, rather frail-looking son who was going into battle. Don't be afraid, Prabhupada said. Repeatedly he would call Adi Kesava to his room to give him more mercy, another logical argument, an instruction on how he should act in court. Prabhupada's essential advice, of which Adi Kesava was now aware and convinced, was that he should preach. Krishna would protect him. Tamala Krishna replaced Satsvarūpa as Prabhupada's secretary. Early in the morning, on Satsvarūpa's last day of duty, Śrīla Prabhupada called him in just after dictating his Srimad Bhagavatam verses and purports and told him that for breakfast he wanted cucumber, soaked mung dal and fruits. He said he had just dictated some verses and purports dealing with transmigration, and he rewound the tape and played back the dictation, philosophical arguments of Krishna's father, Vasudeva, trying to convince Kamsa about the eternality of the soul. Vasudeva argued that at death the soul changes from one body to another, just as a man walking down the street places one foot in front of the other. And Prabhupada, while listening, demonstrated by walking with two fingers across the dictating machine. Prabhupada's dictation continued, "At the present moment there is great opposition to the Hare Krishna movement, which is being called a brainwashing movement. But actually the so-called scientists, philosophers, and other leaders in the Western countries have no brains at all. The Hare Krishna movement is trying to elevate such foolish persons by enlightening their intelligence so that they will take advantage of the human body. Unfortunately, because of gross ignorance they regard the Hare Krishna movement as a brainwashing movement. They do not know that without God consciousness one is forced to continue transmigrating from one body to another." Now the very same arguments that Prabhupada had spoken to the sannyasis were immortalized in the Bhaktivedanta purports. In the future, after the court case had been finished and mostly forgotten, Prabhupada's true assessment of the situation would prevail. On February 22, 350 devotees arrived on a Boeing 747 Air India jet at Dum Dum Airport in Calcutta. The special flight, all devotees, had flown from Los Angeles to New York to London, picking up more devotees at each stop. As it was the first landing of a 747 in Calcutta, the mayor, local militia, leading Air India dignitaries, and media people were on hand to greet the historic flight. One of the devotees told a reporter that the Boeing 747s coming from the west to Calcutta was the mercy of Lord Chaitanya and Śrīla Prabhupada. 10 busloads of devotees then rode to Mayapur. Soon the Mayapur Chandrodaya Mandir was teeming with transcendental activity. The Gaura Purnima festival was in full swing. The Vakunda Players of New York staged an evening theater performance of the Ramayana, and Śrīla Prabhupada attended. The audience watched and appreciated Śrīla Prabhupada almost as much as they did the play. On the opening night of the pandal, a government minister attended to officially inaugurate the festivities. He cut a ribbon to open the new building, and he and Śrīla Prabhupada walked together down the long first-floor corridor and viewed a photo display of ISKCON centers around the world. Halfway down the corridor Śrīla Prabhupada stopped, shook his head, and said, "It is all inconceivable." The minister was also amazed at the scale on which Śrīla Prabhupada was propagating Gaudiya Vaishnavism. Then Śrīla Prabhupada and his guest went onto the stage. The minister gave an introductory speech, glorifying a well-known impersonalist Swami, referring to him as a divine incarnation. He also slighted the name of Lord Chaitanya by saying that although he didn't know whether Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was an incarnation, he knew he had certainly done good in the world. Śrīla Prabhupada spoke next, using scriptural evidence to correct the erroneous opinions the minister had given in his talk. Śrīla Prabhupada spoke in Bengali, and most of his disciples could not understand, but they could appreciate the gist. Later, when Śrīla Prabhupada was sitting in his room with a few devotees, he began laughing. Smacking his fist into his left palm, he said, "I have smashed him." With Gaura Purnima only about a week away, thousands of Bengali pilgrims were attending the ISKCON center each night. They streamed into the temple room for Kirtana and Darsana of Radha Madhava and then went to see the ISKCON photo exhibit. It was the biggest and best organized Mayapur festival ever. Despite the opposition in America, Lord Chaitanya's movement was flooding the world with the waves of Sankirtana, and this gathering of more than 500 devotees from every continent was a powerful testimony to the good health of the growing Krishna consciousness movement. Ramasvara Swami returned with the latest figures of Prabhupada's book production. In the English language alone Śrīla Prabhupada had published 43,450,500 pieces of literature. And the total production of Prabhupada's books in 23 languages, including Russian, was 55,314,000, more than 90% of which had already been distributed. Ramasvara also presented Śrīla Prabhupada with a new book just off the press, the 9th canto, Part 1, of Srimad Bhagavatam. Radha Vallabha reported that the next printing of Bhagavad Gita as it is would be so large that the paper required to print it would have to be carried on 76 train cars. Prabhupada and the devotees laughed at the astounding figures. Prabhupada thanked the devotees for their hard work. "This is the blessing of my Guru Maharaja," he said. "He wanted it. And because we are trying to do this, he is giving us all blessings." Śrīla Prabhupada continued to be very active, encouraging devotees, writing, preaching. Soon after the busloads of devotees arrived, however, he became very ill again. His busy schedule became a strain, but he continued. The GBC men began their annual 3 days of meetings, and each evening they would meet with Prabhupada. He heard their proposals and, after making some corrections, approved them. The final item on the GBC's list of resolutions was that all ISKCON temples hold 24-hour kirtana, in view of Prabhupada's sickness. The devotees had also done this in 1974 when Prabhupada had been ill. Yes, Prabhupada said when he heard the resolution, chanting is the only cure for all diseases. On Gaura Purnima, Śrīla Prabhupada accepted more than 200 disciples for first initiation, and he awarded second initiation to 100 disciples. Huge crowds poured through the front gate all day, and from 4 p.m. until late at night, the roads would be packed and the kirtanas would attract large receptive audiences. In the afternoon Śrīla Prabhupada received Taran Kandi Ghosh, the Home Minister for Bengal, also in charge of the state police force. Prabhupada spoke with Mr. Ghosh in his room and found him very favorable toward ISKCON and the Krishna consciousness philosophy. Śrīla Prabhupada had decided to stay on in Mayapur instead of accompanying the devotees to Vrindavana for the second half of the festival, so some of the leaders came to his room to pay their respects before departing. When Harikesa Swami and Adikesava Swami entered together, Prabhupada told Harikesa that because the people in the communist countries were suffering so much, he should give them books without making them pay. Turning to Adikesava, he said he had placed much responsibility on Adikesava's thin shoulders but that he should be victorious. So you are Harikesa and Adikesava, he said, the Kesa brothers. So go and preach. Be successful. Śrīla Prabhupada similarly spoke lovingly with other GBC men as they departed for their assigned areas around the world. Within a few days, Mayapur was again quiet, with very few visiting devotees remaining. Almost 2 weeks later, while Śrīla Prabhupada was still in Mayapur, the news of the New York court decision appeared on the front page of the Times of India. On receiving it, Tamala Krishna Goswami immediately brought a copy to Prabhupada in his room and, at Prabhupada's request, read it out loud. Hare Krishna Movement is Bona Fide Religion, Washington, March 18. The Hare Krishna Movement was called a bona fide religion yesterday by the New York High Court Justice who threw out 2 charges against the officials of the movement of illegal imprisonment and attempted extortion. The charge had been preferred by an angry parent that his son, as well as another disciple, had been held by the movement illegally and that they had been brainwashed. The entire and basic issue before the court, said the justice in dismissing the charges, is whether the 2 alleged victims in this case and the defendants will be allowed to practice the religion of their choice, and this must be answered with a resounding affirmative, said Mr. Justice John Leahy. The Hare Krishna movement is a bona fide religion with roots in India that go back thousands of years. It behooved Merrill Kreshauer and Edward Shapiro to follow the tenets of that faith, and their inalienable right to do so will not be trampled upon. The separation of church and state must be maintained. We must remain a nation of laws, not of man. The presentment and indictment by the grand jury was in direct and blatant violation of the defendant's constitutional rights. The justice said that it appeared to the court, the people rest their case on an erroneous minor premise to arrive at a fallacious conclusion. The record is devoid of one specific allegation of a misrepresentation or any act of deception on the part of any defendant. The justice said, the freedom of religion is not to be abridged because it is unconventional in beliefs and practices or because it is approved or disapproved by the mainstream of society or more conventional religions. Without this proliferation and freedom to follow the dictates of one's own conscience in this search of approach to God, the freedom of religion will be a meaningless right as provided for in the Constitution. In the attempt, be it direct, well-intentioned or not, presents a clear and present danger to this most fundamental basis and eternally needed right of our citizens, freedom of religion. The Hare Krishna movement has been under pressure from various groups, and this judgment is expected to stop some of the harassment in which it has been subjected in recent months. My mission is now successful, said Śrīla Prabhupada. In 1965 I went there. This is now recognized after 12 years. I was loitering in the street alone, carrying the books. Nobody cared. Satsvarūpa Damodara was present, and he spoke with Prabhupada about the Bhaktivedanta Institute and about preaching in Manipur. And other matters came before Prabhupada's attention. But he kept coming back to the news from New York. Our most auspicious sign is this, said Prabhupada, Hare Krishna movement is bona fide religion. Śrīla Prabhupada's plans were to move to Bombay. Tamala Krishna Goswami said a lot of senior devotees were gathering in Bombay. They had gone there from Vrindavana and were waiting for Prabhupada. I am, therefore, going, said Prabhupada, in spite of my so much inconveniences. I am going there. You want to stay in Bombay? Asked Tamala Krishna. How long? I don't want to stay anywhere, said Prabhupada. I want to work. Staying, I have stayed in big palaces, big cities. I have no other desire but to work. How long do you want to work in Bombay? Asked Tamala Krishna. So long as there is work, said Śrīla Prabhupada. There is no end of it. Our Bombay should be organized. Work is our life. There is no question of how long. As long as possible. Krishna is giving us good opportunities. Now we should take it seriously. It is not a joke. Hare Krishna movement is bona fide religion. The devotees discussed before Prabhupada the significance of the court decision. They also appreciated the judge and said that he was a senior man in the courts and was considered conservative. Śrīla Prabhupada said that he should be sent a letter of congratulations. May God bless you for such right judgment. Live long life to serve God. Honest and sincere people normally appreciate our movement, said Satsvarūpa Damodara. Only those who are envious we don't care about, Prabhupada interjected. We don't care, never care about. I didn't care, many times, even my God brothers. Neither do I care just now. I'll go on with my work. Why care? We are doing our duty, that's all, under the higher authoritative order. Have no fear. It is not personal gratification. So arrange for Manipur. We shall go. Satsvarūpa Damodara said he would go to Delhi and try to arrange permits for entry, but that it would be hard, since most foreigners were not allowed to enter Manipur. He said that after doing his business, he would come to Bombay and see Śrīla Prabhupada. Now work very strenuously, said Prabhupada. You are all young men. And somehow or other, to a dead horse you have given life. The last fortnight I was thinking I was dead. I was thinking like that, now life is finished. I can be finished at any time, that is not amazing. To live, that is amazing. My life is finished, that is not amazing. No one will amend. Oh, he was old man, 82 years old. But if I can live for some days more, that is wonderful. If I die, that is not wonderful. Krishna is wonderful, said Tamala Krishna Goswami. Krishna is wonderful always, said Prabhupada. And you are wonderful, said Bhavananda Goswami. I am wonderful, said Śrīla Prabhupada, as long as I serve Krishna. Otherwise, useless, no value. If I can serve Krishna, then I am wonderful, certainly. Śrīla Prabhupada continued declaring that Krishna was the most wonderful and could do anything. That he was alive and still active, he said, attested to Krishna's being wonderful. If Krishna is not wonderful, he said, is it possible for me to do all these things? Who am I? We don't want to become cheaply wonderful. We want to become really wonderful, by serving Krishna. That is our mission. Krishna is wonderful undoubtedly. Who can become more wonderful than Krishna? Mataparataram Nanyat. Always remember, Krishna is wonderful. Don't take Krishna very slightly, like one of you. That is foolishness. Krishna is wonderful always. He is the most wonderful person, and he can do anything wonderful. Śrīla Prabhupada continued to make appreciative remarks about the judge's decision. He said he had feared the case might have taken 14 years, and yet it had not even taken 14 hours. Krishna was so wonderful. March 22, the senior devotees in Mayapur felt Śrīla Prabhupada was too ill to travel and that he should remain there and recuperate. Besides, reports from Bombay were conflicting. Sarabi Swami, knowing that Prabhupada's quarters weren't finished, wanted more time, so he wired Prabhupada, requesting him not to come. But Guru Raja and others had been arranging a lecture program for Śrīla Prabhupada at a pandal in Azad Maidan in Bombay, and Guru Raja had written inviting Prabhupada. Prabhupada considered the opportunities for preaching and decided to go. He had his secretary send a telegram from Mayapur to Bombay. Prabhupada arriving Tuesday at 1350, have rooms ready in whatever condition. But on Prabhupada's arrival in Bombay, he was so weak that he could not walk down the steep stairs from the airplane, and airline personnel arranged for him to be lowered to the ground by hydraulic lift. Once he was on the ground, several devotees assisted him in walking. Although he appeared frail, he smiled brightly when he saw the devotees waiting for him at the airport. In the car, Śrīla Prabhupada inquired about the Bombay temple, and Hari Sorai informed him that his quarters were not yet ready, with no toilet, no running water, no doors or windows, and the workmen polishing the floors. Prabhupada dismissed these objections and said he would move in anyway. The devotees who knew the state of the building became extremely anxious. It didn't seem possible that anyone could live there. But Prabhupada said he would. Hari Sorai said he was surprised Prabhupada had decided to travel, and Prabhupada replied, yes, even up to last night, there was no chance of my coming. But still, Somehow or other, we are here. Prabhupada was traveling and preaching because that was his life. For more than 30 years he had been spreading the Krishna consciousness movement, first in India and then in America and throughout the world. As long as Krishna gave him even a little strength, he would continue. He wanted to hold the public lectures in the city, and he wanted to observe the progress of the construction at Hare Krishna land, his grandest temple. Even though the temple was not completed, he would move in and show the devotees how to use it. As they drove up to the entrance to Hare Krishna land, Prabhupada could see the tall towers of the ISKCON hotel and the incomplete but massive domes of the temple. These huge structures dwarfed the little shed that was the temporary residence of Sri Sri Radharasa Vihari. The deities had been in that shed since 1971, when Prabhupada had moved them there, with a promise that he would build them a beautiful temple. And now, after much difficulty and struggle, that promise was soon to be fulfilled. Radharasa Vihari would soon move into one of the most gorgeous and opulent temples in India. Hare Krishna land was intense with activity as some 200 workers plied their various skills in constructing the temple hotel complex, under the direction of Swami and his assistants. A dozen men were cutting redstone slabs to cover the concrete superstructure of the hotel, almost 50 marble workers were chipping away with hammers, making decorative columns and arches in the temple, and masons and interior finishers were working on the theater building. Much of the work was completed, yet everything still appeared bare, like bones without flesh. The hotel had no windows or doors and, of course, no furniture or curtains, and the temple was mostly an unfinished structure. The work crews were moving quickly, concentrating especially on Srila Prabhupada's quarters on the top floor of one of the hotel towers. But even that was not ready, so Citracara, as ordered by Swami and Guru Raja, drove Prabhupada's car past the hotel to the rear of the property, to where Prabhupada usually stayed, in an apartment in one of the old tenement buildings. Devotees were waiting at Srila Prabhupada's tenement room in happy anticipation. They were prepared with paraphernalia to perform a foot-bathing ceremony and arati, and they had spent most of the day cleaning the rooms, which were decorated with lily garlands and scented with incense. A group of devotees stood outside the building with mridangas and karatalas holding kirtana, and some of the brahmacharis were poised, ready to throw flower petals before Srila Prabhupada when he walked from his car and up the stairs. But Srila Prabhupada was in a different mood. "I will never again go into this apartment," he said. "Take me to my new quarters." Citracara repeated what Srila Prabhupada had already heard, "Your quarters aren't ready yet, Srila Prabhupada. It will take a few more days to finish." "Call Surabhi Maharaja," said Srila Prabhupada. He was adamant. The devotees in the apartment and in front of the tenement wondered why Srila Prabhupada wasn't getting out of his car. As Citracara was driving Prabhupada back to the hotel, Surabhi came running up behind. "Why are my quarters not ready?" Prabhupada asked from the car window. Running to catch up, Surabhi explained that he needed a few more days and that Srila Prabhupada could please stay at his old apartment in the meantime. "You do what I say," shouted Prabhupada. The car stopped. "If I don't go there now," Prabhupada said, still speaking loudly, "it will never be finished. I want to go now." "Yes, Srila Prabhupada." And Surabhi ran off to see if he could get the elevator to work. Meanwhile, the assembled devotees, having heard the news, also ran to be with Prabhupada as he entered his new quarters. Srila Prabhupada felt his time was limited, and if he was not insistent, his disciples would delay more and more. He had already been delayed for years by the landowner and the government. Even after he had purchased the land, the police commissioner had remarked that the kirtana was a nuisance and had delayed construction for months by denying the no-objection certificate. But despite so many delays, Prabhupada had persisted and won. No, he wouldn't go back to the old place. Now the new Bombay temple should come to life, now that he had come. The elevator didn't work. The devotees, therefore, carried Prabhupada in a palanquin up the stairs to his fifth-floor apartment. The place was cluttered, and the floor was covered with a thick, greasy marble polish the workers were using. The dozen workers present were confused. Why was their work being interrupted? The devotees rushed in with drums, karatalas, and arati paraphernalia, but just stood around, not knowing what to do. The room was bare, with no furniture, desk, or sitting place. Srila Prabhupada, however, looked around at the chaotic scene and said, "I am going to sit down here." A devotee took off a woolen kadara and placed it on the floor in an isolated dry part of the room, and Srila Prabhupada sat down. "Now you can do what you like," he said. While some of the devotees began washing the floor, others ran to find serviceable pieces of furniture to provide Srila Prabhupada with a desk, seat, and bed. Surabhi Swami nervously bathed Prabhupada's feet and then offered arati, while devotees sang Sri Guru Karana Padma and tried not to slip on the greasy floor. Surveying the scene with a satisfied look, Śrīla Prabhupāda smiled broadly and said, "Thank you very much." When the welcoming function was complete, Śrīla Prabhupāda was left alone with his secretaries. He said his quarters were to his liking. He spent the night there, but the next day agreed to move for a week to the home of Mr. Kartikeya Mahadevya. For a week he would attend the Bombay Pandal program, which was near Mr. Mahadevya's home, and this would give Surabi Swami enough time to get the quarters ready. Śrīla Prabhupāda could not stand and walk without assistance. From Mr. Mahadevya's house the devotees would carry him on a palanquin to the car, from the car they would carry him to the room behind the Pandal lecture platform, and from there onto the stage, where Bhavananda Goswami would help him onto the Vyasasana. Compared to former Pandal festivals, where sometimes 30,000 people had gathered in one evening, this one was small, with only about 1,000 attending nightly. The main reason for such a small turnout was that India had just held an election, and the people were absorbed in politics. On March 22, after the Congress Party had been defeated in the House of Parliament, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi had resigned. Within a day or two, a new Prime Minister would be selected from the Janata Party. Many Bombayites who might otherwise have attended the Pandal lecture were caught up in hearing the news, attending rallies, or talking about national politics and the fall of Indira Gandhi. But the small crowd that attended was very interested. Prabhupada was not disappointed. Śrīla Prabhupada spoke, and his faint voice was amplified over the sound system. Bhavananda Swami will recite 2 or 3 verses from Srimad Bhagavatam, he said, which is the theme of our Krishna consciousness movement. The first verse begins with Taravakim na jivanti. Do the trees not live? Bhavananda recited loudly. Do the bellows of the blacksmith not breathe? All around us do the beasts not eat and discharge semen? He read Śrīla Prabhupada's purport and then read the next verse. Men who were like dogs, hogs, camels, and asses praise those men who never listen to the transcendental pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna, the deliverer from evils. After Bhavananda finished reading the long purport to that verse, Śrīla Prabhupada began his lecture. He explained how the spirit soul changes bodies, life after life, but admitted that people are generally unaware of this simple fact. But at least in India, he said, this condition should now be changed. Not everyone would be able to realize this spiritual knowledge, but at least there should be an ideal institution. And that, he said, was the purpose of the Krishna consciousness movement, to create ideal brahmanas who could guide and instruct the rest of the society. Not from so-called politicians, said Śrīla Prabhupada. This is Indian civilization. Formerly even Lord Ramacandra, who was the king, he is God himself, still he used to consult the learned brahmanas, sages, and saintly persons for governmental duties. The divisions of society must be there. There are so many things to be done in the Krishna consciousness movement. Don't take that it is simply chanting Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna chanting is the prime factor, because if you chant Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, then gradually everything will be clear in your mind. Prabhupada told how he had overcome opposition in America and how the people there were taking Krishna consciousness seriously. When he stated his plan for a combination of American money and Indian culture, the people applauded. The real thing is knowledge, Śrīla Prabhupada concluded. So don't keep this knowledge locked up in your books, but spread it. My only request is that the leaders of India should now come forward and join this movement and take this advantage of doing good to the whole world. Thank you very much. The audience's applause swelled into a sustained ovation. Prabhupada's voice had been weak, his body almost motionless, but he had projected a power that had overcome those bodily limitations. His presence was, in fact, more commanding than ever. His energy was obviously the pure energy of the soul, transcendental to the bodily condition. Guru Raja Swami called for questions, inviting people to come up and speak into a microphone in front of the stage. Woman, isn't spiritual life very taxing? Prabhupada, do you think that you are not being taxed? Why should you not be taxed for the proper gain? You are being taxed for so many nonsense things. Why not be taxed for the proper thing? That is intelligence. As Prabhupada answered the questions, he became more and more forceful, although he remained very still, not even moving his hand. His answers were not as lengthy as usual, he seemed to be saving his energy, but he delivered each answer with intense emphasis and conviction. A well-dressed, middle-aged Indian man stepped forward and asked, Swamiji, what is the importance of health in life, and how do you advise people to maintain health? And how does it connect to your mission? Prabhupada, what is health? First of all you have to understand that however healthy you may be, you must die. So what problem will you have solved? Janma mrityu jara vyadi dukkha dosana darsanam, Krishna says. It is not my manufacturing, Although you may try to remain very healthy, nature's law is that you must die. How can you help yourself? After all, you have to meet death. So long as you have got this material body, there is no question of health. You must suffer. You may be a very great scientist, but nature's law must act. Prakriti kriyamanani. Foolish persons bewildered by false egotism think, I am improving my health, I am improving this. He is improving nothing. He's completely under the clutches of material nature. He can't act anything independently. That is the law of nature. Another man asked if Prabhupada could solve political problems with this religious basis. Yes, Prabhupada replied. All problems will be solved when we become Krishna conscious. What is the simple solution to understand the soul? Another man asked. I would like to understand the soul. This is very simple, Śrīla Prabhupāda replied, but you are educated so foolishly that you cannot understand. Śrīla Prabhupāda explained briefly that the body is made of material elements but that there is a superior element. Anyone can understand, he said. Everything is explained in the Bhagavad Gita. But people are not serious to understand. The morning after the first Panda lecture, Śrīla Prabhupāda sat with Kartikeya Mahadevya, Tamala Krishna Goswami, and Bhavananda Goswami. Ever since Prabhupada's extreme weakness of health had occurred in Mayapur, he would often sit for hours alone and silent. When he spoke, his voice was often hoarse or faint, but otherwise his conversation was as it had always been, completely Krishna conscious. In fact, Śrīla Prabhupada was becoming increasingly strong in his uncompromising criticism of all madhas who do not accept Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He was condemning materialistic civilization, calling it a dog civilization or an anthill civilization. A dog runs on 4 legs, and a human being runs on 4 wheels, but if he doesn't know the meaning of life, then he is no better than the dog. Both humans and ants build tall edifices, but if a man doesn't know of the soul and of Krishna, then despite his proud skyscrapers, his civilization is no more than a glorified anthill. If more visitors come, Prabhupada said, I shall describe all this anthill civilization. Health, nonsense. What health? He'll be kicked out immediately. Śrīla Prabhupada was referring to the man's question from the panel. Who is healthy if he is going to die? Prabhupada asked. I am so healthy that I am going to die tomorrow. This is their health. Almost every one of those questions, said Tamala Krishna Goswami, was about the body. Prabhupada, Krishna says, Na hanyat hanyamansarayar. That is healthy. When you do not die although the body is destroyed, that is healthy life. What is this healthy life? The body is finished, and everything. Actually, everything is not finished, but people are kept in that ignorance. They think the body is finished and then everything is finished, but that is not the fact. Krishna very clearly said, Najayat mriyate vakadasan. If you do not question, then how is it possible? But that is the most important question. The soul never takes birth and never dies. Bhagavad Gita 2.20, Prabhupada mentioned that despite the United Nations World Health Organization, still everyone was going to die. Where is health? He asked. Such foolish things are going on all over the world. So organize. Introduce reality to them and spread it, slow but sure. So we shouldn't be impatient and compromise, said Tamala Krishna Goswami, just to be popular. There's no question of becoming impatient, said Śrīla Prabhupada. You have got a diamond. If there is no buyer of the diamond, that does not mean you have to throw it away. You must know that here is a diamond. If I want it, I must pay the proper price. That I want to establish. Why India's culture should be lost in this way? I am not a cheap patriot. I want to give Indian culture to the whole world. I am not going to cheat people, taking Bhagavad Gita and speaking all nonsense. I want to present Bhagavad Gita as it is. That is my mission. Why should I cheat you? We will try to follow your message properly, said Mr. Mahadevya. Why should India's big culture be lost for the matter of these rascal leaders? Said Prabhupada. They should be stopped. Krishna consciousness is all-inclusive. Just like the economic question, anad bhavanti bhutani. Krishna says grow food. It is practical. But when I was traveling, I saw millions of clerks coming to get education. And who is growing the food? Then these clerks have to be provided in these pigeonholes and depend on ration. Is that civilization? Throngs of people are coming. They are coming like ants. And when you go to the village, it is all vacant. No one is interested to produce food. Everyone is interested to live in the city in these pigeonholes and go to the cinema, the brothel, go to the club, learn how to drink, how to become gentlemen. Is that civilization? The human aim of life is lost. You do not know why you are going to the office, why you are eating. They are keeping humanity in an animal mentality, a doggish mentality. University education is a doggish mentality. The dog wags his tail as soon as you give him some food. Oh, yes, said Mr. Mahadevia. For application for a job, there are 5 jobs, and 5 dozen people apply. Is that education? Said Prabhupada. Better not to be educated. Those who are not educated, they can purchase 5 rupees worth of potatoes and sit down anywhere. After spending so much money, living at the cost of fathers and mothers, they have no job and no food. Then they plan some political party, Naxalite or this or that party, and join a political movement and help Indira Gandhi. You are paid to make propaganda, but all that has vanished now, said Mr. Mahadevia. That plan has failed completely. Like many other Indians, Mr. Mahadevia was hopeful that with a new election, conditions would be improving. No, said Prabhupada, another one will come. This unemployment is there. When I was a child, we were purchasing mustard oil for 3 annas, and now it is selling for 13 rupees per kilo. Will a change of government bring this 13 rupees to 3 annas? Then what is the benefit? Stool is stool, whether you take it from the top side or the bottom side. A few devotees entered the room and sat, while Prabhupada encouraged them all in preaching. He said that people could not get relief through government but through Krishna consciousness. Krishna and his devotees were for everyone, not for a particular nation or person. The people are in darkness, said Prabhupada. And the politicians are keeping them like dogs, hogs, and camels, taking a vote from them and becoming a leader. Nobody protested last night, however, that I called all men dogs, hogs, and camels. No one came forward and said, "You are using very strong words." Because it is all a fact. They especially liked your idea, said Hridayananda Goswami, of American money and Indian culture. They applauded for that. Yes, that is my mission, said Prabhupada. I am doing that. I am bringing money from America. Nobody is paying me. It is not a joke. 10 lakhs of rupees. Who else brings? Even big export companies don't bring so much, said Gopala Krishna. And they will be glad, said Prabhupada. They have got money, and they are getting culture. I am trying for United Nations. That is the real attempt, not this United Nations, all rogues and thieves and cheaters, barking dogs. I am trying for real United Nations. Let us cooperate together. Śrīla Prabhupada's disciples rallied to hear him speak like this, and they resolved to somehow counteract the forces of ignorance through Krishna consciousness. He said they should proceed slowly but surely, just as he had done. He had begun humbly, loitering on the streets of New York, and before that he had been living alone in the Radha Damodar temple. But now there was the Bombay temple, a palace that would be crowded with thousands of guests to see the deity and attend cultural programs. Do it enthusiastically, said Śrīla Prabhupada. You are all young men. Our enthusiasm is coming from you, Śrīla Prabhupada, said Tamala Krishna. I am old man, said Prabhupada faintly. But the devotees didn't accept that. Śrīla Prabhupada was Nava Yauvana, spiritually ever fresh. Each night Śrīla Prabhupada had a different devotee read a verse and purport. Leading disciples like Hridayananda Goswami and Guru Raja would lecture, and Prabhupada would speak afterward. He continued stressing India's real message to the world and the misfortune that occurs when people, especially the Indians, neglect it. Based on his bold statements, some devotees had made a big sign and posted it outside their pandal. The modern civilization is a failure. The only solution is Krishna consciousness. In his evening lectures Śrīla Prabhupada advised his hearers against identifying with any political party. One day someone is a prime minister, he said, and the next day that person is finished. Although Prabhupada had begun his lecture series by apologizing to the audience, saying he could not speak much because of his poor health, each night he very strongly argued that Krishna consciousness is the only solution. And during the question and answer period that followed his lecture, he was often explosive. When chanting, a man asked through the microphone at the front of the stage, "You chant the name of Rama as well as Krishna. But I do not see any photograph of Rama here. What is the reason?" "You do not see, but can you hear?" Prabhupada asked. "I do not see." The man insisted. Śrīla Prabhupada exploded, "But you do not hear." And he went on to explain that hearing is the best way of understanding that which you cannot see. Another man asked how a religious-minded person could move in the material world. Prabhupada replied, "Therefore you have to understand your spiritual identification. But because you are fools and rascals you are thinking, I am this body." He said that to realize this knowledge one must be trained by a spiritual master. Śrīla Prabhupada was aware that most of the questioners had no serious intentions of following him, so sometimes he reprimanded them, like an older brother, for their foolishness. Even their asking philosophical questions with no intention of following was itself foolishness. But Srila Prabhupada continued to offer the diamond of Krishna consciousness, even when the inquirer didn't possess the purchase price of sincerity. He offered it nonetheless, and at great expense to his own physical condition. When a man rhetorically asked Prabhupada to kindly enlighten him about the soul, Srila Prabhupada replied, "That is already explained, that you are a soul within the body." Srila Prabhupada elaborated on how the senses are superior to dull matter, the mind is higher than the senses, intelligence is higher than the mind, and the soul is highest of all. So it requires study, he said. It requires education. The education is there, the books are there, the teachers are there. Unfortunately, you are not interested to take this spiritual education. You are now interested in technology, how to hammer. That's all. Each evening a prominent guest would appear at the pandal and introduce the program. One night, after J.M. Gandhi, a justice of the High Court of Bombay, spoke, Bhaktivedanta Goswami read aloud the first 2 verses, along with Srila Prabhupada's commentary, from the teachings of Lord Risabhadeva in the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada spoke briefly and agreed to take questions. If God is everywhere, a man asked, why his presence is not felt by everybody. Everybody is not intelligent, said Srila Prabhupada. Mostly they are rascals. Manyasayanam sahasrasu. This is the statement by God that, out of millions of persons, one tries to become perfect. And out of many millions of perfect persons, one can understand God. So God understanding is not so easy. But if we want to understand, God will help us. That is the point. The next man said he had several questions. My first question is, I don't think God is opposed to sex. Seriously. I have heard many a lecture, and it is always stressed as if the God is opposed to sex. But I don't think that's so. God is never opposed to sex, replied Srila Prabhupada. Who said? God said, Dharma Viruddho Kamo Smi, sex which is not against the regulative principles of religious life, that I am. God never says, stop sex. Otherwise, why is there Gaza asrama? Asrama means that there is Krishna consciousness. But make it asrama, and follow the rules and regulations of asrama. Then it is all right. Otherwise, you are bound up by the laws of nature. The same man then referred to Prabhupada's purport which Bhaktivedanta Goswami had read, in which Prabhupada had criticized the life of the hog-like man who lives only for sense gratification. One of your principal statements, the man said, was that a man goes on the motor tram, stands there for 2 hours, reaches his place of business and works there from 9 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the evening, returns back, has his food and sex and all that. I found many people who have worked very hard, raised children very nicely, have sex, but lead a good life. I don't think there is anything wrong with that. Yes, if there is no wrong, said Prabhupada, it is all right. But this sort of life is not very palatable. The man continued, because I find even a dog, Srila Prabhupada interrupted, but his reply was soft and humble. If you like that life, if you feel it is good, then that is up to you. But I don't think this is a very nice way of life, to work so hard simply for bread. No, the man said, I agree there. Srila Prabhupada then raised his voice more strongly. Then agreed. Then why disagree? That's all right, no more. The man had more questions, but Tamala Krishna called on someone else. Would you agree that God is just a concept? If you do not, please give a logical reason for that. Prabhupada, why shall I agree that God is only a concept? Because I want it logically. You do not know logic. You have to learn logic. But I still would like you to explain it logically. Yes, but you have to learn how to know it. There is master. Just like you cannot prove logically that without father, there is a child. Srila Prabhupada explained that everything we see is growing out of the earth, and the earth is described in the Vedas as the mother. But there cannot be a child without a father. Where there is mother and child, there must be father. God, therefore, is the father of everything. Srila Prabhupada's disciples were urging him not to exert himself, so when Svarupa Damodara arrived, Srila Prabhupada asked him to give the evening lecture. Prabhupada was very impressed with Svarupa Damodara's scientific presentation of Krishna consciousness. One of the devotees remarked that Svarupa Damodara's talk seemed too technical for the audience, but another devotee replied that even if no one else had appreciated the speech, Srila Prabhupada had, and so it was a success. Following Svarupa Damodara's lecture, Srila Prabhupada spoke for about 5 minutes and left, without taking any questions. The following night Prabhupada did not speak at all, but he sat on stage while 2 of India's leading cardiologists, Dr. Keshav Rao Dadi and Dr. Sharma, spoke. Srila Prabhupada had been garlanded by Dr. Dati, and he sat patiently and silently on the Vyasashana, satisfied that prominent Bombayites were honoring the Krishna consciousness movement. Dr. Dati spoke about heart disease and said it could be eliminated by controlling anxiety. He then praised Srila Prabhupada and his movement. After the doctor's brief talks, Satsvarūpa Damodara gave another scientific lecture and showed slides. Srila Prabhupada later told Satsvarūpa Damodara and others, "This scientific program is giving me extra strength to preach Krishna consciousness. It seems like you are giving more stress to science in recent years than previously," said Tamala Krishna Goswami. "That is required for convincing the modernized man," said Prabhupada. "Perhaps I am the first man who protested against these unauthorized scientists." "Oh, yes," said Satsvarūpa Damodara. "Everybody is afraid of them except Srila Prabhupada. Frankly speaking, I never knew that the problem was this serious before I met Srila Prabhupada. I never thought about this. Therefore I took it so seriously," said Prabhupada. "Every morning walk I would look for you and ask, 'Where is the scientist?' I thought, here I have got an opportunity to impress a scientist, and that will fructify. That was my aim. Therefore I was bothering you in so many ways." "It is your incredible mercy, Prabhupada," said Satsvarūpa Damodara. "Because I cannot use the technical words," Prabhupada said, "and he can do that. So I wanted that he should be trained up." Guru Raja arranged that one of the newly elected Janata Party members of Parliament come and see Srila Prabhupada. The gentleman, Mr. Ratan Singh Rajda, was eager to meet the leader of the Hare Krishna movement. So while Mr. Rajda had been attending a political rally at Shivaji Park, Guru Raja had come to arrange the meeting. "When I went there," Guru Raja told Prabhupada later, "he asked me to sit with him on a dais. So I did." "But was that wrong?" "Why not?" said Prabhupada. "He is honoring you." Guru Raja said that Mr. Rajda had asked to be the first speaker at the rally, so that he could be free to come and meet with Srila Prabhupada before leaving the next day for a meeting with the central government in Delhi. Guru Raja explained that Mr. Rajda was a member of parliament from Bombay South, which was the most prestigious district, and that he had formerly helped ISKCON in their case against the attempted demolition of the temple. Mr. Rajda entered the room and made a respectful gesture of obeisance to Srila Prabhupada. He said he had met Srila Prabhupada once, but since then he had been in jail for 19 months. Srila Prabhupada seemed surprised. "Jail?" he asked. Mr. Rajda explained that he had been jailed during Indira Gandhi's political emergency. More than 150,000 patriotic people had been imprisoned, he said, including J.K. Prakash and the present Prime Minister, Morarji Desai. "When Guru Raja told me that you were here," said Mr. Rajda, "I told him definitely I would like to ask for darsana. This attempted material adjustment." Prabhupada began, speaking slowly. "Just like we felt a little danger under the regime of Indira Gandhi. Now we have another feeling. This is material adjustment. Material adjustment may be temporarily beneficial, but that is not permanently beneficial." Mr. Rajda replied, "Unless there is adhyatmika adjustment, there cannot be lasting benefit." Mr. Rajda was obviously acquainted with the Sanskrit Vedic knowledge, and he was also aware of the value of going to see a saintly person. Prabhupada persisted, however, in making the point that people do not really understand spiritual life. He described that the material body is made of different elements, and yet the living being is different than these elements. "Unless we understand this fact," he said, "which is very nicely explained in the Bhagavad Gita, this material adjustment will never make us happy." Mr. Rajda followed Prabhupada's point but asserted that a great change had taken place since the elections. "The basic difference," he said, "is that formerly there was no moral code observed by the rulers. He was entirely agreeable, or wanted to be, with Srila Prabhupada, yet they were speaking on different levels. Both asserted that spirituality was needed in government, but Mr. Rajda's political conclusion was that such spiritual reform was now present in his political party. Srila Prabhupada, however, continued to speak of people who talk of God yet don't even know the identity of the soul. He didn't specify whether this criticism applied to the former or to the present political party, although his remarks seemed to include both. Whoever was not in transcendental knowledge, whoever tried to work in the material field without knowing the difference between spirit and matter, would come to the same inglorious end. "No," said Mr. Rajda, "the last rulers, most of them were communists. They said religion is opium. They didn't believe in religion at all. Therefore," Prabhupada said, "they say something, we say something, he says something, you manufacture something. But nobody knows what is reality. That is the difficulty. Unless you know the reality, to suggest and say, 'I suggest it,' does not mean that it is a solution. This is going on all over the world. Natavajasvarthagadam hi visnam. The external features, these material features, they are concerned with that. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence. But they do not know that beyond this, there is another element. Unless you come to that knowledge, there is no question of welfare activities. That knowledge is available in India. People do not know that their highest self-interest is Vishnu. Srimad Bhagavatam, July 5, 1931. Śrīla Prabhupāda accepted Mr. Rajda's visit as sincere and serious, and so he wanted to convince him to fully accept Krishna consciousness if he was really serious about introducing principles of dharma and morality into government. Real dharma had to start with an acceptance of self-realization as the all-important goal of life. It could not succeed just by rubber-stamping the government as religious. Now we have got good government, Śrīla Prabhupāda conceded. Very nice. Now you should take advantage of the privileges which are there in India. The Bhagavad Gita is there. If you take directions from Bhagavad Gita, then the whole human society will be benefited. That you do not know. That is the defect. Even big leaders, they profess to be students of Bhagavad Gita, but they do not know anything, although it is clearly stated. Who is the leader in India who does not know Bhagavad Gita? Everyone knows. Even Morarji Desai, when he was to be arrested by the leaders of government, he said, "Wait, let me finish my reading of Bhagavad Gita." Is it not? Yes, replied Mr. Rajda. Śrīla Prabhupāda, let me finish my Bhagavad Gita, then you can harass me. Mr. Rajda added that Mr. Desai was also studying the Bhagavad Gita very minutely while he was in jail. But now, said Prabhupada, he says that Janata is my God. Did he not say this recently? Mr. Rajda admitted that Morarji Desai had stated that, but that he had later clarified it. It is the government's responsibility to make people God-conscious, Śrīla Prabhupada argued. It is a very simple thing. God personally is explaining how to become God-conscious. It is a very simple thing, manmanabhava mad bhakta. Even a child can do it, so why not leaders? Then their example should be followed. Why don't they do this God-consciousness? Do it seriously. Then everything will be all right. They are defying the existence of God and reading Bhagavad Gita. This is their position. Always think of Krishna and become his devotee. Bhagavad Gita 9.34, Śrīla Prabhupada explained to Mr. Rajda how he had been propagating the Krishna consciousness movement virtually alone. For years he had worked in the West, and now he was bringing his movement to India. Cooperate with us, he said. You are so kind, you have come to see me. You have got desire. So let us take it seriously. Mr. Rajda seemed very moved, and replied, Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Correct. It is serious, said Prabhupada, but nobody has taken it seriously. Bhagavad Gita is popular book. Everyone takes the Bhagavad Gita and says, I am a student of Bhagavad Gita. But if the leaders of a society really set the example, others will follow. That's correct, said Mr. Rajda. A serious effort should be made. Only lip service will not help. That is correct. Mr. Rajda reminded Prabhupada how he had supported the Juhu temple at the time of the attempted demolition. So you have given a great service, said Prabhupada. Now it is not only not demolished, but it is standing there. It is standing, affirmed Mr. Rajda, and a very nice temple. Mr. Rajda mentioned the possibility of a meeting between Śrīla Prabhupada and Morarji Desai. He said it could be arranged if it was convenient for Prabhupada. My life is dedicated for this purpose, said Prabhupada. It is convenient for me at any time. I am not keeping good health at the moment, yet still I have come. I am just trying, even up to the last moment of my life. If I can deliver some good to these people, that is my determination. What is this life? Life will end today or tomorrow or day after. But if you live just to the point, that is the idea. Otherwise, trees are also living, thousands of years. What is the benefit? Mr. Rajda confirmed that the meeting could definitely be arranged. He would see the Prime Minister and fix up a time. So, said Śrīla Prabhupada, there's some Krishna's purpose that you were elected. It is through his blessings, said Mr. Rajda. Take advantage of his blessings, said Śrīla Prabhupada. Do some service. On the last scheduled evening of the Pandal, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra gave the introductory speech. Śrīla Prabhupada, however, did not attend. When the devotees asked to extend the Pandal another week, Prabhupada agreed, but said he would move to his now ready quarters at Hare Krishna land. Before leaving, Śrīla Prabhupada spoke with Mr. and Mrs. Mahadevia. Prabhupada had one of the devotees purchase a nice sari and he presented it to Mrs. Mahadevia. I stayed with you, and this is just my remembrance of thanks, so don't refuse. He gave a tape recorder to Mr. Mahadevia, a sari to the Mahadevia's daughter Preeti, and money to their servants. Mrs. Mahadevia was very pleased, but she protested, saying it was a traditional duty and a pleasure for them to receive Prabhupada in their home. Previously Srila Prabhupada had been playing the tape recorder in Mr. Mahadevia's presence, and Mr. Mahadevia had admired the sound reproduction. Now, when Srila Prabhupada gave him the tape recorder, he protested. "No, Prabhupada, I was not telling you that you should give me that tape recorder. I was just telling you that it's a good piece." "No, no," Prabhupada insisted, "this is for you. You must keep it." As Srila Prabhupada entered his beautiful quarters at Hare Krishna land, he remarked that no one could outdo Surabi Swami. "I think I haven't such a place to live anywhere in the world," he said. "Los Angeles and New York are big cities, and London, Paris, but nobody can present such luxurious royal palace." Seeing how the one large room was arranged to facilitate his different activities, Srila Prabhupada said, "This is like my room at the Radha Damodara temple. In one corner I am writing, in another corner I am sitting, in another corner I am taking prasadam." The comparison was odd, since the Radha Damodara place was a tiny cell, yet Srila Prabhupada saw them as related, the beginning in Vrandavana and the apex in Bombay. In either place, he was the same person, humbly taking a little prasadam, writing his books, and ambitiously planning for spreading Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada discussed with several of his disciples and Dr. Sharma about his daily routine in Bombay. He said he would come down for darsana of the deity and would lecture once a week on Sunday. On special occasions he would see a visitor in his quarters, but rarely. Generally, he said, people come to visit and say, "How are you? How are you feeling?" And he takes a half hour even. So what is the use of wasting time like that? "How are you? Everyone knows that I am not feeling well. So they can come to the temple room in the morning," said Tamala Krishna Goswami. "Yes," said Prabhupada. "If they actually want to see me, I am going there. They can see me for a half hour. And for talking, there is no need of talking. How are you? How are you feeling? This is not talking. Instead," said Gargamuni Swami, "they can buy some of your books downstairs." "Yes," said Prabhupada, nodding approvingly. "This is a waste of time. I want to stop this, to answer all these things, how are you?" By saving his time and energy, he said, he could work on his book writing. Devotees assured him that everyone would appreciate this schedule and would be happy that he was working on the 10th canto. "I think I shall be able to work from today," Prabhupada declared. "Now I have got very nice place, full freedom. So there will be no difficulty." That Prabhupada would not take any morning walks went without saying. Everyone closely involved with Srila Prabhupada had come to accept a new way of living, with no morning walks and very few classes. Someone suggested that Prabhupada might like to walk on the roof, but even that seemed to be too difficult. "No, one story I can go," said Srila Prabhupada. "Not now, but I can go. So you are trying so much for my comfort, I do not know whether I shall be able to repay you. But I shall try my best. It is not possible to repay your debt, you are so kind. So I can simply pray to Krishna to give his blessings to you, so that you may remain very steady in devotional service and preach his message all over the world. Otherwise, I have no other means. Without your help, I could not do anything. So you are very kind. Kindly continue your cooperation. This is the movement for para-upakara, doing good for others. I have got report from our other temples all over the world, they are doing very nice. Is it not? Other temples outside India, they are doing very nice." Satsvarūpa Damodara, who had recently come from the West, told about the successful standard of devotional service in the temples there. Prabhupada said he wanted silence so he could do his work, and he told a little story about a woman whose tinkling bracelets disturbed her husband. The husband took one bangle away, but still he was disturbed by the tink-tink-tink. He took away another bangle and another, until there was only one left. Then there was no more tink-tink-tink. Prabhupada specifically asked his secretaries not to gather and talk in the outer room. "Remain always one," said Srila Prabhupada, "and read books. Then there will be no noise. And as soon as you become tink-tink-tink. That I don't want. It won't happen," said Tamala Krishna. "If anyone comes to see me, I will go out of the apartment." "Yes," said Srila Prabhupada, "in this way range. It should remain always quiet and serene." "These are your quarters," said Tamala Krishna. "No one else should come. And we shall arrange for seeing our own man at a time," said Srila Prabhupada. "But the principle should be silence." "That will be all right. I will be free to work." Prabhupada continued to appreciate his new situation. The rooms were well ventilated, with plenty of sunlight. Other ISKCON buildings, like the Bhaktivedanta Manor in London, were very good, he said, but in most seasons he couldn't open the doors or windows, because of the cold. You have to remain packed up, he said. In Detroit and London, you cannot open a window. But here in Bombay the temperature was ideal, and the area outside Prabhupada's window was verdant. Days went by, and most devotees in Bombay never got to see Prabhupada. They were all used to having him come down in the morning and walking with them for an hour on Juhu Beach. And they were used to having him come to greet the deities, give classes, and give darsana in the afternoon. He had always been open, especially in India, allowing anyone to see him at almost any time. He had always received them warmly and listened to their problems or questions with great sympathy. So for them not to be able to see him, even while he was living in their midst, was traumatic. Only 2 or 3 secretaries stayed with him, and whenever other devotees came into his rooms to see him, they would feel that they were taxing him and would leave at the first opportunity. Unexpectedly one morning Śrīla Prabhupada appeared in the temple room, and the few devotees removed Prabhupada's picture from the Vyasasana so he could sit down. He hadn't given any warning that he was coming, and many of the devotees were absent. But the word spread that Prabhupada was there, and the devotees came running. After the Guru Puja Arati, Śrīla Prabhupada spoke to the assembly of devotees. He said he was sorry that he couldn't come down more often and that he wanted to cook for all the devotees and serve them. On Sunday, he said, he would cook a feast and invite all the devotees up to his quarters. I shall come daily to the temple, he said, and I shall remain up to 8 for our darsana and talks, if there is any comment. Generally every day it will be done. And on Sunday you can fix up some time. I will speak in the evening. And then Krishna's desire, as he likes. But for the time being, this arrangement. Prabhupada's humility and his exactly reading the minds of the devotees made them feel ecstatic love for him. Some of them had even been thinking that Prabhupada had forgotten them and that other things had become more important for him. But now he was reassuring them. Although he appeared to be incapacitated, he was fully reciprocating with his disciples. He was telling them that as they were controlled by him, so he was also controlled by their loving service. Śrīla Prabhupada then explained the significance of Guru Puja, analyzing some of the words in the song the devotees sang each morning during the ceremony. So the necessity is prema bhakti, he said. Prema bhakti jaha hoite avidyavinasa jate, divyajanana. So what is that divyajanana? Prabhupada explained that it was the duty of the Guru to awaken divyajanana, or superior knowledge of the self. Because the Guru reveals divyajanana, he is worshipped. For the non-devotee, divyajanana is never manifest, and one thinks of himself in terms of his body, as American, Hindu, or Muslim. So we worship the Guru, said Prabhupada, because he gives us superior knowledge. Not this knowledge of how to eat, how to sleep, how to have sex life and defend. Generally, the political leaders, the social leaders, they give this knowledge, how to eat, how to sleep, how to have sex, how to defend. The Guru has no business with these things. He has divyajanana, superior knowledge. That is required. This human form of life is an opportunity to awaken that, divyajanana had prakasito. And if he is kept in darkness about that divyajanana, then life will be lost. Remember this. It is a very risky life to be once again thrown into the waves of birth and death. We do not know where we will go. It is very serious. Krishna consciousness is divyajanana. It is not ordinary knowledge. So you should always remember these words, divyajanana had prakasito. And because the spiritual master enlightens with divyajanana, one feels obliged to him. Yasya prasadad bhagavat prasado, yasya prasada nagati kudopai. So this Guru Puja is essential, just as the deity worship is essential. It is not cheap adoration. It is the process of enlightenment, of divyajanana. Thank you very much. By the mercy of the spiritual master one receives the benediction of Krishna. Without the grace of the spiritual master, one cannot make any advancement. Sri Sri Gurvastaka by Śrīla Visvanatha Chakravarti Thakura. Not only was Prabhupada reminding his disciples that he hadn't forgotten them, but he was also reminding them that they should not be absent from the Guru Puja and worshipful thoughts of the spiritual master, even if he was not able to personally come before them. Śrīla Prabhupada mostly stayed alone in his room, and during the day he would move from one desk to another, either to dictate the Bhagavatam, to take prasadam, or to speak to guests. He was especially prolific at his writing. Rising at 1 or 2 in the morning, he would dictate 90, 100, and occasionally almost 200 digits on his dictating machine. This was more than he had done in months. But he had little appetite. He could not eat anything heavy, and sometimes he had no appetite even for a cup of milk. Palika Dasi and sometimes Ksira Gopinatha, a Bengali devotee, were the cooks. Srila Prabhupada liked Ksira Gopinatha Sukta, made from neem leaves, eggplant, bitter melon, potato, sweet potato, and yogurt. One morning Srila Prabhupada asked for orange juice, but there were no oranges in the kitchen. Gopinatha ran to get them, but when he returned, Srila Prabhupada was ringing his bell. Gopinatha rushed in and told him, "I am just coming. It takes time to make the juice." After a few minutes, when the juice did not come, Srila Prabhupada began repeatedly ringing his bell. As Gopinatha at last entered with the juice, Prabhupada spoke out angrily, "I am sick with no appetite, and when I have a little hunger, then you take ours." He said he didn't want the juice, but Gopinatha put it on the table anyway. Srila Prabhupada picked the glass up and drank. "You are serving me so nicely," he said quietly. "I am always chastising you. When one gets old, he becomes short-tempered." Gopinatha had not felt bad about the reprimand, but on these humble words from Srila Prabhupada he felt terrible. Gopinatha became so emotional that he could hardly speak. Yet he managed, in a choked voice, to say, "Please, Srila Prabhupada, don't speak like that. I make mistakes, and if you don't correct them, then who will?" There were many little personal exchanges like this between Srila Prabhupada and his assistants, but sometimes he would be more silent and inward than they had ever seen him before. He would spend time chanting and reading, and only on special occasions would he see a guest. Srila Prabhupada agreed to an interview with Mr. Koshi, assistant editor for the current magazine. Mr. Koshi's approach was not reverent but provocative, in search of a lively interview. Prabhupada was interested in speaking to many people through a magazine article, but he had no interest in flattering the editor or in compromising. Especially of late, as at the Bombay Pandal, Prabhupada was speaking in the most plain, direct words. Whoever approached him he informed about Krishna and their illusion in not accepting Krishna. Mr. Koshi asked Prabhupada why he had been recognized first in countries other than India. "Because they, Indians, are so poor that they cannot purchase diamond," said Srila Prabhupada. "But diamond must be there. They are so poor-hearted, their education has been so poorly given, that they cannot understand." "Poorly given?" asked Mr. Koshi. "Yes," replied Prabhupada. "They are teaching, you are this body. Jump like cats and dogs. That's all. That is nationalism? It is, you are this body. Jump like cats and dogs. A group, as a group of crows gather together, caw, caw, caw. That has been taught. Make a group and crow. But you don't find this word nationalism in the Bhagavad Gita. These are all borrowed words. So what is your alternative?" asked Mr. Koshi. "We are preaching internationalism," said Prabhupada. "Everyone welcome. Come to Krishna consciousness. Here is Christian, Hindu. Here is African, Muhammadan, everything. That is real United Nations. If they were thinking that I am American, then why are they after a poor Indian man? Indians are known outside India as poverty-stricken, and that's a fact. But actually we are not poverty-stricken. If we cultivate our own standard of knowledge, Bhagavad Gita, then we are the richest. We can give the whole world these gifts." Prabhupada said it was regrettable that scholars and politicians pretend to be students of Bhagavad Gita without even knowing the difference between the body and the owner of the body. They do not even know the first lessons of Bhagavad Gita. "So what is the solution?" asked Mr. Koshi. "Solution?" Prabhupada shouted. "You learn it." "But they don't want to do it," said Mr. Koshi. "Then they will go to hell," said Prabhupada. "What can be done? If you want to cut your own throat, you can do it. Who can save you? But our duty is to say, don't commit suicide." Mr. Koshi made a case for drinking tea and coffee. He could not see how such things were sinful. Prabhupada explained that they were intoxicants. "But there are several million like me," said Mr. Koshi. "Millions of zeros does not mean one," said Srila Prabhupada. "Zero is zero. If there are 7 million zeros added together, you cannot make one." Mr. Koshi also wanted to ask why Prabhupada paid so much attention only to Krishna, since there were hundreds of gods in the pantheon, but Prabhupada stopped him short. Mr. Koshi asked about the brainwashing controversy. "There are so many accusations," said Prabhupada, "but now it is in the court." "But you don't require recognition of any court, do you?" asked Mr. Koshi. "You require," replied Prabhupada laughing. "I don't require. You require." "Yes, until then," said Mr. Koshi, "there is doubt." "Because you are after the court," said Prabhupada, "after the judges. We are not after anyone. We are after one, Krishna. That's all. We know what our duty is. Srila Prabhupada further explained that opposition was coming in America because so many young people were taking to Krishna consciousness. Young men are taking it, said Prabhupada. They are preaching. They have sacrificed their lives. So they are intelligent persons. They can understand that they should not die. Krishna consciousness is not an old man's recreation. No, said Mr. Koshi, but you are responsible for it. I am not, said Prabhupada. Krishna is responsible. I am just distributing. My duty is to distribute. That's all. Mr. Koshi asked Prabhupada if he was happy with the way his movement had spread, and Prabhupada replied, "Why shall I not be happy? I am not manufacturing anything. That is not my business." Jumping from one topic to another in search of readable magazine copy, Mr. Koshi asked Prabhupada, "How is your health now?" "Not good," Prabhupada replied. "Health or no health, it is the outward machine. That doesn't matter. But if it is a good machine, then it helps. That's all. Otherwise, machine good or bad, it doesn't matter. What happens when the machine stops? If your machine has stopped," Prabhupada said, "you take another machine. That's all. Why shall I be overwhelmed? Oh, machine is going, machine is going. Therefore, Krishna says, you are lamenting for the machine, you nonsense. That is not the Pandita's business." "Mr. Koshi, what is your typical day like? What time do you get up, and how do you spend your day?" "How can I say?" replied Prabhupada. "I have got so many things." Tamala Krishna, sensing that the interview had gone about as far as it could profitably go, spoke up. "Srila Prabhupada," he said, "I want to suggest that if he has some further questions, we could try to answer them, and then if there are still unanswered ones." "No," said Srila Prabhupada, "he has no answer on the spiritual matter. He will ask me some political questions. We have no function in politics." Mr. Koshi disregarded the signal from Prabhupada's secretary and went on with his questions. "You see," he said, "when I see a group of young people like these boys here dancing in the street, it is something jarring to my eyes. What is the necessity for the chant? One man's food is another man's poison," Prabhupada replied laconically. "No, no," said Mr. Koshi, "there must be a purpose behind it." "Yes," said Prabhupada, "that is the way to spiritual understanding in this age." Mr. Koshi asked about illicit sex, and Prabhupada replied that sex should be used only within marriage, for begetting children. "Don't you think that the children should be given freedom to choose voluntarily? Do you want to give freedom to your children?" asked Prabhupada. "I am asking you," said Mr. Koshi. "No, no," said Prabhupada, "what is the use of giving freedom to a child with a razor? He will cut his throat, that's all. But at a later age perhaps." "Later age, yes," said Prabhupada. "That is enjoined. When a child is 16 years old he can do as he likes. Not before that." Now Mr. Koshi was ready to wrap it up. "What is your message to the world?" he asked Prabhupada. Prabhupada and the devotees laughed. "Again you ask me," said Srila Prabhupada. "After reading Ramayana, you are asking me whose father is Sita. I have explained already." Before Mr. Koshi left the room, Prabhupada requested, "Write nice article." "Don't worry about that," Mr. Koshi replied. "It is my job." Srila Prabhupada made sure Mr. Koshi took prasada before leaving. Disciples continued to come to Bombay in hopes of getting direct instructions from Srila Prabhupada. Much could be done through his secretary, avoiding "how are you feeling?" conversations, yet sometimes Prabhupada did meet directly with certain disciples. He was still involved, at least through his secretary, in most of the important dealings of his movement and its leaders. By mail he heard Ācārya RSI's plans for introducing Krishna consciousness in Karachi, Pakistan, and he said the plans were intelligent. He saw and approved a new film by Yadubra. He met with Hamsaduta Swami and requested him to develop the preaching in Sri Lanka. He heartily approved Prabhavishnu's going to preach in Dhaka, Bangladesh. He heard of the need for strong preachers in Hyderabad, and when Srila Prabhupada's disciple, Śrīla Swami, came to see him, he asked him to go there. He saw Lokanath Swami and encouraged him in his program of traveling by bullock cart and preaching in the Indian villages. Lokanatha had brought Srila Prabhupada a Marathi translation of the Perfection of Yoga, and Srila Prabhupada sat for some time listening to Lokanatha Maharaja read aloud, although Prabhupada said he didn't know the Marathi language. When an ISKCON Bombay Pujari wanted to know if some Salagrama Silas were bona fide, Srila Prabhupada agreed to see them, confirmed that they were genuine, and advised how they should be worshipped. Certain managerial affairs Prabhupada would try to avoid, although often to no avail, such as concerning the delays in completing the construction work at Bombay. He could hear the sounds of the work, and sometimes it was noisy, but it was the slowness that perturbed him. Sometimes he would sit silently for hours and then remark to his servant or secretary that he was very upset by the construction delays. "You are sincere workers," Prabhupada told the devotees in charge, "but no intelligence. I can see that this construction work is not going on. Am I to close my eyes? I can do that, but I am a sensible man. How can I close my eyes?" They are all giving their excuses. Srila Prabhupada analyzed the different leaders and, on finding defects in each of them, concluded that they were incompetent to speed up the construction. When Tamala Krishna suggested that maybe they should consult a life member who was expert in construction, Prabhupada approved. So Mr. Mahatta, an engineer and life member, was brought to see Srila Prabhupada. At that time, the construction company was demanding that all past bills be paid before they would go on with the work. But Srila Prabhupada said he wouldn't pay any more bills until the work was completed, then all bills would be paid in full. Although some of the devotees were more inclined to pay the company right away, at least partially, so that the work would go on smoothly, Mr. Mahatta at once appreciated Prabhupada's reasoning and began dealing with the construction company on that basis. He got results, and Prabhupada was relieved. Thus, although Prabhupada was eager to retire fully, he did not feel he could remove himself from ISKCON management yet. Srila Prabhupada had no regular doctor. From time to time a Kaviraja might show up to give a diagnosis and some medicine. But Prabhupada wouldn't take it very seriously. He didn't consider these Kavirajas very qualified, and if the medicine tasted bitter or produced any bad effect, he would stop taking it. Everything was up to Krishna, and a doctor couldn't change that. Prabhupada mentioned the relative merits of Ayurvedic and homeopathic medicines, but like any other mundane topic, medicine was something he showed little interest in. Ayurvedic doctor he began having the newspapers read to him. Much of the news dealt with the downfall of the Congress party and the reform promises of the Janata party. From time to time Prabhupada would comment, "These rascals, wherever they go, they create trouble." One time he commented, "Mandasumanda Mataya, they have got a conception which is very, very bad. Their religious, social, and political conceptions are all condemned." Prabhupada's conclusion, "What the fools and rascals are doing, that is the newspapers." Prabhupada directed Tamala Krishna and others to write letters and articles replying to some of the news stories. In one news editorial, the writer criticized formal education as corrupting the minds of children. Educationists and researchers, the writer urged, should look into the question and suggest remedies. Srila Prabhupada, that means the rascals do not know that godlessness and godless education will be like that. The teachers who are suggesting, they are themselves bad, and they are leading. They do not know what is the defect. You can write to them, you leaders, you do not know what is the cause. This is the cause, harava bhaktasya kutamahad guna /manarathi nasadi davitabahi. Without God consciousness, there cannot be any education, there cannot be any good qualities. You do not know this, and you are simply crying in the wilderness. All the education and its propaganda is to make the world godless, although the most scientific knowledge of God is there in the Bhagavad Gita. Write him. Give him a slap. You do not know. Another article, 100 million Hryans pick a new Messiah, observed the death anniversary of Dr. Amritsar, the former champion of human rights for the untouchable caste. The writer lamented that the untouchables, termed Hryans by Mahatma Gandhi, were so downtrodden and presented such a baffling problem to the leaders and people of India. Srila Prabhupada asked Tamala Krishna to write to the editor, explaining how Krishna consciousness uplifts the most fallen. "We shall elevate them to go back to Godhead, whatever they may be," said Prabhupada. The defect was that Gandhi started this Harjan movement, keeping them where they are and at the same time changing their name by rubber stamp to Harjan. That must be failure. Just by artificially giving him money or stamping approval, it won't change anything. You have to change him. And they have no plan for that. We should not misuse this word Harjan, which means the personal associate of God. Prabhupada said that some of the senior devotees should regularly write on topics which he would suggest. More and more they should take up the management, write essays, and give lectures transmitting the arguments he would give them. "Now you try to manage the whole world organization, all GBC men," said Prabhupada. "Suppose I am not there. Manage very nicely. But not independently to create havoc, but really manage. I am still present, so I will give you direction. Don't spoil it. We are in a very good, prestigious position. So much hard labor. I started with a very humble condition, and now it has come such an exalted position. You don't spoil it. That is my request. Increase. That will depend on your character, behavior, and preaching. Everyone was astonished how I started this without any help. My only asset was I was sincere. Everyone knows it. Otherwise, how is it possible? The days went by peacefully, with mild, pleasant breezes always passing through Śrīla Prabhupāda's room. His intelligence was ever sharp and alert, and yet his health did not improve. Bhaktivedanta Goswami had come from Mayapur and had been intimately serving Śrīla Prabhupada, but he had to return to Bengal for important preaching duties. Śrīla Prabhupada said there was no doubt that Bhaktivedanta was the best at giving massage and taking personal care of his spiritual master. But the personal servant's duties were not as important as preaching. Upendra, who had come to be Śrīla Prabhupada's personal servant, was surprised to see how Prabhupada's diet had changed. He could no longer cook the khichdi which Prabhupada had previously liked. Often Prabhupada would not even speak when he wanted something, but would indicate an idea or a desire with a nod of the head, a glance, a flick of the finger, or a sound like From his room Prabhupada heard the routine sounds of the day, the call of the cuckoos and the crows, the hammering of the marble workers, and the more distant car engines, horns, bicycle bells. He could also hear the pujari's bell and the conch shell at each arati, as well as the kirtanas and bhajanas in the temple room. One morning while Prabhupada was talking to Tamala Krishna and Guru Raja, the recording of the Govinda song began, signifying, as it did in all the ISKCON temples, that the deity was now giving morning darsana. Krishna consciousness is such a nice thing, said Prabhupada. Alone in this world I am struggling, and the so-called intelligent persons, they will not come. They have business. Why? If it is actually beneficial to the human society, why I should try alone? I will go on trying as long as I live. There will be no checking. But what kind of intelligent persons there are? We shall go on playing Govindamati Purasantamaham Bhajami. People may hear or not hear. We don't mind. Guru Raja had been temple president in Bombay during the years of struggle, and he had long looked forward to the time when Prabhupada would be living in his majestic quarters and receiving the world leaders. Now that the gorgeous ISKCON center was becoming a reality, Guru Raja couldn't stand the idea of Prabhupada remaining in solitude. So when he had asked Prabhupada if he could bring him important guests, Prabhupada had agreed. Guru Raja had arranged the meeting with Mr. Rajta, and now he had another member of parliament, Mr. Ram Jethmalani, ready to meet with Śrīla Prabhupada. Mr. Jethmalani had many doubts, however, and he had admitted to Guru Raja that he didn't know whether Krishna really existed or was imaginary. His main interest was in improving the slums. But he was willing to see Śrīla Prabhupada, who was, after all, the guru of a worldwide movement, for a customary social visit. He would see him and then go on to a Thanksgiving tour among the members of the Bombay constituency who had voted for him in the recent elections. Śrīla Prabhupada's desire was to enlighten the political leaders according to the instructions of Bhagavad Gita. If that was not possible, then he wanted to elicit their help, such as in arranging special visas for foreign devotees and mediating local problems between the Bombay temple and the municipal bureaucracy. Guru Raja introduced Śrīla Prabhupada to Mr. Jethmalani, and when Prabhupada heard of the man's interest in improving slum conditions, he replied, "So we can uplift the position of the Haryans very easily by this process of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu." He described Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda as the originators of the Hare Krishna movement. And the purpose of their movement, he said, was to alleviate the suffering of all the sinful people by giving them the Hare Krishna mantra. But for such a claim, Prabhupada said, there must be evidence. You are a lawyer, he nodded congenially to his guest. So you want witness and evidence. You don't blame me, agreed Mr. Jethmalani. No, it is not blaming, said Śrīla Prabhupada. It is a fact. Without evidence, without proof, how can a law be established? Prabhupada cited his evidence in a song by Nautama Dāsa Thakura, which told of two great sinners, Jagai and Madhai, who had been saved by the Hare Krishna movement. That was 500 years ago, Prabhupada said, but today one could see practically in the Hare Krishna movement how drunkards and illicit sex hunters had become saintly. Krishna consciousness is so nice, he said. Everyone can be elevated. So what is this Harjan? We can uplift them. Mr. Jethmalani asked why there was no emphasis in the Bhagavad Gita on public and social service. There is no need, said Prabhupada. This is animal conception of life. The dogs also combine together and make a sound, ba 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 ba. A human being can also do like that. But then what is the difference between animals and human beings? But I don't know that animals, on the contrary, serve each other, said Mr. Jethmalani. It is men who do, but what is the use of serving? Prabhupada asked. What you can do? What service you have done? You cannot do anything beyond the laws of nature. Now Indira is in difficulty. What can you do? In one day, everything is finished. The law of nature is so strict. You cannot do anything. You are falsely proud that you want to help, but it is not possible. Prakrite kriyamanani. You can only do this service of understanding you are not this body but your spirit soul. Your business is this. This is Dharma. Everything is carried out by the material energy. Bhagavad Gita 3.27. Mr. Jethmalani protested that nevertheless there was so much physical suffering around. Prabhupada agreed that it was good to be sympathetic, but one had to actually do something to rectify the suffering. So you must know first of all how suffering can be stopped, said Prabhupada. Then you do this, the needful. Otherwise, what is the use if you do not know the method? Dukkalayamasasvatam. I think you have read the Bhagavad Gita? The material world is temporary and full of miseries. Bhagavad Gita 8.15. Mr. Jethmalani said he had. He could not understand yet exactly how the Bhagavad Gita could be so practical, but he was listening respectfully to Śrīla Prabhupāda and appreciating his staunch conviction. But after a few minutes, he prepared to leave. Anyway, he said, I will be in touch with your Guru Raja. Prabhupada continued preaching and simultaneously asked that prasadam be brought for Mr. Jethmalani. Sir, said Mr. Jethmalani, I will take leave of you, and with your blessings. I hope we shall soon be. We are preaching Krishna consciousness without any sectarian motive, said Prabhupada. This is unity on the spiritual platform. Try to understand. Mr. Jethmalani said he hoped that he could be of some use to Prabhupada's movement. Yes, said Śrīla Prabhupada, that is required, that you want to cooperate. Whatever you order at any time, said Mr. Jethmalani. So inform him, said Śrīla Prabhupada, and bring prasadam. At first Mr. Jethmalani said he would prefer that the prasadam be brought down to his car so that he could hurry and get to the public meeting on time. But Prabhupada insisted, that was no way to honor the Lord's prasadam. Kindly wait, he asked. Mr. Jethmalani said he did not want to eat in Prabhupada's presence, but Prabhupada insisted and explained that this was an exchange of love. Finally, when the full plates of prasadam were brought in, Mr. Jethmalani was very appreciative. He had been so busy that he had not eaten all day, and he found the prasadam very tasteful. This is the real human service, said Prabhupada, watching with pleasure as his guests began to eat, to give them knowledge. Mr. Jethmalani became more relaxed and friendly, inquiring about Prabhupada's daily routine and about different aspects of how Westerners had taken to Krishna consciousness. Guru Raja mentioned that earlier Mr. Jethmalani had been questioning whether Krishna had an actual existence or whether he was imaginary. Why imaginary? Said Śrīla Prabhupada. He's in the history, Mahabharata. Prabhupada continued to give historical evidence of Krishna from the sastras, and Mr. Jethmalani listened submissively while continuing to eat. In due course, sweets were brought. In northern India, said Prabhupada, first of all they give sweets. So they eat sweets to the heart's content. The best way to destroy your appetite is to eat sweets first, said Mr. Jethmalani. Yes, said Prabhupada, and they both laughed. So I am very glad that you have taken the prasadam, said Śrīla Prabhupada. I am pleased. Therefore, I wanted that you eat before me. It is a great pleasure. On the best of terms, Prabhupada and his guest parted, with Mr. Jethmalani promising he would confer with Guru Raja about any problems. Guru Raja was ecstatic. His dream of Prabhupada at the Bombay temple, transforming lion-like politicians into gentle devotees, was being fulfilled. Śrīla Prabhupada would repeatedly mention that the ISKCON leaders should prepare to carry on without his direct management. One day he was recalling some of the incidents of his first year in New York City, when suddenly he began speaking of the future. Don't spoil it, he said. Now it is up to you, my senior men. I can part away from you. My health is not good. I am old man. It is not surprising. Now you GBC, young boys, you are American, expert. You have all intelligence. So you don't spoil it. Let the movement go forward more. You have a lot of nice places. Don't be anxious for. And even if I go, where is the harm? I have given my ideas and direction in my books. Just you have to see it. I think I have done my part. Is it not? Do you think so or not? Yes, you have done everything. Still, we want the whole Bhagavatam, Śrīla Prabhupada. That will be done, said Prabhupada. Even it is not full, there is no loss. You are competent. You can take charge. Now you can take charge of all the money, and let me remain free from management. My only request is, don't spoil it. I have sometimes chastised so that it may not be spoiled. Prabhupada said that for him to see that things were going on nicely under his ISKCON leaders would make him happy. And I will go on writing books. That will be all right? He said there was no need for him to eat anymore. Since he was not physically active, there was no purpose in taking a lunch of chapatis and rice. Guru Raj expressed that it was the pleasure of Prabhupada's devotees to see him eat and relish prasadam. But Śrīla Prabhupada disregarded this and said the brain could be kept active just by a little fruit or milk. These moods, Prabhupada speaking of retirement and fasting, even hinting of passing away, were only occasional moods. They were very real, practical, and sober, but he would soon turn to other things, promising his continual involvement with his disciples, his movement, and the world. After a brief spell of such talking, he would again be commenting fiercely on the follies of the scientists and politicians. Śrīla Prabhupada said that if a man could not accept the simple logic that there must be God, then he was obstinate and not even sane. But these animals, he said, they are passing on as big scientists, philosophers, theologians, and so on and so forth. We have to stop them. Namam duskratino mudhah prapadyan naradama. This is the qualification of the person who does not accept God. He is either duskritina, naradhama, mudha, or maya partajanana. Maya partajanana means those who are highly educated but have no knowledge. Asaram bhava mayasrita means they do not believe that God exists. So as Krishna-conscious leaders, you have to chastise these rascals. Guru Raja said, it's actually relishable to chastise them. Yes, Prabhupada laughed. It is a pleasure sport. As they spoke, Ksirakur Gopinatha entered with the daily newspaper. What is the news? Prabhupada asked. What are all these rascals saying? Newspaper means all the statements of rascals. Gopinatha read the headlines aloud. Honest plea to Congress Chief Minister, mischief calls for assembly election. Again elections, said Prabhupada. As if election will change their quality. Let them remain rascals and simply by election replace one rascal with another rascal. Let them remain rascal but get votes. That is described in Bhagavatam, Svavidvarahostra Kare Samstuta. The population is Svavidvarahostra, and they are giving vote, another big pasu, animal. Yes, this is democracy. The voters are pasus, or beasts, and they are selecting another big pasu. This is going on. The rascals do not know that if instead of a tiger we select a lion, then what is the difference? Simply names. The tiger was president. Now the lion is president. And both of them are animals. Where is the man, the human being? This is going on. And because they are pasu, they say, oh, now there is lion. Now the tiger is driven away. Now there is lion. This is going on. Am I right? Men who were like dogs, hogs, camels, and asses glorify non-devotees. Śrīla Prabhupada continued his sharp, critical interest in his movement. When he received a report that devotees working with the BBT in Los Angeles were receiving salaries, he became disturbed. He enunciated his policy and asked his secretary to make it known. Krishna consciousness means vairagya vidya, renunciation and knowledge, he said. They are taking advantage of the temple facilities for their sense gratification. Do you understand? Prabhupada said that temple living was for brahmacharis and sannyasis. If a Dāsa was rendering essential service, the temple could provide an apartment for him. But why salary? Asked Prabhupada. Where's the question of salary? Where is vairagya, renunciation? Salary projects should be stopped. If they want salary, they can work outside. In the name of Vaisnava, he is drawing salary, living comfortably, having sense enjoyment. So all you, my officers, should think it over and do the needful. Prabhupada told how Lord Chaitanya was living in the perfect situation in family life with his wife and mother, and yet he left it all to practice vairagya. And thus he was praised by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, you are the Supreme Person, appearing as Sri Krishna Chaitanya, and you are teaching renunciation and devotional service. For weeks, Guru Raja and his political acquaintance, Mr. Rajta, had spoken about arranging a meeting between Śrīla Prabhupada and India's new Prime Minister, Morarji Desai. When it was brought before Śrīla Prabhupada, the crucial question was whether Śrīla Prabhupada would consider going to see the Prime Minister somewhere in the city. But that is not respectful, said Prabhupada. Then he does not know how to honor a saintly person. Useless to meet. If he has no respect for a saintly person, if he thinks he is greater than a saintly person, then the visit is useless. Yes, then the meeting will start on the wrong foot, said Tamala Krishna. He has to come see you, Śrīla Prabhupada. There are so many examples in the Sastra of big personalities coming to see saintly persons. Even Chaitanya Mahaprabhu refused to see the king of Orissa, said Prabhupada. What to speak of going there? Prabhupada explained that he did not require anything from the Prime Minister, but for the benefit of the human society he could suggest some things to him. He said that it was a fact that sometimes, when in difficulty, a saintly person could approach a king. He gave the example of Lord Chaitanya's devotee Gopinath Patnayaka, and how the devotees asked Lord Chaitanya to intervene to save him. But Lord Chaitanya showed that it was a difficult job to approach such royal persons. With these guidelines in mind, Guru Raja pursued the idea of a meeting. On the evening of May 5 at about midnight, Guru Raja received a phone call from Mr. Rajta. The meeting with Morarji Desai was fixed for 7:30 the next morning. The Prime Minister was only going to be in Bombay for 1 or 2 days and would be staying at his son's flat on Marine Drive. Although Guru Raja knew that Prabhupada had said he would not go to Mr. Desai, Guru Raja wanted to consult Prabhupada to see if certain leading disciples should go. Not wanting to disturb Prabhupada, he tiptoed into Prabhupada's hallway and peeked into the room. Prabhupada was awake, sitting at his translating table, working. He looked up, saw Guru Raja, and motioned him to come forward. "Śrīla Prabhupada," said Guru Raja, "I am very sorry to disturb you at this hour, but I just received a phone call from Ratan Singh Rajta." Guru Raja related that Morarji Desai was ready to meet them at his residence the next morning. Śrīla Prabhupada explained that he wanted to see if Morarji Desai would have been willing to come and meet him at Hare Krishna land. "It's not that I'm proud," he said, "that I can't go meet him at his place. But unless his mood is respectful, there is no use." Prabhupada said that this was the test of whether the Prime Minister had a proper attitude. He agreed that Tamala Krishna Goswami and Guru Raja should go ahead and meet the Prime Minister. "Guru Raja, this meeting with Śrīla Prabhupada was one of the most intense and unique that I ever had, although I was able to be in his presence so many times. We were alone together, at midnight. Everyone else was asleep. All the lights were out, and it was just the two of us in this big room. He was sitting behind his marble translating desk, and I was sitting on the floor at his feet. I said, 'Prabhupada, I am sorry that I had to disturb you like this in the middle of the night.' Śrīla Prabhupada said, 'That's all right. Actually, with this sickness I cannot sleep at night. Even if I want to, I cannot sleep. Due to this illness, I cannot eat also. I am such an old man. There is no question of sex life and there is no question of defense either, so I guess I am liberated.' Of course, I knew that Śrīla Prabhupada was liberated, not because of bodily circumstances, as he was humbly saying, but because he was in transcendental consciousness. He was always up at night, translating, not because he was sick and couldn't sleep, but out of devotion to his Guru Maharaja and to Lord Krishna. But it was a very wry, humorous remark, and I felt very charmed by the whole meeting and offered my obeisances and went back to sleep. The next morning, Tamala Krishna Goswami and Guru Raja were prepared well in advance for their meeting with the Prime Minister. Before leaving, they asked Prabhupada what books they should give him. Prabhupada replied, "Bhagavad Gita, Krishna book, and teachings of Lord Chaitanya." "In Hindi?" asked Guru Raja. Prabhupada frowned. "No, English." The devotees went in their car to pick up Mr. Rajta at his flat. From there they would go to the apartment on Marine Drive where Prime Minister Desai was staying. After Guru Raja had been ringing the front doorbell for about 20 minutes, Mr. Rajta finally appeared. He said that they had to wait just 5 more minutes, while he continued dressing and eating. Unfortunately, by the time they reached the apartment on Marine Drive, it was 8 o'clock. They were 30 minutes late. As soon as they entered, the Prime Minister said, "You are very late." He was already meeting with some other people and said that he would see the devotees for a few minutes. He repeated that he had been waiting since 7:25. The devotees remained silent, not knowing what to say. They apologized and gave him Prabhupada's books. Mr. Desai didn't say much and quickly excused himself, going back to his meeting with the others. When the devotees returned to the temple, Prabhupada eagerly asked what happened. He was very upset to hear that they had been late. "Very bad," he said. He remarked that Morarji Desai was known for his punctuality. They had missed a good opportunity, he said, by their misbehavior. When the devotees explained that Mr. Rajta had made them late, Prabhupada asked for a more detailed report. The devotees said the main thing Morarji Desai wanted to know was why they were late. "Did you tell him that Ratan Singh Rajta made you late?" asked Prabhupada. Guru Raja and Tamala Krishna shook their heads. Prabhupada became disgusted and said, "Why did you not say that he made you late? That you were on time, but he made you late? I know you are thinking that he is our friend and you didn't want to embarrass him in front of the Prime Minister, but now the whole thing is spoiled." Feeling very foolish and ashamed, the devotees sat silently before Prabhupada. Śrīla Prabhupada reflected for a moment. "Anyway," he said, "these men will never change their views." Śrīla Prabhupada occasionally talked of traveling to a place better for his health. It was May, and Bombay was hot. Soon the monsoons would come. He had considered going to Kashmir, because the air and water were reputedly good for health, but no suitable accommodations could be found there, and the weather was too cool. Then one day he received a visit from Shriman Narayan, the former governor of Gujarat. "You should take care of your health," said Shriman Narayan. "I hope you get better." "Oh, this is just an old machine," Prabhupada laughed. "The more you cure it, the more it gets worse. But my work never stops. That keeps on going. My main work is to write these books, and that is going on." Several other Indian guests were present, and they at once began recommending good places for health: Srinagar, Kashmir, Dehradun, Mussoorie, Simla, Hardwar. "Yes, the water in Hardwar is good," said Shriman Narayan, "but better than that would be in Rishikesh, where the Ganges flows. Whatever places are on the bank of the Ganges, the water will be very good. Pure Ganges water." Srila Prabhupada took these remarks seriously and turned to his disciples. "Yes, then we can go to Rishikesh. This time is very good. Let us arrange for that." From that moment, going to Rishikesh became a definite plan, and Prabhupada prepared to leave Bombay within a week. Chapter 52 I have done my part. The first week in Rishikesh was idyllic, heavenly, with perfect weather and hopes of Prabhupada eating and recovering. But on the 8th night, a violent storm hit, and with the storm came a drastic turn in Prabhupada's health. He said the end was near, and he asked to go immediately to Vrindavana, in case Krishna wanted him to depart from the world very soon. The devotees in Rishikesh had been in high spirits, and so had Srila Prabhupada. While crossing the Ganges by boat, Prabhupada had requested drinking water to be fetched from the center of the river. He had liked the lodge provided by his host, and he had even gone into the kitchen to show his disciples how to cook. Word had spread through the pilgrimage tourist town that A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami was present, and Prabhupada had agreed to hold a darsana from 5 to 6 p.m. daily. The room had always been crowded at that hour with 40 to 50 people, including Western hippies and seekers as well as Indians on pilgrimage or vacation. Although Srila Prabhupada's voice had been extremely faint, he had spoken with force, stressing Bhagavad Gita as it is. When an American hippie had questioned him skeptically, Prabhupada had replied, "You cannot understand, because you are crazy." And when a lady had put forward materialistic welfare work as the highest good, Prabhupada had replied, "Your compassion is as valuable as blowing on a boil to heal it." Only a few disciples were with Prabhupada in Rishikesh, and they had deemed it a wonderful treat. Not only had Prabhupada directed the cooking, but he had told stories while cooking. He had said that only a lazy man couldn't cook, and then he told a Bengali story, the story of a lazy man, to illustrate. There was a king who decided that all lazy men in his kingdom could come to the charity house and be fed. So many men came, all claiming, "I am a lazy man." The king then told his minister to set fire to the charity house, and all but 2 men ran out of the burning building. One of the 2 said, "My back is becoming very hot from the fire." And the other advised, "Just turn over to the other side." The king then said, "These are actually lazy men. Feed them." But on the evening of May 15th, Srila Prabhupada could neither sleep nor work at his dictation. The storm, a harbinger of the monsoon season, knocked out all electric power in Rishikesh. Since the fans were not running and the window shutters had to be closed because of the wind, the room became very hot. At 5 in the morning Srila Prabhupada called for Tamala Krishna Goswami and said he was feeling weak. Tamala Krishna massaged Prabhupada for an hour. Even at dawn the wind did not let up, and sand was blowing. The storm and power failure continued the next night. Tamala Krishna asked Prabhupada about the swelling in his hands and feet, and Prabhupada replied, annoyed, "Why you are bothering? It is my body, and I am not disturbed." But then he added, "From the material point of view, it is not good. Please consider how everything may be turned over to the GBC, so that in my absence everything will go on. You may make a will, and I will sign it." He was talking definitely about things that before he had only alluded to. Suddenly, at 1:30 a.m., Prabhupada rang his bell, and Tamala Krishna and Ksirokora Gopinatha responded. From beneath his mosquito net, he said, "As I was telling you, the symptoms are not good. I want to leave immediately for Vrindavana." If it was time for him to pass away, he said, then let it be in Vrindavana. Since he wanted to leave immediately, the devotees stayed up all night, packing and preparing to leave. Train reservations were not available, however, so they decided to go by car. Srila Prabhupada rode in the back seat of the small ambassador, sometimes stretching out on the seat. Upendra sat at his feet on the floor, while Tamala Krishna sat in the front next to Damodara Pandita, an experienced driver who drove fast but with utmost care. Often Damodara Pandita would glance into the rearview mirror and meet Srila Prabhupada's attentive gaze. At one point, when Prabhupada saw a man selling cucumbers, he asked Damodara to stop the car. "Cucumbers," he said, "were good for quenching thirst." After 4.5 hours they reached Delhi and stopped at the ISKCON center in Lajpat Nagar. It was very hot. The devotees watered down the roof, and Srila Prabhupada rested there on a cot. By 5 the next morning they were ready to set out for Vrindavana. At the Delhi temple, the devotees had given Prabhupada a large plate of the deity's prasadam, but he had only taken a few tastes. "Eating is finished," he had said. "I prayed to Krishna to be freed from eating and sleeping, and it is happening. I have already given up mating and defending. Now all these material activities are finished with." As they drove out of the city and into the countryside, Tamala Krishna noticed that Srila Prabhupada seemed more peaceful. "You look very happy to be going to Vrindavana," said Tamala Krishna. "Yes," Prabhupada replied, "Vrindavana is my home, and Bombay is my office." As they turned off the Delhi-Agra road, Srila Prabhupada saw for the first time the stone marker, Bhaktivedanta Swami Marg. They soon met up with Gunarnava, who was waiting on a motorcycle and who joyfully sped ahead to tell the devotees at the Krishna Balaram Mandir that Srila Prabhupada was here. At the gate of the temple a big kirtana party, including all the Gurukula children, was gathered to greet Prabhupada with chanting and dancing. 4 devotees carried Prabhupada on a palanquin to the temple hall, where he offered his respects to the 2 lords, Krishna and Balarama. After the Arati ceremony honoring Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada spoke briefly to the assembled devotees. "If death takes place," he said, "let it take place here." Seeing his demeanor and hearing him speak these unexpected words, some of the devotees in the room began to cry. "So," he continued, "there is nothing to be said new. Whatever I have to say, I have spoken in my books. Now, try to understand it and continue your endeavors. Whether I am present or not present, it doesn't matter. As Krishna is living eternally, similarly, the living being also lives eternally, but Kirtar Yasu Sajivatai. One who has done service to the Lord lives forever. So, you have been taught to serve Krishna. So with Krishna, our life is eternal. The temporary disappearance of this body, it doesn't matter. The body is meant for disappearance. So live forever by serving Krishna." Despite the finality of these words, Srila Prabhupada continued to converse in his room with a few guests who remained after most of the devotees had left. A retired family man, a Mr. Bose, was present and told Prabhupada how he was now living alone in the Krishna Balaram Mandir. Prabhupada said, "You will not be able to adjust to this way of life." But when Mr. Bose expressed his determination, Prabhupada added, "You have a very good family, so it is hopeful." Srila Prabhupada went on to recall some of his activities at Siksha, and he spoke of how his movement was growing stronger around the world and how in New York the judge had made a very favorable decision. A little later, the conversation turned to ghosts, and Prabhupada told about the haunted house of Lokanath Mullik in Calcutta. Prabhupada had also rented a ghost house in Lucknow. "I am not afraid of ghosts," he said. "I am ghost-proof. In England there are also many ghosts. They are generally evil, and sometimes they even kill. They can be seen sometimes entering a latrine or sitting on a pillar. By offering pinda one can free his forefathers from ghostly bodies. In Mayapur there were Muhammadan ghosts, but not anymore. By our chanting Hare Krishna ghosts are driven away." Prabhupada began a routine. In the morning he would ride in the car at least a short distance down Bhaktivedanta Swami Marg. Although even riding was difficult for him, the morning air would be fresh and cool compared to the heat of the day, and the road, lined with neem trees and shrubs, was pleasant. Each morning he would come back and faithfully, lovingly behold Krishna and Balarama. Then he would sit or rest in his main room and later move upstairs, where a desk and a chair as well as bed were set up on the outdoor veranda of his house. Here, also, the devotees had thrown water on the floors for cooling. His main room downstairs had an air cooler. Srila Prabhupada was still prone to become involved in management, and he asked his secretary to report to him on the various ISKCON activities. "You become my eyes," he said. But to think that the Bombay project was not yet completed disturbed him very much. "I have worked so far to get done whatever is accomplished," he told Tamala Krishna. "Now if the deities are not properly installed in my presence, it will be a great shock." But ISKCON management was too much botheration, and Prabhupada told Tamala Krishna, "You must give me complete relief from management." Tamala Krishna mentioned that Prabhupada would sometimes become upset if he was not informed about ISKCON management, but Prabhupada said better not to inform him. "Now take it that I am dead," he said. Tamala Krishna took this remark to mean that the leaders of ISKCON should manage all problems just as if Prabhupada were no longer present. They should relieve him so he would be free to think of Krishna and Balarama. And Prabhupada confirmed that this was the right idea. "Give me that chance," he said. After one day in Vrindavana, Śrīla Prabhupada wrote, "I was staying in Rasiksha hoping to improve my health, but instead I have become a little weaker. Now I have come back to my home, Vrindavan. If anything should go wrong, at least I will be here in Vrindavan." Śrīla Prabhupada called for Tamala Krishna Goswami. "There are two things," he said, trying to survive and to prepare for death. It is better to plan for the worst. Arrange to always have 3 or 4 men with me. Have kirtana and read Bhagavatam all the time. Now I am trying to take little food." Pariksit Maharaja would not even take water. Seeing Śrīla Prabhupada's mood, Tamala Krishna mentioned the need for a will, and Prabhupada agreed. A will, he said, was simple enough. Whatever he spoke, several men could sign as witnesses. He recalled how his spiritual master, just before a hernia operation, had made a very simple will on a scrap of paper. Although he never underwent that operation, years later the same will was presented in court and was accepted as evidence against the plots of some of the disciples. "He was the original founder," said Prabhupada, "so whatever he wills, that is accepted." When Tamala Krishna asked why Prabhupada's Guru Maharaja had not undergone the operation, Prabhupada replied, "Everyone has their sentiment." He thought that the doctor was paid to kill him. "Yes," said Tamala Krishna, "because sometimes people were actually paid off to kill him. Actually, Śrīla Prabhupada, you and your Guru Maharaja were the greatest enemies of modern civilization in this century." Śrīla Prabhupada explained, "This is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission. Burda Bhumayatila. This is India's culture. The whole world is in darkness, and they are risking their life in the transmigration of one body to another. He does not know that he is eternal and that in a few years this fragment is passing away, this life is just a passing flash. This is the Vaisnava's concern. What these rascals are doing? They are jumping like monkeys, wasting time. That is the Vaisnava's compassion, Paradaka-ducky." When some other devotees gathered in Śrīla Prabhupada's room, Tamala Krishna explained Prabhupada's recent decision. "So Śrīla Prabhupada has decided that the best medicine would be Srimad Bhagavatam and Kirtana, and no need of any doctors who have promised to help save the life. We shouldn't bring them. And no outsiders. No medicine for the body?" asked a devotee. "Oh, whatever medicine I am taking," said Śrīla Prabhupada, "Yagendra Raz. He has tried so many medicines," Tamala Krishna said. "Every doctor has come, and they have each given their medicine. And he has tried them. This medicine always works." Srimad Bhagavatam and Kirtana. Bhavasadakritramano quoted Śrīla Prabhupada. He had been quoting it again and again. "It pleases the ear and the mind, Bhavasadakritramano biramat, Kaatamasloka gananuvada. Make glorification of Bhagavan, and everyone will appreciate it, except the animal." At Śrīla Prabhupada's request, kirtanas by a group of no more than 4 or 5 devotees and Bhagavatam readings went on constantly, whether he was in his room, on the veranda, or on the roof. In the morning from 5 to 10 and in the evenings from 3 to 9 he would sit with his eyes closed, absorbed in the kirtana, the medicine for the disease of material existence, which gives pleasure to the mind and ear. Tamala Krishna promised to Prabhupada he would read him no letters and bring him no visitors. Prabhupada had long wanted this, and now it at least would come to pass. The writing of the will would not be done with the attitude that the end had come, but in the spirit of preparing for the worst. It also meant finishing things so they would not have to be done at the last minute. Prabhupada was concerned that his movement continue securely, with all ISKCON properties in the possession of his disciples within the institution and all his instructions made clear for the future. These matters should be dispatched now in a will, and the GBC men should gather in Vrindavana to make these last arrangements and to be with him. Once these things were settled, Prabhupada would be free to continue writing his books with no worries. Tamala Krishna later asked Śrīla Prabhupada whether his new decisions indicated that he was losing his desire to fight to live. Śrīla Prabhupada indirectly admitted it was so. "Therefore," he said, "I do not wish to leave Vrindavana. If, by Krishna's desire, I survive, then we shall see later on. Otherwise." Even though his secretary did not read him letters or bring him news, Prabhupada went on thinking. "What about the Radha Damodar temple?" he asked. He had been renting his rooms there for years, and the temple proprietors had often challenged his rights. This was just another of his multifarious worries in maintaining his preaching around the world. Prabhupada advised that his disciples always live in the Radha Damodara rooms, that would prevent the landlord from trying to use them for something else. Even while lying quietly, resting, Prabhupada would turn over such problems in his mind. Tamala Krishna wanted to double-check to see that Prabhupada actually wanted all the GBC men from all over the world to come. It would be costly and demanding, so he wanted to be sure that Prabhupada really wanted it. When Śrīla Prabhupada assured him that he did, Tamala Krishna, who saw his service as responding to whatever Śrīla Prabhupada desired, also spoke in favor of the idea. Because they love you, said Tamala Krishna, I am sure they will all want to come and be with you. Your love for me, said Śrīla Prabhupada, will be shown by how much you cooperate to keep this institution together after I am gone. The room was fully decorated with rose and jasmine garlands. The kirtana party was singing sweetly and softly. Śrīla Prabhupada would go for hours without speaking, and when he did speak, he was usually brief. Yet he covered the same range of topics as always, and in the same pure Krishna consciousness. Recalling the contractors cheating in Bombay, he said, it is not only a sin to cheat, but it is sinful to allow yourself to be cheated. With so much effort and difficulty, both from my part and my disciples, the money has been collected, and now it becomes spoiled. I cannot allow this. Śrīla Prabhupada would usually make comments such as this while lying in bed. As soon as he would speak, some of the devotees attending him would come close to catch his words, and sometimes the kirtana would stop. The parts of Prabhupada's daily schedule that remained the same as before were his rising in the middle of the night to translate Srimad Bhagavatam, his morning massage and bathing, and his hearing news through his secretary. He had all but stopped his morning car ride, as well as his darsana of the deities. Eating was almost nil. He asked to be moved from his bed downstairs to the one upstairs, and sometimes he would sit at his desk. Tamala Krishna read Prabhupada a letter from Guru Raja, more like a loving prayer than a letter. Guru Raja had quoted a verse by Prahlada Maharaja from Srimad Bhagavatam, My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of my association with material desires, one after another, I was gradually falling into a blind well full of snakes, following the general populace. But your servant Narada Muni kindly accepted me as his disciple and instructed me how to achieve this transcendental position. Therefore, my first duty is to serve him. How could I leave his service? Śrīla Prabhupada was very affectionate toward Guru Raja for his faithful, fearless service, and he listened with great appreciation, closing his eyes and drinking in every word of the prayer. That same evening, Śrīla Prabhupada sat up to receive a member of parliament, Sri Sitaram Singh. Although he was appreciative that a highly placed man was visiting, he spoke on the absolute plane, exposing material illusions. Immediately, he attacked the narrow-mindedness of politicians with their party politics. He also exposed the rascaldom of politicians who claim to support non-violence on the basis of the Bhagavad Gita. At times like this, the devotees with Śrīla Prabhupada would almost forget that he was making preparations for the end of life. Later that night, after Mr. Singh had left, Prabhupada said, I can speak some more, or if Krishna desires, then whatever I have given already, that is all. Śrīla Prabhupada was unlimitedly willing to speak about Krishna and to help give Krishna consciousness to others. But how much longer he would stay, how much more he would give, was up to Krishna. With more time, he would carry on Krishna's will in the material world, but if Krishna's desire was that he should leave, then he would also accept that willingly. Even if he had to soon depart from this world, he could not simply shut off his burning compassion, his preaching spirit. Most of all, he desired that what he had started, a worldwide movement to save suffering souls, should continue. The word was sent to all GBC secretaries worldwide. Śrīla Prabhupada might depart very soon, and he wanted them to be with him in Vrindavana. As soon as possible, the GBC men left their duties and came to him. The last time most of them had been with him was in February, during the annual meeting in Mayapur. Tamala Krishna informed them of Śrīla Prabhupada's recent turns, how he had been preaching in Bombay but not eating, how he had gone to Rishikesh and gotten worse, and how he had come to Vrindavana, sensing that the end was soon. Tamala Krishna had explained that Śrīla Prabhupada had asked that he simply be administered the medicine of the holy name continually, that the GBC and sannyasis be gathered to chant with him, and that it will be made securing ISKCON properties and ensuring the continuation of the ISKCON institution. Tamala Krishna also mentioned that Prabhupada had said that their love for him would be shown by their cooperation in keeping ISKCON together after his departure. Tamala Krishna Goswami confided to his godbrothers that his own feelings were mixed. It was a time of sorrow, and yet Śrīla Prabhupada seemed relieved now that he had decided not to struggle to survive. Tamala Krishna said he couldn't but feel happy at Śrīla Prabhupada's relief from all concerns. Bhavananda Goswami, one of the first GBC men to arrive, told the others how he had said to Prabhupada that on the one hand he felt sad that Prabhupada was departing, but also joyful that he would be able to leave this nasty material world and rejoin Krishna. Prabhupada had approved the sentiment, adding that although his Guru Maharaja had become disgusted at the end of his life due to the misbehavior of his leading disciples, he did not feel that, rather, he liked the company of his disciples and felt they were doing their best in carrying out his order. But he also warned them not to spoil ISKCON and become another Gaudiya math by splitting up. The ISKCON leaders formed small groups and took turns in being with Prabhupada and chanting and reading to him. He would often be sitting up in bed in his main room downstairs, and the high-ceilinged room with its black stone floor would be very dimly lit, though decorated with flowers and framed pictures of ISKCON deities. His room was comfortable, despite the oppressive heat, because of the air cooler and overhead fans. Sometimes Prabhupada would clap his hands softly to the kirtana, and he was always ready to hear and evaluate reports of his disciples' preaching. The main difference about Prabhupada was his physical appearance. As one GBC man put it, he looked like one of the great ascetics depicted in the Srimad Bhagavatam, grown extremely thin like Dhruva Maharaja or Rantadeva, who performed great austerities while wrapped in meditation on the absolute truth. Śrīla Prabhupada would alternately sit up in bed or lie down while hearing kirtana or Srimad Bhagavatam. Now he was always surrounded by concerned disciples and he seemed happier. Some of the devotees who had been with him in Vrindavana just before all the GBC secretaries had arrived could see that he felt more encouraged. Perhaps by the sincere prayers of all the devotees a dramatic change might come. Bhavananda Goswami and Jayapataka Swami brought reports from Śrīla Prabhupada's beloved Mayapur project. Bhavananda said the temple was filled with transcendental activity, and the Gurukula boys would chant Hare Krishna even while sweeping the roads. Work was just beginning on a new residence for Śrīla Prabhupada. It would be surrounded by fountains, a terrace, and a big pond. It has not yet begun? Śrīla Prabhupada asked. Jayapataka Swami replied that the plans had been drawn and that the architects said it would be no problem. They could build right through the rainy season. How long will it take? Tamala Krishna asked on Śrīla Prabhupada's behalf. 6 months. Śrīla Prabhupada, said Tamala Krishna, I think you are tied to this planet by the love of your devotees. Śrīla Prabhupada uttered a thoughtful Alright. Although Śrīla Prabhupada had indicated a will to live by saying, alright, to Bhavananda he said, there is no hope of life. Therefore I have called the GBC if I can die in Vrindavana. Krishna can accomplish anything, but from the physical condition there is no hope. But Krishna is Paramasvara, Bhavananda said. Prabhupada laughed. That is another thing. If Krishna liked, then he would live. But Prabhupada wanted his disciples to understand the critical state of his health. The brain is working, he said, but the body is not allowing. Don't worry. Everyone will die today or tomorrow. I am also an old man. There is nothing to be regretted. It is up to Krishna. Dropping his reassuring stance and pleading as a helpless student, Bhavananda asked, what can we do, Śrīla Prabhupada? You can pray to Krishna, Prabhupada replied. Krishna is all-powerful. And one of the most important things is that when I am gone, don't spoil it. Keep it, Mayapur. Jayapataka Swami gave glowing accounts of his recent preaching to both Hindus and Muslims in Dhaka. There have been no sadhus in Bangladesh for years, said Jayapataka, speaking strongly and victoriously, though sitting like a child at the foot of Śrīla Prabhupada's bed. People are eager to hear about Krishna consciousness. 10,000 people gathered. It was the biggest function in the history of the colony, either Hindu or Muhammadan. The Mohammedans are also interested. They don't know anything about Lord Chaitanya. Many ask if we have any books on the life of Lord Chaitanya. They like to read. That book Teachings of Lord Chaitanya, Śrīla Prabhupada interjected in a voice hoarse but full of life and interest. Jayapataka said they had prospects of getting a temple there. Many young men are coming and asking very intelligent questions, he said. They ask questions about our deity worship, about Guru, about Harinama. Very intelligent questions. There is no CIA rumor. There is no type of any bad talk about us. No envy at all. And because they are a little oppressed, they are always being challenged about believing in Krishna, so that is why they are eager to understand. What about the Mohammedans? Asked Śrīla Prabhupada. At one place, said Jayapataka, when Prabhavishnu lectured in Dhaka, a Muhammadan heard and came to him and said, what you are preaching is very applicable to the modern day. In my district there is nearly a majority of Hindus, but when they have their sadhus come and preach there, I find it very old-fashioned and very unacceptable. But your preaching we find enthusing. So he arranged a program. Ultimately every Muhammadan that I have met has become interested, just because it was presented in a way that was acceptable to them. They say, you are Hindu? We say, no, we are Vaisnava. Vaisnava means we believe in only one God. There is no one equal to him. So you believe in the same thing? That is a fact, said Prabhupada. Asamordva. There cannot be anyone equal to God or greater than him. Many young men, both Hindu and Muhammadan, will join, said Jayapataka Swami. I am sure. But right now we are getting the society registered and getting our place. You did not get that yet? Prabhupada asked. Get the place and get the society registered. Prabhupada added that Jayapataka should do everything very seriously. It is increasing, he added approvingly. When Ramasvara Swami came into the room for his kirtana, he brought Śrīla Prabhupada the newest editions of the Krishna book trilogies and reported on how the various books were selling. Keep your health very nice, Śrīla Prabhupada said. Live as many years as possible. Be Krishna conscious. Then next life you go back to home, permanent life. There is no cheating, no politics, no personal ambition to fulfill. There is not any tinge of any personal salvation. Now can anyone point out that here is personal sense gratification? Can anyone? Can you say, here is my personal sense gratification? There is no such thing in Krishna consciousness. This is our desire, that we live with devotees and execute the mission of our predecessors. This is our ambition. Without ambition no one can live. Our real self-interest is to execute Krishna's desire. So do it very carefully, and if 1/4 of the Americans become Vaisnavas, then the whole world will change. In America now, Ramasvara said enthusiastically, the book selling has surpassed last year. We are trying to double. We have not yet doubled, but it has gone beyond last year. It is going to double, said Śrīla Prabhupada. By your mercy, Ramasvara added. Yes, said Prabhupada. Be doubly blessed. At these words the devotees laughed happily. Śrīla Prabhupada then turned to Kirtanananda Swami. So new Vrindavan is developing. Be happy. We can't be happy if you are not there, Kirtanananda said. I am always there, said Śrīla Prabhupada. When I see that everything is going nicely, then I am happy. Even with this body. Body is body. We'll have next body. Wasn't it Puru who gave his father his youth? Asked Kirtanananda. Śrīla Prabhupada nodded. King Yayati traded his old age. And you can do that, said Kirtanananda. No, why? Said Śrīla Prabhupada. You are my body. Then you can do it. There is no difference. Just like I am working, so my Guru Maharaja is there, Bhakti Siddhana Sarasvati. Physically he may not be, but in every action we do. In the Bhagavatam, said Tamala Krishna, you say that for whoever follows the Guru lives with him eternally. So I am not going to die, said Prabhupada. Kirtaryasu Sajivatai. One who does something substantial, he lives forever. He doesn't die. One has to accept another body according to his karma, but for a devotee there is no such thing. He always accepts a body for serving Krishna, so there is no problem. Ramasvara Swami informed Prabhupada that the last volume of the 9th canto was at the printer, and the first volume of the 10th canto would follow in 2 weeks. Śrīla Prabhupada inquired about whether it was more economical to print the Hindi books in India or America, and they discussed. Internationally all conditioned people are suffering, said Śrīla Prabhupada. But you devotees are above all dangers. Kirtanananda Maharaja knows that very well. He has no danger, sticking to the new Vrindavan program. There is always improvement. They eat first-class nutritious food. And what is that place in Pennsylvania? It was like old times, with Śrīla Prabhupada hearing reports and correcting and inspiring his leaders to do more and more, assuring them that Krishna would help them. Ramasvara Swami described for Śrīla Prabhupada's pleasure the great volume of Krishna-conscious literature being distributed. At the end of this year, he said, we will have sold at least 65 million books on Krishna. Every year we are selling at least 15 to 20 million books now. Yes, said Prabhupada. They ask, why are you stressing so much on Krishna? But that is the only message. It will increase more. People will be inquisitive. Śrīla Prabhupada continued to talk, but with occasional reflections on his present condition. What is the problem? He asked. We are talking about Krishna. So if all of a sudden I collapse, then what is the problem? Krishnatvadia pada pankaja. Ordinary dying is kaphavadapitta, choking. But if in the kirtana you die, oh, it is so successful. Not the injection and operation, that atmosphere. But in Krishna kirtana. That is glorious. Not oxygen, gas, dying, and so much trouble. Chant Hare Krishna, boss. And let me die, Krishna. Never be disturbed. Chant Hare Krishna. For chanting you have got so much material. Now read something from this book. In this Sanskrit phrase, Srila Prabhupada is chanting part of a favorite verse of his from Mukundamala Stotra by Maharaja Kulaskara. The author is praying to fix his mind on the lotus feet of Krishna and pass away in that condition, rather than dying when the bodily functions are disturbed and the mind may be distracted from Krishna's lotus feet. Srila Prabhupada reached over and opened Srimad Bhagavatam and handed it to Ramesvara, who began to read. One after another the GBC men arrived. Ācārya brought pomegranates and sweet lemons from Iran, as well as good news of the ISKCON restaurant there. Srila Prabhupada listened with intense interest to Ācārya's report and then spoke for a while about the Middle East and how to best present Krishna consciousness there. Kirtanananda Swami had brought milk products from New Vrindavan, and a sannyasi came from Thailand with fruits and flowers. When Adikesava Swami came in, Prabhupada beamed. He heard with great pleasure Adikesava's report of the impact of the New York court decision on Indians around the world. When Svarupa Damodara arrived, he showed Prabhupada the manuscripts for 3 pamphlets proving scientifically and mathematically that Krishna consciousness is the absolute truth. After each report and greeting, Srila Prabhupada would ask that the kirtana be continued, and he would become silent, as the devotees sang softly, hour after hour, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. A very small pair of karatalas, the only instrument, produced a soft, pleasant ringing. The voices of the chanters were subdued, but their minds were firmly fixed in devotion to Srila Prabhupada and the holy name, concerned that Prabhupada could hear the Maha Mantra without interruption. The devotees who were chanting experienced their own realizations while intimately associating with Srila Prabhupada in this way. They could understand this was a most important connection with Srila Prabhupada, to come into his presence and chant Hare Krishna and Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya and read to him from Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada wanted to hear the transcendental sound, yet he was simultaneously teaching his disciples. After his departure, they would retain the deep impression of the significance of the Hare Krishna mantra and Srimad Bhagavatam, and they would go on giving the mercy to others. He was teaching them how to become pure devotees. He was sharing himself with them by having them chant very simply and read his books without speculation, so that later, when preaching Krishna consciousness, they would remember. Srila Prabhupada would always be with them as they went on chanting simply and preaching without speculation. Whether he would depart now or later, he was preparing them. Sometimes during the chanting Srila Prabhupada would communicate unspoken feelings with his disciples. He might simply glance at one of the devotees, but that devotee would feel a surge of loving emotion and realization. Suddenly he would understand better how pure and compassionate Srila Prabhupada was. And the devotee might recall how Srila Prabhupada had come and saved him, bringing him to Krishna consciousness. Thus the GBC men, while chanting and becoming purified, were rededicating themselves, hoping that Krishna would accept them as surrendered souls. They asked that Krishna bless them and make them fit for whatever happened. "Do not leave me," Prabhupada said at one point. "Are you feeling better?" Tamala Krishna asked. "Yes, I am feeling a little better. Go on administering this medicine." At Srila Prabhupada's request, the devotees staying with him between 1:30 a.m. read to him from Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He would usually be on the roof then, sitting up in bed. A few bare bulbs would light the darkness, and all would be quiet and still except for the sound of the devotee reading. After one such reading, Srila Prabhupada asked Rupanuga about the preaching in Washington, D.C. Rupanuga replied briefly, and then he and Bhaktivedanta began talking about deprogramming. Then Rupanuga said he had written a prayer to the higher authorities, and asked if he could read it to Srila Prabhupada. "O superior Vaisnavas! O compassionate Acharyas of the holy name! O supreme authorities, masters of our fate! Have mercy upon us. We are not able to make any prayers, but this is an emergency. Sastra teaches that because of disciples' bad behavior, or to allow some personal service, or to exhibit ecstatic symptoms, the spiritual master may display bad health. Although he so kindly says it is simply due to old age and personal neglect of his health, meaning that he has worked too hard to save us, but we may not speculate upon the mind of the Acharyas. Please hear our petition. We pray for the kindness of our grandfather, Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakura, who is by nature merciful upon his spiritual grandchildren. We pray for the continued compassion of the 6 Goswamis, who are already famous in all the 3 worlds for saving conditioned souls. We pray for the benediction of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the most magnanimous Supreme Personality of Godhead. We pray to Radharani, Queen of Vrindavana, protector of our neophyte bhakti. And we pray to Lord Krishna himself, whom we cannot even approach without the guidance of our Srila Prabhupada. We, the fallen servants of his divine grace, Beseech all of our masters, please give Srila Prabhupada more time. Time to ensure the strength of this movement. Time to finish the Srimad Bhagavatam. And a little more time for us to spend at the lotus feet of His divine grace, that we may become pure devotees by His mercy. We implore you, these 10 years have passed so quickly, and we are caught far too short of perfection. You know that actually only 10 milliseconds have passed in eternal time. Therefore kindly extend His stay, lest we fall from the spiritual path. O Vaisnava saints! Abhatishi Dana Sarasvati Thakura, our eternal grandfather, O 6 Goswamis of Vrindavana, O Radharani, mother of Bhakti, O Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the master of all, O Lord Krishna, the final repose of our love, O Vaisnava-Acaryas, kindly have mercy on us, please don't yet take Srila Prabhupada away. Kindly grant this emergency prayer. Either way, said Prabhupada, I have no objection, to stay or leave. He said there was a Bengali saying that if a denki, a wheat threshing machine, goes to heaven, what will it do there? It will thresh wheat. Because the thresher is constituted in a particular way, it will thresh wherever it goes. Similarly, the pure devotee, whether he is in the material world or the spiritual world, will serve Krishna. In this way Srila Prabhupada was indicating that he had no personal anxiety. But he had also indicated that although everything was dependent on Krishna, the prayers of the devotees might influence Krishna. Srila Prabhupada's disciples, humbly considering themselves neophyte devotees, took it as a sign of Prabhupada's protective mercy that he said their prayers could keep him with them and that he, although an eternal, exalted associate of Krishna, liked to be with his tiny disciples. My Guru Maharaja was disgusted, he had said, but I like your company. A sannyasi disciple read aloud a prayer he had written, petitioning the Supreme Lord for Prabhupada to live for 100 years. On hearing this, Srila Prabhupada opened his eyes wide and smiled. But again he pointed out that he was not afraid of death. Wherever he was, he said, he was in Vaikuntha. Especially being in Vrindavana and being surrounded by the kirtana of his disciples was Vaikuntha. Tamala Krishna Goswami told Prabhupada that he had offered a prayer in the temple that morning while standing before Krishna and Balarama. Krishna has done so many miracles, he said, so it would not be very amazing if he kept Prabhupada alive. And Balarama, who was supporting all creation, would not be weakened if he gave Srila Prabhupada a little strength. In this way, Tamala Krishna said, we may all pray to Krishna Balarama to save you. We are not very important, but still they may hear. No, Prabhupada said. You are all pure devotees with no other motives. Srila Prabhupada regarded the petitions of his disciples as expressions of sincere affection, not at all improper spiritually. But he pointed out that it was ultimately up to Krishna. He had his plan. In any case, Prabhupada said that he would be all right. He told the story of a sage who blessed different persons in different ways. The sage blessed a prince to live a long life, since after death he would be punished for his sensual life. The sage also blessed an ascetic to die at once, so as to be relieved of the suffering of his austerities and receive his pious rewards. But when asked to bless a pure devotee, the sage said that because the devotee had already obtained the lotus feet of Krishna, his condition would be the same, whether he lived or died. Prabhupada knew, even better than his disciples, that there was much he could do if he remained in the world, but he simply wanted to see what Krishna desired. He saw strong evidence, however, that his life was about to end, at least according to the condition of his physical body, and this in itself indicated that Krishna's desire was that he soon leave this world. The GBC men met and decided that aside from Prabhupada's will, which would secure the ISKCON properties, and aside from making all the bank accounts within ISKCON secure, there were also a few questions which they should put before Prabhupada before it was too late. These questions, such as how future disciples would be initiated, would have to be answered, otherwise they would become a source of speculation and havoc after Srila Prabhupada's departure. A selected committee from the GBC came before Srila Prabhupada as he sat up in bed in the main room downstairs. Satsvarūpa Dāsa Goswami was to be the spokesman, but he felt shy and uneasy. To come directly before Srila Prabhupada and ask about what should be done after his passing away might seem impertinent, but it was necessary. Srila Prabhupada himself had requested that the GBC come to Vrindavana to take care of exactly this kind of business. Besides, for a disciple to feel foolish and awkward before Srila Prabhupada was normal. And certainly the mission of Srila Prabhupada's disciples continuing his movement was so grave that its importance transcended the awkwardness of the moment. Nevertheless, Srila Prabhupada was Srila Prabhupada, and even though apparently invalid, he was as awesome as ever. If he were displeased with the questions, then it would be frightening. Srila Prabhupada, said Satsvarūpa, we were all asked by the rest of the GBC to come to ask some questions. These are the members of the original GBC as you first made it out. Our first question is about the GBC members. We want to know how long should they remain in office? Srila Prabhupada spoke slowly and deeply. They should remain for good. Selected men are chosen, so that they cannot be changed. Rather, if some competent men are found, they should be added. Srila Prabhupada took the opportunity to recommend that Vasudeva become a GBC member representing Fiji. Add him, said Prabhupada. But the GBC is not to be changed. Satsvarūpa asked what to do if a GBC member gave up his post, and Prabhupada said that the GBC body should elect another man. Our next question, Satsvarūpa proceeded, concerns initiation in the future, particularly at that time when you are no longer with us. We want to know how a first and second initiation would be conducted. Yes, said Prabhupada, I shall recommend some of you. After this is settled up, I shall recommend some of you to act as officiating Ācārya. Tamala Krishna interjected, is that called Ācārya? Yes, Prabhupada said, Ritvik. Then what is the relationship of that person who gives the initiation? Asked Satsvarūpa. He is Guru, said Prabhupada. But he does it on your behalf, said Satsvarūpa. Yes, that is formality. Because in my presence one should not become Guru. So on my behalf, on my order, Amara Inaya Guru. He is actually Guru, but on my order. So they may also be considered your disciples, said Satsvarūpa, referring to those persons initiated on Prabhupada's behalf by the Ritvik Ācārya. They are their disciples, said Śrīla Prabhupada. Now he was speaking of initiations after his passing away. They are the disciples of the one who is initiating. And they are my grand disciples. When I order you to become Guru, you become regular Guru, that's all. And they become the disciples of my disciple. The GBC members present were satisfied that Srila Prabhupada's reply to the intricate inquiry was clear and conclusive. Later, he would select some of you, and whoever he selected could become an initiating Guru. What he had already described many times throughout his Bhaktivedanta purports was now being implemented. His disciples would become Gurus and accept disciples of their own. Satsvarūpa next asked about the BBT. At present, he said, no translated works are to be published without your seeing and approving them. So the question is there any system for publishing works in the future, works that you may not see? That we have to examine expertly, Prabhupada replied. He accepted the principle that future works could be translated from Sanskrit, but he cautioned, but amongst my disciples, I don't think there are many who can translate properly. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada, said Kirtanananda Swami, we think that you cannot leave us very soon. I don't want to, said Prabhupada, but I am obliged. What can I do? If you don't want, then Krishna won't want, said Kirtanananda. Srila Prabhupada went on to describe the special qualifications for translating Sanskrit Vaisnava literature. It would take a realized soul, he said. Otherwise, simply by imitating ABCD, it will not help. My purports are liked by people because it is presented as practical experience. It cannot be done unless one is realized. It is not a matter of scholarship, added Bhagavan. Lord Chaitanya says, said Srila Prabhupada, Amara Inaya Guru. One who can understand the order of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he can become Guru. Or one who understands his Guru's order in Parampara, he can become Guru. And therefore I shall select some of you. By repeating himself, Prabhupada emphasized his point, he would select who would be Guru. And he also repeated his other point, so there is no question of changing GBC, rather, one who is competent, he can be selected to add by the vote of GBC. Of course, if someone falls away, Tamala Krishna proposed, just like in the past GBC men have fallen down. They should be replaced, said Prabhupada. They must be all ideal Ācārya. In the beginning we have done for working. But now we should be very cautious. Anyone who is deviating, he can be replaced. Their few questions answered, the GBC men sat silently before Srila Prabhupada, awaiting any further instructions but anxious not to tire him with their presence. So, Srila Prabhupada, said Tamala Krishna, there is a chanting party ready to do some kirtana. Maybe they can come in? Srila Prabhupada had already given the outline for his will to Tamala Krishna Goswami. The GBC would be the ultimate governing authority in ISKCON. 3 trustees would be assigned to each ISKCON property. The money in Prabhupada's name in various banks would become ISKCON's property. A small pension would be allowed for his ex-wife and sons. Even while the GBC was gathered to make a thorough draft and make the will legal, Srila Prabhupada received a visit that made him anxious over his ISKCON society. One of the Goswamis of a Vrindavana temple visited and praised Srila Prabhupada. But in the course of the conversation, the man asked, after you, Who will take charge of the property? As soon as the gentleman left, Śrīla Prabhupāda called for Gopala Krishna. Tamala Krishna and Bhavananda also gathered. In India you can understand there is an undercurrent, said Śrīla Prabhupāda. Undercurrent, Tamala Krishna repeated. An undercurrent is going on, said Prabhupada, that after my demise it may be taken away from your hands. Phew! You understood that from this discussion? Asked Tamala Krishna. I understood it long ago, said Prabhupada. How are you going to guard yourselves? Once again, it was Prabhupada who had to make them aware of worldly wisdom. You ordered that we form a trust property with lifelong trustees, said Tamala Krishna. Actually this property is the envy of all India. They are the best properties. They envy our prestige, said Śrīla Prabhupada, our position, everything. Everywhere we are first class. For Śrīla Prabhupada, a will meant protection for his ISKCON. As Śrīla Prabhupada had explained, a devotee has not a tinge of self-interest, everything is for Krishna. But in his purity he must not be naive. ISKCON was a large, growing organization of properties and monies intended 100% for use in the devotional service of Krishna. Śrīla Prabhupada called on the GBC to be vigilant. While his GBC men discussed privately the details of the will, Śrīla Prabhupada lay in bed, anxiously concerned about ISKCON's properties. He didn't attempt to eat, and Upendra had to massage his chest. Later that day, while surrounded by a sweetly chanting group of devotees, he again brought up the thread. There is a big plot going on, he began. They are very troublesome. Tamala Krishna, who knew what Prabhupada was talking about, said, this should be done immediately, make a trust property. This shall be done, said Śrīla Prabhupada. Very nice. What Prabhupada was asking was not unusual. But it had to be done soundly, expertly. And that meant Śrīla Prabhupada would have to do it himself. He wanted no more management, but could his disciples assure him on this point of greatest anxiety, that the institution's properties and monies would be protected? Tamala Krishna spoke up to assure Prabhupada of the GBC's competence to deal with this. This shall be done for all the properties, he said, but especially here in India. Śrīla Prabhupada, said Bhavananda Goswami, the trustees should be designated. Trustee without designation, Prabhupada replied. Where is trustee? I have already made one draft of trustees, for the book trust. In that style make it. Yes, said Tamala Krishna. So we will make up a draft on that style. And after the draft is approved, you can tell us which trustees you want. Oh, you can select among yourselves, said Prabhupada. Why you are taxing me? When Tamala Krishna mentioned that the three places in India, Bombay, Vrindavana, and Mayapur, were the most important, Śrīla Prabhupada replied, everywhere. Then he added, among yourselves there is no strong man. That is the difficulty. That is a fact, admitted Tamala Krishna. Oh my child, said Śrīla Prabhupada, a statement of love but not of relief. And it requires a very strong man. That is lacking. In every minor detail I have to open my mouth. Anyway, whatever you have got, sit down and select trustees, and that format is there. Make it a trust. Among you Ramesvara is a little intelligent. Anyway, do your best. Otherwise, there is a very, very big undercurrent. They are waiting for your program. Tamala Krishna assured Prabhupada that they would immediately have a meeting. We will discuss these points. Oh, discussion I have already given you, said Prabhupada. Do it. What I meant, said Tamala Krishna, is we will execute it. All right, said Prabhupada. Don't delay. At times like this, it became especially clear that the day was approaching when Prabhupada's children would have to grow up and lead, manage, protect, and expand his society on their own. These might well be their last chances to learn directly from him and to be close with him for chanting the holy name and dedicating themselves utterly to carrying out his desires for ISKCON. Śrīla Prabhupada seemed to be doubting whether his children would rise to the occasion, and that expressed doubt impelled them not to discouragement but to determined action to prove themselves loyal and competent. That evening a GBC committee reported back to Śrīla Prabhupada that the will had been drafted, with provisions for the protection of all ISKCON properties through specified trustees. Ramesvara read the will before Prabhupada, who made only a few comments. This will make it impossible for anyone to cheat, said Ramesvara. Yes, Prabhupada agreed, as far as I can see. Even regarding matters of utmost concern to him, he sometimes remained quiet. He had directed his GBC men as far as possible, now he mostly wanted the medicine of the holy name. But what they had done was all right, and he was satisfied. As the committee was leaving his room, he softly exclaimed, Jaya future directors of ISKCON. And later, when alone with his servants, he He shed tears and said he could now live peacefully. A few days later the final version of the Declaration of Will was notarized in the presence of a lawyer. The document began, "The Governing Body Commission, GBC, will be the ultimate managing authority of the entire International Society for Krishna Consciousness," and went on to cover all the points of concern regarding ISKCON properties and management. Most of the 23-member GBC body was still gathered in Vrindavana, but their immediate business was completed. Srila Prabhupada's health appeared to be slightly improved, a blessing the devotees and Prabhupada attributed to the constant chanting. Srila Prabhupada even ate, and digested, some fried food. He also spoke of attempting to resume his early morning translating work. The GBC men, each of whom had pressing leadership and administrative duties within their respective zones, began to feel the need to return to their posts. Aside from their chanting shifts in Srila Prabhupada's room, usually for 3 hours twice a day, they had no other service in Vrindavana. The weather was also unbearably hot, up to 120 degrees. When some of them expressed their plans to return to their areas of work, Prabhupada gave his permission. They had been together for a week, and now, one by one, they began to disperse. Within another week most of them had left Vrindavana. Srila Prabhupada and his small staff remained, and the constant chanting continued, performed by the devotees of the Krishna Balaram temple. As June came in Vrindavana, the weather remained very hot. The sky, which had been a clear blue, turned hazy as the first moisture arrived. Between noon and 4 p.m., the ground was too hot for bare feet, and the residents of Vrindavana would stay home, confining most of their activity to either the morning or the late afternoon and evening. Even eating was excluded from the midday, since the heat killed the appetite. The Yamuna was shallow and hot, giving little relief. The cows were gaunt from lack of grass and feed, and occasional hot, searing winds raised dust clouds. Flies and mosquitoes died in the air. One of the few pleasant features of summer was the fragrance of bellflowers that climbed along the walls around Prabhupada's garden, somehow thriving in the dry heat. In the first days of June, Srila Prabhupada experienced some hope of recovery. He asked to resume his morning rides, and when being brought down to the car, he said, "Soon I will get down and walk myself." His old friend from Allahabad, Mr. Ghosh, came and diagnosed his disease as anxiety for the devotees in the Krishna consciousness movement. Srila Prabhupada agreed. But he didn't follow the doctor's orders, since they included having his blood pressure checked regularly, and taking various medicines and special treatments. But by receiving massages from his servants, he felt he was improving at this rate. He said, he would be all right after a month and a half. But he stressed, "I am not leaving Vrindavana until I am well." One morning Srila Prabhupada asked to go and see the deities, and his men promptly moved him in his rocking chair before Krishna Balarama. Sitting in his chair beneath the tamala tree, Prabhupada looked up at the Transcendental Brothers, while many tears glided down his cheeks. "They are dressed very nicely," he said. While he basked in the presence of Krishna and Balarama, he enjoyed the soothing shade of the tamala tree. "The contractor wanted this tree cut down," he said, "but I would not allow. There are not many tamala trees left. These worldly men do not know." Srila Prabhupada started coming down regularly each morning to see the deities, an event that gradually grew to become a daily temple function involving ISKCON devotees and guests alike. Prabhupada would sit in his rocking chair under the tamala tree, and a devotee would lead kirtana, while Prabhupada and all the other devotees chanted responsively. For Prabhupada's disciples, chanting with him in the courtyard of his temple in Ramana Reddy, Vrindavana, was the essence of the spiritual world. Although Prabhupada's body was apparently sick, he was still as alert as ever, and every morning he would notice who was there and who was not. The devotees grew to love this special opportunity to associate with Prabhupada as he sat in his rocking chair, gazing at Krishna and Balarama. Vrindavana residents and pilgrims would also gather around Prabhupada, often offering money, which they would place at Prabhupada's feet. While the energetic young Gurukula boys danced before Prabhupada, and the pilgrims continuously flowed in and out, offering obeisances and rupees at his feet, and while one of his secretaries fanned him with a large kamara whisk, Srila Prabhupada sat gravely yet simply, with his attention fixed on Krishna and Balarama. Sometimes he would go sit in the private garden adjacent to his main room. A devotee had built a plaster fountain there in the shape of a large pink lotus, and while Prabhupada sat in the little alcove, surrounded by flowering vines, the splashing of the fountain pleased and soothed. An occasional monkey would come over the wall into the garden, looking for something to steal, and Prabhupada would have it chased away. Otherwise he sat silently, conversing only occasionally with one or two disciples. One day in the garden Srila Prabhupada was recalling the simple but civilized life he had known as a child. He mentioned the various ceremonies his mother had observed during pregnancy to allay the dangers connected with childbirth. Though his voice was soft and weak, he was still inclined to speak. So much care was taken for the children, he said. Now these rascals are killing children. Most uncivilized life. Two-legged animals. Even in these days, in India in the interior villages, their life can be peaceful. They have enough grains, enough milk to live peacefully and chant Hare Krishna. And they are going there to give this sterilization. Srila Prabhupada was referring to Indira Gandhi's policy of compulsory sterilization. One of the devotees present had just come from West Bengal, where he had been traveling on a boat down the Ganges, preaching and distributing prasadam in the villages. Srila Prabhupada began describing to him how in the villages they make a simple bread ball from attar, whole wheat flour, and bake it beside an open fire. The same fire. It is called kandi fire, using cow dung chips, Srila Prabhupada said. They put one pot upon this fire and use it for dal. Then after some time, you see if it is boiled, very nice. Then this ball should be cooked in ghee. It will be first class. While the fountain splashed gently and the pigeons and green parrots fluttered and chattered, Prabhupada continued to talk freely. He recalled his horoscope at birth. After 70 years this man will go outside India and establish so many temples. He said he hadn't understood at first that he would actually have to go, but when he had finally gone to the US, he had had no intention of ever returning. Except for the stroke he suffered in the United States in 1967, he said, he would not have come back. That means Krishna desired, he said. Otherwise, I had no plan to come back. Therefore I took this permanent residency. Do you regret having come back to India? Asked Tamala Krishna Goswami. No, said Prabhupada. My plan was like that, to stay. But Krishna's plan was different. When I was coming back, in 1970, I was speaking to Dāsa, the Krishna deity in ISKCON's Los Angeles temple. I came here to preach. I don't know why you are dragging me back. That was when I was leaving Los Angeles. I was not happy. But he had his plan. Pretty nice plan, commented Tamala Krishna. Srila Prabhupada continued, Krishna said, come, I'll give you a better place in Vrindavana. You were retired in Vrindavana, and I asked you to leave. Now you have to come back. But I will give you a better place. So he has given me a temple 100 times better than any other place. Is it not so? An article entitled Srila Prabhupada Seriously Ill appeared on the front page of the Times of India. On hearing the article, Srila Prabhupada commented, unless they think Bhaktivedanta Swami is important, they wouldn't print this. Guru Raja wrote to Srila Prabhupada that many sympathizers had phoned the Bombay temple asking for more information. One of the devotees had issued a statement which the Times of India carried a few days later on page 3, under the heading Srila Prabhupada now better. So is Srila Prabhupada seriously ill or better? I may live or die, he said, in either case I am with Krishna. But he confided, I asked Krishna to give me enthusiasm to continue up to death. A soldier should die fighting on the battlefield. At Srila Prabhupada's request, Tamala Krishna was replying to all correspondence and signing his own name as secretary. As he wrote in one letter, under the circumstances, it is not possible for me to read letters to Srila Prabhupada. I simply inform him of any good news which comes, and so I have told him of your successful town hall meeting as well as your other preaching activities. These letters were almost as valuable as Srila Prabhupada's, since they were often filled with direct quotes from Srila Prabhupada. One evening Srila Prabhupada called for all the available sannyasis. He said he was feeling tired, but like a father happy to have his children with him, he said, you should all come to be with me like this, and I feel better. One day while sitting with Srila Prabhupada, Tamala Krishna began to describe the pastimes of Krishna as depicted in the painting hanging to the right of Srila Prabhupada's prasadam table. The painting showed Krishna and his cowherd friends eating lunch. Srila Prabhupada looked at the painting and then, closing his eyes and thinking of the Lila, said, this is the highest perfection of life. I have concluded that whatever is done without Krishna is simply a waste of time. What will they think of this? Prabhupada's moods moved and varied within the realm of transcendental emotions and attitudes. To some of the disciples attending him, he said, I am thinking, I am a worthless person, taking so much service. There is no way I can repay you. I am poor in every respect, financially and spiritually. Srila Prabhupada, Tamala Krishna protested, our only desire is to serve you. I know, Prabhupada replied, and it is the only reason I am living. All over the world things are going on by your sincere service. But occasionally Prabhupada would still reprimand an errant disciple. When, in dressing Prabhupada, Upendra gave him a lungi that was too small, Prabhupada called him a fool and a rascal. And when Tamala Krishna did not attend Prabhupada one morning, due to having a cold, Prabhupada was critical. "I was never neglectful about my duty in any field of activity," he said, "even business. Dr. Bose loved me very much. He was giving me checks to sign for 40,000 rupees. I was never lazy or neglectful in duty. I would do it honestly and try to make it perfect. Only I was neglectful when I was involved with my young wife. Then I neglected my studies. That was due to circumstances. And then later I neglected my wife. My father said I was fortunate not to like my family. Krishna saved me through so many circumstances. This material life is checkered." Early one morning Srila Prabhupada awoke suddenly. "I had a dream," he said to the devotees attending him. "There was a big assembly of drunkards and chanters. The drunkards were madmen. Some of the drunkards were becoming chanters. They cannot stop fighting. The drunkards were so crazy. Were you there also?" asked Tamala Krishna. "Yes, I was standing there also." "Were some of the chanters becoming drunkards?" "Chanters cannot fall down," said Srila Prabhupada. "Their names are listed, back to home, back to Godhead. They are in Krishna's family." After the GBC assembly in Vrindavana, Svarupa Damodara had travelled to Manipur and Calcutta and was now returning to Vrindavana to see Srila Prabhupada. As soon as Prabhupada heard Svarupa Damodara had arrived, he asked to see him. As usual, Srila Prabhupada treated him very specially and gave him much time and attention. From Prabhupada's first meeting with Svarupa Damodara, when Svarupa Damodara had been Thaudam Singh, a PhD candidate in organic chemistry at UCLA, Prabhupada had taken great care to cultivate their relationship. Thaudam had grown up in Manipur but after graduating from high school had come to America to continue his education at the University of California. He had been attracted by the devotees chanting Hare Krishna on the streets of Los Angeles and had visited the temple. When he met Srila Prabhupada, he became convinced that he had met a genuine spiritual leader. At first Thaudam had maintained his stance as a representative of the world of empirical scientific knowledge, and Srila Prabhupada had invited him for morning walks on Venice Beach. Day after day, Srila Prabhupada would draw Thaudam into arguments about the origin of life. When Srila Prabhupada was ready to argue, he would glance around and ask, "Where is the scientist?" And on catching sight of Thaudam, he would ask, "So, what do they say?" Thaudam would then argue that life had arisen by chance through chemical evolution, and Srila Prabhupada would smash the argument with a stunning display of logic and common sense. Thaudam, by regularly associating with Srila Prabhupada and by reading the Bhagavad Gita as it is, had become more inclined to Krishna consciousness than to material science, and eventually he had become Prabhupada's initiated disciple, Svarupa Damodara Dāsa. With Srila Prabhupada's encouragement, Svarupa Damodara had soon received his PhD and pledged to serve Srila Prabhupada through scientific lectures and writings against the theories of modern, atheistic science. Srila Prabhupada was well aware of the powerful sway science held over people everywhere, and he was out to combat their godless propaganda. He knew that Bhagavad Gita was the highest science, and he saw how outrageously prejudiced many modern scientific assumptions were. For all their high technical jargon and faith in the scientific method, the scientists were actually ignorant of the origin and purpose of life. Svarupa Damodara and a few other devotees holding graduate degrees had formed the Bhaktivedanta Institute and were working within academic circles to establish the scientific basis of Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada had been especially pleased when at a large meeting of scientists Svarupa Damodara had challenged a Nobel Prize-winning scientist who held that life was a phenomenon that occurred at a certain level of chemical complexity. "If I give you the required chemicals," Svarupa Damodara had asked him, "will you be able to produce life?" And the embarrassed scientist had replied, "I don't know." Repeatedly Srila Prabhupada had referred to that incident in his conversations and lectures. Srila Prabhupada often praised the work of Svarupa Damodara and the Bhaktivedanta Institute and assured them that the BBT would provide funds for their printing, research, and building projects. He had given them the arguments, and they were developing them with scientific language. Now Svarupa Damodara had come for more association with Srila Prabhupada, and after offering obeisances, he presented Srila Prabhupada with several pink lotus flowers. Srila Prabhupada took one in his hand and opened the petals, the others he gave to his secretary for presenting to the deities. Svarupa Damodara had also brought several ripe pineapples, and Prabhupada immediately asked for a glass of fresh pineapple juice. Svarupa Damodara was arranging for a conference of scientists in Vrindavana to discuss the origin of life. He had been meeting with various scientists and professors, many of whom had shown interest in Svarupa Damodara's approach and in participating in the conference. Svarupa Damodara read Prabhupada the prospectus he had prepared announcing the upcoming conference. Prabhupada listened silently and at the end said, "All glories to Svarupa Damodara." Later in the afternoon they spoke again. It seemed that Prabhupada was never too tired or too indisposed to speak with Svarupa Damodara about defeating materialistic science. Svarupa Damodara was getting hope from his conversations with scientists. He told Prabhupada, "I think they're interested in the program we are making. Otherwise they wouldn't take time to discuss. Some of them feel our approach is unique." "There is no other such proposal," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "They have taken God as something mystical. Especially this rascal Darwin's theory. They have become like animals, and they are seeing everyone as animals. This rascal has convinced them, your grandfather was a monkey. How could they become the son of a monkey? But this is going on. A grand rascal, this Darwin. And his theory is taken as the greatest principle of anthropology in the whole world. So scientists by combined meeting should speak out against this Darwin's theory." On the day of Svarupa Damodara's arrival in Vrindavana, the first rains also arrived, indicating the end of summer and the start of the monsoons. Heavy rains beat down while Prabhupada and Svarupa Damodara continued talking. Prabhupada said that the Vedic evolutionary theory had been presented in the Padma Purana thousands of years before Darwin. "If we can get some big scientists on our side," said Svarupa Damodara, "at least a few, that will be enough." "That I am asking," said Prabhupada. Tamala Krishna figured that Śrīla Prabhupada would be tired after 2 hours of talking, so he interrupted, "Would you like a kirtana party now, Śrīla Prabhupada?" But Prabhupada corrected him. "This is kirtana now going on. People have to understand what is kirtana. Any topics on Krishna, that is kirtana. Sukadeva Goswami became perfect by kirtana, but what kind of kirtana did he do?" "He was speaking the Bhagavatam," answered Tamala Krishna. "Yes," said Prabhupada. "You are simply thinking drums and karatalas as kirtana. But anything we do here is kirtana. There is no material connection here. We are not talking how to increase our business and enjoy women and wine. That is not our aim. Kadamasloka Ganaduvada. We are trying to establish Krishna, that is kirtana. Sravanam Kirtanam Visno. Do you know this?" Taking this remark as his cue, Svarupa Damodara went on to speak about scientists he had met who were interested in the proposed Origin of Life conference. "I am thinking of the title of our conference," he said, "as a Bhaktivedanta Vijnana conference in Vrindavana." "No," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "They will take it otherwise, thinking that Bhaktivedanta is not a yani. They will take it lightly because Bhaktivedanta Swami is not a scientist." One of the devotees said that Bhaktivedanta actually indicated the highest science, and Śrīla Prabhupada agreed. But to understand bhakti, he said, was very difficult for the ordinary man. "Why not life comes from life?" asked Prabhupada. And Svarupa Damodara immediately agreed. "Make something extraordinary," said Prabhupada. "We are not just some magicians like the other yogis. There is money, intelligence, and I can give you inspiration." Śrīla Prabhupada's comments often implied that his bodily condition was of no importance, either to himself or to his followers. And this was, in fact, an important instruction regarding the Guru's body, Vapa, and his instructions, Vani. The spiritual master would not always be physically present, but in the form of his instructions he was eternally available for the sincere disciple. And that association was as real and personal as physical association. In fact, the ecstasy of service in separation was greater. The sastras state that the body of the pure devotee is spiritual but that his physical presence in the material world is temporary. As Śrīla Prabhupada had said of Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati, his passing away meant he had gone to serve Krishna in another place. Śrīla Prabhupada had instructed his disciples regarding the body of the spiritual master in his book The Nectar of Instruction. Being situated in his original Krishna-conscious position, a pure devotee does not identify with the body. Such a devotee should not be seen from a materialistic point of view. Indeed, one should overlook a devotee's having a body born in a low family, a body with a bad complexion, a deformed body, or a diseased or infirm body. According to ordinary vision, such imperfections may seem prominent in the body of a pure devotee, but despite such seeming defects, the body of a pure devotee cannot be polluted. It is exactly like the waters of the Ganges, which sometimes during the rainy season are full of bubbles, foam and mud. The Ganges waters do not become polluted. Those who are advanced in spiritual understanding will bathe in the Ganges without considering the condition of the water. The devotees working closely with Śrīla Prabhupada did not think he was deteriorating. No matter how he appeared, he was just giving them another opportunity to serve him. If he wanted to eat or didn't want to eat, if he was pleased or displeased, if he appeared well or ill, they would respond accordingly, out of duty and love. This mood was becoming increasingly prominent as Srila Prabhupada more and more depended on his disciples to help him carry out all his functions. He had said he was remaining in the world only to satisfy his disciples' sincere desires to serve him. Yet he continued to emphasize that their service to his physical form was not as important as their following his instructions. When two of Prabhupada's sannyasis were taking leave of him, he smiled pleasingly and said, "I may stay or go, but in my books I will live forever." When he heard that 40,000 hardbound books had been distributed in 1 week, he said, "If book distribution increases, I will never die. I will be living for centuries." Tamala Krishna remarked that the book distribution reports were one kind of news that didn't give Prabhupada a headache, and Prabhupada smiled broadly. "No," he said. "It is my life." But one day while sitting in the garden with Tamala Krishna, Satsvarūpa Damodara, and others, Srila Prabhupada became very disturbed when he detected a mistake in one of his already printed books. Tamala Krishna was reading aloud a verse from the first canto which began, Munyaya sadhu prastoham. Srila Prabhupada had him read the synonyms. Tamala Krishna read, Munyaya, of the sages, sadhu, this is relevant, prastha, questioned, Munyaya? Asked Srila Prabhupada. Thus he uncovered a thoughtless mistake made by the Sanskrit editors. This is an address. Here the verse translation properly reads O sages, but someone has changed the word-by-word translation to of the sages. Srila Prabhupada became very angry and denounced the rascal Sanskrit scholars. A little learning, he said, is dangerous. Immediately they think they have become big scholar, thinking, I shall arrange. And then they write all nonsense. He continued speaking about the mistake for half an hour. He was disturbed. He ordered Tamala Krishna to write at once to the BBT and stop these speculations by his disciples, changing his books in the name of editing. The devotees were startled to see Prabhupada so angry. He was supposed to be peacefully relishing a Srimad Bhagavatam reading here in his garden. Such a change was very serious, he said, because it changed the meaning. Even if the authorized Acharyas would make a mistake, he said, it would not be changed. This is Arsaproga. In this way the Acharyas are honored. By Srila Prabhupada's strong reaction to this one printed mistake, he was again stressing the great importance of his books. Whatever I have wanted to say, he explained, I have said in my books. If I live, I will say something little more. If you want to know me, read my books. Srila Prabhupada was especially pleased by letters he received from Ganasyama, who was distributing books in the communist countries of Eastern Europe. Ganasyama was a member of the BBT Library Party, which was systematically traveling from country to country all over the world, placing full sets of Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavatam and Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita in university libraries. In daring forays into communist Europe, Ganasyama was meeting with success. On hearing his report, Prabhupada's demeanor transformed. My books are the real communism, he declared with enthusiasm. I am writing for the whole human society. My philosophy is to unite human society on the basis of Krishna consciousness. And that is actually happening. Why is the black man working for me and the white man also? How much potency this boy has. Practically he is preaching in the jungle. The people do not know the language, and still they are giving him standing orders. Prabhupada had said that the only real medicine for him was kirtana. And kirtana, he had explained, included preaching around the world. And for Prabhupada, who was taking so little food, the chanting of the holy name and the kirtana of preaching reports from his disciples seemed to be not only his medicine but his sustenance as well. On the evening of the day Prabhupada received Ganasyama's letter, he learned that Gopala Krishna had arrived with copies of several newly published Hindi books. Prabhupada had been lying in bed, but on receiving the good news, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Bring them immediately." Gopala Krishna entered with the books, and Prabhupada immediately sat up in ecstasy. Years ago Srila Prabhupada had begun a large Gurukula, a Krishna-conscious primary school, in Dallas, Texas. But when the Texas state government had begun imposing too many restrictions, Prabhupada advised in 1976 that the boys' Gurukula be moved to Vrindavana, India. The school should be moved to our new Gurukula project in Vrindavana. The facility will be built just to suit the needs of the Brahmachari to develop spiritually. To live in Vrindavana is the highest perfection, and to grow up in Vrindavana is the greatest fortune. Even to live in Madhuramandala for a fortnight guarantees one liberation. In Vrindavana, no one will place restrictions on the school, and it will be encouraged by the government. Thousands will send their children to be trained as human beings and devotees. The atmosphere in Vrindavana is beyond compare, and the Krishna Balaram Mandir is the finest in the world. By June 1977, the Gurukula building in Vrindavana was near completion, and the devotees managing the Gurukula were contemplating opening the building in the near future. They were discussing how the rooms should be used, including which rooms would be for staff offices and residences. Although Śrīla Prabhupāda had not been consulted on these details, he seemed to know what was going on, and one morning he told his secretary he would like to see the new building from top to bottom. After taking darsana of Krishna and Balarama, he was carried in his chair for a tour of the new building. Pleased with the construction, he remarked, "By Krishna's grace everything has been done very nicely." The second floor was one continuous wide veranda with many connecting rooms. The persons in charge, explained to Mala Krishna, have one room for residence and one for an office. Very comfortable, Prabhupada remarked. He heard and observed everything, occasionally making suggestions. There should be a flower garden and a fountain in the central courtyard. "I think there is no other building equal to this in Vrindavana," he said. As they came to the first floor, Aksayananda Maharaja, one of the temple managers, pointed out to Prabhupada, "I wanted to keep my office here." "That's nice," said Prabhupada. "But because we have got a big enough place now, we should not think, I shall keep one leg in one place and one leg in another place, and then the whole thing is mismanaged. Don't do that. Don't misuse even 1 inch. You were saying you wanted 500 students," said one of the Gurukula teachers. "So we should keep as much space as possible for the students on the floors." Yes, said Prabhupada. This was the point he wanted stressed. But then another devotee remarked, "We are going to have administrative offices mixing here, both for the temple and the Gurukula." "No," said Prabhupada, "you have to invite children here. Otherwise what is the use of building such a big building? Not that we have 36 managers and 4 students." Although Prabhupada's soft voice was sometimes lost amid the noise of construction, and although his comments were made intermittently while being carried from place to place, his message was strong and clear. "Now we have a big facility," he said. "So bring students. That is the first principle." "We have to get the ISKCON students first," said one of the teachers. "ISKCON or FISKCON," said Prabhupada, "bring students." Prabhupada's wordplay made the devotees laugh. But he was serious. "It is a Raksasa civilization," said Prabhupada. And he began mimicking the cry of a typical street vendor, "Do rupya, and no knowledge." Krishna says, "Tathadihantara prapsh," but all they can understand is 2 rupees, 4 rupees. Where they will go in the next life they do not understand. They do not understand eternal life, only how to enjoy this life. They don't understand one line of the Gita, yet they say, "I read Gita." This darkness is going on, and people are kept in darkness in the name of so-called university education. So our Gurukula will be successful. It may take time. Man-eating demon. After touring the Gurukula facility, Prabhupada had the devotees place his chair down once more before returning to his own rooms. With most of the resident devotees of the Krishna Balaram Mandir, including Gurukula students, gathered around him, Prabhupada made his emphatic point. "You are thinking of management," he said, "this manager and what rooms to utilize. But my question is, who will you manage? Bring that person." In Bengali there is a superstition that you should not lie with your head toward the northern side. So one man said, "But I have no head. For me what is the question of keeping it to the northern or the southern side?" So your contemplation about management is like that. First of all, who will you manage? Simply considering office manager and this and that is not good. First thing is bring students. Then it will be successful. That afternoon Śrīla Prabhupāda said he would speak to the Gurukula staff. They gathered in his room, and he instructed them as only he could, he who is empowered to lead the world organization of Lord Chaitanya's movement. "Our next business," he began, "is to approach the well-to-do businessmen and tell them, children of your family are expected to be educated with good behavior, good character, and devotion. Kanaki Pandita says, what is the use of begetting children like cats and dogs? They must be learned and follow the bhakti marga. We will teach your sons these things." Canvas like that. In the present society, he said, even the Prime Minister's son may be a debauchee. The demon Hiranyakasipu hadn't wanted his son Prahlada to be a devotee but to be like himself, a cheater and a diplomat, and today's society was comprised of little Hiranyakasipus. But our idea is to create Prahladas, Śrīla Prabhupada continued. At least 250 students can be accommodated nicely. Throughout India and the whole world you cannot bring 250 students? What kind of managers are you? I say bring 500. Canvas like this, I fall down at your lotus feet. I flatter you 100 times. Kindly hear me. In this way canvas. You have to bring students. Not just rooms for management. Prabhupada said that if the Gurukula was successful and if ISKCON got more standing in the future, the government could take guidance from ISKCON and not allow people to cheat, claiming to be a Brahmin or Kshatriya without the training. These things are now a dream, Prabhupada admitted, but it should be done. I am thinking of so many things. But my life is ending. So keep these ideas. You especially, because you are young men. July brought the rainy season to Vrindavana. Clouds began building from the beginning of the month, and by mid-July it would be raining daily. The perfumed odor of the kadamba flower was heavy in the air, and after rain, the neem blossoms would give off their onion-like aroma. The peacocks, with their full feathered tails, became ecstatic, dancing, cooing, and calling. Sometimes a sudden rainstorm would come even while Śrīla Prabhupāda was sitting on his bed or at his dictating desk in an unsheltered part of the veranda, and his servants would rush out to move him inside as quickly as possible. Sometimes when rain prevented his using the garden he would recline instead on the little porch overlooking the garden. But at least the 120-degree heat was broken, and the days became more bearable. Prabhupada quietly rested and continued his day's routine, waiting to see what Krishna desired. He would often wake about 6 a.m. and open his eyes to see Tamala Krishna at his bedside. He would then extend his hands, indicating that he wanted to sit up in bed. Tamala Krishna or another servant would then lightly stroke Śrīla Prabhupada's back while Śrīla Prabhupada spoke his mind. Very few devotees were visiting Vrindavana, and guests were rarely allowed to see Prabhupada. His health was not improving, nor did it seem to be at a crisis point as it had been in May. But because he was hardly eating anything, he was not building his strength. His main treatment consisted of hearing Kirtana, Srimad Bhagavatam, and Chaitanya Charitamrita. One of the topics which Śrīla Prabhupada dealt with during these days was the conception of a model universe for a Vedic planetarium. His disciple Ambarasa, great-grandson of Henry Ford, had pledged to donate for constructing a gorgeous museum planetarium in a major city such as Detroit or Washington, D.C. Śrīla Prabhupada wanted to present the structure of the universe as it is presented in the 5th canto, but so far no one had been able to show how it could be done. The devotees who tried were often baffled in an attempt to reconcile the Srimad Bhagavatam's description with the conceptions of modern astronomy. In Bombay, they had brought a so-called Vedic astronomer before Prabhupada, but he had been unable to make even a simple diagram. Modern scientists give no credence to the Bhagavatam's account describing the earth as Jambudvipa, an island in the middle of concentric oceans and islands. Nor do the scientists find mountains as tall as those described in the Vedic literature. Śrīla Prabhupada cautioned the devotees, however, not to be guided by their own Western prejudices but to try and understand the universe as described in the Bhagavatam. And that was extremely difficult. Śrīla Prabhupada admitted, "When I wrote this, I thought it will not be possible for me unless somebody else helps me." "How did you write it?" Tamala Krishna asked, and Śrīla Prabhupada replied, "Krishna helped me." "I don't know." He laughed. That somebody, Krishna, helped. Inevitably the devotees asked, "But how will we explain it to the scientists?" "We do not require to satisfy the scientists," Śrīla Prabhupada replied. "We have to describe according to Sastra. If they can understand it, then they'll understand it. Otherwise, it is not our business to satisfy the so-called scientists. We are dealing with the real description." Tamala Krishna suggested that the planetarium would spell the downfall of Western civilization. "Yes," said Prabhupada, "I want to expose that they are cheating. Their only interest is to make money, and for this they cheat. If you can make this planetarium, it will be a grand success, triumphant." In early July, some of the devotees in Vrindavana were working on sketches of the universe according to the Srimad Bhagavatam. They were puzzled, however, about how to account for satellite photos of the Earth, which seemed to contradict the Srimad Bhagavatam's description. Śrīla Prabhupada's reply was that the scientists were bound up by their own conditioning and could not go beyond a certain point. When Tamala Krishna reiterated that Srimad Bhagavatam's explanation still didn't agree with modern travel around the Earth, Prabhupada insisted that it did. "You are prejudiced," he said. "You're conditioned with preconceptions of how everything is. It is just like a bull grinding, going around in a circle. He is tied up and simply going around. So everyone is tied up. They cannot go beyond a point, and they cannot move any way they like, just like the bull. They have cheated about going to the moon, so how can we believe them? They want to explain the whole universe, but how can we believe them? Once someone is shown to be a cheater, he will always cheat. A gentleman will say, 'I don't know.' But they are not gentlemen. They are lower class. How can we believe them? They said the world was flat. Then Galileo said it was round, and for this he was almost hanged. They didn't know, and he didn't know. But our knowledge doesn't change, because it is perfect. As soon as there is change, it is not perfect. A few days later, the committee of devotees returned to Prabhupada and said that the question was still unanswered regarding how the Bhagavatam's description of Jambavitma could accommodate the fact of traveling west from Los Angeles and reaching India. In reply, Śrīla Prabhupada stressed that they not concern themselves now with such a minor issue. And he referred to the Pacific Ocean as a drop of water. The descriptions in the Bhagavatam could not be adjusted within the limits of mundane knowledge. Prabhupada gave the example of how after returning from Vaikuntha, Narada Muni had told a simple cobbler that Lord Narayana was passing an elephant through the eye of a needle. "Oh, Narayana is so great," the cobbler had said. But an educated Brahmana had said, "It is simply stories." Narada had then asked the cobbler, "How can you believe that Narayana was passing an elephant through the eye of a needle?" "Why not?" the cobbler had said. "I am sitting under a banyan tree. There are so many fruits, and each fruit contains so many seeds, which will each grow into a big banyan tree." Śrīla Prabhupada said that with experimental logic one cannot understand the inconceivable. Everything is inconceivable, he said, and these rascals want to bring it as conceivable. Don't be puffed up by your so-called education. It has no value. One day, while Śrīla Prabhupada was sitting in the garden hearing some news from his secretary, several monkeys appeared on top of the high wall and looked down at the devotees. Śrīla Prabhupada had often asked the devotees to chase them, and once he had even asked that a monkey doll be hanged by the neck from a tree to frighten the others. But still the monkeys came. Sometimes the sight of a monkey prompted Śrīla Prabhupada to remark about Darwin. One time he talked about how Krishna dealt with the monkeys as friends, giving them butter and playing with them in the forest. As he talked, small chipmunks would run along the top of the wall, and occasionally a pair of green parrots would swoop into the yard, chirping loudly and flittering within the branches of a bush and then flying upwards into the sky above the garden. Suddenly a large peacock alighted nearby and spread his gorgeous purple, blue, and green feathers, as if posing for the pleasure of the devotees. While a brahmachari continued steadily fanning him, Śrīla Prabhupada sat silently. Tamala Krishna, however, had some business which he thought would not be too demanding for Śrīla Prabhupada. Sitting at his spiritual master's feet, he broached an important topic. "Śrīla Prabhupada," he began, "we are receiving a number of letters now from people who want to get initiated. So up until now, since you were becoming ill, we asked them to wait." Tamala Krishna suggested that since the Guru has to take on the karma of his disciples, and since Śrīla Prabhupada's health was already weak, he should wait before accepting more disciples. Śrīla Prabhupada said nothing, and the Vrindavana piece was punctuated by the splashing of the fountain. Then he began to speak. He named 3 of his disciples and said, "So these 3 can do." Tamala Krishna asked if devotees in America should write directly to these men for initiation. "Nearby," said Prabhupada, and he named 3 more disciples, leading devotees in Europe. 5, 6 men may divide, said Prabhupada. "Whoever is nearest." Tamala Krishna asked whether this would apply to both first and second initiations. Prabhupada said yes. "So there is no need for devotees to write to you for first and second initiation," said Tamala Krishna. "They can write to the man nearest them. But all these persons are still your disciples. Anybody who would give initiation is doing so on your behalf." "Yes," said Prabhupada. Tamala Krishna asked if there was anyone in India that Śrīla Prabhupada wanted to do this, and Śrīla Prabhupada added another name. Śrīla Prabhupada asked to hear the names he had given, and Tamala Krishna recited 7 names. "That's all," said Prabhupada. "Now you distribute. For the time being, 7 names." Then he added 2 more. "So without waiting for me," said Prabhupada, "whoever you consider deserves. That will depend on discretion." Śrīla Prabhupada said nothing else, and after a few minutes Tamala Krishna asked if Prabhupada would like to hear a kirtana. Śrīla Prabhupada assented by a slight gesture, and the chanters, who had been waiting, came to join him. The next morning Śrīla Prabhupada added 2 more names, making a total of 11 disciples who would act as Ritvik, or representatives of the Ācārya. Śrīla Prabhupada had not liked the idea of newcomers to ISKCON having to wait unnecessarily long to be initiated. Now initiations could continue regularly at the discretion of his 11 selected men. July 10, Tamala Krishna received a phone call from Gopala Krishna. The Mayapur temple had been attacked by a gang of 300 dacoits, hoodlums. 5 devotees were wounded and in the hospital. Bhavananda Goswami had fired a shotgun at the attackers, injuring 2. The police, who didn't arrive until 2 hours after being called, had arrested Bhavananda and put him in jail. Śrīla Prabhupada became disturbed. "If the dacoits attacked and we used our shotgun," he said, "what is wrong? Later that day Prabhupada heard the Hindustan Times version of the attack. According to the news report, some cows had wandered onto the ISKCON property, and the devotees had beaten the cows. This had angered the villagers, who on coming to the temple to complain had been shot at. 2 had been injured. The article named Bhavananda Goswami and at the end mentioned that the founder of the temple, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, had not been present. Srila Prabhupada heard the article, made a few comments, and went on with his afternoon's writing and translating as usual. But late that afternoon he called for Tamala Krishna. "I am afraid of a big conspiracy," he said. The last line of the article says that the Founder-Ācārya was not present. They were sorry. They would have arrested me and put me in jail. Tamala Krishna scoffed that the news article was one-sided. "That doesn't sound right," he said, "that the devotees beat the cows. Devotees don't beat cows." Within a few days, a letter came from Gopala Krishna giving the facts of the Mayapur incident. About 50 Muslim men were stealing crops from the ISKCON land. When Nitai Kanda tried to stop them, they attacked him, cutting his head in 3 places. Later, while he was being treated in the temple infirmary, the men came and beat Nitai Kanda and stripped one of the ladies naked. Meanwhile, another 250 men attacked, breaking the gates, cutting phone and electric wires, and destroying the water pumps. Wanting to scare the mob, Bhavananda had fired a shot in the air, but when they did not disperse he fired another shot, injuring 2 men. In the meantime, the attackers had broken both hands of one of the Gurukula teachers and beaten many other devotees. 2 hours later the police arrived and recommended the devotees go to Krishnanagar police station, 20 miles away, to file a complaint. When the devotees had reached the station, they had been arrested, and the 2 seriously injured devotees were denied medical treatment. Bhavananda Goswami was still in jail. Prabhupada said it was a plot to drive away the Hare Krishna men. "They want that all Bengal be completely godless," he said. When Tamala Krishna suggested that this incident would hurt their village preaching, Prabhupada replied, "No, it will be to our favor very soon. I think the central government will take action. This is the same as Kamsa against Krishna. Krishna must win. No one can defeat Krishna. If I had been there, they would have charged that I ordered the shooting and arrested me. Now I am an old man, I cannot take an active stand. So you all must do everything carefully." Prabhupada continued to think and comment on the incident. "The Gunda class doesn't like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu," he said. "They say Chaitanya Mahaprabhu made people emasculated. In Orissa they say that after Maharaja Prataparudra met Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he lost his Kshatriya strength. He was a very powerful king, but after he met Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he became effeminate." "Hoodlum, what is our reply to that?" asked Tamala Krishna. "What can you reply?" said Srila Prabhupada. "If they conclude something like that, they have no idea of spiritual life. They say this is disruptive. Lord Chaitanya is saying, na dhanam na janam. We don't want such things, and they want them. So how can you reply to such people? Everyone wants this, and we say that we don't want it. How can you make a compromise with such people? In your country also they say, what is wrong with illicit sex? What is wrong with intoxication? They say we are brainwashing. Is it not? It is very difficult to push on this movement. Still we are doing. That is Krishna's grace." Seeing that Srila Prabhupada was disturbed, Tamala Krishna suggested, "Will you try to translate this afternoon, Srila Prabhupada?" But Prabhupada continued on the same point. "A young, beautiful woman comes at the dead of night to see Dāsa Thakura, to offer her body, and he denied. Who will appreciate this?" "We appreciate," said Tamala Krishna. "You appreciate," said Prabhupada, "but in the modern world, who will appreciate?" Prabhupada continued pointing out the irrevocable split between the devotees and the non-devotees. Their idea is that a young man cannot live without a young woman, and yet Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, "Oh, you are after a young woman? That is more dangerous than drinking poison." As Prabhupada spoke of the Mayapur devotees who had been willing to sacrifice their lives for Krishna, he became choked with emotion and began to cry. "Krishna will give them protection," he said, "our Mayapur men." He mentioned how Dāsa Thakura had also been put into jail and beaten and how Prahlada Maharaja had been tortured, until Lord Nrsimha had appeared. "Don't be worried," said Srila Prabhupada, crying, and speaking as if all his Mayapur devotees were directly in front of him. "Krishna will protect you. We are doing our best as far as our intelligence goes." Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted that in every nook and corner of the world this movement should be pushed. We are limited. In an attempt to ease Prabhupada's sorrow, Tamala Krishna started reading the latest report from Ganasyama, who was distributing books in Eastern Europe. The report of extraordinary success drew Prabhupada's attention away from Mayapur. He smiled and said, that is dynamic. Tamala Krishna continued reading the report. Everywhere we go, people either know about you or they are very eager to find out about Krishna and yourself by reading your books. Anyone who has distributed your books in the communist countries will support my claim that nowhere in the world are people more appreciative of your books. Tamala Krishna looked up from the letter and commented, "He has been everywhere, Prabhupada, and he says that your books are more appreciated in the communist countries than anywhere else in the world." "Yes," said Śrīla Prabhupada, "they are hungry." A few days later a full, on-the-scene report came in the mail from Jayapataka Swami in Mayapur. The local Hindus of Mayapur were outraged at what had happened and were mobilizing mass petitions in support of the ISKCON temple. Although the newspaper reports were false, gradually people were learning the facts. Jayapataka reported vivid details of Bhavananda and other devotees being marched through Navadvipa in chains on their way to court and the people of Navadvipa offering them respects. The devotees were still in jail, he said, constantly chanting Hare Krishna. On the whole, the report was optimistic. Prasadam distribution was continuing in Mayapur, book distribution in West Bengal was increasing, and the preaching parties were well received wherever they went. Śrīla Prabhupada's prediction was coming true, the incident was turning in the devotees' favor. He commented that the enemies had thought they were digging up a garden snake by attacking Krishna's devotees, but they were finding that they had in fact unearthed a cobra. July was a good month for Śrīla Prabhupada's work on Srimad Bhagavatam. He continued dictating very early in the morning and in the afternoon, completing chapters 8 and 9 of the 10th canto. It was his great pleasure to do so. Working on Srimad Bhagavatam, he was completely transcendental to his physical condition, despite the accompanying heart palpitations and despite his faint voice and general weakness. Even to sit was difficult, and yet once he began working, nothing could stop him. Speaking into the hand microphone of his dictating machine, oblivious to his bodily condition, Prabhupada described patiently and methodically how Nanda Maharaja's family priest, Gargamuni, performed the name-giving ceremony for baby Krishna. In his purports, Śrīla Prabhupada often spoke from his personal experiences and realizations. This is the mission of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and devotees also have the same mission. One who executes this mission of para-upakara, performing welfare activities for people in general, is recognized by Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as being very, very dear to him. Nasyate asman manyasa sukhasanmi priyakritama. Similarly, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has advised this para-upakara, and he has especially instructed the inhabitants of India. On the whole, the duty of a pure Vaisnava devotee is to act for the welfare of others. Sometimes sitting in the pre-dawn open air on the second floor veranda and sometimes in the humid heat of bright afternoon, Śrīla Prabhupada worked, describing the limitless Vedic knowledge, just as his predecessors, the Goswamis and Krishnadasa Kaviraja, had done when worshipping Krishna and Lord Chaitanya while living in Vrindavana. Śrīla Prabhupada, however, was the first great Ācārya to make Krishna-conscious literature available to persons of all countries throughout the world, regardless of birth status or previous character. Even as he composed the latest chapters of Srimad Bhagavatam, thousands of young men and women were working on his behalf to preach the Vedic message to the world. His disciples were, in fact, keenly aware of how Śrīla Prabhupada was producing the 10th canto purports in Vrindavana, and they prayed to Lord Krishna that he be allowed to continue for many years, so that he could complete the entire Srimad Bhagavatam. In explaining the infant pastimes of Lord Krishna, Śrīla Prabhupada described an entirely transcendental mode of consciousness, beyond material designations of babyhood or old age. All these pastimes of Krishna, and the great enjoyment exhibited by the mothers, are transcendental, nothing about them is material. They are described in Brahma Samhita as Ananda Sinmaya Rasa. In the spiritual world there is anxiety, there is crying, and there are other feelings similar to those of the material world, but because the reality of these feelings is in the transcendental world, of which this world is only an imitation, Mother Yasoda and Rohini enjoyed them transcendentally. Śrīla Prabhupada was now rendering a particularly sweet part of Krishna's pastimes, and with relish he described Krishna's stealing butter and feeding it to the monkeys and his showing the universal form to Mother Yasoda. In describing how the vision of Krishna's universal form was beyond Mother Yasoda's comprehension, Śrīla Prabhupada shed light on all incomprehensible situations, including his own. She, Mother Yasoda, could do nothing but offer obeisances to the Lord. One should not try to understand the supreme cause by argument or reasoning. When we are beset by some problem for which we can find no reason, there is no alternative than to surrender to the Supreme Lord and offer him our respectful obeisances. Then our position will be secure. This was the means adopted in this instance also by Mother Yasoda. Whatever happens, the original cause is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When the immediate cause cannot be ascertained, let us simply offer our obeisances at the lotus feet of the Lord. Mother Yasoda concluded that the wonderful things she saw in the mouth of her child were due to him, although she could not clearly ascertain the cause. Srila Prabhupada made deep and joyful appreciations of the pure devotion of Mother Yasoda for baby Krishna, and he described her as the emblem of all pure devotees of the Lord, especially the residents of Vrindavana, who love the Lord in spontaneous affection. The pure devotees who inhabit Vrindavana, he wrote, do not possess any bodily conception. Such pure devotees were fully dedicated to the service of the Lord in sublime affection, prema. This had been described by Lord Chaitanya, he said, as the highest perfection of life, pure love in relationship with Krishna. And Mother Yasoda, Srila Prabhupada wrote, appears to be the topmost of all the devotees to have attained this perfection. Srila Prabhupada was concerned that what he wrote be published and distributed. It was his service to his Guru Maharaja, and he received great satisfaction in hearing that book distribution was still expanding all over the world. Harikesa Swami, the GBC of Northern and Eastern Europe, reported that he was printing a very large quantity of books in 13 languages. After hearing only the beginning of this report, Srila Prabhupada exclaimed, all the blessings of Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Maharaja on you. You are the most important grandson of Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati. Go on doing like this. In a similar mood, Srila Prabhupada pushed his GBC secretary for India, Gopala Krishna, to produce Hindi books faster and in greater quantities. Whenever Gopala Krishna came to visit Srila Prabhupada without a new publication, Prabhupada would reprimand him for his slowness. Gopala Krishna therefore began a policy of visiting Prabhupada only when he had a new book to present. In mid-July, when Gopala Krishna brought a copy of Srimad Bhagavatam, First Canto, Part 2, in Hindi, Srila Prabhupada accepted it happily and said, twice now unless he brings some book he won't come, because every time I criticize him, where is the book? Where's the book? July 20 Abhirama arrived and reported to Srila Prabhupada about Mayapur. There was nothing new in his report. Later, Srila Prabhupada inquired from Tamala Krishna why Abhirama had come. Tamala Krishna explained that Abhirama had decided to take up business but was undecided which city to work in, perhaps Bangalore or Bombay. Later, after Srila Prabhupada had retired for the night and was laying in bed under his mosquito net, he again called for Tamala Krishna. Prabhupada was concerned that Abhirama not drift away from the Krishna consciousness movement on the plea of looking for business. Srila Prabhupada said that he himself had lived independently in Gaza life and so had Bhaktivedanta Thakura. But our aim was different, he said. When these neophytes remain aloof from the temple connection, without attending the functions, gradually they will be lost. Tamala Krishna replied that for that very reason he had suggested to Abhirama that he make his business in Bombay. Actually, said Tamala Krishna, I find the Gazas have no desire to live independent of the temples. He explained that in the Bombay temple the Gazas could get apartments near enough to the temple so that they could attend the Mangala Arati and other functions. Yes, said Srila Prabhupada. Unless these things are continued, the karma's poison will spoil them. He can do independent business. There is no harm. But he must be connected with devotional service. Srila Prabhupada had not moved his body while talking, but he had turned his head slightly. Now he laid his head on the pillow. Just like Abhirama constructed that house, Prabhupada continued. That's all right. It is within the campus. There is no harm. But if now he goes away after so much training and advancement, if they are lost, then that's a great loss for the society. With great difficulty we make one Vaisnava. And again if he goes, like Syamasundara, then it is a great loss. The whole idea is to give up attachment for the material world and increase attachment for Krishna. That is perfection. Now according to one's position, it can be done gradually. But this is the aim. Srila Prabhupada told Abhirama that by doing a business in Bombay, he could benefit by living near the temple. Gazas should not be dependent on the society, he said. At the same time they should not be independent of the society. Srila Prabhupada laughed at the apparent contradiction. This is the position, he said. Our society cannot take charge of the family. There will be so many numbers of families. How we will support? At the same time, if they remain independent of the society, without touch, then the karma's poison will infect them. Srila Prabhupada concluded that the solution for the Gaza was either to get an apartment near the temple or to live in the temple, if possible. They should not live completely independent, he said. That will be future danger. Srila Prabhupada said he wanted ideal Krishna-conscious Gazas. Just like Bhaktivedanta Thakura, he said. There are many. I was Gaza also. There was deity worship, everything nice. I was publishing back to Godhead as Gaza. So the aim of Krishna consciousness was there. I could not leave family life because of certain circumstances. That is a different thing. But I must be in touch with devotional service as in the temple. If you live nearby the temple, it is easier. Or in the temple. But if he remains aloof, that is dangerous. When Tamala Krishna brought up some problematic details of Gazas living in the temple buildings, Śrīla Prabhupāda stayed to his main point and said, anyway, these things have to be adjusted. You cannot follow very rigidly in the case of Gazas. Somehow you have to adjust. We cannot allow them to be lost. Prabhupada saw with alarm that after much training, a Gaza couple could be lost simply because they disassociated themselves from the temple. It would be a great loss, and in an attempt to avoid it, he was instructing one of his GBC representatives. Prabhupada said unless this danger was curbed, then the future of our society becomes hopeless. Śrīla Prabhupada's servant Upendra was also present, and he asked Prabhupada about a man's responsibility to maintain his wife and family. A man should not marry, said Prabhupada, unless he had the power of maintaining his family. He should not expect the temple to. Why should we maintain a Gaza? Said Śrīla Prabhupada. And where is the means? But these things are all to be adjusted. I can give you the idea. Then Prabhupada gave the example that if a Gaza was maintaining the deity worship gorgeously in the temple, that was also preaching, and the temple could consider maintaining such a man's family. So the guiding principle, said Tamala Krishna, should be that under no circumstances should anyone become lost. Yes, said Prabhupada. Or else, where's the preaching? It will be like Alexander the Great. He was conquering, but as soon as he went to conquer a new place, the last place was lost. Suppose I have conquered Bombay. Then I go to Karachi, but in the meantime Bombay is lost. That was being done by Alexander the Great. When there is no proper management. Just like the British Empire was lost in that way. They could not manage. So similarly we should not expand too quickly, suggested Tamala Krishna, unless we have the proper management. I am therefore stressing book selling, said Prabhupada. He wanted to impress upon his leaders the main outlines of his program, and it should be their duty to carry these programs out. At least don't make me Alexander the Great in my lifetime, he laughed. They say to me, you are great, great, great. But don't make it small while I am living. Or after, said Tamala Krishna. We'll never make you that way. We should never do that. Then, said Prabhupada, that's my request. People recognize I am great. Don't make me small. I'll not give you much trouble, but I am now invalid. What can I do? It seems like even if you are invalid, said Tamala Krishna, it gives us more opportunity to serve you. Thank you, said Prabhupada. What can I do? He laughed softly and said, I have to give you that opportunity. It seems that it is your mercy to us, said Tamala Krishna. All right. Go on, said Prabhupada, dismissing them. Jaya, Prabhupada. Thank you for all your merciful instructions. July 22nd in the morning, Tamala Krishna told Prabhupada that on the following day Lord Jagannath would travel down 5th Avenue in New York City. Lord Jagannath is very kind to the Mulkas, Prabhupada said. Aryans are mostly Mulkas, but still they are made Pujaris. One devotee criticized an Aryan, and Lord Chaitanya slapped him. Why do you criticize my servants? Just see his kindness. I prayed to Krishna, anyone who has given a little service, please bless him. And Krishna actually does. He doesn't forget any service done. Tamala Krishna inquired, doesn't Radharani also pray like that to Krishna? Yes, said Prabhupada. Radharani says, I am not sincere. Here is your real servant. That is Mahabhava. Krishna becomes a servant to his servant. Therefore a disciple's first duty is to be submissive to his guru. Śrīla Prabhupada, said Tamala Krishna, all your devotees are very much grateful to you. Śrīla Prabhupada suddenly became immersed in thoughts of his devotees, and he became very ecstatic. Closing his eyes and rocking his head, he spoke with a choked voice and tears. Oh, your intense love for me. I am living for you. All over the world everything is going on, money is coming and being spent, and I don't have to worry. I am so much indebted. And I am taking so much service from you all. It is we who are indebted, said Tamala Krishna. There is no way we can ever pay this debt to you, Śrīla Prabhupada. That is a Brahadranga, said Prabhupada. I am beating from this room, and the sound goes 10,000 miles away. Our enemies are surprised, how this man is still going on? Śrīla Prabhupada went on appreciating how people in so many cities were enjoying the Ratha Yatra festivals, seeing Lord Jagannath, and dancing and chanting. He remembered past Ratha Yatras, such as in 1969 in San Francisco, when some of the devotees were dancing joyously around a tree. He began recalling many other past wonderful experiences in ISKCON. Toward the end of July, Prabhupada's health seemed to be worsening again. And again he mentioned that the end might come at any moment. Tamala Krishna had been acting as Srila Prabhupada's personal secretary for 6 continuous months, and he had become Prabhupada's eyes and ears and his spokesman, especially in dealing with ISKCON management. And he had also become a personal confidant, assisting Srila Prabhupada in his transcendental moods. As a sincere servant, he now began suggesting a different remedy. Srila Prabhupada had recently been feeling and expressing intense devotion toward his disciples in their preaching. Taking this as a cue, Tamala Krishna suggested that if Prabhupada could travel to the West and be with his disciples there, he would find new life. "But if I die," said Prabhupada, "I want to do so in Vrindavana." Tamala Krishna replied that Srila Prabhupada should not think of dying. If he would go on a tour of the West, see the devotees there, take prasadam made from food grown on the ISKCON farms, then certainly he would respond to such devotion and regain his appetite and strength. Tamala Krishna pointed out that when Srila Prabhupada had been feeling like this in May and the GBC had come, he had responded to their reciprocation of love by increasing his own desire to live. "One thing you can do," said Srila Prabhupada. "In your daily routine, you can pray to Krishna, if you want him to stay, please cure him, and if not, please take him away. We are fully surrendered to you. Now it depends on your desire to keep him alive or let him leave this world." Srila Prabhupada was pointing out that he was not a victim of some mundane moroseness robbing him of the will to live. He had already said that he would be with Krishna in any case. Staying in this world or leaving it was not up to him, but up to Krishna. He recited the prayer of King Kulaskara from the Mukunda Mala Stotra, "My dear Krishna, please let me die immediately so that the swan of my mind can be encircled by the stem of your lotus feet. Now while I am still strong. Otherwise, at the time of my final breath, when my throat is choked up, how will it be possible to think of you?" Tamala Krishna persisted in his affectionate line, however, insisting that Srila Prabhupada could not think of leaving. There was so much unfinished business for Prabhupada in this world, such as personally seeing to the installation of the deities of Radha Rasa Vihari in the Bombay temple. Srila Prabhupada admitted it was so and added, "Another ambition I have is that the populace is suffering from agnosticism. The rascals are suffering, but they do not know why. I wanted to drive away agnosticism from the world." Tamala Krishna assured Srila Prabhupada that if he were to go to the West, agnosticism would be driven out. The devotees were already working hard on Srila Prabhupada's instruction. But if they could have his physical presence, they would increase their preaching unlimitedly. Tamala Krishna no longer kept himself only in a passive role, waiting for the spiritual master to ring the bell and then waiting to hear what he wanted. Now he was trying to persuade Srila Prabhupada to travel, and as Prabhupada began to consider it, he became enthusiastic. "When I am in Vrindavana," said Prabhupada, "it is transcendental. That much mercy Krishna has shown me. And wherever there is our center, that is also Vaikuntha, New York, Los Angeles, Paris, or London." Tamala Krishna offered an itinerary, a visit to London, staying at the Bhaktivedanta Manor, and also seeing Radha Londonasvara, then to New York and seeing the devotees in the ISKCON skyscraper with Radha Govinda, then to the farm in Pennsylvania, and then Los Angeles, where he could see the new dioramas of Krishna's pastimes. To remain in Vrindavana is a sentiment, Srila Prabhupada agreed. "In New York if I die you will have to entomb me on the roof," he joked grimly. "There is no other room. If I die, as long as I die among you, you are all Vaikuntha men. I had a dream that Vaikuntha men came to take me. They were all white men with shaven heads. Your countrymen cannot believe how you have changed." Srila Prabhupada said that they should consult an astrologer to see whether it was auspicious for him to travel and whether he would be cured and how long he would live. "I was born in the evening at 4 p.m., said Srila Prabhupada. "It was Nindozava. You can consult an old Panjika to see the day. It was a Tuesday. I am prepared to go to the West." Tamala Krishna then quoted from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, verse 37, where Krishna tells Arjuna to fight, "Either you'll die and achieve the heavenly planets or conquer and enjoy the earthly kingdom." Srila Prabhupada said the verse was appropriate. Throughout the night and the next day he considered the traveling proposal and mentioned to his other servants, "Tamala is arranging a big party." I was praying to Krishna, "What is this slow death?" Prabhupada told Tamala Krishna, "Then you quoted that verse. At least my disciples will know I came at the risk of my life. They are the future hope. I must enthuse them." Krishna ordered Arjuna, "And I am Arjuna's servant. I am not so limited to think that this is my country. Everything is Krishna's. Why should I limit Krishna?" Tamala Krishna gave encouragement, "When you get there, With so many devotees who are giving their lives for spreading Krishna consciousness and assisting you, it will really be enthusing. And you won't have to speak so much. It's your presence, you're seeing the devotees and them seeing you. So in that sense, it won't be exhausting. It's a good climate now, too, August, in London. It's a very good time. Prabhupada turned to Upendra and said, his words are making me feel different. Just hearing, I become enthusiastic. Srila Prabhupada said to Mala Krishna, by going west I know you will recover. May Krishna fulfill your words, said Srila Prabhupada. He spent the rest of that afternoon hearing Chaitanya Charitamrita readings from various devotees. At one point he began to express great bliss and said, read Chaitanya Charitamrita always to me. These 3 books. There is no comparison in the world. I may boast like this. I am fortunate to be able to present these books throughout the world, and people are accepting them even blindly. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and Bhagavad Gita. After a day had passed, Srila Prabhupada considered the travel proposal more seriously and mentioned some of its defects. He said that wherever he went, his physical condition would go with him. But here you have not been translating lately, said Tamala Krishna. Who says I shall never again translate? Prabhupada countered. Every action has some relaxation and then activity again. Prabhupada said that according to allopathic medicine, the only hope for him was to enter a hospital and undergo intensive medical treatment. According to Ayurvedic medicine, however, there were specific medicines. As Prabhupada sat on his balcony speaking with his secretary, he wore sunglasses. He would wear them even late in the day or in a darkened room. To his disciples, this was another source of worry, that he appeared to be having problems seeing. Such things made the prospects of traveling to the west seem doubtful. Why couldn't he just stay in Vrindavana, some of the devotees reasoned, where everything was arranged for his convenience? The devotees had sent messages to 3 astrologers, and all the reports returned that same afternoon. Some of the reports offered absurd remedies without knowledge of Srila Prabhupada's position, but all of them agreed on one point: the next 2 months would be the most difficult of Prabhupada's life, and traveling should be avoided. One astrologer recommended Srila Prabhupada wear a blue sapphire. So it is not hopeless, Srila Prabhupada said, after hearing all the reports. At least for the next 5 weeks, keep me very carefully. For the time being, no travel. Secure this blue sapphire, and chant Hare Krishna. On the last day of July, the governor of Tamil Nadu, Sri Prabhudas Patwari, who was visiting Vrindavana, paid a short visit to Srila Prabhupada. The governor could only stay half an hour, but Srila Prabhupada spoke energetically with him the entire time. When Srila Prabhupada explained his condition of health, the governor at once invited Srila Prabhupada to come to Madras and stay at the Raj Bhavan, governor's mansion, where he said the best doctors in the whole of South Asia were available. But Prabhupada, rather than prolong the discussion about his body, used his bodily condition as an example to preach the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. After all, he said, so long we have got this body, then Janma Mrityu Jara Vyadi, birth, death, old age, and disease, we have to accept. This is the statement of Bhagavad Gita. So the human endeavor should be to stop this repetition of birth and death. When Vaisvamitra Maharaja went to see King Dasaratha, the king inquired, Punarjanmajayaya, you are a great saintly person trying to conquer over birth and death. Is your process going on nicely? Prabhupada then used the example of his bodily condition in a different way, to illustrate the concept of Varnasrama Dharma. He compared the Brahmanas to the head, the Kshatriyas to the arms, the Vaisyas to the belly, and the Sudras to the legs. If they are all in good condition, then the health is all right, said Prabhupada. Now at the present moment I am suffering because my belly department is not working. So we cannot neglect any department. There must be all departments, and they must be cooperative and healthy. This movement is meant for that purpose. It is the duty of government to give us protection. Srila Prabhupada mentioned the devotees' recent difficulties in Mayapur and asked for protection. We'll do it no doubt, Governor Patwari replied. I'm meeting the Prime Minister tomorrow, and we are going to discuss that matter. The governor acknowledged that the reports in the newspaper were distorted. He asserted that Madras had a good atmosphere for religious work, and he mentioned several SVAMIS who are doing good work. Of one he said, he is making good propaganda about Gita everywhere. There are many persons making propaganda, said Prabhupada frankly. But if you don't mind my saying so, all these men are in ignorance of what is the real meaning of Gita. Bhagavad Gita, he said, should be understood as it is, and it should be adopted especially by the Rajarsas, or government leaders. Again the governor said how nice it would be if Prabhupada would come to Madras. Prabhupada seemed to consider it seriously and thanked the governor. Finally, Prabhupada requested help in getting the permanent residency in India for some of his disciples. "They will never do any harm," he said. "They will never take part in politics." "I know it," said the governor. "I know it. So kindly try to help," said Prabhupada. Later, when Prabhupada mentioned he was 50% decided to go to Madras, he and his servants began discussing the merits of travel to Madras and other places in the world. Although he could not move even a few feet without assistance, if Krishna desired he was willing to travel. July of 1977 was special for pious Hindus, and the people of Vrindavana spent extra time in reading scriptures and visiting holy places. So by the end of July, when the trees and bushes were freshening with green leaves, pilgrims came in crowds to Vrindavana and to the Krishna Balaram Mandir. Despite the mud and the rain, many of the people were in a jubilant mood, relieved from the oppressive heat and anticipating Chulana Yatra, the swing festival of Radha Krishna. Chulana Yatra was Vrindavana's biggest festival and would occur in mid-August this year. The local newspapers were giving reports on Śrīla Prabhupada's health, and a genuine concern for his well-being prevailed throughout Vrindavana and surrounding villages. Therefore, because of the festival season as well as out of concern for Śrīla Prabhupada, many people were coming to the Krishna Balaram Mandir. Those who came around 9 a.m. got to see Śrīla Prabhupada when he went for his morning darsana of the deities. Śrīla Prabhupada still had no appetite and had scarcely eaten during the past 6 weeks. He was no longer regular in his times for sleeping, taking massage, or sitting up and translating. Feeling himself to be at a critical period, he had given permission for the devotees all over ISKCON to recite a simple prayer: "My dear Lord Krishna, if you desire, please cure Śrīla Prabhupada." He would regularly go before the deities each morning. Wearing his dark sunglasses and sitting erect in the rocking chair, he would hold his palms together in a gesture of prayer, while two men, one in front and one behind, carefully carried the rocker from Prabhupada's room into the temple room. They would set the chair down first before the deities of Gauranitai, then before Krishna Balarama, and then before Radha Syama Sundara. Then they would carry him to a central spot in the courtyard, under the tamala tree, and set his chair down on the black and white checkered marble floor. Śrīla Prabhupada would sit facing Krishna and Balarama, and the devotees would sit down around him and begin a kirtana. As the kirtana began, two Gurukula boys would rise and come in front of him, where they would begin dancing with arms upraised, their cotton kadaras swinging back and forth. Prabhupada would usually not speak or even smile, but after a few minutes would give his garlands to a devotee, who would place them around the necks of the dancers. Soon two other young boys would come forward, and the first boys would garland them with the garlands they had received from Śrīla Prabhupada and sit down. For half an hour, the dancing and singing continued. Guests to the temple would gather, many of them offering money at Prabhupada's feet, which rested on an embroidered silk cushion. Śrīla Prabhupada was gaining resolve to go to the west. One of the astrologers had said that by the 4th of September, after checking with a physician, Śrīla Prabhupada could undertake travel, but for health only. "I will go there to our Pennsylvania farm," said Śrīla Prabhupada, and he appeared hopeful. He didn't consider the astrologers absolute guides, he had consulted them more out of curiosity. Astrology was part of the Vedic knowledge, but the modern-day practitioners were often dubious. When Abhirama came from Delhi with a report from a new astrologer, Śrīla Prabhupada heard it, while continuing to chant intently and silently on his beads. His main point, Śrīla Prabhupada, said Abhirama, was that for 6 months there is trouble, especially in the first week of September and then again on certain dates in October and November. The longevity is 82 years, 5 months, and 11 days, which means February 28, 1978. This is according to birth and stars arrangement. But he made it very clear that due to the hand of Krishna this could be changed. And if you can pass through 1978, then he sees 4 or 5 years ahead clear. When the report was finished, Śrīla Prabhupada was quiet for a few minutes and then said, "By calculation the age is finished. That doesn't matter. Rather, if I am finished now, it will be glorious. Living will also be glorious," said Tamala Krishna. "Yes," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "Let us see as Krishna desires." Other horoscopes also showed an inauspicious time ahead, due to the entry of Saturn into the 8th house. Śrīla Prabhupada took this to indicate that his condition was most critical. In either case, whether according to the stars or according to Krishna, who could change destiny, everything was in Krishna's hands. But Śrīla Prabhupada was still inclined to toward the west. "If I can work a little more," he said, "our society will be very strong. I want to see that what I have done is made still stronger." Prabhupada's talk of travel, however, coincided with increasing weakness. He talked less. When Tamala Krishna tried to encourage him to translate, he replied, "When I get inspiration, I will take it up. Don't try to force me. I am going through a difficult time and am now feeling restless. It is not mechanical." The Cholana Yatra pilgrims were mostly villagers. Many were from Rajasthan, the men and women wearing brightly colored clothes and the women wearing heavy gold and silver bangles and bracelets, which clanked as they walked barefoot on the roads. The numbers of mendicant sadhus also increased, and they became a common sight, with their ash or clay-covered bodies marked with brightly colored tilaka. The Yamuna had flooded in many places and was too swift for bathing or swimming. Thousands of visitors came to the Krishna Balaram Mandir, which was now one of the most popular temples in all of northern India. The evening arati at Krishna Balaram was so crowded that resident devotees couldn't attend but could only stand in the back of the courtyard at the edge of a packed, jostling crowd. Some of the Gurukula boys would greet the guests with Hindi Back to Godhead magazines, each boy selling 200 or 300 magazines a night. Śrīla Prabhupāda was glad to hear this. A few of Śrīla Prabhupāda's disciples from the west also arrived just to be with him, hoping to render some menial service. When Prabhupada received them in his dark, cool quarters, he was sitting up on his bed. One of the arrivals, Madhudvisa, had left Krishna consciousness for more than a year but now came before Prabhupada shaven-headed and wearing Vaisnava tilaka. "Don't leave us," said Prabhupada feelingly. "You can stay as Gaza, but don't leave us." To Satsvarūpa, Prabhupada said, "I like your magazine, Back to Godhead, especially the article Śrīla Prabhupada Speaks Out." Srutakirti, who had come from Hawaii, showed Prabhupada some candles they were producing and selling, and Prabhupada laughed. "You Westerners," he said. "There is no scarcity of money. But now I have taught you how to spend it." For more than half an hour, Prabhupada went on talking pleasantly. Later, Tamala Krishna told the devotees that Prabhupada's outlook seemed to change, depending on the people around him and the news he received, and he told them of Prabhupada's plans to go to the West. That evening, when Śrīla Prabhupada called for Tamala and the others, the devotees gathered and went up to Prabhupada's balcony, not knowing what to expect. Śrīla Prabhupada was lying on his bed. "Sit down," he said. "I want simply to see you all. It gives me vital force." Mercifully and lovingly he looked upon his devotees as they sat around him. The air was filled with frankincense billowing from the pot of Kulsupendra had prepared for keeping mosquitoes away. Evening arati began in the temple, and the sounds of the kirtan arose to the little balcony. One by one the men present began to massage Prabhupada. Srutakirti and Satsvarūpa were each massaging a leg, while Tamala Krishna massaged Prabhupada's head. Another devotee fanned. Prabhupada lay back with his eyes closed peacefully. "You are all Vaisnavas," he said. "Be merciful to me." Śrīla Prabhupada frankly wanted to hear good news. It inspired him to continue. He didn't want to hear other news. His secretary would read him letters in the afternoon, and Prabhupada began allowing the other devotees to be present. Once when they entered his room he said, "If in this world there is one Vaisnava, he can deliver all the world. You are that one Vaisnava, Śrīla Prabhupada," said Satsvarūpa. "You become," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "Each of you." "Why not? We can try," said Guru Kripa Swami. "Yes, try," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "But follow. Do not imitate." "Today we have a letter about book distribution," said Tamala Krishna, the monthly report. "That is the real good news," said Prabhupada, and he listened with full attention as Tamala Krishna read the BBT newsletter. He was pleased and absorbed, sometimes shaking his head and smiling to hear the achievements of his disciples. Then he heard a long letter from Ganasyama about his triumphant book distribution in Eastern Europe. When he heard a letter from Tulasi Dāsa, who was developing a Krishna-conscious farm community in South Africa, he commented, "This letter makes my chest swell, that I have such disciples performing such activities." In another letter, a devotee wrote a prayer stating that all his god brothers were praying for Prabhupada, and he hoped that Krishna would respond. "Surely," said Prabhupada, "I am practically living on your prayers. I haven't eaten in the last 6 months. So I must be simply living on your prayers." And hearing in a letter from South America that devotees were praying for him, he said, "I think I will have to stay. Krishna is very kind. He is Bhaktivedanta. So many devotees are praying, it cannot be frustrated. I think this is why I am feeling inspiration to go out. In this condition, anyone else would prepare for death, but I am going on a tour. I don't think of it as sentiment. Krishna is actually present as the Krishna consciousness movement. I am not without Vrindavana wherever I go to our temples." Pankajravita Swami wrote that he would exchange his youth for Śrīla Prabhupada's old age. "We are the same age," said Śrīla Prabhupada. "The body has nothing to do with the Atma. In the Vaikuntha world, we are the same age. New life, new boys, Nava Yauvana. The outward dress does not affect one. As a further reply to Pankajravida, Prabhupada dictated, "May Krishna give you long life, and preach Krishna consciousness. You are our future hope." For the devotees who had not been with Prabhupada in months, it was like old times, sitting with him and hearing him answer letters and give advice for becoming victorious in Krishna consciousness. Hearing him discourse made everything all right. But as they were leaving his room, he said softly, "These are my last days." When Tamala Krishna got an especially dynamic report from Hamsadutta Swami in Sri Lanka, he decided to bring it to Śrīla Prabhupada early in the morning. Prabhupada had just finished his bath and was sitting upstairs on the balcony, just before his 9:30 darsana in the temple. He wore a tulasi garland from Krishna Balarama as well as a fresh flower garland. He reclined on a round bolster pillow and listened. Hamsadutta's letter contained news of a debate he was having with a famous atheist in Colombo, a Dr. Kavur. As soon as Tamala Krishna began to read the letter, however, Prabhupada asked to hear Dr. Kavur's response. Tamala Krishna then began reading from a news clipping enclosed in the letter. Dāsa and Swami asked whether scientists can make a chicken to come out of a plastic egg. Tamala Krishna read, "I do not know whether they are aware that scientists have made over 10 elements, such as fermium, plutonium, einsteinium." Prabhupada interrupted, "Rascal. You are simply producing empty sound. Where's the chicken, rascal? The chicken, the hen, is better than the scientist. She has produced another egg within a week. You simply say this and that, this and that, this and that, that's all. What is your value? We don't give you any value. You are less important than the chicken." Tamala Krishna resumed reading, "We have created over 10 elements that even God." Again Prabhupada interrupted. "Who cares for your creation? Without your creation the egg is there." "No," he says. Tamala Krishna went back to reading the text, "Even God could not create them, because he did not know the technology involved in making them." "God kicks on your mouth," said Prabhupada. "He doesn't require to take your creation. Without your creation he can do everything. God kicks on your mouth with shoes. Talkative nonsense. Tell him like that." "I'm sure Hamsadutta did," said Tamala Krishna. Next we'll read his reply. Anyway, the scientist goes on, "Are these two men aware of the success of the Sri Lanka scientist Dr. Prabhupada? Who cares of his scientists?" "The Nobel Prize winner in synthesizing amino acids Nobel Prize winner," scoffed Śrīla Prabhupada. "Another rascal has given him a Nobel Prize. He is a rascal, and another rascal has given. Suri Saksi Matala. In a liquor house the witness is a drunkard. If there is an incident within the liquor shop and the proprietor of the liquor shop has brought some witnesses, but all of them are drunkards, what is the value of that? As soon as you are a drunkard, immediately you are rejected." Tamala Krishna read on, and Prabhupada continued to interrupt him at almost every sentence. The devotees had not seen Prabhupada so fiery in weeks. When Tamala Krishna read Hamsadutta's reply, Prabhupada was pleased to see how many of the same points his disciple had made. "He is putting very strong arguments," said Prabhupada. "This is preaching." Two factors were making Śrīla Prabhupada indecisive about going west. One was the worldly formalities of passport and U.S. residency card, and the other was Śrīla Prabhupada's personal hesitancy, based on reports from the astrologer. His health was, of course, the main factor, but at times he seemed ready to disregard everything and order his servants to somehow take him to London. Already he had sent Abhirama to Calcutta to deal with certain complications. His U.S. residency green card had expired, and the consulate in Delhi had insisted that he come for an interview. Meanwhile, Prabhupada's passport and a temporary visa were being readied and would take 4 or 5 days. One of the Ayurvedic doctors who sometimes visited told Prabhupada he should wait a week or so, but Prabhupada found simply working up the will for travel, and then not going, and then deciding again to go, was exhausting. On hearing the latest news, that the U.S. consulate insisted on an interview, which seemed to be a physical impossibility, he couldn't rest. Lying on his bed for hours, he finally called Tamala Krishna and said, "I want to go. Can you arrange to carry me? Somehow or other take me. Here I don't expect any good. Psychological enthusiasm is there. Don't be afraid. I am not afraid. Either to die in the temple here or there, it is all Vaikuntha." Tamala Krishna asked to first discuss this with a few of the GBC men who were present, but when the devotees came into Prabhupada's room that afternoon, Prabhupada said, "No discussions. I have made up my mind. Arrange immediately for going." But again there were complications. The doctor asked Śrīla Prabhupada to wait another week, And Prabhupada also did not want to leave India without his green card for the US. He sent Bhaktivedanta to Calcutta to try and get the green card. With so many matters unsettled, Prabhupada remained undecided whether to go to England now or wait. "I plan to stay in America," Śrīla Prabhupada said. "I will not come back until I complete the Bhagavatam. I want to organize there. The American boys are so nice. If I make everything strong, then the movement will endure. Let us go now. The doctor will say 4 days for the medicine to act, then wait a little longer. This is their method." Finally, a report came from Abhirama in Calcutta that the passport had been secured and the American consulate in Calcutta would help in getting the green card. Tamala Krishna ran upstairs and told Śrīla Prabhupada, "There is very good news." Śrīla Prabhupada was lying down in bed, but when he heard the news he began to slowly clap his hands, saying, "Give me good news and keep me alive." He began to think ahead to London. "The Radha Krishna deities there are so nice," he said. "Radha Londonisvara, an innocent boy, he is." Tamala Krishna reminded Śrīla Prabhupada how they had obtained those deities. "Yes," said Prabhupada, "it was unexpected. I was in a hopeless condition, but Krishna said, 'Here I am. Take me.'" Śrīla Prabhupada thought of the Bhaktivedanta manner. "That lawn before my room is magnificent," he said. "I think good time is coming. Madhudvisa has come, and Gaurasundara has come, lost child has come. These are good signs." As he spoke on, his voice, which had sounded at first small and weak, grew in strength. "Mistake there may be," he said, referring to the fall of some of his disciples. "But it can be rectified. At the time be very careful not to commit mistakes. Krishna never forgets a person who does a little service." "You also never forget, Prabhupada," said Tamala Krishna. "How can I forget? You have all helped me to execute the mission of Lord Chaitanya and my Guru Maharaja. I always pray to Krishna to give you strength. I am insignificant. I cannot do anything. But I pray to Krishna to give you strength." Prabhupada recalled how after installing the deities in Australia he had thought, "These Mulkas and Yavanas, what will they do with the deity?" Then the next time he went there he saw that they were worshipping nicely. "Try to do everything nicely," he said, "and Krishna will help. Whatever I have done has been done on this principle. Whatever my Guru Maharaja taught me, I tried to the best of my capacity to carry out." Śrīla Prabhupada spoke on, carried by waves of transcendental emotion and carrying his loving disciples with him. "When I go to America," he said, "especially Los Angeles and New York, I feel at home." At the mention of New York, he began to remember his first days there. "I was like a street boy," he said. "I was going here and there, sightseeing. I was in New York City, but one morning I saw the walls were white. How have they become white? Who has whitewashed them? I thought. I went downstairs, and there was so much snow. I went with an umbrella and purchased a pack of milk in the snow. At that time I was living in a dungeon. It was always dark. But I didn't care. Whatever difficulty, I didn't care. I only wanted to preach. Sometimes people would touch me, like men on the Bowery, but no one was inimical. Everyone was friendly. Even the bums. When I went to enter my New York building, the bums would get up from where they were lying down and let me pass by. I couldn't understand the difference between friends and enemies." Prabhupada said a friend of his had been shocked to hear that he was moving to the Bowery. "Oh, Swamiji," his friend had said, "you have gone to Bowery Street? It is a horrible place. I passed through many dangers," continued Prabhupada, "yet I couldn't understand that. Here is danger. Everywhere I thought, this is my home." Śrīla Prabhupada recalled random details of his first preaching endeavors at 26 2nd Avenue. "I was working very hard," he said. "Lecturing at 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening. Cooking and distributing prasadam to anyone who was coming. Do you remember, Satsvarūpa? You would bring some mango and fruit. Daily you would come. Those days are past. Now I feel happiness remembering those days. Remember that boy Sri Yadisa? He would eat so many kapatas. He would never have enough. Every time he wanted more I would give him 4 kapatas at a time. Kirtanananda, Asayudananda. 75 people would attend that Sunday feast." Prabhupada recalled the first San Francisco temple, the first Los Angeles temple, going to Seattle, pushing Gaurasundara to go to Hawaii, receiving a letter from Govinda Dasi in Hawaii who said that it was mango season, except that when Prabhupada went there, it was rat season, and all night the rats were running in the rafters. "This is a new life, this Krishna consciousness," said Śrīla Prabhupada. There is no doubt about it. His thoughts returned to his upcoming tour, and he said he could sleep in 3 seats across in the airplane. But he cautioned the devotees to be careful that once he got to America he not get kidnapped. Previously he had considered that Krishna may have been detaining him from going to the west so that he would not be disturbed by the demons. But now he would go in any case. Prabhupada was ready to leave, but the delays and anxieties persisted. Bhaktivedanta returned from Calcutta, but Śrīla Prabhupada was not pleased to see him. Why, he demanded, had he come back without Abhirama? Bhaktivedanta said he had wanted to be with Śrīla Prabhupada and he thought that Abhirama could handle the last steps of getting the green card. Prabhupada reprimanded Bhaktivedanta, saying service to the Guru was better than being with him. Then Tamala Krishna left for Delhi to arrange for the tickets. When 2 days later Śrīla Prabhupada learned that there might be a delay of several days before Tamala Krishna and the other Americans in the party could leave India, he said he could leave immediately, without them, taking Srutakirti as his servant. Then Prabhupada heard of an airport strike in London. And the night before his scheduled departure, his health worsened. Many devotees urged him not to go. But amazingly, the tickets and passport arrived, and at midnight on August 28, after a 6-month stay in Vrindavana, Śrīla Prabhupada and his party left from the front gate of the Krishna Balaram Mandir and headed for Delhi in a caravan of cars. Just as Prabhupada was leaving, Bisan Chandraseth, a friend of Prabhupada's in Vrindavana, had come and protested, "It will not be good if something happens and you leave your body outside of Vrindavana." Prabhupada told Mr. Seth that, because his disciples were so much in love with him, he could not easily refuse their request. If the trip became too difficult, he said, he would return immediately. He told Mr. Seth that he was simply depending on Krishna. Prabhupada lying on a mattress in the back seat of his car, and after 2 hours of driving over roads greatly damaged by flooding, they reached Delhi airport. Śrīla Prabhupada waited in the car. The early morning was warm, and the devotees opened the car doors. Bhavananda Goswami, who had just been released from jail in Bengal, had arrived in time to see Śrīla Prabhupada. Bhavananda approached the car and placed his head on Prabhupada's feet. "How are you?" Prabhupada asked. Bhavananda reported that everything was improving in Mayapur. All the local sadhus and citizens were now siding with ISKCON against the hoodlums who had attacked the temple. Śrīla Prabhupada was moved to an airport waiting room prior to going through the customs formalities. About 10 devotees were there to see him off as he left with his party of 4, Tamala Krishna, Upendra, Pradyumna, and Pradyumna's wife, Arundhati. Śrīla Prabhupada sat upright on the airport couch, silently fingering the beads in his bead bag. His bare feet, resting in his sandals, were slightly swollen, as were his hands. He looked to see who was present and slightly nodded to each disciple in recognition. The devotees felt there was no need for Śrīla Prabhupada to talk. Just being with him was wonderful and fully satisfying. He had already spoken to them fully and had given himself and his books in many other ways. So they chanted and looked lovingly at him, up until the last moment when he went by wheelchair onto the plane.